Chapter 121. Story 3. A pop quiz. Eferen focused on attacking the problems with only her skills. However, from the first sentence of the first problem, the length of the calculation, which was a mixture of numbers and circuits, neared infinity. Ah! Eferen envisioned the magic circle in her head, but as something went wrong, whoosh, a fire burned in the air. Just then, Credo raised his hand. Professor, you said we can discuss between us. Just as I said. However, I will ask you all if you understood the question. Credo glanced secretly to Rose Rio, but she was already in a trance. Iron-colored mana sparkled in her eyes. They said that when you reach the etheric level, your mana also becomes unique. As expected of Rose Rio, even her aura was metallic. Ah! Eferen was captivated for a moment, but she shook it off and turned her eyes down to the test paper again, starting the full-scale calculations. She began scribing complicated formulas on the magical answer sheet. Eferen, suddenly. Drent called out to her quietly. Eferen spared him a glance. How about this? Drent coughed and showed her his answer. The beginning of his first answer was similar to Eferen's, but after that there were a lot of errors. Yeah, here. I calculated these two parts separately and then joined them. Oh yeah, I did it all at once. That makes it harder. Wouldn't it be better to do it the easier way? I'll find it harder when I do it separately. Teal do it for you. Look, okay. While the two of them were discussing together, suddenly, Rose Rio stood and approached Deculein. Here, then. She handed over her answer sheet. Deculein barely skimmed over it before glancing back to her and nodding indifferently. You passed. Go inside. There was another passage to which Deculein beckoned. Rose Rio left first, followed by the red-haired munchkin. Me too. Me too. Next were the addict Estelle, Professor Luina, Professor Relin. It was difficult for Eferen and Drent, who were only Solder, to match their speed. There is only half left. Eferen looked at the watch. 90 minutes had passed, and by her side were Creto and Drent. This part, I think this is the key circuit that makes mana pure. What do you guys think? Yes, I think so. And Drent, what about the calculations I left to you? Oh, I'm almost done. In this way, the three of them put their heads together, pondered, and divided the labor for 3 hours amongst themselves. Deculein's timer rang. Time's up. Submit. Oh, yes. The three stood as one and submitted their answers. He scanned the sheets. The tension squeezed around their throats like a noose, and their palms grew slick with sweat. Eferen. Deculein, setting down the answer sheet, looked to Eferen. Yes. Deculein pointed to a part of the answer sheet. Who came up with the idea of separating and combining in this formula? Separating the formula first, calculating it, and then combining it with precision. It was easy to suggest, but its difficulty was similar to that of attempting a body transplant. If it succeeded, it could save the dying, but if it failed, it would only kill them faster or turn them into a horrible chimera. Oh, it's my idea. These two helped with the calculations and dismantling the formulas. I combined them. Eferen spoke hesitantly as Deculein continued to look down upon her coldly. She guessed that it must have been wrong. Drent and Credo, predicting his reaction, began to sigh. However, what Deculein said next was, "This is excellent." It was an unexpected compliment. Anticipating a rebuke instead, Eferen, with her head bowed, looked up at Deculein with large eyes. He continued in the same dry tone as always. "This technique will be of great help in the future, so hone it. You passed." Nice. Phew. Drent was delighted. Creto sighed in relief, and Eferen simply stared blankly at him. She was confused. Today, for the first time in her life, she heard that her work was excellent. Outside of empty words or exaggeration, she had never heard that praise from anyone. She received that first compliment from Deculein. Of all people, perhaps even this was just a form of conciliation. Eferen, let's go. Ha, why yeah. Drent pulled at Eferen. Bewildered, she was dragged along like a paper doll. The second lecture hall, where only the successful candidates gathered. It was an outside space, with a stream flowing past on the other side. Greenery was growing plentiful, and some fireballs were floating in midair. 100 passed, 50 were eliminated. It was an open book exam where they could discuss it, but 50 students who could not understand the answer or didn't write anything down were eliminated. Within 3 hours, a third of the students were culled. I have judged that the remaining 100 people understood the basic content. I will give you an assignment. An assignment. With that said, Deculein aggregated the dirt on the road into an awl-like shape. It was a spell known as Earth Frame. This is an extremely simple application of the Earth attribute magic Earth Frame. It's not a long sword or an axe or anything complicated like that. A simple and small all. Earth Frame was magic that molded soil into a weapon and was usually linked with psychokinesis or used directly. Yes, Earth Frame needs at least 20 strokes to become a useful weapon. Rose Rio intervened. Growing excited as it was her specialty, 9 strokes can create an awl, a dagger with 20 strokes. In about 30 strokes, any blacksmith can make an object sharper than a forged iron sword. Yes, at Rose Rio's remarks, Deculein nodded. However, the essence of pure use lies in the limit of the basics. Alan. Yes. Alan, who was standing next to him, handed him a mana alloy. Deculein accepted it, then grabbed the all made from Earth Frame. If magic is used purely, the output of very basic magic increases infinitely depending on the skill of the caster. For example, it was an all weaved with only 9 strokes of magic, yet its sharp blade pierced the magic alloy. Crack Rose Rio's eyes grew wide with shock. The all pierced a mano alloy worth 5,000 elnis. A hole was drilled in the metal. Surprised, Rose Rio stretched out a hand. Hey, give me that. Deculein threw the mana alloy to her. Rose Rio immediately made an all out of earth frame and attempted to pierce the alloy in the same way. It just bounced off with a clear tink. No, what did you do? I used earth frame, but it doesn't matter what kind of magic it is. Deculein ignored Rose Rio and continued. If you can pierce, break, or melt this alloy with less than 14 strokes of magic, you will complete the task. Eferen and the other students swallowed hard. It was better than 9 strokes, but 14 strokes also remained in the realm of elemental magic. On the other hand, that mana alloy was for use. If it was worth 5,000 elnis, it was also probably above the intermediate level. If you don't, you're out. The deadline is until the next class. Okay. Now, Deculein snapped his fingers. The remaining 100 students were slightly perplexed. They thought today's class would be over with this. Let's start the theory lecture. They still had much to learn. In the Magic Tower, 99th floor, in a circular office the size of a sports ground, the chairman and her dog were sitting together. Professor Deculein, what's going on? As soon as the lecture was over, I came up and handed her a document. Oh, is this what you were doing? A thesis. The chairman, who was speaking excitedly, stopped suddenly and looked at my face. Then, she looked down at the documents I handed her and back to my face again. Again at the documents. After repeating that simple act roughly a dozen times, she slammed the desk with her palm. Aha, this is a dream. No, I beg your pardon. The chairman covered her open mouth with both hands. She wanted to show off that she was surprised. If this is not a dream, Professor Deculein, is this a fake? I looked at the chairman without saying a word. This reaction was unexpected. I thought she would laugh as soon as she received this thesis. You're not answering. It's fake. It is. No. So why? She didn't seem very pleased as a busybody, even though it would usually be a very welcome thing. Rather, she appeared confused and dissatisfied as her brow wrinkled. Professor Deculein, Professor Deculein, Professor Deculein. Why are you calling my name 3 times? Are you going to submit it like this? Adrian pointed to a section of the thesis on the very first page, the part introducing the name of the first author. Yes, I nodded. Then, the chairman looked over the thesis again. This time, she almost put her eyes directly against the paper. Sigh, she took a deep breath. Is this real? The chairman's eyes were yelling that at me. Professor Deculein, do you want to submit it like this? I can't fix it even if I wanted to. I know. No, are you not Deculein? The chairman stretched out a finger. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose and engulfed my body. Wuong, it was a high-end technique that destroyed all magical spells applied to the target, known as weathering. The storm swept across my face, rustling my collar. What are you doing? After the gust receded, I glared at the chairman as I straightened my messy hair and clothes. The chairman's eyes widened with a smirk. It's you. That's a pointless doubt. She coughed a hum. Then, I have to believe this too. Should I believe it? I could understand why she kept asking this question. There was a big issue in this paper that the world wouldn't imagine occurring if I were the original Deculein. No, no matter how much I think about it. The chairman scanned the sentence again with her finger jabbing at each letter. First author. First author simply meant the owner of the thesis. The name that appeared first on the thesis's title page. The most glorious page. There are 2. In that place, the name Monarch Deculein, and next to it, Solder Kagan, with equal intervals to separate them, appeared. Does this make sense for Professor Deculein's personality? Ha! Then the chairman tilted her head. But this hasn't been tested yet. Yes, more precisely. I couldn't. My thesis was still only theory. Practical experimentation, that is, applying magic, was important to attain certain recognition, but I didn't have the talent for that. It's just a theory for now, but sooner or later, we will be able to apply it as magic. I had Epheren under me. She would grow strong enough to understand this thesis in half a year at the latest. It was up to her to apply and realize the magic. Well, there are cases where theories come out first, and experiments succeed later. Then the chairman nodded while strangely humming. And well, you are inventing a new pure element. As long as the content is good, the theory alone will be enough to receive recognition. Then, Professor Deculein, just go, let me read it. The chairman produced a pair of large round glasses from her desk drawer and placed them on the bridge of her nose. The glasses were so large they covered most of her face. I don't like having someone next to me when I study. Go, go. The chairman waved her hand. Yes, I immediately boarded the elevator and went down to the first floor. A night sky full of stars. As I was about to head to the tower's parking lot, I noticed a head of blonde hair leaning against the wall and turned toward me. Are you here, Lelm? The man spoke with a smile. Hey, I heard a strange rumor. They said you gave your thesis to his daughter, saying that if she understands it within the month, you will give it back to her. Why did you do that? What if she understands? What are you going to do? She can't do it anyway. Aha, as expected. So you're just mocking her. You just want to have a look since she's not going to manage it anyway. I shook my head. I didn't like the way he was talking, especially not that cheesy tone. You have changed too. You didn't used to do that before. I began moving again, but Lelm followed. Hey, Deculein, doesn't it remind you of the past to walk like this? No. Still, oh, wait. Ah, you're too fast. I widened my stride. With my long legs straddling the steps, Lelm could not follow. Lelm clicked his tongue. Damn, why so fast? That bastard Deculein moved too quickly. He was neither running nor walking, moving at some magic level of speed. But, well, he didn't have to pursue him. He said everything he wanted to say and heard everything he needed. Hey, did you hear that? Lelm glanced toward the beautiful tree blooming near the tower. Epheren, who hid there, flinched. Did you hear that? The fact that he gave you the thesis, knowing that you would not understand. Already knew that since last night, all right. Epheren, appearing from behind the tree, bluntly crossed her arms. Thelm's lips twisted upward. Why did you hide there if you knew that? I thought you didn't know, so I deliberately asked him for you to hear. I have a question for you. What? What was the relationship between the three of you? What? Lelm frowned. It was an honest reaction. Epheren chuckled a bit maliciously before continuing. The relationship between my dad, Deculein, and you. If you don't tell me that, I won't testify either. It's a give and take. Isn't it? Thelm's mouth half opened as if disconcerted, but he let out a small sigh, then grinned. Right, we were friends, Deculein and me. Friends, when Epheren asked. He corrected himself again. He repeated it like a question. Were we friends? What is that? What about my father? A gopher. You damn, it's a joke, a joke. Ha ha ha. Seeing Epheren's face contort into a demonic expression, Thelm roared with laughter. He clutched his stomach, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Epheren stomped on the ground with her heel. Don't laugh. Sorry, okay. Phew. Lelm took a deep breath before continuing. We were equal. Your father was in cahoots with Euclin. Cahoots? Yes, thanks to his head. Lelm tapped his temple. Your father captivated Euclin with his head. Epheren thought about it for a moment. He captivated Euclin. The meaning felt slightly ambiguous. If Deculein was fascinated by my dad's theory, hey, is Deculein the only Euclin? What? To the bewildered Epheren. Lelm flashed a smile. Uriel from Hodekane is also a Euclin. The etheric wizard Deculein, who's now dead, was also a Euclin then. And the two women who married that Deculein were also Euclins. Oh, then, no. SHH. Lelm placed a finger to his lips abruptly. I want you to hear just this much. More than this is dangerous for you. Euclin is a big family. If you know more, they might kill you. Professor Deculein, kill me. The family called Euclin. Epheren stared straight at Lelm, meeting his gaze. So you must be my testifier. If you have evidence, be sure to present it. I mean, if there's any evidence. I have it. For a moment, Lelm's expression hardened. His voice dropped low and his eyes regarded her coldly. Do you? Yes. What is it? It's confidential. Confidential, his expression distorted, crinkling up into a frown. Are you kidding me? I need to know what it is so that I can follow your... It's a letter I shared with my father. I'll take it to the hearing. And there's nothing you need to follow up on. Your name is not there. At Ephraim's bold remarks, Lelm was struck momentarily speechless. Okay, that means that bastard ignored me. Thelm nodded, ruffling his hair. Anyway, okay, a letter. That's good evidence, so be sure. I'll push you. So make a good attack. Ruined is not a family that is so far behind Eucline. Lelm spun around and walked away. He appeared drunk with his back swaying in the moonlight. Watching him leave, Ephraim sighed. Ha! Whether this was the right way or not, she didn't know yet. Maybe it was the wrong path, completely wrong. But suppose her father's name could be remembered in the magical world only like this. At least they could not forget it. If only she could undo the shame. Her father suffered at the tower. If only she could proudly announce that she was her dad's daughter. Dad, Ephraim clutched the thesis. Deculein said, if you understand it in a month, I will give it back to you. But it was impossible. He had no intention of giving it back in the first place. Isn't it strange? So if, as Lelm said, she was Deculein's Achilles' heel, if she could destroy him, if only she could cut him off at the ankles, I should be happy. I should be jumping with joy. Ephraim instead felt a misty, strangely bittersweet feeling inside. Was it because of the future self she met someday? She wasn't happy, nor was she sad. She couldn't even feel relieved. Everything just tasted bitter. What was it? Stomach pains. I should make up my mind, Ephraim muttered softly. I should make up my mind. A voice under the night sky. Her lack of self-confidence hovered in the air and scattered, blown away by the cold wind. Chapter 122. The Hearing. 1. The darkness of the night was broken just before it melted, and the early morning blue light seeped through. Chairman Adrian sighed. Phew! The documents scattered across her desk were Deculein's thesis and the agreements from the 4 pillars of the magic world. She pouted as she held one of the documents. Burked, floating island, volcano, and round table, which form the balance of the magic world, have reached common ground for the first time since Demacan. The volcano was an honorific name for the ashes. No matter how much it demeaned them to be called the ashes, it was true that their power played a major role in the magic world, so their opinion was recognized as vital for this great event. The magic progress shown by Adrian Spartanza, their search for truth, their perseverance of self-denial by walking the old way, respecting and adoring their magical achievements achieved through hard labors. She skimmed through the parts dotted with rhetoric and read the last paragraph. She read the conclusion reached by the entire magical world about the wizard Adrian. Adrian Spartanza is recognized as the second archmage who transcends this magical realm and will remain immortal through the continent's history. The equivalent ceremony in the Archmage of the Eternal rank, after Demacan, the second such archmage. Adrian called the puppy next to her. Woof, woof. She scooped him up as he came running quickly. She patted his back with a small smile. Now, I'm officially no longer a human. Adrian was recognized not only by Burkt and the floating island, but also by extremely closed-off groups such as the Ashes and the Round Table. That was her pure magical talents. Achievements and power alone led to a common agreement reached by the entire magical world. The Eternal Archmage was, by nature, such a formidable being. People will be coming soon. They're going to throw a lot of questions at me. Woof, woof. I should be leaving soon. I can't stay long. This world was so much fun. Deculein, Julie, Deculein, Luina, Glython, Sierra, Cynthia, Eidnick, Rohakan, Zeit, Thelm, Credo, Ganesha. She recalled the many names and faces that once entertained her. Adrian approached the window and looked down to the ground around the tower. It wasn't even 6 in the morning yet, but reporters were already flocking in. Then, she smiled brightly at Adrian Ii in her arms. Teal come back soon, so wait for me. Woof, woof, he answered brightly. Early morning. Countless people from around the continent gathered at the tower. While the reporters were in the forefront, undergraduates, wizards, and knights from the Imperial University all watched the scene from near and far. Is your term of office ending this year? Yes, I think it will finish in winter or maybe spring. Then I'll hand it over. The only focus of those many cameras was the chairman. Adrian, officially claiming the rank of Eternal, she was now buried among people. Of course, it was a procedure that everyone on the continent expected, but the experience of witnessing that historic moment with one's own eyes was rare. We know of two candidates for the next chairman. Can you tell us about the process? There's not much. I'll just pick the better one out of the two. Soldier Ephraim watched the scene from the third floor of the tower. She could see it better from the inside than the outside, which was crowded with swarms of people, and she could hear the interview. Mage Lelm's recently published paper, The Quiet Investigation of Auxiliary Magic and its Reformation Path, is a topic of discussion in the magic world every day. Will such individual achievements be reflected in the selection of the next candidate? Oh, yes. Of course, I read that thesis by Lelm too. It was great. I also read that paper. I liked it. Every time she said anything, the reporters were busy writing about it. Professor Deculein also has his thesis soon to be published. Oh, yes. What? Professor Deculein has already submitted it. At that moment, Ephraim's ears pricked up. She crushed the paper cup she had, thankfully, just finished drinking. He made sure to register as an author. Adrian held back her laughter as she said so. The way she said it caught her ear, striking Ephraim as unusual. How was it? Well, I didn't quite understand it. The impact will be huge, but it's just a theory. Do you mean it isn't that great? No, absolutely not. Thelm did a solid job. And Deculein? Adrian thought for a moment, as if choosing the right words before nodding. Oh, it has great potential. It's still just a theory, but if this theory is real, the magic could be applied. Click, 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 click. Continuous flashes from cameras lit up the crowd. To Ephraim, focusing all her attention on Adrian's mouth, the countless sounds from the reporters were just annoyances. If it happens, Adrian raised her hand. At that moment, time appeared to stop as everyone focused on her. As she enjoyed the countless gazes, Adrian paused a moment longer for added drama before continuing. I think Professor Deculein is going to be an elder. Elder. Ephraim's eyes threatened to fall out of their sockets. The wizards in the tower, who were watching the interview together with her, displayed a similar reaction. If you say elder, do you mean an elder in the magical realm? Yes. In the world of magic, an elder served as the origin of a new school of theology. That was, they were the ones who created a new school of magic. For example, the head of the Ducan school was Lelm, but the elder was Ducan, who died 50 years ago. Are you saying that Professor Deculein will be the origin of a new school? There is a possibility, but the thesis is still very difficult. I still don't understand it either. I have to go study. Ephraim ground her teeth. Elder. Did she hear that? Deculein would become an elder. Was the chairman sure about it? What kind of thesis was it? If even the chairman found it difficult to understand, all those voices roaring inside the tower scratched at her nerves. The laughter and chattering between them aggravated her. Elder, Ephraim muttered the word blankly, drenched in her thoughts for a moment. If Deculein became an elder, what if, while flying brilliantly with her father's achievements, his name were buried at the bottom? Just imagining it made her nauseous, as if her intestines were being twisted. Ephraim pulled out a letter. The first sentence, I prepared research for you, was marked in her father's handwriting. She read the sentence again and stared through the paper with empty eyes. Yes, there's something really special about that thesis. First, I will complete my inspection and submit it to the floating island. The interview was still progressing. However, the research that her father entrusted to her belonged to someone other than them. Today, I was plagued by reporters from the moment I climbed into my car all the way to work, thanks to the rumors of submitting a thesis that Adrian had revealed. Are you planning to become an elder? What are you going to name the school? As a strong candidate for chairman, please give me a word. The round table will not remain still. Questions without context flew in from outside the car window, and I barely reached the 77th floor of the tower with rude cameramen rushing in behind. Professor Alan, seeing me in the hallway, come running. I walked into my office without a word. Alan followed, holding a roll of paper. Professor, what? When I turned to her while taking off my coat with psychokinesis, she coughed a hum. Then what is your purpose in becoming chairman? I stared at her quietly. Alan glanced briefly at the paper she held. You are taking too long to answer. What are you doing? These are the common questions from the hearing. I wrote it. Enough. Yes, don't we need this kind of preparation? Wizard Lelm is also preparing with the Imperial family. You don't have to. Maybe if it were the original Deculein, rather than preparing for this. He must have been more engrossed in his work to push Lelm into the abyss of ruin. Still, I said enough. Knock, knock, the door opened with a knock. Professor, you're here. It was Ephraim. She approached me quietly and set her papers on my desk. The way she bowed her head and turned around immediately was different from usual. She drooped like a water-drenched sponge, dripping with every step. I wasn't interested enough to ask why. I wasn't interested at all. It must have been a personality flaw. Ephraim, what's going on? Alan, on the other hand, was a little different. Alan. Oh, yes, she looked at me with a pretending to be worried expression. Now go. I have work to do. Oh, okay. And what about that, the expected Q&A? Teal, check it out when I have time. Yep, fight on. Professor, Adrian was the chairman of the Magic Tower. She was the head of the directors. There were 13 members, including the university's dean and an imperial liaison, who took turns serving as the board of directors for the Imperial University. Congratulations, Chairman. They offered the highest courtesy to the chairman. For Adrian, who was about to become an archmage, the Emperor's authority couldn't even reach her any longer. She would become an untouchable being, at least when she left the tower. Thank you. Please sit. Adrian chuckled and asked the directors to sit. They were convened in the special conference room on the 100th floor of the tower under the theme of hiring a successful chairman. Helm and Deculein. Both of them are talented people who fit the position well, but the most powerful one is Deculein, who has been working for the tower for nearly 10 years. One of the 13 directors, Drummond, came forward as a presenter. Adrian nodded along. Yeah, well, that's right, but you never know what will happen. First, we must complete the candidate evaluation after the hearing. You are right. The hearing is scheduled for Monday in 2 weeks. It's good to do it quickly. If there's anything bad, we'll find that out right away, call them out. Voting and the final meeting have to come after that. Everyone appeared to agree. The chairman continued happily. But did the two candidates apply for a testifier application at the hearing? Yes, Wizard Ihelm applied for a total of 3 references, and Professor Deculein has none. He doesn't? Adrian wore her shock. Yes, however, at least one person is required, so I think Professor Luna or Professor Relin will come forward. Well, give me that list. Here, Director Drummond held out the envelope. Since it was to be kept secret, it was a magically sealed item. They can't see who applied for whom as a reference, right? Yes, it is a principle to be revealed on the day. Okay. Nodding, she looked through the list, checking the names. Did she read it wrong? She rubbed her eyes and looked back. It was the same. This, Adrian looked at the board, pointing her finger at a particular line. Yes, we were quite surprised. Too, who would have thought that a newcomer who has been in the tower for less than a year would apply? At their words, Adrian blinked a few times. Like a fish, she quietly moved her mouth up and down. Then suddenly, PFFFD. Her smile came out of nowhere with a loud laugh. Hi, ahaha, this, PFF fufu. Like a happy child or a deflated balloon, Adrian read and reread the testifier application. Ahaha. The hearing schedule for the Imperial Magic Tower was also announced at the Imperial Palace. Candidates for chairman. Safian rolled over in bed. Looking at the document announcing the hearing for Deculein and Lelm, Charon nodded. Yes, that's right. The Emperor thought, stroking her chin. What kind of politics and tactics would they use? What kind of attacks? What sort of mud would they throw? It would be a very interesting match. Just thinking about it. Good, I will go too. Yes, Safian grinned at Charon. I will also attend. Ah, you mean as a cat? No, directly, personally. Charon was still not at all used to the current Safian, who had recently started working outside. If it's the next chairman's hearing, it's enough for me to attend. That tower used to belong to me. Anyway, the presence of your majesty alone can unbalance the situation. Charon expressed his objection energetically, prompting Safian to squint at him. Why? Because, of course, Deculein is your majesty's teaching wizard. Right, Deculein is my teaching wizard, but Lelm is also a wizard directly under the imperial family I've met dozens of times. What's the problem? Why shouldn't my opinion be reflected? The tower belongs to me. It's mine. Not anyone's. It's mine. It's about finding someone to rule over my belongings. Shouldn't I be present? Yes, I didn't think it through. Charon nodded with a sigh. The lazy emperor, on the contrary, didn't revoke the decision once it was made. HMPH, Safian smirked. For those 10 days, the topic of discussion at the tower was all about the hearing. Adrian's rise to the position of Archmage was a natural thing. So the hearing of Lelm and Deculein, which was a little more uncertain, drew attention. Will it be Lelm coming out of nowhere or head Professor Deculein? Now, 80% of the people say that Deculein holds the advantage. Julia mused while looking at the message board. There, the opinions of the Magic Tower wizards were being written. But I heard that Lelm is exceptionally confident. He applied for about 3 or 4 testifiers. Has he mobilized all his ties to the imperial family? Ephraim didn't respond. Do you think Deculein has already been confirmed? He has only 1 testifier, and he doesn't seem to have talked much with anyone. So, if Deculein loses, it will be due to his carelessness. Oh, what's going to happen tomorrow? I'm curious. Ephraim set down her pen and looked at Julia. Julia, I have no interest. Oh, why, yeah. Julia was startled by her unbelievably cold and chilly appearance, setting down everything she had been doing. Ephraim looked at the clock. It was 7 p.m. The hearing was tomorrow, and while they didn't know how many days it would take, the preparations started today. I'm going. Why, yeah, see you tomorrow, Julia waved, trying to read her expression as Ephraim boarded the elevator. When she put the card she received from Lelm in the elevator, the button for the special floor activated. Her destination was neither the first nor the 77th floor. Wuang, the elevator rose steeply. The instantaneous pressure change blocked her ears, but she swallowed to release it. Ding! The elevator halted, and behind the slowly opening door Lelm appeared. Oh, you come. That's such a shame. This hearing would have been better if it had been public, wouldn't it? Don't be mistaken. Ephraim stared at him. She hadn't eaten anything recently, so her gaze was full of poison and hunger. I am not on your side. I can attack you, too. Right, I know. Lelm shrugged as he answered. Your situation and position are only favorable to me. I don't want more than that. If you get it, go ahead and wait. There is a separate waiting room for testifiers. It's better than a 5-star hotel. I will call you when the time is right, so take a rest. Soldier Ephraim, please follow me. Either Lelm's butler or secretary, she wasn't sure which, approached Ephraim. Ephraim glanced at Lelm one last time before following him. Wait here, please. The detailed schedule will be announced at a later date. She sat on the bed and blankly stared at the wall. Tick-tock, the sound of the second hand rang hollowly. Tick-tock, the sound spread throughout her. It's hard to breathe. Unable to bear the silence, Ephraim pulled out her old and worn-out suitcase, picking at random one of her father's letters. Dad, she mulled over each letter he wrote, slowly calming herself. Is this the right thing to do? Chapter 123. The hearing, too, I opened my eyes. My view slowly widened, revealing a world wrapped in a dark red fog. The feeling of being alone in the dark assailed me. But I wasn't alone. Not far away. Someone was calling my name. His tone was as thick as poison and pressured my heart. Unusual emotions rose from the bottom of my chest. It was a long-forgotten fear. The only man Deculein feared, the father he hated, and the previous head of the Deculein family, Deculein. He looked down at Deculein with his dark red eyes as he spoke. Find a suitable bold Deculein's voice, hand gestures, eyes, and atmosphere. All of those memories flowed through Deculein's feelings. My back stiffened, and chills ran down my spine. My whole soul felt like it was trembling. However, it was strange no matter how I thought about it. Did Deculein have such a capability? Did there ever exist an institution that accepted fear within him? Wasn't Deculein a human whose brain was damaged to some extent so that he couldn't experience that particular emotion? So I doubted. This feeling was not caused by Deculein, but was simply the result of an action. Specifically, magical brainwashing was caused by Deculein, who was called the art wizard of the century. I looked at Deculein, removing the fog that obscured his figure. I stared straight at him, buried as he was in Deculein's unconscious. Deculein, my son, a man who resembled Deculein but somehow colder and sharper than him. A figure that perfectly fit Euclid's maxim, fear the devil. Bring it to me. Deculein was afraid of him, and that feeling carried over to me as well. But I am not Deculein. It wasn't at a level that I couldn't overcome. No matter what kind of brainwashing was engraved on Deculein's body before. It was just a fun trick for one. With the body of an iron man, I approached him with no hesitation and grabbed his throat with both my hands. At that moment, memories flowed into me, and a scene arose as if a switch were flicked on. Deculein wasn't satisfied with either Deculein or Uriel. What the incarnation of desire wanted. Did you want a new head? That was the thought that ran through my mind. Independent quest. Family, that day. I killed Deculein's personality with Uriel, but there was no message indicating the quest was completed. That meant Decalein's test was a clear mechanical sound awakened my consciousness. The illusion disappeared, and reality filled its place. It's all over. It was Adrian who made the announcement. I stood slowly, looking at the cylindrical machine that was lying there. It's not that big a deal. The official name was Magic EEG Explorer. It was a machine developed on the floating island to dig into the subject's subconscious mind. Adrian had ordered this test in the name of personal verification. Was it necessary? I approached her as I adjusted my clothes. It will be troublesome if the candidate is a spy from another country, is colluding with the Ashes, or is a supporter of the Round Table. Can you tell with that? Sure, thousands of spies have been filtered out by this. Also, depending on whose mana it is operated by, the performance may change. You used my mana. I looked at Adrian with a slightly grim look. If by any chance my subconscious mind were passed on to the chairman of the board, she grinned, as if my concerns were correct. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. I shook my head. The machine rang again for the second candidate, Ihelm. Oh, Ihelm finished too. He breathed roughly, covered in sweat. Did he also have a nightmare? Adrian beckoned, and the two of us sat next to each other. The first test for personal verification is over. You both passed. Ihelm responded as Adrian pocketed the EEG exploration results sheet and looked at me. But, Professor Deculein, I finally understood your thesis to some extent. Adrian wore an amazed look, and Ihelm glanced sideways at me with a grin. Is that so? How was it, Professor Deculein's thesis? Indeed, it was great. With this much, the floating island will praise it even if it's just a theory. The chairman gave me thumbs up, causing Ihelm's smile to grow even deeper. Again, let's talk about the hearing. The hearing schedule can grow longer or shorter, depending. In addition to the testifiers recruited by the two of you, there is also a common testifier invited by our board of directors. I plan to re-examine both of your statuses and achievements. Ihelm answered, relaxed, and I just nodded. Then, now, I'll give you 2 more hours. So do your maintenance and come back. The first strategy is as follows. As soon as Ihelm returned, they arranged for the hearing along with dozens of others, including professors, wizards, and prominent members of big families. Deculein's poor thesis performance is the first. In the past 4 years, there has been only one paper that Deculein has submitted, and an interview with Adrian confirmed even that is a theory that has not been proven by experimentation. The most effective method of attack was to scratch Deculein's character. Therefore, that only validates the uncertainty of the thesis and bolsters the reputation of those who have served under Deculein in the past. Ihelm just listened, relaxed. He felt a bit sorry for those who had prepared so hard, but all of this was just a byproduct. The real trap was unknown even to them. Next, focus on the reason why Deculein is the head professor, but there are only 3 under him. That personality defect, the thesis that Deculein had already submitted, the creation of pure elements, and the 4 series magic based on it. Whose idea it belonged to, Ihelm already knew. Not only that idea, but all of Deculein's past papers belong to that guy. Therefore, we will attack by asking the testifiers about Deculein's personality. Deculein had no choice but to fall, given this tactic. If it were Deculein, who possessed self-esteem bordering on arrogance, he would hate the act of someone damaging his image more than anyone else. If it were that stalwart Deculein he knew, surely, he would step right into this trap. Safian headed inside the magic tower, but she hadn't bothered to tell anyone. A magic doll was set up in the Imperial Palace to take her place, and she disguised herself as a common testifier in robes. She thought it would be more fun this way. Safian looked around the hearing. The space was comprised of a total of 4 compartments. On the right was Deculein's camp, and on the left was Ihelm's camp, with the front holding the board of directors' decision room, and the rear held the testifiers' seats. Safian sat at the testifier table among them. By the way, Charon has been pretending to be a statue against the wall of the hearing room since yesterday. Plus, Julie was walking around. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the guy who would become her husband. Now, everyone, please take a seat. At that moment, Adrian appeared, a loud and clear voice heralding her arrival. Safian watched her enter. We will start the first hearing soon. Archmage Adrian certainly felt different from a normal human Adrian, and the directors were seated first as Safian watched silently. Deculein and Ihelm, both candidate camps. Please come in. Then the door opened, and Deculein and Ihelm appeared. Ihelm arrived with a bunch of people, but Deculein had only one assistant professor following along. I knew it would be like this with that bastard's personality. Safian grinned. He was a poor guy who didn't have a single friend he could trust or turn to, an arrogant guy who wanted to solve everything by himself. That was Deculein. The first step is Q&A with the testifiers. The hearing proceeded according to schedule. First, the common testifiers whom Adrian had recruited sat in the center of the witness stand. Please introduce yourself. I'm Astal from the floating island Astal, who attended Deculein's advanced lecture and served as spiritual support for the floating island's addicts, was up first. The addict. Stal, I heard that you most recently reviewed Professor Deculein's thesis. Ihelm's camp asked him about matters related to Deculein's thesis. Yes, all of the papers that Professor Deculein has submitted for the past 10 years have been reviewed by me. And you still haven't reviewed the professor's recently written invention of the pure elements and the 4-series magic based on them. I have seen the summary of the thesis, but there is still more to it. I'm looking forward to it. Safian looked at Deculein. Ihelm's camp was so eager, but Deculein remained relaxed, peaceful, like playing chess in the middle of a battlefield. How was it when you saw only the outline? At first I thought it was nonsense. We got it. Someone from Ihelm's camp smiled. Yes, however, there was a strong guarantee from Chairman Adrian. Yes, that's right. The chairman intervened. The thesis isn't nonsense at all. I can vouch for it. And anyway, within the month, the originals I checked will go to the floating island. Astal's eyes lit up like stars. He smiled brightly, genuine happiness beaming through. I look forward to it. Ihelm's camp sat back down without a further word. Adrian offered a glance to Deculein, checking if he wanted to ask anything further, but he remained still as stone. On the other hand, the assistant professor by his side was restless like a dog wanting to go outside. If you don't, then, next witness. After that, the Q&A was conducted by changing out the testifiers one by one. It was a very tedious process. Safian, unable to stand it, began to yawn. It wasn't fun. No, it was boring. She hadn't overcome her laziness at all, and there was a thing called inertia, so if she stayed here like this, she knew she would grow bored again. We'll take a break. Meanwhile, the time for their break had arrived after 4 hours of questioning. Safian had fallen asleep part way through only to awaken later to see it still going. I'll just leave. It's fucking boring. After muttering to Keron, who would be listening somewhere, she stood. She was about to leave the hearing room, beelining toward the elevator. Are you going? Someone caught her. It was a little kid, no. It was Chairman Adrian. You should wait a little longer. Now it will be fun. Do you know? Adrian tilted her head casually, causing a wrinkle to crease Safian's brow. Hi, still. Stay a little longer. You won't be disappointed. The highlight starts now. I highly recommend it. The Emperor glared at her sternly, but the chairman didn't avert her eyes. When the elevator arrived, Safian turned back to the hearing room. Ephraim watched the whole process thus far with wide eyes. The crystal bowl provided by Ihelm projected their progress. Did everyone have a good rest? Now, let's call a witness from each camp. Deculein's testifier is Luna as the head of the keynote department. She focused on Deculein's fairness and the profit earned by the magic tower. She meticulously described the materials he assisted with acquiring as well. Professor Deculein made any needed sacrifices in the process. Ihelm didn't have to attack Luna. However, he stood and spoke to Adrian. I acknowledge the competence of Deculein as the keynote manager, so we will now apply for a witness on our side as well. Ihelm looked to Deculein. A dark smile appeared at the corners of his lips, but Deculein paid him no mind. A knock arrived at that moment. The time had come. Ephraim put away her letters and opened the door. Ihelm's attendant was waiting outside. She nodded without a word. Their footsteps echoed in the hallway. With every step, her heart raced and her nausea grew. Her steps halted. They finally reached the gate to the hearing hall. Ephraim took a deep breath in front of the attendant. I will open it. Ephraim adjusted her clothes. Resolving herself, Ihelm's attendant grabbed the door, and here she comes. Through the gap in the door she could see Ihelm. Glancing at her, he introduced Ephraim with an elegant smile. First testifier, This is Solder Eferen. Many people were waiting in the hearing hall, all looking at her. Eferen walked in a straight line, not stumbling in the slightest. Swiftly, she reached the witness table. Please introduce yourself. I am Solder Eferen. I'm a teaching assistant under Professor Deculein. She looked into Deculein's eyes. He was looking straight at her. For some reason, her heart ached, and she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, but Eferen didn't avoid his gaze. I am the daughter of Solder Kagan, who was Professor Deculein's former assistant. Adrian wore a mischievous smile as Ihelm approached from behind the stand. Solder Eferen, I know your father killed himself 4 years ago. Eferen clenched her jaw. Adrian watched, amused, as Ihelm continued talking casually. I know the reason. I also know why you are here. Emperor Safian quickly guessed the story. Adrian's promise that she wouldn't be disappointed appeared true, at least to some extent. The thesis that Professor Deculein submitted to the chairman. What if the idea supporting that paper is not his? The director's eyes widened. There was a commotion both in the common testifier seats, but also in Ihelm's camp. And what if this isn't the first time it's been done? Ihelm smiled slightly as he looked back at the directors. What are you going to do? They bowed down as if to communicate with each other. Astal, Luina, and the other witnesses looked to Deculein. Director Drummond was the one to speak up. Then, are you saying that the thesis submitted by Professor Deculein is not his idea? Ihelm was quick to answer. Yes, the idea and the start of it belong to a completely different person. Witness, do you have any evidence to support that statement? At that question, Efren raised her head and she took out the letter. I have a letter from my father. Until then, Deculein had not said anything. He had no excuses. He just closed his eyes. Your father may have intentionally manipulated it, resenting Professor Deculein. My father was the origin of the thesis. That is, in some part of the circuit, he said that he had hidden a magic mark that was connected to his blood. Oho Ihelm clapped his hands together. After all, he was a great wizard who would not be beaten like this. He had prepared a stepping stone that would surely destroy Deculein someday. A magic mark. That's a good. I understand that the hearing is not set to a one-day schedule. Eferen cut off Ihelm. I understand that the hearing is not a one-day schedule. You can reveal it through fair investigation. I believe in my father. But, well, I see. Adrian nodded and calmed the situation for a moment. The murmuring in the background was now bothersome. Professor Deculein, don't you have anything to say? Efren's eyes turned to Deculein, as did the whole room. He looked up at Adrian without a word, his gaze conveying his resentment. Do you have anything to say? While avoiding that gaze, Adrian eventually burst out in laughter. Efren clenched her fists against her thighs. Why are you laughing? Ihelm was confused for a moment. The same was true of the directors, who were confused by the sudden scandal. Yeah, well, because we'd find out someday anyway. Efren looked at Adrian, who then cleared her throat with a cough. Then I will reveal it. It was a serious situation, so Efren didn't understand her sudden and cheerful attitude. Perhaps they had already agreed on what to say. Or was she doing something seriously wrong? Professor Deculein submitted his thesis to me 10 days ago, and after I finished the inspection, I delivered it to the floating island already. Meanwhile, Safian crossed her arms. Deculein, Eferen, Ihelm, and Adrian, she looked at the four of them in turn and smiled. She was very glad she didn't leave in the middle. Deculein is the first author of the thesis. Ihelm smiled, and Eferen pinched her thigh. She felt like crying suddenly. However, the very next moment, there's one more, in other words, a co-author. Suddenly, Adrian's voice fell softly. Her meaning was so bizarre that Eferen just stared blankly at her for a moment. What? Just now, a co-what? Ihelm stuttered. It was something that the Deculein he knew would never do. He'd rather die with the thesis in his arms. Deculein would never. As a co-author, ever. His name is. Everyone in the hearing room focused on Adrian. Adrian rejoiced in their interest and at the chaos that was about to unfold. She pointed at Eferen. Kagan Luna, your father. Chapter 124. The hearing 3. Kagan Luna, your father. The chairman's words quieted the hall, causing all sound to die out as everyone turned to stare at Deculein. Safian was no different. This situation was unexpected for her as well. What do you mean by a co-author? Wasn't that opposite to Deculein's personality? We've been together for more than 100 years, yet the more you open him up, the newer he becomes. Safian rested her chin on her hand, watching Eferen's face. The emotions crossing over her face were hard to describe. Ihelm was dumbfounded. Deculein, you. What, co-author? The broken and choppy voice proved his bewilderment. Still, I think we need an explanation about the co-author, Professor Deculein. Deculein nodded and replied with indifference. His tone was of narration rather than defense. The base idea is from Kagan. It was a creative and genius idea that no one else could think of. Deculein looked to Epheren, whose eyes were now sunken and teary. Kagan Luna established the framework for this thesis, and my share was its development and completion. Therefore, it was only right to mark both of us as authors. I see. Continue your questions then. Ihelm spoke as if his spirit had fled him entirely. I'll do it instead. I don't think Ihelm is in a good situation right now. Adrian stepped up instead of Ihelm with a smile. This isn't the first time Professor Deculein has harassed his assistants. Right, there are a lot of people that have been ruined. Some people committed suicide. So why in the world are you considerate of your past assistant now? It's not just now. I slowly realized something, and I now acknowledge my past mistakes. Is that so? Does Epheren have something more to say? Epheren flinched under Adrian's bright smile. Epheren swallowed. Then she looked to Deculein Adrian, and Ihelm one after another. She was confused. She didn't know Deculein would do this, but she couldn't limit what she felt to a one-dimensional feeling like that. The fact that Deculein honestly admitted her father was his co-author, that he would be remembered forever in the magic world, gave rise to certain complex concerns. She felt like a stone-headed fool. No, I have nothing more to say. Clang, clang, clang. The chairman swung her gavel. Let's have a short break, take a rest. There was a terrace in the high-level area near the meeting hall. Standing at the guardrail decorated like trees, one could see the entire university spreading out below them. Right now, that whole world was soaked in the light of the full moon. Not long after, there was the sound of someone approaching, stepping so as to be heard. Their greasy blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and the thick scent of cologne wafting from them tormented my nose. I don't know what your ulterior motive is, Ihelm. He walked slowly and spoke while looking over the same scenery as me. Did you know whether there was hidden magic in the thesis or not? I nodded. I had found out while I was developing it. It was a very clever trap. What did you do? I left it as it is. It would have been easy to dismantle. It didn't take a little more than gently adjusting the circuit bit by bit. Ihelm grabbed the railing tightly until it made a sound. Why? Didn't you hate Luna? I looked back at Ihelm. This guy was once the closest to Deculein. Therefore, he would have known Deculein better than anyone else. You must have hated Luna and Luna's daughter. Suppose I had lived as Deculein. Sometimes, memories that weren't familiar rose to the surface, triggered as time went by, or sometimes by certain experiences. However, since all of them were mere fragments, cross-verification was needed. Deculein couldn't be satisfied with me. I spoke to Ihelm as if I were talking to myself. Ihelm's deep red eyes stared back at me. My talent must be lacking, as I didn't grow as much as he expected, or perhaps the greed of his departed spirit was too great. Whatever it was, Deculein was dissatisfied. I was not at the talent of the archmage he wanted. Ihelm nodded a couple of times. Then he answered, That's right. If Deculein hadn't died, you would have lost your seat as the head to Luna. But it's still dubious. Would it have been that easy to put a child of a different family line at the head of the Euclan household? No, Deculein didn't intend to make them the head. He just needed a container, one suitable for carrying someone's dying mind. Deculein is already dead. Everything has changed. Still, you that I know must have hated Luna's daughter. You wouldn't have been able to forgive Kagan. Kagan and you. There was enough reason for both of you to hate each other. If that guy hadn't kissed Deculein's ass. I looked into the sky far away, where the full moon hung heavy. It's in the past anyway, and this study hasn't been completed yet. Its completion is up to Epheren, not me. And also, his suicide is my fault. Ihelm's jaw dropped, making a rather goofy expression. I can't hate the daughter after killing the father. Ihelm managed a response, a layer of cold sweat forming over his forehead. Did you feel sorry for Epheren? Then, why in the world? I thought. Unmoving, presumably it wasn't sympathy or compassion. However, it wasn't easy to know. My emotions couldn't be seen with vision. I don't know. But I read it in a book some time ago, and got the impression that a wizard must feel like this at least once in his life. I guess I think of that kid as a disciple. I had found that feeling without even knowing Ihelm was speechless. His hand that was holding the railing loosened its grip. A surge of wind cooled him down, and a feigned smile found its place on his lips. Ha, ha, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Was it a few years ago, when Glython tried to exterminate all of the Luna? Wasn't it you who stopped him? You couldn't have had this kind of change of heart. It was a fact that I truly didn't know. But Ihelm frowned like he was dumbfounded. He didn't respond. He just shook his head and sighed. You know what? This is my last struggle. Then, he looked out onto the night scene with a peaceful expression. Co-author, I can't attack you further than this. No, I don't even have the will to continue. Ihelm bent down. His drooping body was like laundry hung across the railing. You've changed. If the Deculein now is no longer the Deculein from the past, if I don't want to tear you down, I looked at him. The moonlight permeated his deep red eyes, which had always been rotten. Yet now, there was an unknown vitality glowing within. I don't want to be the only one who's trapped in the past. At that very moment, Ihelm shouted. Someone at the entrance to the terrace began to move. Hurry up and run, before you get caught. The sound of someone running away, the sound of someone who fell while running and hit their knees against the ground. I glared at Ihelm, who only shrugged. I didn't bring her here. I just told her to follow me if she wanted to know. That's why I purposely didn't say anything useless. Ihelm turned his gaze away, as if now looking far off into the past. Kagan wasn't a normal person. The fact that he didn't love his daughter, or that he was resentful, it's too cruel to say those things, right? But still, she's my testifier. I'm also a gentleman. The alarm clock went off, and Ephraim blankly opened her eyes. Today as well, she had the same dream. This study hasn't been completed yet. Its completion is up to Ephraim, not me. And also, his suicide is my fault. The conversation between Deculein and Ihelm replayed in her mind. I can't hate the daughter after killing the father. Every word Deculein said was repeated in her ears. I don't know. I guess I think of that kid as a disciple. She turned off the alarm clock that was still ringing and slowly stood. She glanced at the piece of paper sitting on her desk, the resignation form. Deculein's hearing was still going on after 3 days, but she heard it wasn't as intense as the first day. Maybe Ihelm had given up, too. Was it a few years ago? When Glython tried to exterminate all of the Luna, wasn't it you who stopped him? Ephraim thought about the relationship between Luna and Euclid. It was a worry that continued from the moment she opened her eyes in the morning until she fell asleep at night. If that guy hadn't kissed Deculein's ass, if the previous head of the Euclid wanted her, and if it's what her father wanted, and if Deculein was under the stress of having the Euclid household taken away, Ephraim sighed and looked around the room one last time. A clean and tidy interior greeted her. She threw away what she didn't need and packed everything that might prove useful. This much is. She wouldn't cause any inconveniences because she had cleaned the room. She took up the letter of resignation and put on her backpack that was about to explode from being stuffed to the brim. Let's go. Let's go back home. Ephraim, readying to leave as she muttered, stopped suddenly. She found an envelope under the door. It wasn't there yesterday, had it come this morning. Ephraim picked up the thick envelope, opening it to reveal a letter and certificate inside. She read it without much thought, her heart sinking. Ephraim let out a small scream. Her whole body was rigid. Not only her arms and legs, but her head had also stopped. Dumbfounded, she read the contents of the certificate. Tower Sponsorship Certificate. Subject. Sold to Ephraim Luna. Amount. 100,000. The anonymous sponsorship that started from the day she entered the tower was fulfilled again. The date on which the sponsorship was set was yesterday, and the letter's content was just one line. I'm cheering for you. As soon as she saw the letter, Ephraim flung away her backpack. She sprinted out of the dormitory. Her body knew the destination, so her legs moved on their own. Running, running, and running like crazy, she arrived at the tower, stood in front of the slow elevator, got in, and pressed the button to the 77th floor. When she came to her senses, his nameplate was already before her eyes. Head professor's office. Deculein. Ephraim read the plaque, heart pounding like it was about to break. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. I'm cheering for you. That one sentence she read earlier ripped her heart from her chest. I was going to betray you. I was going to stand on the other side. I acted hastily despite not knowing anything, and I still, to some extent, resent you for killing my father. This hatred would never disappear. Ephraim knocked on the door with trembling hands. After waiting a moment, The door opened on its own under the power of Deculein's psychokinesis. Ephraim, you haven't been to the laboratory lately. 5-point penalty for stopping work. He reprimanded her as usual as if nothing had happened, with that same unchanging and cold expression. Chapter 125, Phantom's Island. 1. In the head professor's office. Rays of warm sunshine were flowing through the window, but Deculein's atmosphere remained chilly as always. One step at a time, Ephraim slowly approached Deculein. Hesitant, she opened her mouth. She struggled to get the words out. She was kicked out in the blink of an eye, propelled backward by psychokinesis, and the door was closed behind her. What was that? Ephraim stared at the tightly locked door. She tried to shake the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. What? Open it. Open it. I have something to— Ah, Ephraim, you're here. Then Alan called out from behind her. He smiled brightly. Yes, I am, but— Ephraim scratched the back of her neck, face feeling warm from a combination of embarrassment and shame. Alan shook his head as if he knew everything, his voice as bright as always. He can be like that, rather. Professor Deculein thinks that it is natural to do so. I would have done that too. It was also courageous for you to reveal your family history, so you can just pay him back through your research. It's no big deal for us. Alan, shouting energetically, walked into the laboratory. Assistant Professor Allen's research laboratory, maybe because of the recent expansion Deculein added. His steps had as much hop like a rabbit. A voice went through Ephraim's head as she watched him go, a memory of the conversation between Deculein and Ihelm. This study hasn't been completed yet. Its completion is up to Ephraim, not me. What was left for Ephraim? What she would do for her father and the completion of their research. Ephraim ran towards the assistant research laboratory. She threw open the door of the laboratory and, ignoring the flustered Drent, sat in front of her desk stacked high with research papers. I can do this. I can do this. Ephraim didn't waste any more time. She felt more motivated than ever as her purpose was finally clear. Therefore, she immediately started studying after the 4-night and 5-day hearing. You both did a great job. At Adrian's office on the 100th floor, I, summoned along with Ihelm, was facing Adrian. Since you were both so highly praised, the thesis evaluation will be over in a month, but before that, both of you have exams. Chairman Adrian passed on my thesis to Floating Island. Maybe most of the addicts would stop their work and focus on reading the thesis. This time, it's to comprehend actual battle skills. Can I step down as a candidate? Ihelm asked casually as he swept back his hair. You can't. You still have the chance to turn the tables. I don't even want to turn the tables. Forget it. Look at this. She took out a map and a crystal ball, both items related to an island called Gorath. At that moment, a quest alarm went off. Main quest, Alter and Ghost, mental strength +1. Almost all of the quests were labeled main or independent. There was no time to do any side quests anymore. The destination is Gorath Island. It's also known as Ghost Island, and there's also a ghost dart castle on it. The chairman's crystal ball displayed a three-dimensional view of the island. A dock with derelict ships anchored nearby, a huge castle beyond it, and overgrown weeds and grass covered the land. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a while. I'm sure both of you have studied this at least in a textbook once. Yes, we know. Ihelm clicked his tongue. Gorath, the magical space where 3,000 islanders disappeared in an instant 60 years ago. Yes, that's right. In the past, they produced an abundance of indigenous products and lots of tourists visited. But after that incident, it became a dead island. But my God, a holy stone mine was discovered on the island. Holy stone mine, a natural resource coveted not only by wizards, but anyone in this world. There was a saying that went, I would even dig to hell for the best holy stone. There are 10,000 tons of holy stone buried there. If you convert it into Elnis, oh my. The chairman flopped around exaggeratedly. Ihelm crossed his arms and watched her gruffly. So, we're currently planning on purging it. That is your exam. Whoever comes up with the better plan on purging. So, you mean to say, shuffled volunteers? No, no way. Ihelm shook his head right after asking. Your performance will be judged, and rewards will be distributed according to your level of contribution. For example, if Ihelm contributed 3%, then it's 0.3% of those 10,000 tons. A total of 15 tons of shares will be given, excluding the half that belongs to the imperial family, although it depended on the quality. That amount was equivalent to a one-year budget for most medium and small-sized lands. Ihelm is the master of support magic, and our Eucline's Deculein is the most reliable if ever demons or ghosts appear. It's a great combination. Then Ihelm looked back at me, asking with his eyes if I wanted to participate in this exam. As long as it was a quest, I had no reason to refuse. Yes, I will. What? Then me too. The chairman's position is already out of my reach, but I want to have a stake in the mine. The leader's office of the Freyham Knights, a room with no ornaments or luxuries to cover the boring wooden structure. Leader Julie was checking the ledger of the Knight Order. It made her happy. Her physical condition was still deteriorating, but with this profit, they could be considered a healthy Knight Order. She put the ledger back in the drawer and quickly pulled herself together. Then she ordered them to come in. Vice-Captain Rockfell entered, dressed in armor adorned with a black cape. As soon as she noticed the cold expression he wore, Julie stood. "What's wrong, Rockfell?" "We have recovered Veron's body." Julie's eyes shot wide open, and she hurriedly approached Rockfell. The Freyham Knights made great efforts to recover his body, but they failed even after accruing astronomical costs. They were at a cliff of despair. "Yes, Lady Josephine helped us." "Ah, is that so?" Julie nodded. She trudged back and sighed with relief. She was really, truly grateful to her sister this time. "He's back, that punk." It felt like one side of her heart was lightening up. Julie looked to Rockfell. His eyes were already teary. "Leader, what are you going to do now? We'll hold a funeral again." "Yes, I'll notify the others." Rockfell bowed his head and backed out the room. With a deep sigh, Julie looked out the window. The sky was clear, and the sun was bright. She focused on smiling instead of crying. Meanwhile, Solder Eferen was drinking coffee at the cafe, yet her upset stomach wouldn't let her enjoy it. A lot of the people inside kept glancing at her. "Ah, my stomach hurts." These days, she received a lot of attention everywhere she went in the university because she was an assistant that went against Deculein. Some were supportive, and others were worried. There were even many nobles who were cursing her, but no one was on Deculein's side. Eferen felt a bit. There's a celebrity in here." Someone sat beside her. As she looked back, Eferen's eyes widened. Luina flipped her green hair back with a smile. "Yes, nice to see you. You still look very confused." "Oh, yes. Hi." Eferen smiled bitterly and bowed her head as Luina took a sip of her coffee. "How was he? Professor Deculein, he has changed a lot, right?" "Ah, that. I didn't know Professor Deculein well in the past." She only read about it in the letter and had never directly experienced it. Efren now decided to believe only in what she saw. Luna let out a little sigh. "Phew, that's true. He's changed a lot now. In the past, he used to be a very indescribably bad guy, and there's a reason why people change." Efren blinked and looked at her, surprised by how bitter she sounded. "What happened to the professor?" Well, I shouldn't tell you, right? I might die." At that moment, as she tilted her head blankly, a voice that was buried at the bottom of her consciousness came up. "But there is no professor in my world," a voice that scattered like a mirage. The sentence repeated and lingered in her ears for a while as Eferen remained deep in thought. Who said this and where? How did she hear it? Solder Eferen. What's wrong? Eferen shook her head, snapping out of it, not even the slightest idea. Oh no, nothing like that. She didn't know the reason he changed. She couldn't know, just, "My head hurts maybe because of this." Eferen produced a piece of paper. "Ah, Gorath Island, Ghost Castle. Professor Deculein is going this time, right? Is his assistant required to participate? This is a dangerous place, so there's no need to go together." "It's not required, but still," Eferen scratched at her cheek. "I'm thinking of going because I'm the professor's assistant. I can also continue my research there. Of course, if the professor doesn't want me to, then I won't." When she opened her eyes, she was inside a boat headed to the ghost castle on Gorath Island. Eferen looked out the window. The sun was shining, and the sea was calm. It was so peaceful they might have as well been on a cruise. Eferen stretched out, yawning. "Eferen, you're awake." Alan smiled brightly next to her. Eferen wiped away her tears of sleep as she yawned. "Yes, it was my first time riding a boat, but I suddenly fell asleep. Is it because I'm feeling seasick?" "Ah, it's your first time. Then it's possible. But is it okay for you not to attend classes?" Drent was excluded from this trip due to his lectures and assignments. "Yes. Anyways, it is easy for me." He looked out the window. "But there are many ghosts where we are going. You'll get to research a lot." Yes, I'm a bit excited. Ghosts are magical beings after all. Alan didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly looked back at Ephraim. It was a weird motion, like his neck was bent. Ah, Assistant Professor Allen, your body. His body was still facing the window, but his neck had turned sideways to face her. Do I still look like Alan? What are you talking about? Blood flowed down from Alan's eyes. It suddenly burst out, splashing all over Ephraim's body. Ephraim stiffened, too shocked to respond. Meanwhile, Alan opened his mouth wide, revealing several shark-like rows of teeth. Ephraim tried to use magic, but her body would not move. There was no strength in her body, just like when you try to punch in a dream. Dream! This is a dream! Ephraim forced her eyes open. Her body was trembling, but the horrid image of Alan vanished. He was watching the sea outside the window next to her. Ephraim sighed. Was it because her body and mind felt weak these days, or had her mental strength weakened? Ephraim, is something wrong? Alan sounded worried, but Ephraim smiled somberly and shook her head. Oh, I just dreamt a little. What kind of dream? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Alan grabbed my hand and stuck out his face. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes in mimicry of the scene just a moment ago. Alan spewed out blood as he spoke. This dream, 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 this dream. Ephraim began to scream and struggle. At some point, she woke up from her dream again. She hurriedly looked around. As expected, it was inside the boat, but at night, not in the morning. Then Alan appeared. Ephraim, what's going on? Are you okay? Again. Again, you're doing it again. Don't come any closer. Ephraim stopped Alan, who had come to check on her. Alan stiffened, hurt, but a different voice cut in. This is not a dream. Ephraim searched for its source, finding head Professor Deculein, who was reading a book nearby. Ephraim, have you ever heard of the legend of the siren? Oh, yes, I have. The magic of the ocean draws people in dreams, and illusions serve as a medium. Ghosts are beings who have more presence in dreams and fantasies. The island we are going to is a magical space where this phenomenon is intensified. So, the closer we get, the worse this phenomenon will become. You were caught by a ghost and then freed. Ephraim swallowed. Then, she looked at her wrist that the ghost had grabbed. The clear impression of a handprint remained there. There's no need to worry. I'm your proof of reality. Ephraim looked at Deculein. He spoke with his eyes still fixed on his book. They can't imitate me. If I'm not in your world, then consider it a dream. The place where I exist in is reality. Oh ho, you're so amazing, Professor Deculein. Ihelm, who was enjoying wine on the sofa not far away, applauded. Deculein didn't respond. Yes, yes, I'll keep that in mind. Ephraim, answering shyly, looked out the window. The sea was dark as a rainstorm approached, and rough waves knocked at the boat. Lightning crashed down not so far away. In it, a shape that resembled a skull flashed. Ephraim was surprised, but not because of the thunderbolt. It was because of the wave of memories that it conjured forth. But there is no professor in my world. A faint voice permeated through her consciousness. So, don't hate him too much. What the future self said to her present self. Ephraim hurriedly looked to Deculein. And if possible, I ask you to keep the professor in your world for as long as you can. In the not-too-distant future, Deculein will die. Chapter 126, Phantom's Island. 2. The ship anchored at the Gorath Island dock. Shortly after that, Alan began carrying various documents and files off, while Ephraim ferried machines off the ship. Ephraim, tasked with carrying unknown machinery several dozen kilometers, felt an intense hatred toward the world. But it couldn't be helped. It was impossible to use devices that were sensitive to mana. I heard there was another team that arrived on the island. Ihelm pulled a leaf off a nearby tree as he mumbled. He looked at Ephraim as he shook it gently. Hey, Leaf, you're here. Don't talk to me, it's hard. Ihelm nodded, popping the leaf in his mouth. Then he pulled more off and distributed them to his disciples. Why are you chewing that? You don't know. Trees are the plants that best purify mana. A tree that has accepted enough mana is called a devil's tree. It depends on the type, but most of them purify your head just by chewing their leaves. Of course, on the continent, they are quickly cut down to make weapons and staffs. Ihelm pointed at Deculein's cane. That guy's cane is also made from devil's trees. It's valuable, so pick a good one later and take it with you. You can't use your magic bare-handed forever, can you? Ephraim imagined it for a moment. Thinking of using magic while swinging a cool cane dart, it didn't sound bad. Ihelm smirked as she daydreamed. PHHH, what a simple kid. Anyway, they arrived at their destination, Ghost Castle. The support team from the Imperial family was already waiting at the entrance. Hello, Professor Deculein. Lord Ihelm, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Hesrock. Hesrock reached out his hand. Deculein stood there, refusing to accept his hand until Ihelm, wearing a light smile, shook it instead. Nice to meet you. Is everything all right? Yes, it's fine. We're keeping the results of various investigations and explorations inside the castle. I'll take you there. Did you set this castle as a base camp? Ihelm asked the question bitterly, but Hesrock nodded without a care in the world. Yes, it's more dangerous outside, thanks to the mana storms. Well, it is registered as a ghost island in our textbooks. Let's go. They followed Hesrock into the castle. The air changed as they crossed the threshold. It's a bit dreary, Alan mumbled, just like he said. The air inside was strangely chilly. Epheren and Alan stuck a bit closer to Deculein's back and hesitantly walked forward. This will be your accommodations. He showed them to a living room on the first floor at the end of the hallway. Epheren looked around, noting the several beds placed in the open hall. Additionally, there were no doors or partitioning walls. In other words, there was no closed or private space. Ihelm spoke up. Are we all staying together? Yes, it's a joint residence. Since we will suffer frequent nightmares, we can wake each other up. The rule is groups of 3. You're here just in time, too. It wasn't intended, but coincidentally, there were 3 people in Deculein's group and 3 in Ihelm's. As much as possible, do not leave the first and second floors, and do not close the doors. I'll give you a more detailed explanation tomorrow morning, but this castle itself is a magical space. Epheren glanced at Deculein. His expression was one of near agony with dissatisfaction about the joint sleeping quarters. Also, there are people from the Adventurers Guild in the castle. The Red Garnet Adventurers. That elicited a response as everyone's eyes widened slightly. Indeed, the majesty of the Red Garnet Guild was famous throughout the entire continent. Ihelm asked again, is Ganesha here? Yes, the Imperial family hired them. There are more enemies on this island than you think. Hesrock warned them once more. So, do not leave the first and second floors, and try to stay only on the first floor if possible. The rules are groups of 3, joint quarters. As soon as the rules were laid down, Deculein spoke up. I'll head up to the second floor. Hesrock blinked a few times. I'll stay by myself. Shared living. It was a punishment equivalent to death for him. Meanwhile, someone was watching them with a smile from a different space in the castle. That professor is here, too. Professor Deculein, I didn't expect to see you again in a place like this. Is this a blessing from the god of coincidences? Gaincha, sighing, looked back to the children. Leah, how's Carlos? Yes, he's okay for now. Leah was nursing Carlos, who was burning with a fever. It had been 5 days since they came to the island. On the 4th day, Carlos suffered a relapse and still showed no signs of getting better. Should we head back? Leah shook her head firmly. It's the end if we run away because we're scared. She knew it. Carlos, this blue-haired child, was an extremely dangerous name. That was why she had thought of killing him in the past. Before this, Kid grew up before he became more dangerous. However, as time went on, she grew more attached to him, and a gentler plan formed. Carlos was dangerous. No, he was a talent who could help with future quests. So, if he were guided properly, this child would be able to live happily and prove to be a great help to the world. Carlos will be able to overcome this. But if he couldn't overcome it, or if they ran away because they were scared and it was difficult, that happy ending would disappear. She would have no choice but to kill this little child with her own hands. Yeah, that's right. Leah is even more mature than I am. Ganesha stroked Leah's head. This precocious child was too precious and trustworthy. But things are going to get complicated. The altar's men are here, too. Leah's head jerked up. Yup, a bunch of troublesome guys. Carla, known to the public as the Master, and an armed group with her brother, Jackal, as the center. She still didn't know if they were cooperating with the altar or if they were assigned to the altar, but one thing was for sure. They were strong. If Ganesha finds them troublesome, then don't worry, they're weaker than me. Ganesha smiled, reassuring Leah. Then she pointed to Leo, who fell asleep without a worry in the world. Let's wake Leo up now. He's going to suffer a nightmare soon. Will you be okay? I came up to the second floor. The first rule in horror movies as those who acted independently was foolish, but it was impossible. Yes, just in case, please leave the door open. Hesrock nodded and went back down the stairs. I looked around inside by myself, thinking it was dirty rather than chilly or spooky. Everyone's corner was cleaned by combining psychokinesis and cleanse. Then, I closed my eyes. My new characteristic cryptograph worked as an inventory. When a particular object was stored in my head as mana code, it could be later materialized after decryption. Mana was restructured as an object as its particles reassembled themselves. Desk, drawer, bed, chair, book, fountain pen, blanket, pillow, the furniture from the Euclid mansion slowly materialized around me as a result. A neat and modern room was completed. I sat in the chair and looked out the window. There was a rainstorm raging outside, lightning flashing repeatedly. The thunder sounded like a wild animal screeching, and a gust of wind formed a spiral shape. I continued to stare out at the violent scene. Then, suddenly, training wasn't a bad idea. I left the castle immediately, standing in the middle of the stormy winds and torrential rain. Yet my body remained dry. Not even a drop of rain touched me, completely blocked out by psychokinesis. The loud sound of rain reverberated in my ears. Under the rain, I started to memorize. The circuits of psychokinesis were fully activated. My veins turned purple as my mana developed new circuits. The goal was intermediate psychokinesis. Hundreds of repetitions were the difference between beginner and intermediate. Memorize, which used my entire body, progressed to a different level of magic every time my level rose. I felt the magic digging deep into my muscles, racking me with agonizing but still tolerable pain. A fever started rising from the base of my neck, and I could smell my flesh burning. Blood flowed freely from my lip, where my teeth punctured it. My veins burst, and my whole body took on a vaguely purple pallor. The mana, continuing to circulate through my blood vessels, shattered my bones along its path. But Iron Man continued to cycle the damage with healing. At some point, while I was overtaxing my body, the rain stopped. The agony remained, but the world was quiet. I opened my eyes. Looking up, all the raindrops that were falling now were slowly rising back up to touch the clouds. It was a phenomenon that defied the laws of nature. As I appreciated the mystical sight, a system alarm appeared. Memorize completed. Intermediate psychokinesis, this much was enough. Ephraim unpacked her bag into the provided drawer, put her thesis paper on top of the desk, then laid down in her bed. If you expressed the whole process in sound, it would be clack, boom, pow. She stared blankly up at the ceiling. She felt sleepy, but she was afraid of having another nightmare. Of course, there were a lot of people who could wake her up, but again and again, a certain voice popped up. There is no professor in my world. I'm asking you to keep the professor in your world alive for a long time. The words of her future self that she had forgotten. She didn't know when or where Deculein died. But it wasn't in the distant future. Maybe it could be next year. Ephraim shook her head. She didn't have to think about that in a place where she came to work. Whether Deculein died or not, it didn't have anything to do with. She jumped up and headed to the kitchen. A delicious scent siren calling her. A soup was boiling in a pot, and fish was being grilled. Oh, hi, dinner will be done soon. Ahaha, it looks delicious. By the way, how did you get this food supplied? Ephraim swallowed back saliva and approached the member of the cooking team. West was a male wizard in his mid to late 30s that gave off a gentle impression. Fishing and hunting. The ingredients on this island are much better than on the continent. It's a space rich in mana, so the fish are very fresh and delicious. It's one of the good perks of being here. I signed on because I like food, and there's also a big reward. Ah, I see. Slurp. Oh, I'm drooling. Slurp. West opened the refrigerator. At that moment, Ephraim was surprised to see there was a room inside the refrigerator. She didn't know where it led, but it was a room covered in dust and spider webs. It's usually like this. That's why we broke the door. West closed the refrigerator door. Then, he opened it again after counting out 3 seconds. It was a normal refrigerator this time. West took out vegetables for the soup. This castle is bigger than the island, so the space gets mixed up. Aha, is it because of the Holy Stone mine? This castle itself is the mine. What did that mean? West pointed to the ceiling. Look over there. There was an object embedded in the ceiling. Looking closely, it was a small holy stone. There are things like that everywhere. Be careful whenever you open and close doors. There are a lot of people here besides us, not just ghosts, but real people. There's a saying that goes, I will dig through to hell for holy stones. You know, some thieves came from hell in this castle. Ephraim suddenly felt nervous. Oh, is that so? Exactly 16 minutes later. How? How can this be so delicious? She relaxed after eating the world's second most delicious fish. The next day, early in the morning, after everyone finished organizing their luggage, Hesrock called everyone in. First of all, the goal is to stabilize this ghost castle. We have to resolve the discontinuity of the space and the ghost's disruption. The discontinuity of space meant that the closed spaces of this castle led to random places. In other words, if a door were closed and reopened, the space beyond that door would be reversed. Do you have the results of your investigation? Here it is. Hesrock took out dozens of documents, and I read the whole thing. This was a way to increase the efficiency of understanding. If I had enough basic knowledge of this castle, the mana required for understanding the castle would be greatly reduced. Then, to put it simply, the living room and the rest of the rooms are not connected. Hesrock nodded at Ephraim. Yes, that's right. When you open the door of a room to go to the living room, you'll be led to a different space. Ephraim put her finger on her chin and exclaimed. Having read all of Hesrock's findings, I stood. Ihelm, sitting crookedly, turned to regard me. Professor Deculein, what are you doing? I want to try it for myself. Understanding was only easy when you experienced something directly. Therefore, courage was needed to put my body into this discontinued space. Yes, there's a separate room over there. We made it for research purposes. Hesrock pointed to a small room in a corner. I lightly nodded and immediately went to open the door. A robed woman and an armored warrior holding a sword like he was in the midst of battle stood on the other side. He stopped and looked at me. I immediately recognized him. The owner of the demon blade with long hair that grew to his waist, holding a cursed sword. Then next to him, naturally, would be his sister, Authority Carla. A young voice cut through, and I looked toward its source. 3 kids were running away. 2 of them were sprinting, carrying a third with them. Oh my, really? Jackal swung his cursed blade, but the children were already gone. He looked back at me with his eyes wide open. I almost had them. You, what are you doing? It looks like Deculein. Carla called out my name in a low voice. Then, Jackal pointed his sword at me. Deculein, ah, you. I closed the door. Then I slowly turned around and sat in a chair in the conference room. Okay, let's make a plan. I remained as calm as possible. But this was an emergency. Of course, I wasn't afraid. It was just that the level of difficulty had grown quite high. How do we deal with those 2, Jackal and Carla? Those 2 were some of the strongest in this world. Chapter 127, Phantom's Island. 3, Carla and Jackal were annoying named, thanks not only to their strength, but also their unique traits. However, for me specifically, Carla wasn't that annoying. Her authority trait worked like a prison, but I could counter it with my mental fortitude. The problem was Jackal. There was no one on this team who could counter his force. At least, not officially. I turned to Alan without a word. She was listening to Hesrock's briefing seriously. The exploration result is that the Holy Stone mine is this castle itself. However, there are many problems with mining here. There is the mana that causes lethargy and nightmares, as well as the robbers we just met, Carla and Jackal, Hesrock continued calmly. Beside him, the crew members like West, Lucan, and Selene assisted. Please wear this bracelet in case you all fall asleep. An occasional sleep-inducing mist spreads over the entire castle. Hesrock handed each of us a bracelet. It was a simple machine that sent an electric shock through your body once every 3 hours. The next exploration will be conducted at 1806 tomorrow. Why did you decide on that specific time? Because of the passage we found. On the 6th, 16th, 26th, and 36th, the most normal passage open at 1806. Is that little door the entrance? I cut them off. Then, I floated several pieces of wooden steel with psychokinesis. Having experienced it firsthand, now it was time to rely on a tool. I will circulate this steel through the castle. The wooden steel flew in all directions, including up the castle stairs. Hesrock, trying to follow the movement of the steel with his eyes, asked, Please explain, Professor Deculein. These objects resonate with me. The 20 pieces of wood steel weren't just metal. Rather, it was appropriate to call them part of myself, since they read and empathized with my thoughts, will, and instincts then made judgments accordingly. This steel emits waves to determine the size of the space and the concentration of mana. Then, it passes on all that information to me. If the discontinuity of this space is also applied to objects, they can create maps. Wow. As expected from Professor Deculein, Alan smiled brightly and gave me a double thumbs up while Ihelm shifted sullenly in his seat. Yes, that's a good method. Then we will wait. Morning on Gorath Island lasted only a couple of hours. Similarly, the clear noon sky was only visible for a moment before the sky suddenly turned black, and the thick dark clouds sent down seemingly endless rain and wind. All four elements are used. In that cold landscape, with the occasional roar of lightning, Eferen studied the thesis. A new pure element that is expressed in harmony with all four elements. Luna de Culein's thesis required a very complex formula, an understanding of the concept, and a higher magical talent and skill to apply it practically. To give almost infinite elasticity to any magic, this is called the property of carbon. At some point, while analyzing the thesis, Eferen felt a chill rising her back. She just moved her eyes to look out the window. Behind her, reflected in the glass, there was a bizarre existence. It swayed like it was dancing with its unusually long limbs. Eferen turned her head to stare at him dart its body stretched like rubber, and Mr. West's face hung from its branches. He smiled. Eferen, did you enjoy eating the fish? It was a bit creepy, but nothing to worry about. Eferen hastily went to find someone in the room Deculein. There was no one in the chair where Deculein was sitting until now. It meant it was a dream. Eferen opened her eyes. A boo, 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 boo. A strange groan echoed out of Eferen, who had already fallen asleep, as she stretched her limbs to the ceiling. Her body trembled and convulsed. Alan, startled, turned to look at her. Alan rushed to wake her up. She shot up in fear, cold sweat dripping down her back. I spoke lightly. This is reality. Eferen let out a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Alan patted Eferen on the back with concern plain on her face. Yes, yes, but why do I have so many nightmares? It is proof that your mana sensitivity is superior. You are more sensitive to the mana of this castle. On the other hand, you lack mental strength. I looked around. The feeling of this first floor wasn't good for some reason. Of course, Hesrock and the other team members appeared to have adapted to it, but it would be a difficult space for Eferen's developed sense of energy. There's no other way. You two stay on the second floor. Eferen and Alan tilted their heads at the same time. I suppressed the distress welling inside me. I'll give you a room, share it. Living together with 20 people was hard to bear. No, I couldn't stand it. Even as I spoke of it, my whole body grew itchy, as if I were allergic to the very thought. But I thought it would be tolerable for 2 more people to sleep in my room. Is it good? Yeah, Leah. You eat too. Meanwhile, Leah, having luckily escaped from danger, set up a base camp in a small bedroom in the castle. She made soup from the fish she caught last night and fed Leo. How is your body? Is it okay? Leo looked at Carlos, who hadn't yet woken up. His body had taken on a subtly blue pallor. Responding to the demonic spirits of the castle, Leah placed a magically frozen towel on Carlos's forehead to cool him off. It's okay. We'll make him get better, right? Yeah, of course. But Leah, who was that just now? Leah closed her mouth. Carla and Jackal had suddenly attacked them, trapping Ganesha in Carla's authority. And just before Jackal could finish her off, someone appeared at the right time. Leah knew who he was, the most important villain, who was nothing less than a major turning point in the story, Professor Deculein. You don't need to know. Leah left it at that and looked at her mangled hand. In the meantime, she had solved several side quests, and her growth almost now matched a blessed character, but her hand was shattered by blocking one of Jackal's attacks. Leah, that man was strong. She laughed softly. He was strong. I want to fight him one more time. I can't win, though, still. Leah regarded him blankly for a moment, then smiled. Leah was a child born from the blood of a warrior, after all. He wasn't normal either. Don't think that. For now, take a rest, until Ganesha comes back. Got it. They held no assumption in the first place that Ganesha would lose. Leah prepared the quest with too much meticulous attention to detail to doubt it. As much as she had her own growth, she focused her efforts on Ganesha's growth. Of course, she just told her where some treasures were, but Ganesha's gear was all comprised of hidden pieces. Thanks to that, maybe she deserved to compete with that Colossus Zeit. Ham. Leah, you sleep first. I slept a lot, so I'm not tired. Leo spoke with tired eyes, causing Leah to chuckle. It's not convincing when you say something like that while yawning. Hey, Leah, you haven't slept in a while. If you have a nightmare this time, I will wake you. While saying that, Leo nodded off. These guys were so young still, children who easily lost to their instincts. But why was her mouth wide open too? Leah tried to remain awake. However, after nearly 72 hours without sleep, she yawned, shattering her thoughts. Soon after, her brain went to sleep first, shutting down from exhaustion. There was naught but the sound of snoring, a subdued and peaceful atmosphere descending upon the napping children. And into that quiet, in that room with 3 children sleeping soundly, a piece of wooden steel approached. Flying like a bird and grasping the room's mana, it soon found the 3 unknown creatures. It stared piercingly at one of them. Carlos, his blood vessels were bulging from his neck, and his blood flickered blue. Most crucially, his breath mixed heat and dark energy. The wooden steel, recognizing his unusual existence, trembled and delivered it to Deculein. I quietly opened my eyes. The perception of the wooden steel flowed into the body, and I looked at my wrist. Sprouting blood vessels, blood-stained blue, and a simmering heart. It was clear evidence enough to send my blood pumping. I exhaled, feeling my heart beat faster as the world seemed to have slowed down. The wooden steel confirmed it. There was someone in this castle that was a demon born with a higher level of dark energy. This body also felt its existence very clearly, as if on fire, if there is a demon. The window reflected my face. My blue eyes flashed like crystal, and the sharp irises within were as fierce as a beast's. I must kill it. I moved with no other thoughts than of that duty. The bloodline of Euclid, their instinct, went beyond searching for and killing demons. It referred to a relationship that couldn't coexist in the same world. The magic contained in this blood always pursued the death of all demons. I killed them because they existed. Approaching it was simple. I would use the 20 wooden steel as a rope to tighten around their neck. Of course, as the castle was large, it would take some time to reach them. I wouldn't fail. Find it and kill it, this demon who dared to stand in the same space as me, this cursed and worthless monster. I would tear it apart going out into the hallway and up the stairs. The Euclid blood recited this hatred that had been passed down from generation to generation. Fear the devil. Leah woke due to an electric shock coming from her wrist. She looked around, still sleepy. Fortunately, everything appeared the same as it had been. She had a nightmare, but this was good enough. This one wasn't too scary. Leo, wake up! Leah shook Leo. The boy woke up calmly, apparently unaffected by the nightmares. What? Did Ganesha come back? That's not it. Now we have to move carefully. Leo, nodding blankly, put Carlos on his back while Leah packed her various tools in her bag. Suddenly, the door opened. Who is this? The uninvited guest had a nasty, bald head covered in tattoos and an axe resting atop his shoulder. He regarded them with a cruel smile. They're here, the kids. They were the robbers from before. Leah pulled up her robe's hood and brandished her dagger. She could deal with at least one of them. Hey, these 3 are those who Jackal found. Right, as the bald man shouted, their numbers quickly increased. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There were at least 13 of them. Right, these kids. We found them. We can take them with us. Heh, come here, come here. Those robbers occupied the only door out, so they were properly surrounded. Leah clenched her jaw. There were too many enemies for her to face while protecting Carlos. It will be easier to give up. Hey, hey, the gang of robbers approached, dripping with greed, but Leah glanced at Leo by her side. Are you ready? Okay, 1, 2. When she was about to shout 3, the moment Leo and Leah pushed off the ground, Leah's intuition was activated. Time slowed down. An explosive detonation immediately followed, starting from the right wall. Shockwaves rippled out, and thick smoke filled the room. The terrific roar continued unabated. Her body trembled as the sound hit their eardrums. Even as she fell, she kept her gaze trained ahead. In the sudden terror, the robbers raised their weapons, but dozens of steel fragments rushed in before they could defend. Further explosions dug deep through the thick smoke, their speed easily surpassing common sense to tear through the robbers. No, it didn't fully pierce, but rotated while stuck in their bodies, ripping them to shreds. The 13 robbers turned into corpses in an instant. Leah shifted her eyes from the horrific sight, staring at the newcomer walking out of the mist. The clear sound of his footsteps pierced her ears, the soft clicking of his cane against the floor. The figure of the nobleman slowly revealed itself, starting from his feet. Leah was astonished. It was someone unexpected. Deculein. Leah looked up at him. His gaze, on the other hand, was on something other than her. At first, she thought he came as support, but there was nothing as pleasant as salvation in those blue eyes. There was nothing to be found in those dazzling eyes except an intense desire to kill Deculein. That perfect nobleman's lips was distorted. His killing intent rose like an aura, and his gaze, sharp as a weapon, staring at only one child. Yeah, I know. Leah easily realized the root of his hostility. It was born from the demon extermination instinct of the U-clan itself, as the bloodline of Carlos was half human and half demon. Chapter 128, Mist. 1. Yeah, I know. Leah felt the tension smothering them. The intermediate boss at the moment, Deculein, wasn't just a professor. He was a demon hunter handed down from an ancient bloodline, and the clan's head destroyed demons. Their best option was to run away. As long as they were with Carlos, there was no way they could defeat a U-clan. With a shout, Leah threw a dagger at Deculein, sticking it in his arm. It was the characteristic of certain hit. Deculein moved the metal without moving himself. The dozens of pieces of steel moving in response to his were like a swarm of angered bees. Leah released her mana and threw them back, but the wooden steel embedded in the ground vibrated with psychokinesis and turned the floor upside down. She began to fall but was caught midair by an invisible force. Her right arm was hanging in the sky as Deculein wrapped the bracelet artifact around her wrist with psychokinesis. I did not come to harm you. I have no interest in killing children. His cold tone sliced into her flesh. Leah turned to Leo, who was wobbling and waving upside down in the air like a monkey. I'll just take that one. Deculein pointed to Carlos, the child caught in the explosion and thrown away. Half human, half demon, suffering a fever caused by his demonic side. Leah and Leo responded immediately, causing a blood vessel to bulge on Deculein's forehead. Do you know who you are protecting? I know better than anyone, Leah answered without hesitation. Deculein's expression calmed down to one of indifference. It was a calm but still murderous aura. That is a bigger problem. You who protects the devil are also guilty. He spoke as if he were the judge, and he started moving the wood steel again. Countless fragments of steel rushed at Carlos, grinding the surrounding room to dust. Leah tossed off the bracelet that was tying her hand. Surrounding herself with protective energy, she ran to Carlos to defend him against the wood steel raining down. Fortunately, her energy wasn't destroyed, but she almost died in the first wave. Leah's robe was torn to shreds, and blood flowed from the wounds now covering her body. This is all useless. Deculein looked down at her with a sneer. At this, Leah spun around with venom in her eyes. It's not useless, it's foolish. The very idea of embracing one with demon's blood is. At that moment, Deculein stopped speaking. The tension in the area immediately faded, and doubt crept into his eyes. The resonance of the wood steel ceased, and his burning gaze mellowed out. Like green tea leaves steeping in a pot, a strange feeling spread through his mind. With a ripple, it was a chance that wouldn't happen twice. Leah gathered her wits. The bedspread. She lifted the bedspread wide and covered Leo and Carlos. Then, she changed the nature of the bedspread to metal. The inside of the sheets was made into a closed space. Deculein manifested his magic belatedly, but it was already too late. When Leah lifted the bedspread, they were already in a different space. Hugh, I barely survived. A wave of dizziness assailed her as she shouted. She staggered and sat down. Wow, Leah, my body was immobile the entire time. What was that? It's really strange. On the other hand, Leo ran around excitedly. It was probably Deculein's psychokinesis. No, it was probably not. In this world, there was no psychokinesis capable of such power. Anyway, whatever it was, that magic was very threatening. Who was it just now? Leah answered while mending the cuts all over her body. Yeah, he's a mean noble. Wow, but it was strange. There are a lot of real masters in the world, besides Ganesha. Leah was chattering with enthusiasm, but Leah couldn't hear him. She was busy thinking about Deculein. Yeah, he was very, very strangely strong. Deculein's strength was abnormal. The person she just met was different from the original setting. Of course, even after considering that the U-clan family became unusually strong when dealing with demons. Is it the butterfly effect? No, it's something else. Leah recalled the little Easter egg she added one day. Deculein's first fiancée, a setting that would not affect the progress of the game. She instilled in him this feeling of love, and the death of his fiancée made Deculein stronger. It was a probable inference. This world was not a game any longer, but reality, and the characters moved three-dimensionally according to their own emotions and memories. I guess it's because of that. But, ironically, she lived thanks to that added setting. Leah remembered Deculein's expression as he looked at her, recalling the moment when that instinct of annihilation engulfing his body was devoured by a certain pure emotion. It was an impressive scene that would remain in her mind for a long time. Because I look like that fiancé, the thing Deculein's younger sister Uriel had said. The child named Leah resembles his fiancée, the first fiancé. Yes, Julie also has a bit of similarity, but that kid is very similar to her. Her eye color and hair color are different, but she will probably look more like her as she grows up. I can see people's faces. Well, Leah closed her mouth and looked at Carlos. She placed her hand on his forehead. Fortunately, the fever had subsided somewhat. She forced a bright smile onto her face and clapped. Let's move again. We don't know if he'll come again, so we have to keep busy, all right. This time, Leah carried Carlos. They just had to hold on like this until Ganesha came back. No matter how high Deculein's specs were amplified, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ganesha. Somewhere in the ghost castle, fish was being cooked, but for some reason, the atmosphere felt awkward and precarious. Waiting for the food, Jackal glanced at Carla. Carla's gaze reached Ganesha on the other side. She met Carla's eyes casually. It's been a long time. The one who escaped from her hell. At Jackal's words, Ganesha shrugged. Yeah, it was pretty hard, I admit it. Respect Carla's authority. Her trait was to confine someone in an image. Its scenery was equivalent to an infinite hell, and anyone designated by Carla as a prisoner was trapped inside. The only way out was to break through that hell head-on. Of course, the ability came with a penalty, until the person imprisoned in the image died or escaped. Carla's body couldn't use mana. However, that was an almost forgettable weakness, as Jackal would protect her in the meantime. Then I'm going. However, who would think there would ever be another monster that could break through that hell? You don't want to fight anymore, do you? I'm willing to accept it, though. Ganesha stood up, her hair flapping to either side. Jackal pouted his lips but continued. But Ganesha, I saw a strange scene, you know. Jackal swung his sword. Then, a scene was projected in the air. It was the last memory of his men who were killed by Deculein. I think Deculein has found the child. For a moment, Ganesha's eyes widened, and Carla continued softly. Eucline is a blood relative of annihilation. They won't accept a child born of demonic blood. Why are you saying that now? Ganesha clicked her tongue and began to run. Jackal, watching her leave, laughed. Hey, this is amazing, huh? They say that money comes all at once. The altar wanted Carlos. There was no other bloodline that was as rare as a half-human, half-demon, except for perhaps giants. In addition to that, the altar also wanted Deculein's brain. That head full of rune knowledge was nothing less than the world's most expensive treasure chest. The bounty offered by Alter for the two was almost enough to create a country. We have two big bounties, Jackal grinned as he polished his sword. His smile reflected off the red sword was icy cold. The second floor of Ghost Castle, in the accommodations of Deculein and his group Epheren, woke up staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. The bed was soft, the blanket was warm, and the pillows were comfortable, but she awoke because of the sound of footsteps. Is it another nightmare? Now she was growing sick of it. Epheren slowly got up and walked out. What kind of ghost would it be this time? The footsteps moved toward Deculein's room. Epheren glanced at Alan, who was still sleeping soundly. Although she thought about waking him up, if this were actually a nightmare, Alan would only turn into a ghost. Reluctantly, Epheren moved alone. Then, the steps stopped. Epheren hid behind the wall and glanced around into the corridor. Deculein was there, not a ghost. In other words, it meant this was reality, but his appearance was strange. There was a scratch down his arm, and his eyes were quietly immersed in contemplation. Resembles so much. No matter who you are, I won't miss a second. Suddenly, a muffled voice flowed from his gritted teeth, words that didn't form a proper sentence and were scattered. He sighed. Was that person Deculein? It was a side of him she had never seen before. So Epheren left there staring blankly. Deculein coughed a bit. Black blood ran out from between his lips, a clear side effect of excessively mobilizing his mana, but Epheren's eyes, unaware, opened like a startled rabbit's. Blood. Deculein was bleeding. That simple yet clear scene replayed in Ephraim's mind along with the words that Luna had once jokingly spoken. I wonder if he has a fatal disease. It is said that if a person suddenly changes, they are dying, she stumbled, her big toe squarely slamming against the door frame. A truly unbearable pain shot through her. Deculein looked back toward her as a scream leaked out. They engaged in a silent staring contest while Ephraim patted her bruised toes. Did you have a dream? His blue eyes sank to assume their usual appearance. It was that of the impeccable aristocrat, the impeccable professor. Ephraim scratched her cheek in reply. Then she glanced at Deculein. He sat down in his chair, seemingly uninterested, and pulled out a book. It was titled The Case File of Gorath Island. Professor, but you know, Ephraim continued. Stuttering, Deculein listened as he turned the page of the book. The thing at Larkrelin, do you remember? The sound of pages turning was peaceful, and the chill of the night filtering in through the open window cooled the room. I can't remember really a single thing. Finally, Deculein turned to her. Ephraim avoided his gaze at an angle, wondering what he might be thinking. It's not a big deal. Someday, if you die in the not-too-distant future, I don't know where and how you will die, but it won't be a peaceful and natural death. I'm just asking. What would the professor do? If she announced that death, would he try to change the future? No, would he even believe? Or if not, perhaps, was he already aware of his death? That was his only answer. The pages of the book turned over and over as time marched on. Ephraim stood in the middle of the night breeze, wiggling her fingers and toes. A message suddenly came to mind. The sentence that Deculein wrote in his sponsorship, I'm cheering for you. Ephraim was encouraged by those words to speak again. Professor, you know that, right? I eavesdropped back then. Then, Deculein's hand stopped turning the pages. You said it was my responsibility to complete the research. His indifferent eyes reached her. Why did you say that? Ephraim met his level gaze. She didn't like the sound of her shaky, trembling voice. Deculein didn't say anything. He just stared at her for a long time as starlight seeped through the cracks in the window. He answered briefly, because I can't. At that moment, Ephraim gasped. Her back ached as if she had been cracked with a staff. The meaning of Deculein's words was complicated, but at the same time it was clear. It felt like the last piece of the puzzle fit in place. Ephraim clenched her fists, biting her lip. Then I will do it, instead of you, instead of my father. Her determination and resolution were conveyed despite her shaking voice. She stood strong like a knight. Deculein looked at her with a smirk. Yes, by the way. Ephraim pulled a wad of paper from the pocket of her robe. It was the thesis that she carried on her body 24 hours a day, alongside a document that summarized the content she had accepted. I wrote it myself. May I ask for a score? Ephraim asked Deculein to help guide her, to see if she was walking in the right direction. He nodded weakly. The gesture, much different from usual, bothered her for some reason. Deculein lifted Ephraim's thesis instead of his book. As he read line by line, Ephraim stared at him, her father's foe, the mean professor. He was a strange wizard who almost lost his position to the Luna family, yet he would accept her as a disciple. Today is a full moon. Do you know the legend of the full moon? Ephraim started chatting for no reason. The full moon in the sky, the soft moonlight gently permeating the room to illuminate Deculein. She rested her chin on her hand and watched his arrogant face. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes. At first, she thought his condition was suddenly worsening. Startled, Ephraim jumped up but soon lost all the strength in her body and was forced to sit back down. It was the drowsy mist that Hesrock spoke of. Chapter 129, Mist. 2. I opened my eyes. Ephraim was lying on the floor, drooling and scratching her stomach. She must have been struck by the mist. I picked up the sleeping girl and carried her to bed. Is Alan asleep? On the other side of the bed, Alan was snoring away. I sat on the chair and watched the two of them. It didn't seem like they were having a nightmare, but I detected a status abnormality with vision. Status abnormality. Coma. It wasn't a very pleasant matter. The weight contained by the word was greater than ever. I looked at the clock. It was exactly 6:06 in the morning on the 6th. This is strange. I lifted the records of the Gorath Island incident investigation again and started reading. The inhabitants of Gorath Island disappeared in an instant. One eyewitness, who remained as he was out fishing at the time, said that the entire island of Gorath was shrouded in mist during the incident. I still saw the thick mist rolling under my feet. Also, a day on Gorath Island is different from the outside. We don't know why, but when we reach the island, we naturally think of a month as 36 days, what Hesrock once said. The passage will open at 18:06 and 6 seconds on the 6th, 16th, 26th, and 36th. In this world, a year had 365 days, the same as the Earth, and a 36th day of the month didn't exist. We believe that the Gorath Island itself is part of coma, a space where dreams and reality merge, an island of monstrosities that prey on people's unconscious minds. I mumbled absent-mindedly. Soon, the spelling of the word Gorath in my head was dismantled and replaced with a new name. I got up and went down to the first floor, to where Hesrock's team currently resided. However, there were only 3 people in the thick mist, Ihelm and 2 of his disciples. Hesrock's team of about 15 disappeared into thin air. I took Ihelm and his party with psychokinesis and moved them to the second floor. After putting them in the bed, I looked at Epheren, who was breathing hard. After pondering a moment, I took off my gloves. Then, I placed my hand on her forehead and activated understanding to look into Epheren's dream. Dream understanding, 2%, but it seemed it would take some time. It must be because these 5 know. All the humans in this castle were trapped in the same dream. Epheren opened her eyes, feeling a bit strange. Why was she here? What was she looking for? She tilted her head and looked around. Please prepare. It is now the time to enter. The operation was in full swing. Hesrock and his members were in the conference room alongside Assistant Professor Allen, Ihelm, and his disciples. Each of them wore bracelets and had a string tied around their waists, but something was missing. She couldn't explain it, but she instinctively knew something was missing. Allen, putting on his equipment, turned to her. Epheren, what's wrong? Yes. No, well, it's not a big deal. Are you all ready? Hesrock regarded the two. Epheren nodded, confused, and Ihelm spoke up. Yes, let's go. Hesrock looked at his watch and opened the door at exactly 6 minutes and 6 seconds. 6th day, 6 minutes and 6 seconds. We will start exploring. Shall we go? Hesrock hefted a crystal ball for recording, and Allen smiled broadly. Yes, let's go. Together they entered through the door, stepping upon a wide and dark path in a tunnel. The mist inside was so thick they couldn't see more than an inch ahead. Everyone, please be careful not to lose the line. Epheren went forward, relying on the line drawn on the center of the floor. One step, then another, looking nervous that a ghost might appear. Suddenly, Ihelm called out to her. Epheren glanced up. Isn't something strange? The sound of someone's walking behind them. Epheren replied calmly. I don't know. What do you mean? It's 2. It's over there. Hesrock interrupted Ihelm, pointing ahead. Ihelm and Epheren grew distracted, as if possessed by the scenery around them. This is the door leading to the inside of the ghost castle. The mist gradually faded, and a large gate appeared. Its appearance was disgusting at a glance, as what were either tentacles or veins wrapped around it. This is the result of a lot of exploration. We believe that the core of the discontinuity lies within this. That's what it seems like. A tremendous amount of mana is pulsating within there. Epheren agreed with Ihelm, but she felt like she had forgotten something over and over again. Then let's go in. When Hesrock was about to open the door, a restraining voice called out from somewhere. Everyone turned vigilantly to find the source of the sound. 4 unidentified silhouettes were slowly approaching them. Who is? Ha! Epheren, preparing for an unexpected battle, was surprised to find she knew who these newcomers were. Red-haired beauty with children standing next to her emerged from the mist. Red Garnet Adventure Team. While understanding Epheren's dream, I explored the inside of the castle with the wood steel. At first, I was planning to find that demon and kill him. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a trace of him, but instead, I could figure out exactly how much space this castle had, calculating the number of rooms by their concentration of mana. The concentration of mana in each space was independent. For example, if mana concentration in one space was 3.1503%, and in another space was 2.9825%, the two spaces could be called different. The total number of spaces in this castle was 3663, derived from my calculations conducted with the wood steels. It was a familiar number for some reason. I continued to read the incident log. At the time of the disappearance, there were 35 people, but since then, more than 100 people have gone missing. There were 35 people and 36 63 spaces, coincidentally similar numbers. I put my hand on the wall. You didn't disappear. There was no particular reason why the space was discontinuous, except that this space itself was alive and moving. You became part of the castle. Then an elegant voice called out my name. Looks like it's been a while. A named in a robe, Carla, as expected of the owner of the authority trait. She hadn't been trapped in the dream either. Did you come to fight? Carla shook her head. Deculein, did you see that child? Her sentences, always sounding like they ended as a question, was one of her biggest characteristics. I suppose you could vaguely call it a personality trait. Are you talking about the demon? It looks like it's not a demon. It's half human and half demon. Half human and half demon. As soon as I heard that, only one name came to mind. Yeah, you already knew his name. Carlos was a bit complicated. Depending on the quest's progress, he could become a villain, a madman, or an ordinary human. He was an unpredictable named. I didn't know he was that young, however. What will you do with that child? For me, I had nothing to think about. Of course, I'm just going to kill him. He had a pretty high chance of becoming a demon, so it was better to kill him. No matter who was by Carlos's side or tried to stop me, I wouldn't give him a second chance. I wouldn't hesitate like a fool as I did last time. She just resembled her, but that weird kid wasn't Yuli. The Red Garnet Adventure team denied the Imperial team's entry. Wait, there's no good going inside now. It seems that dark energy is boiling inside there right now. Wait a little bit. Ephraim quickly agreed because it was Ganesha's explanation, not anyone else's. HMPH, long time no see, Ganesha. Ihelm twisted his lips as he looked at her. Ganesha offered a short answer of, yeah, and then sat down. While waiting, should we grab something to eat? We have quite a lot of food in stock. Ephraim immediately sat down as well. Alan, Ihelm, and Hesrock, alongside his teammates, followed her. There's food here. Ganesha pulled pork from her backpack, and the kid named Leah skewered it while Ephraim made a fire. Hurry up, cook quickly. Be quiet, Leaf. She didn't need to wait, drooling all the while for long. There is Sam here too. T/N, a Korean dish in which, usually leafy vegetables are used to wrap a piece of meat. Leah took out some leaves, prompting Ihelm to look at Ephraim. Ephraim responded bluntly. What are you looking at? Nothing, I'm just curious. Hey, what is that? You brought leaves. It's called Sam. You wrap meat in leaves like this and eat it. Leah wrapped the pork and various vegetables in the Essam and began eating right away. It was a pretty unique dish, but appeared tasty. Nonetheless, oh, you wrap meat and other things in the leaves and eat them together. Yeah, it's really good. Ephraim also tried a Essam after seeing Leah enjoy one. She placed 3 pieces of meat and a mushroom on the leaves, seasoned it with herbs and salt, and took a large bite. It's good, right? Ephraim and Leah, their cheeks full, looked at each other and laughed. At that moment, Alan, who was eating quietly, spoke. But you know, how do you differentiate between humans and ghosts? There must be a ghost in there. Leah was the one to answer, wrapping up another SM. There used to be a saying that ghosts turn everything upside down. Everything upside down. Do you mean to walk while standing on one's hands? Ephraim was preparing more food for herself as she asked. Leah smiled a little. No, not showing off like that. It is unconsciously reversing learned behaviors. Like when you're clapping, you unknowingly hit the back of your hand. Now, Leo. Leah offered a bowl of soup to the young boy Leo, who sipped at it gingerly. Ephraim chuckled. Do it backward. You know a lot, huh? This is fun. I used to hear myths like that when I was younger. Ephraim suddenly noticed Hesrock. He was also rapping a Sam, but she pretended not to see him and quickly turned away. She swallowed her food, hardly chewing on it. It felt like something was stuck in her throat, but she couldn't make a sound. That was how much Hesrock's Sam shocked her. He didn't put meat on leaves, but leaves on meat. In other words, he made a reverse of a Sam. Mr. West. Ephraim remembered a scene from a little while ago when Mr. West opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator was a closed space, but it was normalized again when West closed the door and reopened it. At the time, she didn't think it was too strange. West appeared confused. Ephraim wiped away some sweat, pretending to scratch her head. Hey, it doesn't seem like nothing. West smiled, but for Ephraim, his face overlapped with the ghost she met in the nightmare last night. Tell me. What the moment West began to insist, a great shout rang out from far away. Ganesha moved straight into battle position, and Ephraim turned to face her, warming up her mana. Who else is there? A certain uniformed warrior was moving toward them, a longsword sheathed behind his back. Ganesha, clicking her tongue, said his name reluctantly. It's Jackal. A somewhat annoying guy arrived. Annoying. That makes me sad. Forget it, let me eat some of that food too, huh? Meanwhile, Carla and I sat facing each other. The two of us didn't say anything to each other for 30 minutes, but just sat there in a quiet power struggle. Finally, Carla broke the silence. I heard you met Eidnik. I looked at Carla with some sense of accomplishment. She formed a teacup with her magic, and I could smell the coffee it held. Right, I met her. What did you talk about? Carla asked the question casually, sipping her coffee. I didn't answer. Eidnik seems to be raising Sylvia these days. Carla nodded, clearly a bit surprised. Maybe it's an uncomfortable situation for you. I didn't know how much this woman knew about Deculein. However, if I looked at her actions and attitude, it appeared clear she knew a few things. Why would I be uncomfortable? When Sylvia grows up, you will be the most in danger. Do you want me to kill her instead? At that moment, I lifted my head to stare at her. Carla's eyes, covered by her hood, were invisible, but I could see her smirk. Don't touch Sylvia. My tone was so heavily subdued that even I felt awkward saying it. Why? Do you feel sorry for her, or are you trying to kill her yourself? I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling a cold pain forming in my temple. At the same time, the memories of that day appeared as fragments. The moment Deculein killed Sierra, it was a blurry and murky scene because it wasn't my memory. My hands clasped around Sierra's neck, who had done nothing wrong. Please forgive, Sylvia. Please, I opened my eyes, and Carla tilted her head. She gestured, asking for an answer. I have no right to kill that child, Sylvia, that child who made me feel the slightest trace of compassion. But the kid has it. Perhaps Deculein was also feeling pity for her. He felt sorry for her, at least a little. I answered briefly, to kill me. Then, suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. A gust of wind condensed like a tornado and released in a burst of mana. Was someone watching us? Carla mumbled with a faint smile. My brow furrowed as I stared at the wind. Deculein, it looks like the demon is coming. However, I shifted my gaze again, and almost automatic anger rose inside me. What kind of demon? That was enough. It wasn't even surprising. As for the quest's progress, given the bloodline called Eucline, I was sure I'd face him someday. It seems that where there is a demon, there is always a Eucline. Even dealing with the demon this time, the Eucline bloodline must be here. Right? Stop talking now. I put the teacup that Carla was sipping down with psychokinesis. For now, this damn island which took my apprentice is my top priority. Chapter 130, Mist. 3. Sylvia's Island, Anonymous Island, had achieved magical value. The island itself was made as a catalyst for Sylvia by collecting the mana soil that drifted in the orbit of the floating island. Thus, Sylvia's magic while on the island could reach anywhere on the continent. Whether it was the Empire's catacombs, somewhere on the continent, or some distant, unknown ghost island. I have no right to kill that child. Sylvia listened to Deculein, feeling his tone. But the kid has it. She asked, knowing he couldn't hear. He said as if answering. The right to kill me. It felt like being stabbed in the heart with a needle, a small pain that arrived when her emotions died. What do you think, Eidnik? A dull question was spoken in monotone, and in a voice that was so dry it was about to crumble. Eidnik, standing beside her, answered, I think that guy still has a conscience. Sylvia looked up into the sky, watching a flock of migratory birds that came to the island. The familiar was leading them, right to kill. She had the right to kill him. He admitted that. Sylvia closed her eyes and pondered the hatred in her heart. The more she knew, the angrier she grew. However, another emotion burned and stuck to the bottom of her heart, not easily removed. Eidnik, do Carla and Deculein know each other? Eidnik smiled a little. There are some people in this magic world who everyone knows just from hearing their names. For example, Carla, Rohakan, Adrian, Radran, Glythan, Baton, Rizal, Camdol, Jindalf, Rose, Rio. Eidnik placed a hand on Sylvia's forehead, who narrowed her eyes. Take your hand off. All of them, big or small, are related to Deculein. Among them, Carla and Rohakan, in particular, have a history of teaching Deculein. She didn't know if this was the right expression, but Deculein was popular. Of course, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. If you include the previous head of the family, Deculein, almost all of them, are above the rank of monarch. Thanks to some sponsorships and other dealings, many of the addicts on the floating island have a connection with Euclan. It's a very strange family. They know how to gain attention. Nodding, Sylvia closed her eyes again, concentrating on her magic. She once again looked into the distant island of the continent. Carla and Deculein were teachers and disciples. Carla was the first wizard who came to teach Deculein at the request of Deculein, followed by Rohakan. Of course, neither of the two achieved their intended purpose. Carla, the same age as Deculein, quit after about 2 weeks because his talent was too limited. Though she felt a little sorry, she thought it was ultimately his fault. And actually, it was. Carla looked at Deculein as he kept a hand on Ephraim's forehead to understand her dream. No, he stopped, clicking his tongue. Carla tilted her head. It takes too long this way. Instead, he closed his eyes for a moment, conveying another order to the wood steel roaming the castle. I am thinking of a more primitive way. Carla looked at Deculein, her gaze practically piercing into his skull. What happened to Deculein in the meantime to turn him into the altar's most coveted mind? Deculein, what has happened to you? Deculein remained focused. I think you are interesting. I'm curious. What do you mean? I am curious about your growth, and I wonder why you've accepted Sierra's death as your fault. Is it because you pity Sylvia? Deculein's brow twitched, causing Carla to shift her gaze. She could see the magic watching this space once again. The Deculein I knew was already out of line a lot of the time. Deculein listened silently. Carla was trying to convey some important information about his history. Did I used to pity you, who lacked talent and couldn't even admit that fact? The Deculein that Carla knew then was a timid little dog that grew angry and barked every day for fear that someone would attack or look down on him. But now there is a fire in your soul. I can see that. Deculein leaned into his chair. A fire that had a slightly different meaning to him. Was it the spark of Deculein in Kim Woojin's soul, or the spark of Kim Woojin in Deculein's soul? However, it was also true that he was a little angry. Who dares to say they pitied him? I pity you too. Deculein knew the setting of the named Carla, and there were good reasons for one to pity her storyline. There is no other hapless life quite like yours. Carla met his stare. Why did I accept Sierra's death? It's simple, because I killed her. Sierra died at Deculein's hands. Deculein had that memory, and Carla knew it too. When dealing with demons in the past, Carla was always by Euclan's side. It was also because of that demon that Sierra died, that catastrophe known as the Lucky Letter. Whatever resentment there was, for whatever reason, there is no justification for the fact that I killed her. Deculein paused a moment, his eyes burning. It's too late to regret now, and nothing would change, so I will live like this. Even though Sylvia might kill you someday, I am willing to accept it. The wind blew again. Carla let out a low sigh. She withdrew her resolve to put Deculein in her authority, giving up on her intention to open up his head and offer him to the altar. But Deculein might not know yet. That Deculein wasn't dead yet, that the old man's brain was still alive and living at the bottom of the altar, and that monster wanted his body. I think you should be careful. Carla said so, with a shake of her head. Ephraim pondered how to deal with this situation, but she couldn't find a way. We're in a dream. That man is a ghost. Should she start shouting right away or wait a little longer? She was restlessly glancing at Jackal. Oh, this is good. That guy only looked strong and didn't know anything, but he ate well. At that moment, Leah grabbed the hem of Ephraim's robe and then handed her a S-Sam. Ephraim hesitated before taking a bite. Chew it thoroughly, don't choke again. She watched Hesrock while eating, but this time it was a normal S-Sam. He was learning. So, now that we've eaten, shall we proceed? Meanwhile, their meal concluded. Ephraim jumped up as Ganesha spoke. She intended to stop them from entering that castle, but Ganesha interrupted Ephraim. Then, leaning in, she whispered in her ear, I saw it too. Leah knows everything. The second hand of that watch is ticking backward, so don't show it. Leah gave me a hint. Indeed, as expected of Ganesha, Ephraim nodded in surprise as Ganesha smirked and continued. We are reluctant to enter, but there is nothing we can do about it. It seems that the friend I need to save is in there. She has a friend to save. That's why, as Ephraim thought, a certain person came to mind. He flashed in her mind like a bolt of white-hot lightning. Her head throbbed as if she had been stabbed in the temples. She looked around, moving her eyes. She searched for them thoroughly, but he wasn't there, and the door leading to the castle opened. 6 days at 6:06 and 6 seconds. We will enter. Hesrock spoke up, and Ephraim realized something else that was strange. It was 6:06 and 6 seconds just before, and it was still 6:06 and 6 seconds now. Time wasn't passing at all. Let's just go in, all right. However, Jackal acted as if he didn't feel anything strange, while Ganesha and Leah were just pretending to be fooled, and Alan followed with a smile. Carla, are you there? Before long, Jackals cried out for Carla, his echoing loudly through the corridor. Carlos, are you here? Ganesha and Leah also shouted. Was Deculein also in there? Ephraim followed them for now, the second floor of Ghost Castle. Do you have any plans? Now I want to wake up my little brother, too. Equals, I have a plan. I had started to prepare while talking with Carla and am only now finished. What are you going to do? Sometimes there are moments when you need to rely on the most primal forms of violence rather than understanding. I looked around this castle, this space that had become life in itself, this bizarre and mysterious monster. What do you mean? I will destroy this whole castle. Carla let out a slightly startled breath and a question mark floating above her. Deculein, isn't your mana lacking? Help me then. Carla moved her lips wordlessly for a moment, seemingly disconcerted with the sudden request for cooperation. I engraved the whole castle with psychokinesis's formula. You will make up for the lack of mana when I activate it. I didn't know in detail how large Carla's mana reserves were, but it must be at least tens of thousands to at most hundreds of thousands large. If I were supported by that amount of mana and maximized my psychokinesis, I would be able to cause a small earthquake across the continent. I will crush the soul that has encroached upon this castle and this island. The plan was simple. We would pour that immense magical energy into this castle. Carla watched me with a mysterious smile. This castle seems to be a space made up of thousands of souls. Are you going to kill them all? My lips twisted. To live with such a soul, it is better to die 100 times over. What if they don't want to die? It was a very human concern, but I shook my head without hesitation. Even so, they are already dead. Whatever the circumstances of this castle were, and no matter what happened to the souls trapped in the castle, Deculein and Euclid didn't care. My ego was not bound by human values such as the soul is also human. It'll be a massacre. Many wizards might criticize you. I think they'll acknowledge the existence of their souls. It's not my problem. Why would the soul be a person? They were already dead and gone. Rather, they were assholes still toying with the living. There is no compromise with a Euclid, regardless of the means. They were not bound by anything other than their purpose. They didn't cling to emotional values or happy processes. Now we need the decisions of the wicked rather than the appeals of the good. And I didn't hesitate to make that decision. I was a villain born with the villain's fate, so I lived like one. Maybe you'll receive a grudge from the demons. I just smiled at Carla. That's what I'm hoping for. I would probably kill a lot of real people in the future. I didn't care if they became ghosts and resented me. I didn't mind doing everything. They'll stick to your shoulders and shorten your life. Do you think I can't kill a ghost? If they wanted, they could stick as much as they pleased. I was willing to kill them again. I can just kill, and kill until they don't get in my way anymore. Carla nodded, letting her mana flow under her feet. Anyway, it looks like this castle picked the wrong opponent. They shouldn't have messed with a crazy person like you. Following the magic circle formed by the wood steel, the mana of her authority erupted out, easily exceeding the speed of sound. Carla closed her eyes for a moment, then reopened them. Her mana had already penetrated the entirety of the castle. It seems I'm done. Can you do it? It would be embarrassing if, after everything, you said you can't. I connected my body with the magic circle imbued with Carla's mana. Her unstoppable mana raged like it would burst the circuit, but I endured it with Iron Man. A small sound, like a pebble falling on the ground. A wave of mana signaled the development of the formula. Immediately after that, an amount rushed in that the name of intermediate psychokinesis didn't suit at all. An earthquake shook the castle. Chapter 131. Mass 1. The interior of the ghost castle was surrounded by a mist that dulled the senses and wrapped around one's body languidly. In that hazy consciousness, Ephraim was almost lost. Carlos, you were here. Then she heard a voice. Ephraim hesitated, turning around. You can't lose. Ganesha, Leah, and Leah were holding the child named Carlos and shouting, Sister, where are you? Sister? Jackal was still looking for his sister, and Ephraim continued onward. It is you, but a voice called out to her from somewhere. Ephraim turned. her body moving on autopilot. Nice to meet you. It was someone resembling Deculein, but older and smiling at her. Daughter of my favorite Kagan, he stretched out his hand, and Ephraim slowly approached as if possessed. Then someone grabbed her wrist. Ihelm, he glared at Deculein, pushing Ephraim behind him. Decalein's lips pressed up into a thin, subtly upturned line. Is it Ihelm? I was thankful to you for becoming friends with my son. Friends, we've never had such a dreamy relationship. What the hell is going on? He's dead. Where the hell are we? For a moment, Decalein's expression hardened but soon turned into another wry smile. Ihelm, I'm alive like this. I'm not dead. A delusion close to madness resided in Decalein's eyes. He focused on Ephraim, Luna's daughter. Do you know what your father wanted? Don't listen to him. Leaf, Ihelm gathered mana in his hand, constructing a destructive spell to crush Decalein's spirit. If you know that, yet the moment he was about to trigger the completed magic, the castle vibrated. Ephraim and Ihelm glanced at each other. Decalein's face grew heavy and hollow. He looked up at the sky, brow furrowing. My son is doing something strange. Ihelm deployed a shield over Ephraim and everyone around him, just as the whole world was shaken again with a roar. Carla had memories of Deculein as a child. He was once called a prodigy then, but just that much. He was a pitiful boy. Dec, maybe you can do it like this. No, I don't need that. Don't call me Dec. You can do it like me, you know. I said no. And you, stop with the question mark after every sentence. Stop talking like you're asking me something. It's just confusing. He didn't understand her teachings as a genius, and he wouldn't admit that he didn't understand because of his pride. So, in the end, after being stubborn, he would accuse her of teaching him strangely. What a weird guy, but Carla was watching him now on this island that was fleetingly fragmented, collapsing, and sinking. This magician who wielded such powerful magic, Deculein, their entire castle shook at random, a massive earthquake rocking the world. The dead souls were crying out, and Carla heard them, listened to their curses, pleading not to die, or begging to be killed. Though useless to them, there was a ghost society in this world. Carla had visited them before. They recognized those humans who killed souls, so this incident may cause Deculein to be hated by the spirits forever. There was no way Deculein didn't know that. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate. Wasn't he afraid of curses? Or was he not thinking about the future? Carla was suspicious of Deculein's growth. The castle began to collapse. The walls cracked and shattered into dozens of pieces as if ripping paper. The psychokinesis created powerful waves that bent the space around it. Deculein was bleeding amidst the spell, blood leaking from his mouth to wet his clothes. The mana that Carla offered was about 30% of her own, but the cost of borrowing from someone else was great. Are you okay? Deculein didn't respond. He continued to sit in the chair and watch his student, and assistant Professor Referen was the first to respond. She frowned as her eyes fluttered open. Those hazy eyes stared at Deculein, still contemplating whether it was reality or a dream. Referen looked at Deculein. Seeing him drenched in blood and fatigue was so different from usual, she had no choice but to think of it as a dream. Then Alan awoke. Deculein, on the other hand, closed his eyes for a moment. The two were astonished. Oh, he's dead. Ephraim, don't say that, Professor. He doesn't seem to be dead. As Carla spoke, the two swiveled their heads. Who are you? Next, Ihelm's disciples opened their eyes, and in the distance, the sound of someone's shoes resounded off the floor as Ganesha appeared. Whoa, our professor is so wild. How many square meters was this castle? Anyway, she laughed and picked through the remains of the castle. It was destroyed with the exception of this one area, which was maintained with Deculein's psychokinesis. Even with this much holy stone, the people of the imperial family will be happy. Of course, I couldn't catch the robbers, though. Ganesha looked at Carla. She was smiling, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Ephraim and Alan both looked astonished. Carla, like Rohakan, was a black, beast-level criminal. She had erased a city from the map and was responsible for the deaths of thousands, the so-called deadly authority. Why don't we make a deal? Take only 5%. This holy stone is made of people. There were many different types, with the most natural and popular holy stone being a mixture of earth, mana, and soil. Other top grades included deep-sea stone that grew inside humpback whales' bellies and mountain stone that could only be found deep within the mountains. Can I sell it to the floating island? Among them, holy stones that bloomed from human corpses were called human holy stones. Most were reluctant to use them. but they liked them in the floating island because they were good for experimentation. But Carla shook her head. I don't like it. They'll hate these. Ganesha watched Carla as the child ran to her side. It was Leah. She wanted to remember the name's face. Carla, may I ask why? Carla looked at Ganesha and Leah without a word. Why did you work with the altar? As Ganesha asked, she continued to pick through the debris, grabbing a branch she found. I don't know. Is it because I don't want to die? At that moment, an intangible blade cut through the AA blow delivered by Muramasa. Jackal's wicked blade. Ganesha just managed to block it with the branch. Wow, as expected from Ganesha, huh? Jackal guffawed from the other side. Ganesha looked toward him, shaking her head. Sister, you were here. Jackal moved closer. Then he pointed to Deculein, who was resting in the chair. Is the professor sleeping? At that moment, Deculein opened his eyes. Oh, I guess he's not, he. He looked around without a word at those gathered. Ganesha, I didn't know you would carry a demon with you. He's not a demon, he's half human, it's the same. His body creaked and his muscles screamed, but he cleaned the blood and dirt on his clothes with cleansing. He also didn't forget to adjust his clothes, smoothing them. As he was about to say something to Ganesha, someone interrupted him. It was the kid called Leah. I swear, a promise is fine too, but if Carlos turns into a demon, I will kill him with my own hands. So Leah bit her lip as Deculein slowly got up. Ephraim and Alan followed, standing nearby him. He is going to be a demon. No, if we do well, if you can hide him. You can hide, but no oath is necessary. You don't have to beg me either. If he catches my eye, I will surely kill him. Leah looked up and bowed her head. Deculein glared at Ganesha instead of the child, eliciting a bitter smile from her. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. He's part of my family now. Do you think a demon can be family? I will make sure he doesn't turn into a demon. Deculein's expression changed violently. He shook his head. He didn't want to be in the same room with him for too long. Deculein, who was about to leave, noticed Ihelm staring blankly somewhere. Ihelm's face remained slightly blank, and the two of his disciples stood by him. He looked back at Deculein and nodded. Right. What? Let's go. Is it all over? What's this? What's going on here? Belatedly, he checked the smashed ruins and put on a stupid expression. As he dug through the castle's ruins with psychokinesis, a message floated in the air. Main quest complete. Altar and ghost. Mental strength +1. The body of the Iron Man understands the magic of the authority. New traits, circuits, and physique begin to flower. On the way back by boat, the body of the Iron Man understands the magic of the authority. I turned to Carla while reading the system message. She was drinking wine with Jackal and Ihelm. It was so leisurely a sight that it would be easy to forget she was a black beast-level criminal. Professor, can you leave her like that? Alan asked, her body shaking. It's okay. She's not the type to kill people as she pleases. Authority, Carla. Her mana neared the hundreds of thousands in units, an incredibly huge reservoir possible thanks to her trait. Carla's unique trait. As her lifespan neared its end, that is, as her death drew near, her mana grew in strength. Carla's life expectancy was less than 2 years now in exchange for a talent that ordinary humans couldn't dare to achieve. She was suffering from an incurable disease that made her strong. I turned to Ephraim. She was biting her nails as if she were thinking about something. It was bothering me. Her nail broke. I let out a sigh. 5 penalty points. Why? Suddenly, Ephraim looked at me as if it were unfair, her eyes growing large. No, you can't. As if persuading me, she tried to explain. If I get more this time, I get 15 points. Then there is a fine. Good. If you guess what you did wrong, I'll take your penalty points back. Ephraim frowned and pondered, then glanced at me, mumbling, have you developed mind reading? 5 penalty points. It was autumn when we returned to the continent. The university campus was covered by fallen leaves, and a shrill wind whipped past my skin. It was a quiet and lonely season for no reason, showing a landscape not very different from Earth. Hoo-hoo, today is Veron's funeral. I'm so glad you came on time while organizing class materials in the Magic Tower. I received a call from Josephine. Come to the funeral, it'll be at the Knights of Fraham Commandery. I also ask you to prepare to do some acting if the snake that lured Eve spoke. Would it sound like this? I put the crystal ball in my pocket and went out to the parking lot outside the tower. I climbed into the car with Wren, who was waiting at the wheel. To the Knights of Fraham. I looked outside the window, capturing the passing landscape and feeling a little strange. But it was clear that this was the right way. Even if the process weren't right, even if I were hated, it would be right in the end, as it was the only way for Julie to live. I could tolerate the emotions that were rising from my heart. No, I could endure it because I loved Julie. I didn't know this kind of love, but it had become part of my personality. Deculein loved Julie so, even if Julie became unhappy because of me, even if she hated me enough to kill me. If she could only live in a world with me. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, some creature touch me. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, the red-haired munchkin was scratching my sleeve with his claws. I looked down at him and then back to Wren. Yes, all right. Wren immediately stopped the car and went outside. The cat looked at Wren with a grin. Your Majesty, what's going on? I heard you did a great job with the ghost castle. Is that so? There were so many appeals from the soul wizards who called you a genocidal maniac and wanted punishment. Is that so? Are you in a bad mood today? I nodded slightly. The demon is coming. Your body can't endure that much, Emperor Safian. Borrowing her cat's body yawned. If your Majesty is faithfully learning the runes, I think I will be able to lighten my burden a little. Oh, about that. I want to learn it, but I'm trapped. What are you talking about? Ah, a treasure was presented to me last night. But while playing with it out of curiosity, I was trapped inside. It's a really strange thing. I was disconcerted, but it was a very good sign that the Emperor was showing curiosity. So, I need you to save me. Charon doesn't seem to be able to do anything because he's not smart. Yes, but there is a contract. A contract that takes precedence over the Emperor, HMPH. That 5 years in prison, the cat murmured with dissatisfaction and licked his front paws. I'll make sure to leave as soon as possible. Bring me ice cream when you come, Dart. It was a difficult development for me to adapt to. It is an important process for attaching affection to life. I don't know what suits my tastes. Yes, all right. Good, keep this cat with you, the cat cried out as the possession was released. I glanced at Wren still standing outside. After the Knights of Freyham, stopped by an ice cream parlor. Yes. Oh, okay, Wren asked back, which wasn't like him. Maybe it was because I'd never been there before. I felt a heat flushing inside me. The Knights of Freyham held their funeral ceremony in a cozy and secluded atmosphere. Although there weren't many guests, each was gathered in the hall, a soft and sorrowful song playing overhead. Julie looked at Veron's remains in the coffin, feeling conflicted emotions wrangling inside her. Josephine called her. Julie sighed a little before looking back. Yes, how about you? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Rather, I feel light-hearted, thanks to you. We recovered his remains. Julie displayed the courtesy of a knight to Josephine. Josephine tapped the crown of her head and smiled softly. The crystal ball in Josephine's pocket vibrated, but her expression remained unchanged. Then, Julie, I'll go out for a little while. Josephine waved as she walked out. Julie watched her until she moved out of sight before looking around the hall. There were many knights with tears in their ears and rolling down their cheeks. Julie was strangely proud of their crying. It felt that the sense of companionship and bond she wanted as a knight was expressed in those tears. Vice Captain Rockfell, who had been outside for a while, approached with his cloak flapping behind him. Julie cleared her throat with a cough. Ahem, yes, Rockfell, what's going on? There is one luxury car outside. Yes, it was parked a little farther away, but it seems to be Professor Deculein's. Julie exclaimed without realizing it, eliciting a soft smile from Rockfell. They both had the same opinion, but Julie said it first. Did the professor also come to pay his condolences? Probably. Regardless, if nothing else, he's the knight who died trying to save him. He must be tired, coming here so soon after his mission concluded. Julie muttered a little and smiled warmly. Then I will go first. With the professor's personality, it will be difficult for him to come alone. Yes, please, go. They could pretend it was a coincidence and sit together. Professor would want that too. Julie took a deep breath and opened the door to the funeral home. Chapter 132. Mass 2. The clear sky was dyed red as the sun fell over the horizon, and the leaves were swaying as Josephine came out into the alley. For some reason, her steps were as light as a waltz. No, she clearly knew why. 36, Deculein. Reaching the place, her expression turned hard. Deculein, who was standing faced away from her, glanced back. The two regarded each other without a word. It was the only way to save Julie, who was suffering from a terminal disease. Even if she wasn't sure, Josephine believed in Deculein, who would act for Julie's sake. I'm going to ask you straight up. The guy named Veron, did you kill him? Saying so, She pointed to the necklace artifact around her neck. It was recording the scene. Deculein just stared at Josephine. You don't have to make an excuse. The last eyewitness said you and Veron were together, and Veron's chest had unnatural scars that couldn't be from a simple fall. Deculein remained silent, staring as if he hated her. If you want to say you didn't, please lend me that. A weapon. My wood steel. We have already recovered Veron's remains. It's necessary for comparison and contrast of those scars. Do you need to? Deculein grinned. He was a cheeky bastard who deserved death in the first place. He dared to covet something that wasn't his without knowing his place. It wasn't worth letting him live. He recited the lines according to the script prepared beforehand. If it were the original Deculein, he would have said this. And so what if the truth were revealed now? Do you think you can punish me, Her Majesty's favorite? Josephine clenched her teeth. Then, a sad smile appeared on Deculein's lips. Anyway, even that is now useless. What does that mean? Isn't she going to be broken soon anyway? In an instant, veins bulged on the side of Josephine's face. When he said that, she grew genuinely upset. A knight who stumbles out of a curse or something. Deculein spoke those endlessly cruel words with a frozen face. I am not benevolent enough to love a dying woman, and two bereavements are not worthy of Euclin's name. Was it acting, or was he serious? His harsh tone continued like a sharp wind. Is that all? Josephine, did you call me just to ask that? Josephine desperately suppressed her murderous intention. Of course, she knew it was acting, but he was good at it. He deserved a theater award. Somehow, it seemed like he was doing better than even she was. I have nothing to say to you guys who delivered a defective product. I will assume that there was no engagement with Freyden. Tell Zeit I said as much. This was the end of their act. Deculein left without hesitation, leaving Josephine with a video that lasted just over 5 minutes, and that could make Julie hate him. Gosh, defective. Thank you. Josephine's murderous intent quickly turned into rational thought. Deculein loved Julie as much as he loved himself, maybe even more than that. Even so, if he said it like that, Deculein wanted to save Julie more than anyone else in the world. Hugh, if so, she hoped this method was correct. Josephine mumbled to no one but herself and let out a small breath. She walked to the funeral home. However, her steps halted as she noticed someone who hid herself a distance away. Julie. It was Julie. Her face, with her head bowed down, was covered by her hair, and her body, trembling like an active volcano, was a mirror to how she felt. Did you hear it all? She didn't plan to make her hear this in person. Josephine was disconcerted, but she soon felt an insidious bliss welling up from beneath her. It's okay, she whispered and comforted her by her side, breaking the Freyham Knights. If the Knights disappeared, Julie would be left with no place in the system, and eventually she would return to Freyden. Assuming that Deculein was right, this curse would be healed, and Julie would remain by her side forever. I am by your side. She hid all those bad feelings as Josephine gently wrapped her arms around Julie's shoulder. It's stupid and pitiful. The voice of the old man flowed through her consciousness, a lowly sound that dragged the living from this world down to the underworld. Ephraim looked into his face as if possessed. What your father wanted. At that moment, she woke up from the dream. Ephraim looked around, finding herself in the teaching assistant's lab and her body drenched in sweat. It was a dream. No, was it a dream? Ephraim jumped up and ran to Deculein's office to search for proof that this world was not a dream. Someone who could announce that this world was real. She was about to knock on the door but stopped. Ephraim looked up at the nameplate. Head Professor Deculein's office. Someone that was always close but always felt far away. Hateful but grateful. Unforgivable but understandable. A professor who knew her mistake and betrayal but said it's okay since she was his disciple. Sigh. After taking her hand, Ephraim eventually turned around. Just then, Alan and Drent came down the hallway talking to each other. Ephraim, do you know, a Giro's cream store just opened nearby. What, really? Giro's Cream, the abbreviated name for Giro's ice cream, famous for its ice cream in the South, finally made its way into the empire. Ephraim grabbed her head and chattered. Is it a dream? Is this a dream? It's not a dream. I've been there. But the line was so long, so I had to turn around. Drent shook his head, and Alan wore his sorrow. That's right. They said I had to wait 3 hours. No, I'll go. Just give me the money. It was possible for her to study the thesis while standing anyway. No, standing up would make her more focused. 3 hours of standing was enough. Hurry up, please. Let me go. Efren's eyes twinkled as she reached out her hands to Drent and Alan, and 15 minutes later. Sigh, it's a lot indeed. Jiro's cream's line was immense. She held a 100 Elnis bill and snooped around in front of it. There appeared to be roughly 200 people. So what, compared to the ice cream awaiting her at the end? This kind of sacrifice was cheap. Efren studied the thesis as she waited. It was 20 minutes and 20 people per page. About 3 hours later, the sun went down, and there were only 20 left. Ah, this much must be enough. Efren relaxed her stiff neck and put the thesis in her bag. Next, a little more time passed, and one by one, the people went and left until it was finally Efren's turn. Next, yes, it's me, Screech. A luxury car stopped on the side of the road right next to her. A man who appeared to be a secretary left the driver's seat and whispered to the owner, who resembled a frog. Yes. The frogman suddenly wore a serious expression. He nodded and gave almost all of the remaining Giro's cream to the secretary. Then he shouted to those who were still waiting in line. Unfortunately, we ran out of ingredients. See you tomorrow. No, if you got today's waiting ticket, you can get one early tomorrow. Ah, the shutter closed before Efren, who grabbed a ticket, could say anything, and her resentful gaze shifted to the luxury car parked nearby. Damn, I've been waiting for hours. This is too much. Or just take one. There were several left. So why did you take them all away? Efren rushed to the car and knocked on the window. Hey, hey! Efren, feeling she was just played, lost her sense of reason. She looked at the darkened window as if the world were ending. He, opened the window. Then the window rolled down. Efren, her fists falling through, trembled as soon as she saw the face hidden inside. Ah, Professor, Deculein. He looked at Efren with pity. Ah, do you also like ice cream? No. Then why? Why did you buy so much? It was my turn in line. When she saw the ice cream sitting in the passenger seat, she felt a renewed sense of courage. No, it was greed. Ha, why? Deculein put his hand in his pocket without saying a word, producing a small wallet. A twinkle was caught in Efren's eyes as she looked at the silver metal chain around it and the pendant she could see at a glance underneath it. Take it. I'll make it up with this. Deculein handed over 3 bills worth 300 Elnis. No, I don't want the money. Ren. Yes. The man who appeared to be a secretary gave Efren one of the ice creams. What? Oh, yes, I'll pay for it. It's 30 Elnis per ice cream. Go. Vroom, the engine started again, and Efren flinched back. The car quickly raced away. Is he in a bad mood? Efren felt awkward for some reason. Anyway, I got one. Laughter left her unbidden as she walked with it in hand. The professor also likes ice cream. We have at least one thing in common. But what I just saw, that must be the pendant that Wizard Jindalf told me about back then. No way. Maybe it's something else. Efren ran into someone else on her way back, noticing her standing at the bulletin board for job recruitment at the Magic Tower. Requests for adventurers or wizards could be posted here with permission. Ganesha. Oh, it was Ganesha. Her hair fluttered behind her as she turned to look at Efren, then smiled, pointing to the ice cream. Is it Jiro's cream? It looks good. Ah, yes. Efren hid the ice cream behind her back. There wasn't much to share. What are you doing? This is a short-term job announcement. I think we also need a proper wizard. Efren looked at Ganesha, her mouth open and her eyes bulging. Ganesha smiled and tilted her head. Why are you like this? I will do it. Yes, instead. Instead of money. Ahem. Gulp. Efren swallowed hard and then continued. The relationship between the Luna family and the Deculein family. I would like to get that information. Ganesha was speechless, her smile stiffening. Don't the adventurers sell anything? Well, I think I'll have to get permission from the professor. Ganesha's answer convinced Efren. She knew what happened between their families. If she didn't, she wouldn't react like this. I will do anything. And it'll be hard. There are children in that adventuring group. You can't be as good as them. And why? Are you planning to stab the professor in the back again? No, never. Then why? In my dreams, the former head of the Deculein keeps showing up. At that moment, Ganesha's face hardened. She ripped the poster off the bulletin board, dusted off her hands, and offered Efren a handshake. When will you be able to work? This task is quite difficult. What is it? It's a dungeon attack. We won the lottery this time. We were lucky, so we'll make a lot in 2 days. When the Imperial family, or a lord, received a dungeon raid order from the Adventure Guild. The Adventure Guild took the resources according to their rank. It drew one guild like a lottery ticket to decide who would clear it. This system was referred to as the Dungeon Attack Lottery. Yes, 2 days is fine. Then here is a short-term adventurer's license. Ganesha took out her checkbook and gave one to Epheren. I am an S-class adventure team leader. Be sure to bring it with you when we attack the dungeon. Yes. Oh, but before that, I'll get the information right. Epheren was belatedly suspicious. Ganesha grinned. Sure, I've been attacked by a demon before, you know. I received healing from the Deculein family, so I know a little about their family business. Ganesha recalled those distant memories. In exchange for her life, she had paid her former fortune, which she had been working hard to accumulate for the better part of a decade. She was thankful she didn't die thanks to them, of course, but she couldn't like Deculein. Again, I am the leader of the Red Garnet Adventure Team. Right, there is no information in this world that I do not know. Yes, right, I, Epheren, will ensure you don't have to question my abilities. Epheren nodded with confidence. I believe it too. You're the only disciple that Professor Deculein recognized. She was embarrassed by those words, pouting as she nodded. Yes, your Majesty is waiting. I arrived at the Imperial Palace not in a good mood. It wasn't just because of the ice cream I held in my hand. It is here. I was led to Safian's bedroom by Jarling. I glanced at him and grinned. You're still alive. Jarling, it is thanks to Her Majesty. Jarling stepped back, and I politely opened the door. Deculein, head of Euclin, has come to Her Majesty's call. There was nobody inside. There was, however, a snow globe. The glass was filled with transparent liquid and snow powder that lightly fell when shaken. I was astonished as soon as I checked the item's information. Ancient snow globe information, a snowball made with great care by a believer in the holy age of the past. It can be said to be a small world with its ecosystem. Category, Miracle World. Ha! It was the treasure of the century, suitable as a gift to the Emperor and enough to spark Safian's curiosity. A miracle. I didn't know who gifted it. However, I held the snow globe in my hand and looked within. There was someone inside. Only their vague shape was visible at first glance, but her hair was unmistakably red. Do not shake it. Mew. The cat ran up from behind. Munchkin, I sighed as I looked at her. Are you stuck in there? Yes, if you shake it, I get dizzy. Keep it fixed. Are you okay with the possession magic in there? The consumption of mana is quite large. Anyway, why are you so late? I waited a day. Come on in. Entry is possible by infusing it with your mana. Yes. I put my right hand on the snow globe, clutching the ice cream bag in my left. Then, I infused mana into it. Woo-wang. It felt as if my mana and soul were being transferred somewhere. Immediately after, when I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by a pure white space inside the snow globe. You came. The Emperor and Charon stood a distance away. Safian, in a fur hat and cape coat, trudged over. In this world of pure white, her red hair stood out even more. Give it. Yes, I handed her the bag. The Emperor simply stared at it. She frowned slightly, and after thinking a bit, looked up at me again. Her eyes grew distant. At a time like this, I have a little trouble. No servant dares to eat food in front of me, and since I have been reluctant to eat too much, I have never eaten or seen any of this before, so I can only guess how to. Do you eat this with your hands? She wanted me to teach her how to eat it. The ice cream I know is ice cream on a wooden stick. It wasn't just plain ice cream. It was shaved ice topped with ice cream, so it was rather fancy. Open the lid, use a spoon to scoop the contents, and eat. What about the spoon? The spoon is attached to the lid. The Emperor did as I told her. Although her words and deeds were harsh, her manners were still as good as mine. By the way, Deculein, where is this place? She asked while mixing the ice cream. I looked around the snowy field where nothing existed, at least until now. I think it's an ancient bunker or prison. You think? Are you questioning me? There's no way you would say something wrong. Right, I was guessing that too. The Emperor grinned. Then, she ate a bite of her ice cream. Her languid eyes opened a bit wider. It's good. Is that so? It couldn't be bad. The mere ice cream was given the touch of Midas in 4 stages, that is, 4,000 mana. While I appreciate this, think about a way out of this place. Safian focused on the ice cream. I first put my hands against the ground and started with understanding. In an instant, 1,000 mana was consumed. Ahem, I spat out blackish blood. Are you sick? No, it's rather because I'm too healthy. The relationship between blood and mana. If I use too much mana at once, My blood would burn and become what is known as dead blood. Wizards use their magic carefully to avoid this happening, but I didn't have to. The blood regeneration of Iron Man was undeniably excellent. After all, do you think you know something? No, Your Majesty, have you found anything out? I stayed here for about 4 days, but I didn't find out much. This world looks so real, it's just amazing. 4 days, I looked at the Emperor. I think I just heard something rather strange. Your Majesty, you possessed that cat and told me this. If so, when was that? When? A day ago, you came too late. No, I shook my head. I ran over after hearing Your Majesty's message. There was a slight delay, but not more than a few hours. Safian paused for a moment, staring at me. Was there a lag in my possessive magic? No, maybe. I looked up into the sky. There were only clouds. No sun. It must be a problem with this snow globe. Let's find out step by step. Safian grinned. Spending a strange time with you for some reason. It reminds me of the past. I didn't understand that, but when I turned around to ask, Safian ignored me and focused on eating ice cream. Chapter 133. Snow Globe 1. I made a chair by mixing clay and snow, then a primary residence with a modern design. It was a combination of resiliency and aesthetic sense. Meanwhile, Safian was still eating with all the etiquette expected of a royal diner. Let me explain. Safian put down her spoon, drawing my eye. There was no lag in my bedroom. I took possession of the cat as soon as you picked up the snow globe and made you stop. But there was a delay outside the bedroom. Yes, then, perhaps this snow globe has put a force field around my bedroom. It must be projecting a certain radius around both the outside and the inside of the snow globe. It must be a defense mechanism of its own. Yes, and this time difference may increase over time, or it may be constant. Safian closed her eyes for a moment, sending her mind out to possess Munchkin. Tick-tock, my watch ticked on. She opened her eyes again and followed my line of sight to my watch. The time lag is gradually increasing. 4 days here is about a day in the outside world. I see. It was a reasonable inference. Safian placed her chin atop her hand. Aren't you suspicious? Your Majesty can't say anything wrong. I mimicked her as she grinned and opened another cup of ice cream. But it's amazing. I checked the blood flowing through my body to guess the concentration of external mana and calculate the speed at which mana was restored. Midas hand, and understanding, the snow globe consumed 5,000 mana, but 200 mana was refilled. There is nothing different about it from the outside world. Rather, the concentration of mana is thick. It's perfect for practice. I looked back at Safian, who tilted her head like a child told to study. Your Majesty, you practice. While waiting for you, I trained in speaking and swordsmanship, so I used up all my mana. I ran out of it now. Is that so? So let me ask. Keron, I called Keron instead because his position still stood firm behind Safian. Keron, Keron, that guy is a statue. I tapped his body, hearing a metallic ring. He left this statue and went on an expedition to find out how wide this world is and what else there is. It will take him a while to come back. If your brain is stupid, your body suffers. I nodded. Safian raised her eyebrows, her expression turning sullen. Why are you uncomfortable that it is just the two of us? I am just grateful to be with your Majesty. Safian stared at me, scouring my face for a hint. Then her expression wrinkled up into a frown. Those aren't empty words. Of course. Safian could grasp human emotions at a startling speed, mine included. Whoosh, a chilled wind wrapped around us, and she pulled up the collar of her coat. Are you cold? It's because I almost don't ever leave the Imperial Palace. I also ate cold food in a cold place. I took off my coat. Safian looked at me with mild bewilderment as I handed it over. My suit coat is an artifact. It will keep you warm. Safian put the coat over her own without a word. Since Midas' hand was applied to it, its performance was certain. It is warm. Yes, but Deculein. Yes. Did you know? The Emperor's face suddenly turned hard. Freyden was involved in my poisoning, your fiancé's family. The air stopped for a moment. No, even time halted. In the cold world of the snow globe, with even time frozen for a moment, I stared at Safian. It wasn't only Freyden, but also many other families. Among them was Deculein. Safian ate another scoop of ice cream. Nearly all the prestigious families on the continent worked together to kill me. Its principal axis was Freyden. But why did they do that? Safian, staring at the ice cream, raised her head. Her gaze was as dry as the sand in the desert. Of course. I have no intention of blaming you now. Your ancestors are the problem. Are you going to get revenge? Even that is faint, Safian sighed. If I punish them all, just imagining the ripples on the continent is troublesome enough. And even if I punish them, they will not suffer as much as I do. It would be pointless. So I want to run away. I looked at Safian. Now, strangely enough, a death variable was spreading from her. It was a sign of suicide. How ironic. Freed from her boredom and indolence, she easily learned more about herself and eventually grew skeptical. Compared to her revenge and the time and passion needed to plan the continent's future as the emperor, the reward she would receive was extremely small. I will be by your side, so don't say that. HMPH, no need. Will anything change if you are by my side? No, Safian let out a morose laugh, but I continued to stare at the red aura that fluttered beside her. The death variable was burning like a bonfire. I will always be there for your majesty's process. For a moment, her face stiffened with shock. Of course, this was a way to suppress the death variable, but it was by no means a lie. And at the end of your majesty's process, I will surely be there. I will face your majesty, even if I die. I didn't add, because your death is game over anyways. So, don't run away. The ruler of an empire never turns their back. Safian's expression turned as cold as ice, and a heavy silence hung over us. But soon after, she forced an awkward smile to reach her lips. Deculein, do you know? What? Swoosh, a whirlwind kicked up snow outside, forming a blizzard. As I watched, Safian spoke as lightly as that wind. You have already died for my sake. I turned my gaze back to her. Your Majesty, a small smile crept across Safian's lips. Forget it. Just focus on the current situation. This snow globe is not a romantic object like a bunker or a cradle. She looked at the blizzard on the horizon without a word, darkening the snow globe's world with a deafening roar. At the same time, the surface began to crack. Deculein! The ground sank away before Safian could say anything. Rumble, we were sent into a freefall. Plummeting, I looked to Safian, and she to me. Woo-whoosh. The mana's air pressure made it impossible to breathe, but I did what I had to do. I connected the statue of Charon above with Safian by making a line with psychokinesis. Thanks to that, Safian snapped out of the fall, but I continued to head straight down. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough mana to connect myself, due to wasting 4,000 mana on that damn ice cream earlier. Meanwhile, the Red Garnet adventure team arrived at the high-grade dungeon Deculein, named after the first to discover it, in the western part of the island. Hiya! Leah's cry echoed inside the dungeon. Epheren watched her fight with admiration, impressed by the mana releasing from her bloody and battered form. That kid is talented. Did you say something about attribute change? Their mid-stage attack was almost over. Ganesha nodded as she watched the battle in the corner of the dungeon she was making her gain experience. Of course, it is our treasure. Attribute change was one of Leah's magical talents. As its name suggested, it was a talent that could freely transform water into earth, earth into fire, fire into the wind, and so forth. It was still undeveloped, though. And this is a secret. Ganesha approached, leaning in close to Epheren. Originally, she didn't want to tell her this, but our Leah looks like the professor's first fiancée. It's not just a resemblance, she's like a doppelganger. Ganesha coveted Epheren. As a mercenary wizard, she was truly the perfect skill burning through entire dungeon rooms with a single destructive spell. What? Epheren's eyes bugged out as she turned to regard Ganesha. By the first fiancé, SHH. Now it's your turn to speak. Why are you continuing to investigate Professor Deculein? Epheren hesitated for a moment, pondering what to say. She wasn't sure if she would believe her. It's okay. Even if it's too absurd, I'll believe in you. I'm an adventurer. After all, Ganesha encouraged her as Epheren took in a deep breath. I met my future self a while ago. Is it a coincidence? Me too. What? You don't have to be surprised. I even know how I'll die. Ha, Ganesha. Have you been in Lacrilan too? No, Ganesha laughed softly. Demon. Oh. They know very well how to destroy a human, so they showed me my death, whether it is the future that cannot be changed, the future that can be changed, or the future that we desperately tried to change. It makes us have nightmares every night. Ganesha sighed, then laughed, her ponytail fluttering. What the demon wants is solely human corruption. Of course, sometimes the demon wants more than that, but in the end, the essence is the same. I sieved. Epheren, listening intently. involuntarily burst out laughing. Ganesha tilted her head. Why? It reminds me of the professor. Ephraim thought of Deculein, the man whose fall was most desired by all demons. The only person in this world who would never be tricked by their cunning ploys. If the demon enjoys human corruption, there is the professor. That's right. The professor never goes along with a demon's will. Euclide's Deculein, even demons tremble in fear. Clap, clap, Ganesha applauded to cheer on Leah, Leo, and Carlos, who continued to struggle on the battlefield. Great, well done, everyone. Now butchering the carcasses and material collection begins. Yes, Captain, after giving orders to the three, returned her focus on Ephraim. So, I still didn't hear why you are investigating the professor. What would you have heard from your future self? Ephraim smiled faintly. She told me not to hate him too much. The wizard Jindalf also said some strange things to me. What? This is even stranger. He said that the professor values me or something. He has a pendant with a picture of me as a child. Oh, Ganesha's brow furrowed. Ephraim shook her head as if it were ridiculous. How amazing. If that's true, maybe it's true. No way. Still. No, Professor Deculein certainly has reasons to cherish or hate you. Perhaps the cause is in your family. Bones snapped and crunched apart behind them as Leah cut into a monster's shell. Ephraim looked back in amazement, but Ganesha soon grabbed her attention again, and Deculein is not dead yet. What? If he appears in your dreams, it means that Deculein is after you. Ephraim grabbed the hem of her robe. But don't worry too much. Your talent is definitely enough to beat Deculein. Okay. Plus, the professor won't let Deculein do what he wants. That reliable professor will protect you, right? Deculein would protect her. Those words battered at Ephraim's heart. Looking back, Deculein was always like that. Even then, she was on the brink of expulsion from the disciplinary committee at the beginning of the semester, even when she blundered into the mountain of darkness and was almost attacked by that demon. Even when she attended the hearing as a witness against Deculein, Ephraim clenched her jaw, and her eyes grew wet with some unidentified water. So, I have no choice but to say the same thing as your future self. Ephraim turned to Ganesha, accepting the handkerchief she offered. Don't hate the professor too much. Sniff, a stream of water flowed from Ephraim's eyes. The dam broke. Bang, my body slammed against the ground. I must have been falling for a long time, as the impact snapped me back to consciousness. Suffocating darkness pressed in around me, obscuring my sense of direction. My body was in shock, so I couldn't keep track of the passage of time. And above all else, a harsher cold than I had thought possible was tearing me apart, but I thought it wasn't all that bad. This Iron Man body developed under extreme conditions. In that sense, this moment was a wonderful training opportunity. How would the Iron Man that accepted Carla's authority develop? This was the perfect time to test that question and build my foundation with self-control. But it was cold. I said it was cold, but no voice came out. The mental power greater than any other prevented my consciousness from fading. But more than that was impossible. A laugh leaked out. The severe cold was such that even the body of the Iron Man could not endure. I could easily say that it was approaching absolute zero. I used the little mana that I still had, trying to create a flame, but the magic composing the circle froze. The shape of the magic circle hardened in the air. The mana was frozen, turned to crystal by the chill. It was a theoretically impossible phenomenon. I woke up slowly in the dark, frigid cold. My consciousness itself was frozen. Still, I moved my legs. I don't know how many steps I took, but without realizing it, my body leaning against the walls of ice, I moved. Ha! Am I enduring or dying? Was the self that never bent being broken? I slowly closed my eyes. This dam. I ground my teeth. I would never, ever lose to the cold. I forced my body upright, accelerating the flow of my blood. And, at the moment when I was desperately struggling action quest, endure the unbearable magical chill. The flowering of authority of Iron Man, acquired cold adaptation. The versatility of Iron Man has expanded. Unbeknownst to me, an action quest was cleared. Chapter 134, Snow Globe 2, The Knight of Freyhem, Veron. He was an exemplary warrior who devoted his whole life to chivalry while living alone. At the cemetery, Veron's procession continued, and his coffin was placed in the ground. Julie's gaze bore holes into his chest, staring at the scars caused by pieces of wood steel. At the same time, she recalled what Deculein had said. He was a cheeky bastard who deserved death in the first place. He dared to covet something that wasn't his without knowing his place. It wasn't worth letting him live. The world shook as dizzy feet carried her forward. Josephine supported her shoulder, steering her to safety. And so what if the truth were revealed now? Do you think you can punish me, Her Majesty's favorite? They continued to ring in her ears as everything she didn't want to accept. They were all painful and cruel words in his look, his cold expression. Anyway, even that is now useless. Did he kill Veron? A knight who stumbles out of a curse or something? Was it all her fault? Was it because she was weak and hadn't yet overcome this curse? In the meantime, I've had to wear a mask that didn't fit, but now I'm sick of it. Julie bowed her head, shaking. Sadness, hatred, disappointment, denial, doubt, they pierced her skin like nails and reached her heart. It hurt so much. I am not benevolent enough to love a dying woman, and two bereavements are not worthy of Euclin's name. However, his abusive words eventually led to a single thought. After all, this wound was because of him. She gave her whole body to protect him, and this scar was the price. Thanks to him, who she misunderstood to have changed, she thought of it as a wound of glory. Even that was, I have nothing to say to you guys who delivered a defective product. I will assume that there was no engagement with Freyden. Tell Zeit I said as much. Why? Julie muttered with tears in her eyes. What did I do to you? Why did you want me so? Why did you torment me so much? And why do you still? Why? Julie felt a pain tightening around her heart, stealing her breath. Blood dripped from her punctured lip. Why? However, her questions failed to reach anyone. They wandered through the air for a moment and scattered. She wanted to know why and asked Deculein the reason. The reason why he was so obsessed with her that he would even kill the innocent knight named Veron. Why? Julie wanted to know. I walked through the frigid cold. The darkness was still there, but I saw the whole area as if it were submerged in a brilliant light. The coldness of my breath had not changed, but I endured as an Iron Man. It was a resistance that transcended humanity, possessed by a body with a mental power that was decidedly inhuman. I first explored the purpose of this snow globe, this ancient treasure made in ancient times. If the intention were to preserve ancient humanity like Noah's Ark, this wouldn't be happening. Therefore, the most likely hypothesis was a prison, a box made to trap someone. Of course, since it was an ancient item, there was very little chance that anyone imprisoned would still be alive. As I walked, immersed in my thoughts, I found darkness before me that my sight could not pierce. I concentrated mana in my eyes. It was now possible to instantaneously amplify Iron Man and grant it authority. In other words, at some point, the function of my retina could be augmented, and a part of Iron Man could be granted to external objects, such as the wood steel. What is this? However, the darkness wouldn't clear no matter how much mana I put into my eyes. I lifted my head, my frozen neck creaking. At first, I thought it was a wall, some gigantic object blocking the way, but it wasn't. I was speechless for a moment, then laughed at how absurd it was. A headache threatened to break my frozen brain. It opened its eyes. Giant. In the distant ancient times, they were the race that ruled the entire continent. They were the race closest to God in this world and the wisest beings. Its body was over 15 million tall, even though it was sitting, and its arms were as thick as the world tree. Each strand of the necklace adorning it was the size of an adult male. Indeed, the snow globe was meant to trap someone. If the target was a giant, it was natural to make it so huge. The giant opened his eyes, and a dazzling light illuminated the basement. He looked down upon me with pupils as deep and unfathomable as the sea, and everything in the world was sparkling. Independent quest. Giant Q&A, mana, plus 300 rare attribute catalog store currency, plus 3. It was an amazing reward. I looked at the giant, not faltering despite his overbearing size. Rather, I faced him with an aristocratic attitude. You are a strange human. Go, oh, the giant's voice echoed, sending ice raining down and shaking my ribcage. It was a pressure that would disintegrate an ordinary human. I did not avoid the giant's eyes. Even if the target I encountered was a giant, Deculein's ego was still there. Strong, and above all, I wanted that reward. I am Deculein of Euclin. The giant's eyes narrowed, the air quivering with just that slight movement. A character whose race itself was named. He stared at me for a long time with nothing but silence between us. The giant's majesty weighed on my shoulders, but I did not bend in the slightest. Deculein of Euclin. Eventually, he spoke. Is that your real name? He had already figured out all of me. I stared at the giant and shook my head. There was no reason to deceive this ancient legend. My name is Kim Woojin. I came here from another world and became Deculein. Only then did the giant nod with a smile at my honest answer. The thesis of Deculein/Luna caused huge controversy on the floating island. Thousands of addicts rushed to review just this one thesis, and dozens of academic discussions were held about it every day. Thanks to that, all business on the floating island stopped. Government offices, magic bookstores, potion stores, rank assignments, test administrations. More than 70% of the wizards living on the floating island did nothing but cling to Deculein's thesis. Judging the feasibility of the Deculein thesis is nothing more than a pretty display. What do we do with something special in theory? There isn't a single wizard that can apply it in practice. Even so, it cannot be said to be pointless. How can you describe it like that, given it's such an original theory? Professor Deculein is an intellectual who will lead this era. The seventh floor of Medjason. On the discussion floor, all 33 forums had the same topic. The concept of the Deculein thesis is, of course, very, very ingenious. Even critical addicts recognize the value of the thesis. But it's so ingenious that it's practically extraterrestrial. Who could apply this magic practically? However, the application of the magic, its feasibility, was a problem. No magician possessed the talent for all the attributes of the four elements, could use at least four or more types of magic, and had the experience required for this thesis, or at least none that were known of. Even to Adrian, who became an archmage, it was impossible since she specialized in destruction. If a thesis is worthless because it can't be applied, what about Ruckle's proof before that? What about the auxiliary series of laws and rights of Ducken, which has now become the faith of the auxiliary series? Thanks to that, the floating island was abuzz with activity. Wizards from all over the world immediately headed to the floating island, almost doubling the population. I just borrowed the thesis. How much have you read these days? Whenever you walked along the road, the floating island would always hear someone passing by discussing it. Page 3. I couldn't go any further than that. They didn't make it public for no reason. Deculein published the entire thesis. He did not set a price, but made it possible to read it only by paying the printing fees. Papers that couldn't be applied in practice usually didn't sell well in the first place. Hey, I successfully read to page 11 yesterday. I started on page 12. However, Deculein's careless actions created a small trend of competition on the floating island. PFFFD, don't lie. Would you like to cross-check with me at home? Damn, all right. I'm on page 7. Are you happy? Based on to what extent they understood the theory presented and how many pages they advanced. It had gotten to the point an unofficial society had been created based around it. Meanwhile, at the famous restaurant Magic Pasta on the floating island. What I want to say is this. Who's going to put this theory into practice? There are only a handful of wizards who understand more than 20 pages. Intent on fully enjoying her visit to the floating island, Efren was eating pasta, but she wasn't paying much attention to her food. So, how many pages did you read to say that? How much did you understand of Deculein's thesis? All conversations were now focused on the thesis of Deculein/Luna. Gosh, what does it matter now? It's a thesis that isn't practical anyway. I don't care. What page? Answer. I'll listen to you if it's right for you. Page 9. But anyway, it's been a while since Agra was opened. Let's discuss it properly then. That's ridiculous. You can't even attend Agra with only 9 pages. Okay, Agra was the largest academic forum on Floating Island. It was a conference where anyone above the monarch rank could participate, and it was scheduled to be held soon. Really? Yeah, the minimum qualification is 13 pages. They had one topic, Deculein's thesis. No, with that put aside, more importantly, who the hell is Luna? Why is that name stuck next to Deculein's? He was Deculein's assistant. They said he had the idea first, so the stake is even. Now, they even talked about her father. Eferen was about to go outside, but noticed someone nearby and sat back down, startled. Jindalf approached her. Eferen, long time no see. Yes, Sir Jindalf, what a coincidence. This was the etherocranked magician who said, Deculein values you. Jindalf chuckled and placed a hand on Eferen's shoulder. Coincidence. I came looking for you. I heard about you from Ganesha. Yes, about what? Jindalf's smile hardened for a moment, and he leaned in close to whisper into Eferen's ear. Deculein, Ephraim flinched. Jindalf smiled kindly again and stepped back. I hate that man very much too. I have come to you to prepare for you some preventive measures. Oh, I see. Even while smiling brightly and nodding, the rumors of Jindalf floating around immediately came to mind. But if it's okay with you, may I ask how much it'll cost? The money-eating turtle that was Jindalf's nickname, famous even on the floating island, and he didn't deny it. Ha ha, the money, well, I'll get it later. Will you follow me? Yes, yes. Okay, ha ha ha. Jindalf, taking the lead with a laugh, stopped abruptly and looked back at Ephraim. Oh, his tone grew low and laden with curiosity. How many pages did you understand? Yes, Deculein's thesis. These days, that's the trend on the floating island, isn't it? Oh, I'm about at page 130. What? In an instant, Jindalf's expression turned to one of absolute shock, and his voice picked up speed. You can't lie to an old man. It's the truth. Okay, I'll find out after checking. Come on, let's go. Jindalf glanced Ephraim up and down with a suspicious eye before moving on. Tick, tock, time in the snow globe marched on while Safian calculated the time difference using the watch she created with mana and her possession magic. 2 weeks had passed inside, but only 3 days outside. Safian created a foothold of mana above the fissure in the earth. She ate ice cream above it while waiting for Deculein, who had fallen, for 2 weeks. Your Majesty. At that moment, Charon, the statue, woke up. Safian sneered at him. You woke up very early. 2 weeks have already passed. Charon looked around. The space swept away by the blizzard was a mess. I'm sorry. He immediately fell to his knees. Please give me punishment. Charon made no excuses. Knights were originally such a type. Forget it. Aren't knights stupid in the first place? Rather. What did you find out? He answered, prostrated, his head pushed down in the snow. I came back after reaching the end of this snow globe. Its area is almost equal to that of the continent. Is that so? Get up. This savvy knight wandered to the edge of the snow globe with only his 2 feet. Safian grinned and lifted Charon. Your Majesty, did Professor Deculein not arrive yet? He came. But he saved me and fell. Safian glanced down the bottomless crevasses under them. Charon squinted as he glanced down. Nothing was visible. Not even a single point of light penetrated the gloom. If Deculein fell there, hoo-hoo. Seeing Charon's confusion, Safian chuckled. Thinking about it now, I'm the luckiest of the hapless emperors. Charon looked back at her, but Safian continued while keeping her eyes on Deculein's ice cream. I have a knight who crossed the continent for my sake. I have a professor who has been with me for hundreds of years. Your Majesty. Charon felt Safian's unusual reaction. Every word she spoke was cold, and the atmosphere turned gloomy. What are you going to do? Charon asked cautiously. He looked at the Emperor burning a noble red in an otherwise pure white world. Why are you asking that? That Nessius no longer exists, and I don't know how to get out, she answered indifferently. If he doesn't come back up, then. She looked at the sword that was around Charon's waist. I can only commit suicide. Chapter 135. Snow Globe 3. Kim Woojin. Place Wu Chinese letter and true Jin Chinese letter. I told the giant my true name, a melody that I hadn't spoken in a very long time. The giant smiled, looking down at me without a word. His silence was not threatening, but had a warmth to it that contrasted sharply with the cold. Human, this is a graveyard, not a prison or a cradle. The giant first solved the question I hadn't asked, but had been running around in my head. The cemetery prepared for me. I had read the giant's setting once before. They were a race that crossed the continent and the great sea to see the ends of this vast world. They were wise people who knew nearly everything and possessed a profound insight. Therefore, humans, as seen by giants, were not so different from how ants were seen by humans. Still, it was thanks to the giant's wise and benevolent heart that he didn't trample me. Human, when I see you, I know that there is a world I don't know yet. Is that so? Yes, his voice shook my soul violently. This is my fault for not hiding the cemetery properly. The passage leading to the outside is here. You can open it at any time, but you won't go out alone if you do. The giant read everything in my mind and gave me the right answer. But I picked out a very awkward word from the giant's explanation. By fault. You mean it's not a mistake? The giant smiled again. Yes, I expected this kind of meeting someday. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, however long it required, but at least once. It's amazing. The wisdom of giants transcended humanity. If so, did he foresee my existence? Also, did he understand that from the world called Earth, I was incorporated into the world of this game? It is too early to find an answer. The human race collapses the moment it reaches the end. As our giant race collapsed before in a greater time, he meant for me to find the answer myself. I nodded. This was nothing new. It had always been that way since I became Deculein. The height of this cliff is tens of thousands of meters high. It will be difficult for a human to bear because it is the end of the world I have created. I paid no attention to the giant's warning. Taking out the wood steel and jabbing it into the ice wall, crack, I made a support stand that I climbed up. I looked back at the giant. I will come back with my friends. The giant smiled softly and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Jindalf guided Ephraim to a small airship. Get in. Here. Yeah, back seat. At Jindalf's prompting, Ephraim hesitated but soon climbed into the back seat. I'm kind of nervous. As soon as she put the helmet on, the airship set off. Wait, whoa! The airship rocketed through the orbit of the floating island, Ephraim's face shaking with the force of the sudden acceleration. Beware, bearer, ha ha ha. What do you think? Beware. Isn't it exciting? Beware. One of the neighboring islands of the floating island was the place they flew to, the island known as the Inn. Now, we're here. How was it? Wasn't it fun? Ha 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 ha. It's so lame. Lame, really. Anyway, the new generation these days use strange words. It means no fun, gosh. Ephraim rubbed her chapped lips and shook her head, while Jindalf opened the door of the inn. Ding with the soft sound of a bell. Jindalf went inside. Ephraim stood outside for a moment longer to look around. Wow. She was in a parking lot holding dozens of small airships. Behind it was not a cliff but a space with no end in sight. Come in now. It is dangerous when the wind blows. Yeah, at Jindalf's call, Ephraim headed inside. It was surprisingly mediocre and quiet inside compared to the outside, which was extraordinary. There were several tables, and the menu board was full of food with appetizing names. Ephraim, here, Jindalf, who was already seated at a table, raised his hand. The pink-haired woman next to him winked at her. You're here. Wizard Rose Rio. Ephraim's eyes went wide. Rose Rio flapped the magic thesis she held, picking her teeth with a toothpick. Yes, it's been a long time. Sit down. Yes. Ephraim sat down next to Jindalf. Then she looked at the paper that Rose Rio was holding. Oh, this, Rose Rio noticed her gaze and shrugged. Isn't it the floating island fad lately? At this rate, we'll have to put a badge on our chests to see how many pages we have read. If we don't know, we can't even join the conversations. Aha. Yeah, I'm also trying to challenge it. How can I say this? Should I say that this is useless to me? Ha ha. Ephraim smiled bitterly and nodded. After all, it would have been an inappropriate thesis for Rose Rio, who specialized elsewhere. Ha ha. But I heard that this friend has already understood up to page 130. Jindalf said it loudly for all to hear. The air in the inn grew stiff, and everyone looked over. Ephraim was embarrassed, but soon the atmosphere relaxed as if nothing had happened. It seemed like she was being dismissed, as if the very thought were absurd. But Rose Rio regarded her with narrowed eyes. Is it true? Yes, I got it a while ago. So, even if you received it beforehand, it is not something you can understand to page 130. From 30 pages onwards, understanding each page is treated as a small achievement. Among the addicts, the thesis climbing relay was in full swing, and it was even considered an opportunity for reversing one's rank. If only it were true that a mere soldier understood up to page 130, haha. For now, let's shelve that talk for later. Come on, Ephraim, this inn is a little bit special. Take a look around. Jindalf stopped talking and pointed somewhere. Ephraim's eyes followed. Carla and Jackal are over there. Ephraim's jaw dropped. Carla and Jackal, who she had seen before on Ghost Island, were indeed sitting right there. Jackal was yawning with a twig in his mouth, and Carla was mixing sugar into her latte. And Zukaken, one of the clan masters, Zukaken, the handsome long-haired man, was chatting with another male wizard. For some reason, his whole party was formed of handsome men. And theirs, haha, I didn't think he would be allowed in even though it's the inn. Who? Ephraim looked to the next one he pointed out. Rose Rio chuckled, sipping her coffee. He's called Jarek. He's a person of some interest. The very handsome man she pointed at was giggling and acting erratically with an unknown old woman standing beside him. And behind them is Ihelm. Rose Rio pointed her thumb to the corner of the inn. Ephraim's head whirled around. So we need to analyze this part. I don't care about the floating island guys, but we can't fall behind those from the magic tower. Ihelm, his hair tied back, was studying the thesis with his students in the shadows. He probably didn't want it to be found out that he was studying Deculein's thesis independently. Gather them all and leave the labor of various calculations to them. Yes, I will contact them right away. Jindalf began to stroke his long beard. Ha ha, what do you think? It's rather curious, isn't it? Anyone who is a wizard can enter the inn on the floating island. Even the wizards of the volcano who do not have the official approval of a magic tower. Volcano, the official name of the ashes. Ephraim grew increasingly nervous. Especially Glipper and Helgun. Get used to those two faces. They are some crazy guys. The two men in question had tattoos and scars covering every inch of their exposed skin. Yes, okay, but old man, why did you bring me here? Can't you feel the immense power in this inn? Doesn't the aura that each of them emits make your skin crawl? Yes. Oh, yes, that's right. It's a little hard to breathe. Ephraim nodded. That must be the reason that her chest felt tight. Jindalf continued. To fight against that man, Deculein, you will need the training to strengthen your mental power. To do that, you have to face the strong ding the bell rang. The unwritten rule of the guests was that they wouldn't look at the other guests, but Ephraim, unaware of this fact, glanced toward the newcomer involuntarily. Ha! And then she stood up without realizing it. All eyes in the inn were focused on her once more, but Ephraim paid them no mind as she smiled brightly at the girl who had just entered. Sylvia, Sylvia. She wore a robe with pure gold embroidery on a black background, indicating the monarch rank. She was going to have dinner with Eidnik, but Sylvia, suddenly noticing Ephraim, glared at her. Stupid Ephraim, you can't show you know here. Sit here. Ephraim smiled brightly and pointed to her table. Of course, Sylvia tried to ignore the invitation. HMPH. Oh, nice. Eidnik grabbed her by the arm and pulled her over to them. What is? Let's go. Introduce me to your friend. We're not friends. Sylvia was more or less forced to sit down at Ephraim's table. Ephraim smiled and pointed to the wad of paper she had clasped in her hand. Is that also Professor Deculein's thesis? Sylvia clenched her jaw and shook her head. No. Then what is it? It's none of your business, Eidnik answered instead. It's a novel. Oh, Eidnik, lightly ignoring Sylvia's resentful gaze, added, this is a novel written by this girl herself. Why did you tell her? If you publish it, they will see everything anyway. No, why are you this kind of person? Eidnik let Sylvia's annoyance pass in one ear and out the other, but Ephraim wasn't one to let this amazing news pass. You, a novel, I want to read it too, give it to me. She reached out with both hands and a grin reaching from ear to ear. A week went by, and Safian concluded that there was no point in waiting any longer. This is unacceptable. But it wasn't over for Keron. He couldn't accept Safian's decision. HMPH, how dare you, a knight, say such things to the Emperor? Safian's lips twisted as she stared at him. Still, Keron did not waver. I am sorry, but this is my mission, to protect your majesty no matter what. Safian chanted a spell. In an instant, Keron slipped, but he stood and grabbed his sword. At least this sword he wouldn't let be taken away. Keron, if you think I can't do it with you around me, you are mistaken. I even hit my head on rock and died once. You don't have to be so worked up. We will meet again anyway. Keron disobeyed his master's orders and became still like a statue. No, he changed into a statue. It was a statue made to be almost impossible to break. Boring guy. Even if I don't commit suicide, there's no way out of this place. Starving to death or suicide is one thing. Keron didn't respond. Safian, letting out an exhausted sigh, suddenly had an ingenious idea. Even though it was a spell, would this work? Hebrutav, Hebrutain, Hebrushin, Hebruhay, Hebrukate, Hebruresh, Hebrubate, a phenomenon caused by only a single syllable. Mana swelled from her voice and permeated the snow, pulling it together into a sharp blade. No, surprised, Keron woke up quickly and rushed to take Safian's sword, but she pushed him away with another spell. Stop being stubborn. It's all over and I'll see you again. Keron, yet the moment she was about to cut her wrist with that blade, you have learned very well. A different voice arrived, surprised. Safian and Keron glanced around. No one was there, as expected from your majesty. They looked up into the sky at the compliments that followed. Nothing. It was just a clear and dazzling sky. Then, neither left nor right nor up. There was only one other way. Safian looked down into the crevasse. Ha! A smile from the bottom of her heart found its way to her lips. It was Deculein. He had risen from the endless pit of the crevasse, crawling up the wall using his wood steel as support. Charon let out a quiet sigh of relief. You made me wait. Even so, there is still no choice but to commit suicide if there isn't another way out. What did you find down there? Deculein first dusted off his clothes, melting away the frost clinging to him. No, it melted thanks to Iron Man naturally. I found a way out of this snow globe. But Deculein looked at Safian's physical condition with vision. The key was how much cold Safian could withstand. It will be very cold. Will it be worse than death? If it's too cold, I'll just die. No, I will not let your majesty die. Deculein took the snowflake obsidian out. It was a very small corner, but after giving it the authority of Iron Man, it was thinly spread around Safian. This gave Deculein some peace of mind. But Charon? Deculein looked back at her faithful guard. Could he withstand it? A severe and biting chill lurked right underground. Even if he was one of the top knights on the continent, without the help of a trait, I have no fear, Charon responded sternly. Yes, Deculein nodded. Safian looked at the two men facing each other with an expression of ridicule and disbelief. Let's go right away. Don't you need to take a little rest? Even if I rest, there is no food, so it's all the same. The moment Safian agreed, her body moved freely thanks to the snowflake obsidian attached to her. Explain this. A truly bizarre and unexpected situation. Safian, clinging to Deculein's back, asked the question. She simply wanted an explanation. She wasn't even disconcerted. You need to be as close to my body as possible so you won't be cold. It's already cold enough. That is no reason. When we reach there, you will understand. What? Trust Professor Deculein, please. Charon helped, but strangely, he had a face that suggested he was holding back laughter. It's the words of the professor who came up from below. All right. Safian frowned to make her dissatisfaction known, but soon accepted reality. Yes, I'm going. So, Deculein carried the emperor down. Chapter 136. Farewell, one. I made my way down using the wood steel as stairs. One step at a time as 20 pieces of steel naturally alternated and became footholds. At first, having Safian on my back was a bit uncomfortable, but soon I grew used to it. The passenger's name was Safian Ekater von Yegus Gifrin. She was no less than someone from the imperial family. It was worth giving up my back for that noble bloodline. I was forced to think like that. Safian didn't say anything for her part, probably immersed in her thoughts. The temperature. Just then, Safian began to mumble. She pressed a little closer to my back. Are you okay? I can adapt to it. Safian's potential was the best in the human world, but she was still only a bud. Judging by her peculiar boredom, she was still a long way off from flowering. Even in this snow globe, she only ate ice cream and water. It is because your majesty has been lazy in training. If you had been more diligent in your magical training, you wouldn't be. I got it. So just shut up. Charon. I called Charon instead of Safian. He was following us, protecting Safian's back. Are you okay? The amount of snowflake obsidian I had was enough to cover only Safian. Charon had no choice but to stand on his own. I'm okay. Charon replied that way. I believed him too. Don't get lost and follow. Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Kate, Hebrew Bait, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Bait, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Kaf. Then Safian chanted a spell, creating a warm fire near Charon. Your Majesty, I will not tolerate failure. At the Emperor's command, Charon simply nodded. There was an unusual smile on his lips. Tick-tock, the sound of pages being turned, and the gentle ticking of the clock. Epheren was reading Sylvia's novel, and Sylvia was watching her with hawk-like eyes. Eidnik, Jindalf, and Rose Rio stared at them from the side, amused. Gulp Sylvia was quite nervous. She didn't want to show it, but she wrote it for it to be read in the first place. Sylvia's only hobbies were writing and painting. Between them, she had been particularly focused on the novel these days. Its working title was Blue Eyes. She scrutinized every single line on Epheren's face. At some point, Epheren raised her head. Had she read it all, or was it not fun? With sweat slicking her palms, waiting for her to respond, Epheren opened her mouth. Sylvia, you're good at writing. It was a compliment. It had been a while since her heart started racing like that, but she forced herself to stay calm. Sylvia looked at Epheren with a hard face. She chuckled while fiddling with the manuscript. This is fun. Do you have the next chapter? I haven't finished it yet. Oh, the mysterious vibe makes me want to read the next chapter soon. Sylvia deliberately tucked her chin in. She tried not to show any emotion on her face. Then, are you publishing this? At that question, she only nodded. Wow, I'll buy it later. Do as you please. Now, Jindalf spoke up with a laugh, drawing their attention. If the meeting is over, let's start in earnest. Hey, Carla. Carla and Jackal turned around. Ephraim was slightly surprised. Were they pretending not to see them until now? Sorry for the late start. Please, train this girl. It seems like only 4 times will do. Okay. Nodding, Carla placed her hands in her robe. She took off her hood, revealing her eyes, red and dazzling. The moment she looked into those eyes, Ephraim's consciousness sank into the abyss. She passed out without a word. Sylvia looked at Ephraim as if it were ridiculous. Then she called an employee passing by and ordered. So, 3 minutes later, Ephraim woke up. Whoa, what is that? I almost died. Then she grabbed Jindalf by the collar. Jindalf chuckled, and Ephraim put her trembling hands down. How was it? Oh, I'm sorry, I was so surprised. But what was it? It was very. It's mental training. I insisted on Carla helping out, so you only have 4 chances. Do I have to do this 3 more times? Ephraim put a hand to her heart. Thump, 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 Ephraim. Your mental power is not bad. It's just that you lack a system. Rose Rio jumped in with an explanation. The easiest way to build a system is to build yourself a mental guardian in your head. A system. Yes, picture the most honorable thing in your head. It doesn't have to be human. It can be a doe. A lion doesn't even matter if it's a dragon. If you do it just once, it will fight for you. After listening to her blankly, Ephraim nodded. Mental guardian, right now. There was only one person that came to mind. Yes, I will try. I mean, hey, Sylvia, would you like to do it too? At Rose Rio's prompting, Sylvia shook her head. I've had enough. Really? Well then, Carla. Oh, but wait. I'm not ready yet. Ephraim concentrated and waved her hand, but Carla wasn't waiting. Yeah. Ugh. With a nod, Carla again glared at Ephraim, plunging her into the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, Sylvia received her order of food. This is the mana roasted chicken. The chicken fried with mana powder was the worst food, like chewing a soft stone, but it didn't matter to her who couldn't taste things. Rather, it was the best food. If you want to become an archmage, diet is also important. But you will eat that. Rosé Rio looked at Sylvia with astonishment. Don't do that. No matter how important magic is, that kind of food is not for humans to eat. Don't mind me, Sylvia responded in a cold tone. Rose Rio was bewildered by how she looked so different from when she had met her on the floating island before. Kubrukorbraug. Ephraim woke with a strange scream. Ding at that moment. The door of the inn opened, and a new guest stared inside. Ha, what's that? Ephraim, Jindalf. Who? Yiriel of Euclin. She tilted her head as she looked at the famous wizards gathered around Ephraim. Deculein plunged deeper down into the darkness, while Safian continued to think as she rode on his back. She analyzed the transfer of mana to figure out the difference in time. The source of the time dilation was coming from underground, caused by this huge wave of mana flowing from the bottom. I don't know. In this way, the understanding of the phenomenon was clear. Safian's insights were always accurate. However, doubts remained. She continued to wonder. Why do you? To her, the value of her death was infinitely light. However, Deculein, to be exact, the Deculein in the previous episode had told her, from now on, no matter what happens, don't take your life by yourself. She knew Charon's loyalty, but she still didn't know what to think of Deculein. He died without explaining to her what he meant. Deculein, why won't you let me die? My memory is eidetic. Even if I go back to the past, I have the confidence to make sure that everything is put together correctly. Stomp, stomp, Deculein continued to move down. Frustrated by the silence, Safian punched him in the back. Then, the answer came out like from a vending machine. Your Majesty, do you know why giants disappeared? It was an ancient tale. Safian answered subconsciously. Almost all the history of the continent was in her head. Because death was scarce. With that, she grasped Deculein's implication. Safian stared at his wide back, with her eyes wide open. Yes, there is a process considered a challenge for humans. The driving force behind that challenge is the death awaiting at the end. Without death, life would be futile. Your Majesty knows better than anyone. HMPH, would it be possible for a sudden death that never existed to occur because you said that? I can commit suicide without your knowledge. Then I will swear. What? Deculein recited an oath all of a sudden. Having been with Deculein for hundreds of years, she knew a promise to him meant eternity. No, more than that. The oath of this venomous bastard would remain even if the timeline changed. I don't know what I mean to your majesty. I could be just an ordinary subject, a troublesome teaching wizard, or the head of a family called Eucline. Safian looked at the back of Deculein's head. She wondered what kind of expression this professor was wearing, but she couldn't see it. But if your majesty ignores my will and takes her own life— Deculein, shut up. Safian seemed to know what he would say next. Deculein continued as she expected. I will do the same. You are cheeky. You don't know the moment of return. Do you think I will not know? I probably know you more than you do. At that moment, Deculein touched down on the ground. He had finally reached the bottom of this cliff. However, Deculein still carried Safian, who mulled over his words with no small amount of dissatisfaction. Know you better than yourself. That was a statement close to rebellion. Deculein, please take care of Her Majesty. Suddenly, a voice approached from behind. Safian turned around, but Charon's body was already frozen. Your Majesty, I will follow you sooner or later. Charon, you know I won't die. Perhaps this moment is an important one for me. All this time, I was stagnant. Charon became a statue as those final words left him. Come on, time. Deculein didn't look back, and Safian believed in him too. The two moved on, believing in their not-so-distant destination. Navigating through the freezing dark, they reached the end of the cold. I knew you would come back. A voice that gave Safian a small shock vibrated the walls around them. Safian looked up at him, into his big lake eyes. Those giant eyes reflected Safian. The passage is here. The giant's magic created an oval-shaped portal. Children, go ahead. Deculein went inside. He couldn't afford to have a conversation with the giant. Woong, a small wave of mana, a dazzling swarm of lights that bordered on near blinding. After that, the place they returned to was Safian's bedroom. The snow globe was still atop the table, and Safian was still on Deculein's back. Deculein recognized the quest clear notification floating in the air. Deculein, keep this snow globe. Wait for Sir Charon to come out on his own. Safian looked at the snow globe, feeling sad for some reason. Sorrow. It was a feeling she hadn't felt for a long time. Your Majesty, there is no perfect human being in this world. Also, your Majesty is more imperfect than any other human being since there is no death for you. Deculein laid Safian on the bed. Her frozen body wouldn't move properly. The first step is to acknowledge that fact. It is acknowledging the lack and accepting the loss. Your Majesty is a human being, like us. Saying so, he covered her with a blanket. With only her face sticking out, Safian regarded Deculein with squinted eyes. I'll leave. Don't you need to take a rest? No. Deculein nodded and turned away. As he was about to leave, Safian caught him. Professor. Yes, I don't know about human relationships. It's natural since it is your Majesty, I understand. Do you love me? Deculein didn't answer. Safian felt awkward as that silence grew, quickly correcting herself. If not, forget it. Yes, Deculein went away like that, but Safian was suspicious for some reason. She let those doubts fade away and focused her attention on the globe. Charon, the most loyal knight in the world, remained inside there. He said he would come out on his own, and Safian believed him. I will be waiting. Deculein did not reappear until the funeral, the burial of the coffin, and the reporting of the dead to the Hall of Knights concluded. You are so cold, Professor. Hey, yet he came and went. He just— Showing his face is Euclide's face. Several knights in Freyham were outraged at Deculein, as the external cause of Veron's death was he fell and died while escorting Deculein. Every day since Julie learned the truth about Veron was a hell where she fell further into the pit. Julie didn't say anything during that time. She didn't respond to any of the knights. However, they fought together. That's enough. Veron would have wanted it too. However, that moment was the critical point. Clenching her jaw, she left her subordinates and climbed into the car. She started the car and grabbed the steering wheel. Ha, Captain, where are you going? Captain, vroom. The old car roared like a wounded beast and moved forward. The place where she drove her brittle old car was the Euclid mansion. Where is the professor? Julie questioned the guard at the tightly closed front door. The guard remained silent. Where is he? No matter how many times she asked, nothing changed. Julie nodded as if she understood, then took up position by the guard. She was determined to wait until Deculein arrived. Chapter 137. Farewell to Drip. Drip, it was raining, and the cold wind shook the hem of her clothes. The drizzle that initially wet her shoulders gradually thickened and intensified. Her hair was soaked, and rainwater ran down to the road from the tip of her chin. Nevertheless, Julie remained unchanged. She was still waiting for Deculein at the entrance to the Euclid Manor. As if signaling the end of that waiting, a car approached in the distance, through the heavy rain that fell like a veil over the world. Screech, the wheels stopped as Julie stared at the car. Soon, the door opened, and Deculein stepped out. He didn't need an umbrella. The rainwater didn't pass through his psychokinesis. Stomp, 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 stomp. He approached in the rain and looked down at her. His gaze was cold, with the eyes of someone looking at a tool that had run its usefulness dry. Julie, I should have told you that the escort mission was already over. Deculein's voice was cold, his appearance from before, saying with a small smile that a month was enough and that he would change for her, was now gone. Professor, Julie ground her teeth. She looked up at Deculein through her wet, swaying hair. I have heard it all. What? What you said to Josephine? Did you always have a hobby of eavesdropping? Deculein wore a genuinely contemptuous expression. Julie felt a piercing pain in her heart. You are growing more shameful each day. The emotions in Julie's eyes faded. Deculein's derogatory glare shone upon those empty eyes. Really? Now, it was over. Julie thought so. There was no excuse. Was it all acting? Just a mask you wore? Her voice came out as little more than a whisper, hoping that this was the last time. At that trembling question, Deculein's lips twisted. You were arrogant to think that only you could change me. Is that it? Oh, Julie's lips parted. The words she had readied and the questions she had prepared lingered in her mind and then disappeared. Unknowingly, she laughed. Ha, as expected you. She clenched her fists, anger welling in her heart. She was too stupid to have believed him. He's Deculein. He's no one else but Deculein. He was the most heinous of all and more vicious than any other. I will let the world know. How Veron died. Why he had to die by your hands. Then, Deculein's brow furrowed. It was only a moment before he smirked. You will regret it. It will never happen. All this time, I believed in you. I feel like a moron. Rain ran down Julie's eyes. Hiding her tears, Deculein looked at her. Good. If so, you can look forward to it. Then he nodded with a cold, emotionless face. Deculein passed her and entered the mansion. Julie stared at his back as he walked away. Swoosh! The rain pounded down on her, sharp as glass, but she did not attempt to move or hide from it. Please leave now. This is the master's order. Then the secretary, Wren, approached. Julie turned around without answering. Her heart was pounding, but the pain was okay. This was tolerable. No, she could overcome it. Dawn crept upon the earth. Thanks to the regular rainy season, the sounds of nature were colorful. Raindrops that were disturbed by hitting leaves, raindrops that fell and broke upon the road's surface, raindrops that were whisked away by the wind. All of them had different rhythms. I discerned each of them with the five senses of the Iron Man as I examined the snowflake obsidian. Understanding, 43.1%, the understanding of the snowflake obsidian had progressed rapidly. Now the remaining time required would be about half a year. For half a year Brother, it's ready, Josephine's voice echoed around me. I looked at the crystal ball on the other side of the room. Just tell me when to start. The knights will be destroyed immediately. Okay, good. Brother, I'm no longer your brother. Hoo-hoo. After that laugh, I hung up. The more I thought about it, the more sociopathic she seemed. I saw darkness outside the window. Now the knights of Freyham would fall, and Julie would return to her hometown Freyden. She would nurture her hate of Deculein there until she hated him more than anyone else. Continuing like that, independent quest. Eternal winter, eternal winter. This was Julie's independent scenario. The standard royal road where she could never die. I quietly closed my eyes. Until a few hours ago, I had been suffering from extreme cold and speaking with a giant. But throwing Julie away was even more painful than that. But I could stand it. In exchange for disassembling the ghost castle, I gained mental strength. Of course, it was only +1, but one shouldn't underestimate any addition of mental power already added to this base of superhuman mental fortitude. By analogy, it was a cup that could overflow with just one more drop. If I obtained any more now, I thought I could even survive Safian's return at least once. Rare attribute catalog, so, for now, this rare attribute catalog was my concern. I forcibly shifted the flow of my thoughts to search for it. The most striking attribute was toughness. It was an attribute that simply increased mental strength and endurance. Would this boost my psyche enough, or should I acquire other helpful traits? I still needed more time to decide. It was also foolish to waste it as soon as I received the reward. At that moment, hey, another voice called me. This time it was Ihelm. Are you listening? It was the crystal ball that Adrian, the board chairman, handed out, saying, communicate with each other and compete in good faith. I saw a strange thing on the floating island. Hey, aren't you going to answer? I held the crystal in my hand. I am listening. Okay. Ihelm chuckled and continued. I didn't know what was funny, though Leaf was on the floating island. It's not strange that a wizard went to the floating island. No, there's something strange about it. She said that Deculein appeared in her dream. Just then, the moon began to ascend, full in form but covered by dark clouds. The quiet moonlight permeated through the window. Actually, me too. I saw Deculein on Ghost Island. It looks like Deculein hasn't given up on Leaf. What do you think? Deculein. Just as Julie's independent quest was eternal winter, Deculein's independent quest was his family, which meant Deculein. Therefore, I still had work to do. I hadn't given up yet. Although I was running out of time to release Julie now, the route for clearing the quest would have to be 2 or more. Deculein! I stood from my chair and looked around. One neatly organized book focused on only one subject, pharmacology, caught my attention. Almost all grassroots herbs and elixirs in the world were collected inside, my way to heal her curse. I won't lose. No matter what I sacrificed, no matter how many years it required, I must, haha. Really, you won't lose. Me too. By the way, that Deculein I'm hanging up. What? Hey, the competition for the chairman is almost over now, but let's cooperate. I'll go up to the floating island soon. I hung up. Ihelm's help wouldn't change much, but there was no reason for me to throw away the guy. It looks like I'll be quite busy. I put my coat back on. Uriel provided Epheren with a training ground, the famous Hotel Mana Diplosion on the floating island. The higher the floor, the higher the concentration of mana, so it was a suitable place to train any type of magic. Among them, the highest floor was created in the name of Euclin. Ah, Sylvia, Rose Rio, Jindalf, and the others were eating at the hotel restaurant, while Epheren was still working on her mental strength training. But it was proving too difficult a job for her. It would be better to use magic instead, but mental power was completely different. It's not going well, Uriel, who was reading a book on the couch, asked. Epheren took a deep breath before answering. Yes, I guess so. She had been stuck on it for 3 days already. Carla was supposed to come back in 2 more. What kind of great defense mechanism are you trying to create? Are you trying to put a magic circle in your head? Saying that, Uriel closed the book. Epheren offered her a bitter smile. She was trying to construct the defense mechanism of her mental power. He wasn't her favorite person, and he was complicated enough to hate, but he was still the most reliable. It wasn't an easy task to embody the person who she could confidently say was the proof of her reality, Deculein. No way, you. Then, suddenly, Uriel's expression stiffened. Epheren was greatly perplexed. She was also the professor's sister, so did she notice already? You didn't think of an archmage like Demacan, did you? Yes. Oh, yeah. Epheren swallowed her sigh of relief and answered, I've never met him. Really? Then, well, if possible, make something like a lion. Dragons are too complicated. Uriel pulled out another book, another magic text. The purpose Uriel set herself to, while taking a break from her lord business for a while, was only magic. She appeared to be learning magic secretly away from Deculein. It didn't matter if she was caught, but it would be awkward if he heard about it. Oh ho, these days, this is how you learn these kinds of things, huh? Uriel skimmed through Epheren's major tomes. It was really fun, much more than being in an amusement park. Hugh, on the other hand, Epheren calmed her body with a sigh, but Jindalf's words kept coming to mind. Try to be as calm as possible, but it is better to finish it as quickly as you can. Deculein is dead, but ghosts remember people they once met. We never know when he could show up again. Deculein could attack at any time. The strange thing was, what the hell did he want? For the Euclid family, Professor Deculein suited being a target more. Hugh! Epheren closed her eyes again. She began to envision a system of her mental strength. Then, the door of the hotel opened. Epheren and Uriel glanced up without thinking, at first expecting to find that Rose, Rio, and Jindalf had returned. They were wrong. Ha, brother! Deculein walked in alongside Ihelm. Uriel, astonished. sat a little straighter. She swallowed and looked at Deculein. Uriel. What? I also came here to study magic. Why? Do I have to ask permission to do that too? Uriel, her legs numb from sitting for too long, showed an aggressive stance. Go outside for a moment. Oh, yes. If so, it meant that she wasn't Deculein's target. Nodding, Uriel left. Deculein turned to Ephraim next, who was now alone. Ephraim. Yes, what's wrong? It's a private class. Deculein had come to hear the news about Deculein. Ephraim scratched the back of her neck. I know how to do it, to make that mental guardian. No, now. Deculein appears using unconsciousness as his medium. Therefore, I will bury a magic circle in your subconscious mind. Ephraim's dreams would be implanted with a protective magic circle directly in her subconscious. Deculein was inspired by a movie he had seen before. For that to work, he also borrowed the magic engineering brainwave explorer from the tower. Get ready, I will use this machine. Then. Ephraim thought for a moment with her finger to her mouth. Could it be possible to also install my mental guardian there as well? It doesn't matter if you can do it. In response to Deculein's answer, Ephraim nodded. Okay then, Professor. Deculein made himself busy fiddling with this and that. Intense preparation was required to use the magic EEG explorer. Professor, please put me to sleep. At that moment, Deculein's hands stopped. His head creaked and turned, his sharp eyes locking onto Ephraim. He clearly didn't understand what she meant. PFFFT. Ihelm, watching them, burst into laughter. In that bizarre situation, Ephraim explained further. And come to my dreams always. Phew. Ihelm let out an even louder laugh, and a gust of wind buzzed from the ceiling of the hotel, swaying threateningly. It was a bitter gale. Why? Why are you looking at me that way? Oh, don't get me wrong. It's because, however, Deculein's gaze was still fixed on Ephraim. Meanwhile, Safian woke up early in the morning and immediately checked the snow globe. The inside scenery was ordinary as usual, with no changes she could detect. When are you coming out, this night bastard? Safian still lacked resistance to the cold, therefore she could not go inside again. She had to trust Keron and wait. Knock. Safian had sent out an order last night. It was a bit annoying when the situation arrived, but she could do nothing to avoid Deculein's nagging. Come in. The door opened, and the approaching servants bowed their heads to Safian. They handed her the newspaper. Your Majesty, this is the beginning of the day. At that moment, the servant's voice was distorted, and Safian's space changed from the splendid bedroom to the grotesque ruins. Safian looked around calmly, her eyes searching this new space full of spider webs and evil energy. In this strange ruin, the servant's voice echoed faintly. The beginning of the day, 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 but the reverberation disappeared, and in the very next moment, Your Majesty, Safian found herself in the imperial palace again. Okay, Safian nodded. Did you look at me? Yes, just now. Was I still here? Yes, your Majesty has stood here all this time. Then it's a demon. Yes, it was a smell she had once experienced before, that dark and creepy demonic energy. Naturally, she was about to say call Deculein, but instead she stood a bit taller, feeling uncomfortable. If that guy truly loved her, he would misunderstand this. In the absence of Keron, the only shoulder on which Her Majesty can lean on is me. He might have arrogant thoughts like that. Gosh! It was easy to understand the physical world and the magical realm, the universe and its phenomena, but human relationships were truly chaos and madness. Even if Deculein didn't love her, if there was a risk that he did, she needed to be a little careful. This time, let me figure out the answer. Not with sloth and boredom, but with her power. Safian smiled like a true ruler. Chapter 138, Upheaval. 1. And come to my dreams always. There were many interpretations to be had of Ephraim's words. I stared at her, thinking of them. You are very bold. But Ihelm spoke first with a voice full of laughter. No, it's not like that. If I materialize the professor in my head, wouldn't we be able to beat that person? 2. Materialize Deculein. Why do you grow bolder the more you talk? Why did Wizard Ihelm come here with you? Ephraim glared at Ihelm, but he just shrugged. You're my testifier. I wanted to repay you for that. Forget it. I cut him off. That's quite plausible. Materializing Deculein, in other words, me in Ephraim's subconscious. Not a bad idea. It wasn't impossible, but it would take time. Therefore, I intended to connect with her subconscious first. A warning alarm would be implanted in Epheren, so if Deculein appeared, I would know. First, get inside this. Yes. Epheren climbed inside the cylindrical device, hesitating only for a few moments. Zzz, the door closed mechanically, and Epheren immediately began to nod off. After she began to sleep, I put my hand on the device. If I closed my eyes in this state, the memories inside the detector would be conveyed to me. I saw Epheren, a very young Epheren. A short man beside her was standing and staring at a tombstone. Lelian Luna, the mother, died shortly after childbirth, but the kid's face wasn't sad. To the kid, the mother was just a stranger whom she had never met. Step, step, Epheren became alert to the sound of footsteps. The man who slowly approached put his hand on Epheren's small shoulder, and she glanced up at him. Dad, the child, smiling brightly, didn't receive a response. Instead, something small and wet landed atop her head. Looking up, she saw tears flowing down the man's cheeks. Dad, are you crying? He did not reply. The father's sorrow affected the child more than her mother's tombstone. The child reached out to her father. Because of you, she couldn't hear her father's voice well. No, she wasn't listening. Epheren just smiled brightly and hugged him tightly. The scene changed. Dirty and vulgar, Glython wore a gaze like he was looking at an insect. Iliade's soldiers surrounded the lunar mansion. They were burning in their eyes. It's not dirty, it's not vulgar. Think of it as a shortcoming of being born into a powerless family. What's wrong with that? The small Epheren was facing Glython as she held out her arms to protect her grandparents. Her face was dirty, and she was tearing up, but she refused to back down. I was going to burn all of you from the start, Tusk. So annoying. Hey, the soldiers shouted in response and began to throw their torches into the mansion's courtyard. Leave this mansion. You should live as if you had died here. The fire spread through the flower garden that was grown clumsily, but with sincerity, using the seeds given by her grandparents, creeping toward the house. Stop it, you bad people, stop it. You're evil, Epheren cried as she watched the encroaching flames. But her cries could not extinguish the fire. The child ran quickly toward the garden and began gathering water. 1 bucket, 2, 3, but it wasn't enough to quench the flames. Before they engulfed her small body, her grandparents blocked her. It's all right, Epheren, that's enough. Wah, wah, the scene changed with the child's cries. This time it was in fragments, the memory appearing like shards of broken glass. I could see a man trapped in a coffin in a dark and sharp space. The father who returned dead. Epheren stared at his body with empty eyes. The father, who she believed would return someday and revive their family, hung limp with a rope wrapped around his neck. I opened my eyes. The brainwave detector continued to show Epheren's consciousness. With this, it was possible to bury my warning spell inside her mind. I permeated Epheren's brain with waves of mana. This magic EEG explorer could move beyond simply detecting brainwaves and was capable of manipulating them. I had given it that functionality with Mida's hand. I engraved a magic circle into Epheren's brain with a high-level support magic connection. Support was not my specialty, but it was easy as long as Epheren didn't resist. I carved each stroke with great care. The entire process took almost an hour. I wasted about 3,000 units of mana, excluding Mida's hand. Putting that aside, I opened the detector to check if it was working properly. Squeerack. The cylinder door opened, and Epheren, waking from her sleep, looked blankly up to the sky. Ah! Then she grimaced from the pain, rubbing her temples. Professor, is it over? It's over. Now I would know if Deculein appeared in Epheren. Of course, the best way to check was for Epheren to materialize a copy of Deculein as the guardian of her subconscious, but that would take a long time. In the meantime, I had no choice but to step up myself. Don't neglect your mental training. Yes, and I handed over a sack of wood steel. This was the only item that resonated with me. This kid likely knew me better than any other human in this world, so it would be a great help in her training. Think of me when you see this. Mediums are a great help in forming guardians. Thank you. Epheren hesitantly accepted it. At that, the door opened slightly, and a small voice crept in. Is it over? It was Uriel. Ihelm smirked. Hey, it's the most competent substitute lord in the world. It's an honor to meet you after such a long time. What are you talking about? The Merrick underground passage. I also went there once. It was nice. HMPH, it is nice. You'll be surprised if you find out how much I earn in a month. Uriel pouted as I handed her a book. Take this. What is it? Uriel checked the cover. Euclide's second theory. In depth. It was a sequel to the Euclid theory I wrote in the past. It's a theory that I finished writing. I wasn't considering selling it, so study it. Other professors' writing will only prove a hindrance. Yeah. Uriel took the book without meeting my eyes instead of looking around shyly. After Deculein returned, Ephraim examined her head while looking at the steel. It felt like there was something new inside her, but it was not a powerful technique. One of the great magic principles, direct human interference, required tremendous mana reserves. Therefore, Deculein's interference could be easily dissolved if Ephraim tried. But she didn't want to do so. There was no need. Gulp! The door to her room creaked open, revealing a sour-faced Sylvia. Arrogant Ephraim. What is it this time? Ephraim was dumbfounded but still felt somewhat happy to see her. What did you do with him? Oh, Professor Deculein. She must have seen Deculein outside. Ephraim wiggled her eyebrows with a smirk plastered on her lips. You're upset because you didn't get called. Why would I? You like the professor. Sylvia was struck speechless for a moment, but she composed herself a second later and puffed her cheeks out. Stupid Ephraim. I was going to say, you hate Deculein. Ephraim smiled bitterly. What she said was true. Sylvia liked Deculein, but she hated him tremendously. It was like that during the first semester. I know, but you know, hate is not a closed-off feeling. I will hate that person, loathe him. I can't just do that. Sylvia went quiet, sympathizing with her to some extent. What should I say? It's like clapping. You can't clap with just one hand, right? I want to hate him, but even so, if that person understands everything and regrets what he has done. You like the professor. Ephraim immediately waved Sylvia off, but she felt goosebumps forming up her back. Are you crazy? How? Of course. I don't like him. I still hate him. Maybe I will forever. He drove my father to death, but still. Ephraim, going quiet for a moment, looked at the steel in her hand. Then, she smiled softly and muttered, I'm just saying that the professor apologized first. Sylvia didn't like this soft side to Ephraim. Whack, she swiped Deculein's gift from Ephraim's hands. Ah! Ephraim tried to take it back, but Sylvia's grip was strong. She stood and swiped at her 3 or 4 times. What are you doing? Then, without saying a word, she jumped up and left the room. Ephraim watched her fleeing dumbfounded. Are you jealous or what? The next day, Julie headed to the Fraham Nights. Maybe because of yesterday's early morning work, her body felt a little chilly, but she didn't have time to rest. Julie organized the ledgers, wrote the training schedules, and assigned the members tasks. That paperwork alone took 2 hours. Phew, she stretched out, feeling a surging sense of pride. Bam! The door to the captain's room slammed open, almost coming off the hinges. Julie reflexively stood up. Vice Captain Rockfell, who rushed in, began to shout with sweat soaking his face. Captain, we have a problem. Rockfell, what? He was followed close by a few people in suits. Well, Vice Captain, please get out. Let me go. Oh ho, if you don't listen. That counts as an obstruction of the execution of official duties. After kicking Rockfell out, they looked around inside the captain's room. For some reason, they looked disappointed by the unsophisticated interior. What is this about? At Julie's question, one of the suits smiled and presented his ID card. I'm Russo from the Special Audit Team of the Knights. It's the season to audit private night orders, so we came. Audit our night order. Yes, there was a report. Report? Julie went speechless. They hadn't done anything that required an audit. She was confident that there were no other night orders as upright as Fraham. That's right. A report. There was a report. So hey, what are you doing? Take it all. Yes. At Rasu's command, his subordinates began packing up almost all the documents, including the ledgers and official documents she had just been working on, and crammed them into a box. Julie set her jaw, glaring at them. Fraham has no problems. We didn't do anything. That's something that will come out after we take a look. Just stay still if there's no problem. If there's no problem, I'll give you a certificate. Now, that, Julie was about to retort, but suddenly she remembered what Deculein said. Whatever it may be, do as you please. But be prepared, you'll regret it. No way. Okay, there's a lot we need to tear through. Everybody move. The agents moved busily, and Julie watched them with a vacant gaze. Her head began to warm up as her thoughts raced. Something was going wrong. the royal palace where cabinet members and the imperial family gathered. Today, Safian personally participated in state affairs for the first time in perhaps ever. Even inside the snow globe, she made decisions on key issues using her possessed body, but she found it too bothersome to deal with the vassals. Your Majesty, the Demon Blood Rebellion has gone too far in recent years. We believe that radical suppression measures are needed. Your Majesty, I can't even speak about the evil influence of the Marek. There are too many rogue adventurers. Abolishing Marek's opening now. Your Majesty, the merchants of the Empire. Safian didn't want to see those guys. 30% of them thought only about their advancement and had never spent a thought on the people of the Empire. 10% were brainwashed by the altar. In addition, 40% of them followed their faction's whims without knowing a thing, leaving only 20% as sincere in their efforts to manage state affairs. An appeal came from the provinces of the Empire. Please look at this. Give it to me. Safian took the appeal with dissatisfaction written on her furrowed brow. Its content illustrated how there were more knights who put up a resistance and died at the hands of the rebellion, and that more were born with devilish powers who were plundering villages. In other words, please kill the demon blood. There's also a lot of worries about prices rapidly increasing. Oh, good, you said it well. As a countermeasure for the price inflation, I will control the supply of holystone directly and raise interest rates. An increase in interest rates would cause a decline in liquidity within the empire. The citizens would buy fewer goods and deposit their money in banks, and merchants would have no choice but to lower the price of goods to move their stock. Currently, Safian's biggest weapon was not her authority as the emperor or her power, but the nation's key currency and the holy stone of the largest empire on the continent. The power of interest rates was also a part of that key currency. Your Majesty, please reconsider a sudden rise in interest rate. Do not make me repeat myself. Safian was planning a war against the altar. Therefore, weapons and the like, which wouldn't be sold because of the increase in interest rate, will be purchased directly by the imperial family. Your Majesty, your commitment. Commitment? With whom? Safian's next policy was the true name financial transaction system. She planned to punish those sons of bitches with ambiguous identities and screw over her rotten vassals. It was a good strategy. But since this information shouldn't be prematurely leaked, she needed to discuss it with Deculein at once after Charon returned. I will remember your name for speaking nonsense about commitment. What if I commit to you? You have to benefit from that information. They were all speechless as Safian's solemn voice pierced them. Do you know how my predecessor dealt with you? It was politics in which the emperor and his vassals were in harmony. But the times have changed. Now in recent years the emperor is Safian, not Krebim. You are nothing but the emperor's tool. Safian pressed them as they remained silent. Ask me why. Why is that? Your Majesty. Because I am 100 times more effective than you. Because it is better for the civilians if I used you as tools rather than as politicians. Her intimidating confidence, added with the pressure generated by her mana, silenced the entire palace. But I feel the same way about the demon blood. I don't like them. Then, the demon blood hideout that was discovered this time. Safian paused a moment, allowing all her vassals' eyes and ears to focus on her. I will wait for Deculein. Safian declared it as law, the seventh strongest wizard in the empire, who made demons shiver just to hear his name. Upon learning that they would mobilize him, the vassals quickly bowed their heads. Your grace is immeasurable. Clang, 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 in the northeastern part of the empire. On the way to the demon blood hideout, I was conducting various experiments on the authority of Iron Man. My conclusion: Carla's authority was amazing. First of all, it harmonized with Iron Man to spread to different characteristics. In fact, Vision, man of great wealth, and Mida's hand had all been strengthened to some extent by its influence. Also, we'll be there soon. The driver spoke. I nodded as I glanced in the rearview mirror. Today, I was wearing a uniform, not my usual suit, with medals pinned here and there. This garment represented the royal bodyguard and the leader tasked with the demon blood's annihilation. Kia! The car stopped, and almost immediately, knights rushed up to open the door. As I stepped out, I put my hand on my hat and looked around. One of the guards standing next to me spoke up. It seems that the demon blood secretly built a village and are residing there. It looks like an ordinary village on the outside, but it's a hideout for the demon blood underground. Burning buildings and rising smoke greeted me. Numerous knights and soldiers occupied the wide village, surging to and from. Also, he's the leader. The guards dragged a man in front of me. Cug, I met his eyes head-on. A desert clan, he looked like a demon blood. How dare you? Who are you? One of the guards slapped him. Slap. His lip cracked, beginning to bleed, and his head fell back down. I need to interrogate them, send him to Rohalak. At that moment, he opened his mouth wide, intending to bite his tongue and kill himself. But his mouth could not close. I used psychokinesis to hold it open as I looked down on him. Stay alive. Boom. Flames shot up from the other side of the village as an explosion went off. I looked back down at the restrained man. If you're alive, opportunities will come. But if you die, then I have no choice but to kill the whole village. Right? I released psychokinesis. He clenched his jaw but made no further attempt to bite his tongue. Tears began to roll down his face. Send him to Rohalak. Yes. The man was hauled along after the guards gave me a crisp salute. Boom. Another explosion rocked the village. I watched the smoke and embers filling the air around the village from afar. Though my expression remained still, things felt more complicated in my head. As a modern person from Earth, I felt it was hard to shake off some thoughts. Professor, I found out that there is a tunnel nearby. Some mouse-like guy came over and spoke. Tunnel? Yes, it's a tunnel built for emergency escape. The troops. Do we need to deploy troops? If there's a gap in our entrapment, it would be a big problem. Oh, I see. As expected of the professor, the man, Duran, thoughtlessly agreed with me without much concern. He might even commit suicide if I told him to. I'll go to the tunnel on my own. On your own? Will you be all right? You can take a few nights. Forget it. The knights are disposing of the garbage. Where is it? Ah, yes, this is the map. I took the map from Duran, then ordered the knights who wanted to follow me to not move, and I went alone to the marked tunnel. Chapter 139, Upheaval. 2. There were 4 people, 2 of them children and the other 2 barely adults, running through the tunnel. They recalled the words their parents had left them before they fled. We'll take care of this place, run away, and don't let yourselves be caught. So they ran, driven forward by desperation, not because they knew what would happen if they were caught, but because they knew who they left behind. Ah, a light was shining in the distance. They were nearly at the exit. It's done. Guys now. But instead of continuing forward, they suddenly halted. The exit of the tunnel was being blocked by a solitary form. He appeared to be reading a book, standing directly in the way, but he raised his eyes to stare at them as soon as he sensed movement. His blue eyes glowed in the darkness, revealing a cold light. The moment they saw his face, they couldn't even step back. Even the thought of running away was impossible. Not from Deculein of the Uclan household, that clan of destruction whose bloodline had been passed down over the centuries. The devil that hunted and massacred demon bloods, responsible for thousands of their deaths. That monster was blocking their path. He looked at them. No words or threats were needed. The 2 children wet their pants under that glare, and tears began to roll down the cheeks of the 2 older refugees. Deculein looked behind them down the tunnel. No one else is coming. No one dared to answer. Even that simple question was enough to make them feel the noose tightening around their necks. Me. The young woman in her early 20s spoke despite the tension, letting out a shrill and pathetic voice. Only me. These children are still young, so only me. Don't overestimate your worth. You are just an individual. Deculein spoke in a voice as cold as the winter wind and pocketed his book. At that moment, death crept past them, whispering. At least, the 4 demon bloods felt it had. But if you want to make a sacrifice, shall we place a bet? Then, Deculein produced a coin. Ting, the coin bounced off his fingers and sank into his palm. Heads, tails, would you like to try it? They didn't know what kind of hobby it was, but they had the right to life or death. There was no way to express any dissatisfaction. The woman nodded quickly. Yes, yes, I'll do it. If it's heads, you die. If it's tails, I'll let you go. It was a questionable proposition, to put it candidly. The coin itself could have been tampered with. However, such an objection was, of course, impossible. Yes. Deculein showed the coin hidden in his hand. It was heads. Oog, a scream leaked out of her that sounded like a deflating balloon. He sat back in his chair and opened his book. He remained completely silent. Did it mean he would let them go? The 4 walked forward hesitantly, but he remained motionless. Gulp, still nervous, they headed out of the tunnel, looked around, and then turned west. However, east. Deculein, still reading, finally spoke. Go east. Yes. Again, they believed in Deculein. They advanced eastward through the thick forest, no destination set in their minds. May God bless us. After the demon bloods left, the tunnel became silent. Deculein lifted his eyes as he was reading and looked at the coin he held. Coin of inclination information, a special coin that can be obtained from the item catalog. It is possible to distinguish a character's disposition. Category: special miscellaneous goods, special effects. Divine the character's disposition by betting on heads or tails. It shows heads for good tendencies and tails for evil tendencies. Midas hand, level 3. A coin that revealed good and evil. There would be wicked people among the demon blood, and there would certainly be fanatics from the altar. He would not hesitate to kill such people. 3 sets of footsteps echoed from further down the tunnel. He continued reading and listened, waiting for this new group to arrive. It was late at night when I received a message announcing the end of the situation. When I returned to the battlefield, a bunch of prisoners were gathered in the wild plains. The guard who informed me of the existence of the tunnel approached. Professor, what happened in the tunnel? I killed about 20 people. Whoa, as expected. I looked around the prisoners' faces. There were roughly 3,000 prisoners, but many were almost impossible to distinguish outwardly. Can you separate them? Oh, yes. The blood magic invented by Baton can identify them to some extent. Of course, we need quite a bit of flesh. Indeed, the prisoners had unusual wounds. It was still too cruel a classification method, but I guess it was at least fortunate they could survive it. Hello, Professor. A wizard saluted me, a man with long blue hair tied behind his back. Gherkin, like me. He used steel. But do you need to save these guys? I will take care of them. Kirik Kirik, the steel shards floating around him, resonated with his words. His magic was small so as to seep into the body and inflict the worst possible pain. When I thought of the intention behind that spell, I had to wonder about the man's sanity. No need to. I blocked his steel with psychokinesis. Gherkin appeared bewildered by the sudden magical interference. Hmm? He was about to activate the magic again with an expression that looked like he wanted to poop, but my psychokinesis didn't budge. They are too vile to kill comfortably. I'll send them all to Rohalak. I didn't mean to let them off easily, but Gherkin scratched the back of his neck and nodded. Yes, let's do that. Transfer them all. The soldiers saluted obediently, and the prisoners' complexions turned dark. To die here or to live in Rohalak. They must be deciding which of the two was more painful. Hey, you bastards. You heard him. Move. Get up and move. The slow ones will be dumped in the desert. However, at least the living side would benefit several dozen times over. Deculein of Eucline has made a huge contribution to this demon blood suppression operation. So, returning to the continent, I was awarded the Imperial Medal of Merit. Safian personally hung the 2nd-grade commendation on my chest. Thanks to that, I also received bonus stats, so it wasn't a bad thing. You did a good job. I am honored. Your Majesty, Safian looked down at me from the podium. I'll take this opportunity to give you one piece of advice. Yes, I will appreciate it. Don't even look at a tree that you cannot climb. Now, that's all. With those strange words, Safian ended the awards ceremony, and the banquet began. Sir Eucline, Professor Deculein, leaving that place where people were busy calling out to me. I returned to the car after managing some troublesome connections. But there was a letter lying in the back seat of the car. This is Carixel. It was from Carixel of Rohalak. I opened the envelope. From the very first sentence, it didn't look good. I finally got my hands on a pencil and some paper so I could send a letter to the professor. First, life in Rohalak isn't easy, but it's not as bad as I thought. We found a water source, and fortunately, there are not many clans who have starved. This can be attributed to the abundance of edible monsters. Carixel's writing meandered. In summary, the demon blood's lives in Rohalak weren't all bad. Was it a provocation, or was he testing me? After reading the letter, I replied with one sentence. If there is a demon blood dedicated to the altar, deal with it yourself. Just then, the car stopped, but they were still some distance away from the mansion. Secretary Wren said in a slightly perplexed tone, Professor. I looked through the window. The front door of the mansion wasn't far away, and I could see a woman standing in front of it. Julie, what should I do? I'll get out. Come back after 2 minutes. Yes. I got out of the car and watched her from afar. I injected mana into the vision that had been strengthened by authority. Her haggard and gloomy complexion caught my eye first, but I focused on a more serious fact. Status abnormality. Curse now. Her time was short. I could see the waning dawn. 10:84:53 and 23 seconds 1084 hours. A life that would last less than 2 months. I approached Julie, who stiffened when she noticed me. Julie, you often stop by these days. How shameful do you want to get? She couldn't even look me in the eye. She bowed her head and spoke in a dry, twisted tone. Our knight's order is collapsing through corruption that I was not aware of. It doesn't mean it's not your fault because you didn't know. Fraham's subordinates, including Rockfell, were found to be corrupt. Josephine probably did her best to set that trap so that the knights couldn't escape. But thud, suddenly Julie knelt on her knees. A heavy stone landed on my heart. Please. My breath trembled slightly, but I couldn't show it. I looked down at Julie, who remained with her head down. A knight's knee is so light. I'm here as a person, not a knight. Julie clenched her fists against her legs. Knights unrelated to this are suffering. At this rate, they may be disqualified from being knights altogether. These are young people who gave their all to join the order. I will take responsibility for everything. So just them, Julie continued, and her time reflected by vision decreased. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, her curse didn't stop. No, I will destroy your entire order. But right then, with that, leave the continent. If you are going to die, die in your hometown. Her time stopped. 10:84:52 and 23 seconds, the second hand of the system stopped, and a moment after, the time increased rapidly, from 1,084 hours to 1,098 hours, from 1,098 hours to 1,120 hours, and from 1,120 hours to 1,180 hours. Her vitality deepened. What a mysterious scene. Are you worried about your coworkers? It's not my business. Those damn bastards who are Veron's colleagues can't live on this continent anyway. I smiled. At least, this method wasn't wrong. It would buy time for her. If you want them to live, leave the continent. But that alone, it was worth being hated. Die as far away from me as possible so as not to cause any harm to my family. Julie's body stopped trembling. She calmed down, and her heart froze over. A dark and cold silence surrounded her. Finally, she looked up at me and nodded. Yes, I will. At that moment, her 1,100 hours reflected in my vision were amplified. Chew, 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 the sound of a train stopping on the tracks. A moment later, the loud vibrations stopped. Julie was far away, looking out the window. The pale white earth, the dry sky, and the slight blizzard cascading down, the indistinguishable and pure white world of Freyden greeted her. Julie, who got off at the station, looked around the scenery of her hometown without a word. Since long ago she wanted to leave, but she couldn't in the end. She was forced to come back. And while at her worst, stomp, stomp, Julie marched forward without a word. All she had was her sword and a bag, but her destination was not the family castle. She was going to make a place for herself. She knew better than anyone that she was near death, but she had no intention of giving up. Deculein. She gripped her sword a bit tighter. She relived the memories of the nights that Deculein ruined, her subordinates, the humiliation of that day, and everything in the distant past. The hatred in her heart had already frozen over. She placed her hand to her heart. Thump, thump, a slow pulse that seemed to be ready to break at any moment. If any doctor heard it, they would wonder, isn't she already dead? Now Julie's heart would be lost in an eternal winter. So, even more so, she wouldn't end up like this. She was sure she would overcome it. I must. Julie was determined as she walked on the ice. Where could I even use her like this? Zeit, who was watching Julie from a distance, spoke. Josephine, standing next to him, shrugged. It's Julie, isn't she family? Is it a breakup? You knew that it wouldn't work anyway. Deculein and Freyden had an impossible relationship in the first place. But I'm angry. That curse, after all, was due to him. Julie received her curse while trying to protect Deculein. Of course, Julie herself said that even that was part of the mission and that it was okay like a fool. Tell Julie to enter the Knights of Freyden. Ha! Josephine's eyes widened. Aren't there rumors of corruption right now? Will the Knights of the North just watch? It is mine. I'll make them shut their mouths with our skills. Zeit turned around, clicking his tongue. Josephine watched his broad back as he walked away. Lord, when are you going to let Julie be free? Zeit halted, turning to look at Josephine. His sharp eyes contained the majesty of the strongest knight in the world. Someday, when that girl beats me, then I will let Julie go. Would Julie be able to defeat Zeit? Josephine was skeptical of that possibility. Of course, there was no other person like him in the history of the Empire, not to mention the Freyden family. Josephine, you seem like you'll hold on to Julie for the rest of your life and never let go. The anticipation in Zeit's gaze stung, but Josephine responded with a smile. Will I? No way. Still, she's my younger sister, hoo-hoo. The end of autumn approached. Ephraim, who was officially approved as Kendall rather than Solder, showed off her new robe as soon as she arrived in the teaching assistant's lab. What do you think? Doesn't the color seem more luxurious? Yeah, it does. Likewise, Kendall Drent was busy working on his magic experiment, and Alan was nowhere to be seen. When will I get a junior? Ephraim pouted and sat down. There was a newspaper that Drent had been reading on the desk. The Knights of Freyham disbanded. The headline was of a case of bribery and solicitation related to the Knights of Freyham. The radio had been rather noisy about that lately. If it's Freyham, it was somehow familiar, but Ephraim's attention went straight to the next paragraph. The novel, Blue Eyes, published by an anonymous author, has become a bestseller. This Girl, the book published by Sylvia, became a bestseller. The very same book was currently sitting on Ephraim's desk. Sadly, the next volume hadn't been published yet. You should have published it all at once. Why did you split books 1 and 2? Ephraim, who was smiling happily, looked out the window with gradually widening eyes. Ha! She nearly fell out. Is it snowing already? Snowflakes were scattering down from the sky. Ephraim chuckled and sat back down. Ah, now the seasons are changing. There are still a lot of things to do. I haven't been able to solve anything. She hummed the words to a popular melody and pulled out the wood steel. She was still carving Deculein into her subconscious. It was difficult, but at the same time, she found it quite fun and rewarding. After a while, I can go to class. Drent, you know it's Professor Deculein's class today, right? Of course. Drent nodded as he listened, and Ephraim chuckled, concentrating her mana on the wood steel. Today, she would finish this magic. Chapter 140, Upheaval. 3. It's snowing snow, 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 on the way to Deculein's class. In the middle of the university campus where the snow had already piled up, Ephraim welcomed the still falling snow with open arms. Drent, still reading, smirked as he followed her. Is this your first time seeing snow? Ephraim turned around and nodded, nearly jumping up and down. Yeah, it's my first time. Oh, your hometown is Juhal. It didn't snow in Iliade's estate. It was considered one of the most livable places, along with the Euclen estate, though the territory wasn't large, and the climate was mild all year round, making it a monotonous place. I see you learn geography poorly, ha? At Ephraim's point, Drent shook his head with a smirk. Let's just go. If we're late, we'll be in trouble. Today, Deculein's class was outside the tower. Yeah, Ephraim stepped through the snow, enjoying the sound of it crunching underfoot. Almost all of the students and professors in the class had already gathered in the Robheim pavilion. In Deculein's strict class, if you were even 1 second late, you would be kicked out. Drent and Ephraim sat in the back seats. Everyone seems to be reading the thesis. Drent looked around the classroom. As he said, almost all of them were reading Deculein and Luna's New Elements thesis. Yeah, they're taking quite a while. Ephraim had been looking forward to it. She hoped that the high-ranking wizards would first understand the thesis and then use the materials they distributed to boost her family's name. However, as it was a magic that required talents in the 4 elements earth, wind, fire, water, even the professors were having a hard time. I'm expecting that they'll take a year or 2. That long, Ephraim blinked, but Drent shook his head. This is an optimistic outlook too. Wizards usually learn theories by casting their magic, but this requires each of the 4 fundamental elements to implement. There is no answer. No matter how high-ranking they are, they can't create abilities they don't have. Really? After all, it took 2 years to prove the theory for Dukan's sub-magic. When Ephraim nodded slam, the classroom door opened, and Deculein entered. Nice to see you. He walked over and put his materials on the table. Everyone put their copy of the thesis down and focused on Deculein. Today's class is a light question and answer session. I would ask you if you understood the content. Points will be deducted if you do not answer. If the deductions build up, you will be expelled. Deculein said it was light, but those parameters felt heavy. Are there any wizards who would like to volunteer first? Everyone in the hall avoided his gaze. Ephraim did the same, lowering her head until her crown was visible. There, the wizard with the hair wall showing. Ephraim flinched. Then she slowly raised her head until she could see Deculein watching her. Yes, get up and look at this formula. Yes, yes, Ephraim jumped to her feet. Deculein projected the magic circle of Iron Man in the air. Hundreds of lines and dozens of circles were connected in a single stroke, now floating in the air around her. Deculein zoomed in and pointed to some of them. I'll ask, what is the role of this triple circuit? It was an abrupt question, but Ephraim recalled what she had learned and stuttered out the answer. Ah, it connects the magician's mana, and the formula, no, it smooths the connection. Then what is the mechanical structure that connects the mana? The mechanical structure that connected the mana. Ephraim saw a triple circuit floating nearby. If the search was narrowed down to 3 or more magic circuits overlapping, the number of cases reached the hundreds. All points, lines, and faces had to be considered. The mechanical structure of this procedure is, you can draw the formula yourself if you prefer. Oh, okay, Ephraim looked at her notes and drew a formula in the air. Swish, swish Deculein, unable to bear it. Pounded hard on the desk. Too slow. Yes, I'm sorry, so. It was something she learned. Ephraim swallowed hard. The mechanical structure starts like this first. This double circuit. Are you unable to speak properly, or is your head empty? No, no. Deculein took a step forward, slowly approaching Ephraim. Her heart was beating as loud as the sound of his footsteps. You think you'll understand my class when you don't even know the mechanics of circuits? I know, I know. If you know, give me an answer. Suddenly, he stood in front of her. Ephraim looked up at him, startled by the magical aura pressuring her. This in itself was a test. The mechanics of mana start with a double circuit. This connection point of the double circuit, that is while complementing the weakest part. Why is the double circuit so weak? In magic theory, a double circuit is considered the safest structure. This is because this formula is not magic itself, but rather a kind of magic enchantment that is added to and strengthened by a certain magic. Ephraim didn't even know what she was talking about. The words flowed out on instinct. Along the way, she glanced up at Deculein's expression, which fortunately didn't seem too disapproving. Good. So again, let's talk about the mechanics of the triple circuit. Why do we have to use a triple circuit? That. It is so well. Are you messing around again? Deculein's voice calmed down, causing Ephraim to flinch. If you waste any more time, you will be kicked out of this lecture. I'll ask again. Why did I have to use a triple circuit for this magic? That stern warning engulfed the crowd. I'll give you 3 seconds. A cold sweat formed on Ephraim's forehead. Her back felt hot. 3. Deculein looked down at Ephraim. 2. The other wizards eagerly hoped that they weren't next in line. 1. Break time. Ephraim, exhausted, was reclining in a chair and resting. Steam rose from her reddened face. Leaf, are you okay? As Drent asked carefully, Ephraim turned only her head to stare at him. I said don't call me Leaf. Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow. That sounds more friendly. I almost died. I'm still dizzy. Deculein's unrelenting pressure questions felt like he was squeezing her heart and throttling her neck. Ephraim somehow passed it, but following that, 6 people were kicked out one after another. Professor Deculein today intended to cull the students. But weren't only my questions difficult? Yeah, the triple circuit was too hard. He could have asked that question to a professor, but for a Kendall like us. Right, Ephraim jumped back again. Why was I the only one to get a hard question, but she didn't finish the thought. Suddenly, she recalled what she overheard Deculein say before. I think of her as a disciple. Because she was a disciple, he harshly raised her. Was that it? So, were these tests growing worse and worse for that reason? She never said that she would become his disciple. Was Professor Deculein counting his chickens before they hatched? Still, Ephraim sighed. Suddenly, the voice of the distant future lingered in her ears. The professor doesn't exist in my world. Her future self said it to her present self. What the hell happened that day? Ephraim, dazed for a moment, floated Deculein's wood steel with psychokinesis. She was playing with it when Deculein came back. Professor, Rose Rio raised her hand. I have something I learned with this class. Would you like to take a look? I changed it on my own. Deculein nodded after checking the time. Okay. Oh, yes, come on. See it, it is ductility enchanted with Iron Man. Rose Rio made a wall that began to move like slime. It was both solid and fluid and mysterious like Rose Rio herself. Efren watched it squirm with admiration. "Can I lock you up with this?" Rose Rio asked the question seriously, and Deculein nodded. Immediately the wall wrapped around Deculein. "Heh, what do you think?" Rose Rio grinned, and the very next moment her wall collapsed. No, it didn't just collapse, it vanished without a trace. Rose Rio turned pale. Was it just magical interference, or did he smash the wall with some other magic? It happened so quickly that she couldn't tell which. Rose Rio. Oh yes, Professor. He spoke as if it was pitiful, shaking his head. Change without complete understanding doesn't give good results. If you hastily change your method, the vulnerabilities inherent in the spell become clearer. Your magic circle was probably like this. Then, a new magic circle appeared in the air. Rose Rio's eyes lit up with astonishment. "Oh, how did you know?" He knew exactly what she had cast. In other words, he visualized the magic he had seen only once with just a glance. "Quiet. Just listen to the explanation. It'll be a good lesson." "Yes." Deculein started the class with the theme of the magic circle transformed by Rose Rio. Where circuitry meets circuitry, there is always a vulnerability. But at the same time, singularities also occur, one by one, to distinguish the faults and characteristics of the circuit. Memorizing all his explanations and analogies, everything he said was important. The super-focused Eferen began to take notes. After class, returning to the office, I checked the list of the Knights of Freyham. Rugel, Daniel von Jessel, Brian Deron, Grills, Rosran, they would all be rescued by unknown influential figures or past acquaintances. All of Freham's sins were covered by Julie so that they could continue their normal careers. Rockfell, the former vice-captain of the Knights of Freyham, this one I would kill. All of Josephine's maneuvering was inflated by this bastard's sins. Ledger manipulation, embezzlement, solicitation, and many more. As soon as the Knights of Freyham collapsed, he joined the Knights of the House of Iliade, and it was also this guy who received Veron's mission in the first place. I received an answer from Josephine, so I wouldn't have to leave it to luck. It was a bit strange for me to be insensitive to killing, but it was something I was determined to see to the end. Knock, knock, Professor, it's Alan. I opened the door. Alan entered, holding a letter from the chairman. This is the official notice regarding the selection of the next chairman. Okay, I glanced at the document. So, Professor Deculein, Professor Ihelm, let's make a decision this winter. It was a document saying that the last test would be taken this winter. The excessive exclamation marks confirmed it was from Adrian. By the way, Professor, Alan had a different atmosphere around them than usual. She was looking at the medal on my desk, awarded for suppressing the demon blood. Do they deserve to be suppressed just because they're demon blood? I set the document back on the desk. Was it because her attention had faded, or was my suspicion about her causing confirmation bias? I thought I could tell to some extent now the reason why she was with me. Alan. Yes, history is a great flow, sweeping like a tidal wave. The individual who is swept away does not know whether it is high or low tide. The demon blood was a complex clan. A vicious cycle of rejection led to rejection, which led to resistance and rejection again, just because a very small amount of demon energy resided in their blood. In the main stream of the world, the peak of that vicious cycle was the altar. There were many sects of the demon blood among the altar's madmen. Those who try to go against the flow drown in vain, and in the end, only the survivors know what the flow of history was. So, is that happening now? I nodded. Yes, I see. Alan bowed her head. It was the first time I had seen her like this. No, even this would have been more natural if it were acting. I added a word, considering the number of all those cases. However, not all flows are right. One day the time may come when this tide will change. As long as you are alive, you will have a chance. Alan raised her eyes to look at me. They were as big as a deer's caught in the headlights. Alan, you ask me if the demon blood are just being oppressed because they're demon blood. That's right. However, it remains to be seen whether that is indeed the right thing. There was a strange change in Alan's attitude as she leaned back, and then, standing on her crutches, staring intently at my face. Then, the professor, she didn't finish the thought. Alan scratched the back of her neck and smiled. It's nothing. I just saw something strange in the newspaper today. You mean the 4-year-old demon blood? Ah, did you see it too? I nodded. It was an article accompanied by a photograph of a 4-year-old demon blood with a hole through their head. Number 8613, is this correct? Was the headline pushed by the Imperial Media Company, Voice of Conscience. They were cracked down upon within 3 hours of publishing. In any world, one thing is certain. I regarded Alan, this very complicated and mysterious woman with complex emotions warring on her face. These children hold no sin. I was curious about the real name of this assistant professor, Alan. I was a bit busy today with the overlap between the lecture and teaching Safian. I read this book today. The island was covered with snow, but the imperial palace was still as bright as spring. Safian faced me lazily, her body wriggling like an earthworm. Are you so tired of reading? That too, and I had a bit of an argument with the servants. Anyway, Blue Eyes is the best seller. I see you have blue eyes too. Safian looked into my eyes, and I met her gaze. Eyes as bright as red diamonds. Irises that resembled the most expensive jewel in the world. They were beautiful. Safian frowned and let out a groan. What are you looking at? Just read the book. I can feel mana in it. Yes. All right. I will read it after class is over. I put the book away and started preparing for rune lessons with a cough. However, there are rumors that your fiancé has committed corruption. Safian brought up a topic I didn't want to discuss. I pretended it was nothing and recited the runes, but the Emperor continued. The Julie that I know is not a knight like that. Yes, yes, I know that too. But why did you leave it like that? Why did you let your fiancée be while she fell into ruin? I looked up at Safian, noting the suspicion in her eyes. I can't tell your majesty the reason. Safian narrowed her eyes and raised her sagging body, her hair scattered behind her like a lion's mane. Deculein. Yes. What are you hiding? The Emperor looked inside me, but I didn't want to have this conversation. You know it too, your majesty. I hide, but I do not deceive. Do you know what I'm thinking? Safian was not yet a finished character. She had already died hundreds of times, incapable of being a normal human anymore. Therefore, as the quest progressed, the Emperor's characteristic illness, paranoia or suspicion, would become more severe. Of course, there was no death variable yet, but it was a common saying. If you get caught, you die. No matter what your majesty may think, I am always sincere. That fact will never change. Safian didn't say anything for a moment. She appeared to be hiding her feelings, but she still showed a certain amount of embarrassment. Was it a good answer? She coughed. That's enough then, but you keep instilling confidence in me. It's not very good confidence, though. Thank you, however. We still didn't start with the rune. I will do my homework. So go today. I will not listen to you twice. Yes. It was unavoidable with such an order. I stood and stepped backward without showing my back, however, and I unintentionally looked through the gap in the door. Safian was staring at me, slam, until the moment the door closed. Chapter 141, Training 1. Safian was staring at the Emperor's speech. There was only silence as the gaze of the faithful Emperor scanned all the sentences thoroughly. It was different from the past, when she read a little bit and then gave up and grew annoyed. The Emperor's sudden change was very embarrassing to the ministers, especially true for Romelock and Cruhan, who led the two major political factions. They exchanged glances without a word, since the indolent Safian had never been interested in politics and internal affairs. They thought that even if she couldn't become a wise emperor, a politics of harmony by the priesthood would be possible. I will amend the first sentence of this speech. Ahum, the S speech. This majesty was very self-centered. Her unwillingness to listen to the ministers and her readiness to even modify this speech was the clear trait of a tyrant. Yes, your majesty. There are no problems with the speech. This is a sentence written together by Cruhan and myself. The 60-year-old Romelock bowed his head alongside Cruhan. Now their two opposing parties had formed a temporary alliance. Yes, that's right. A very important speech in which all the ministers came together. No, Safian cut them off. Then she pointed to the first sentence. Do I need to mention the names of the countries of the continent one by one? The first sentence of the speech began by referring to the 8 countries of the continent. Leak was first, and Uran last. Just change it to the 8 countries. At first glance, it was easy to mistake it for a formal speech, but the issue was the order. Which country's name comes first from the emperor's mouth? Even a single word could prove an important diplomatic issue for the continent. You can't. Your Majesty, I beg your kindness. This is the result of the history and diplomacy handed down from the last emperor. We beg your kindness. The cries of the ministers echoed through the hall. Safian rested her fingers against her temples and shook her head. Enough! I'm not bound by the past. I will correct the first sentence, so you know. I beg, anyway. The emperor stood with grounding. The ministers lowered their eyes at the sudden sharp aura projecting from her. I'll do what I want. This is the end of my morning schedule. She walked to her bed. Belatedly. They said, you can't, but she didn't pay them attention. Scum! So, as soon as she returned to the imperial palace, she threw away the speech. How much gold was put on this one speech? How much money did they get to write a single sentence? Every country on the continent, large or small, bribes the empire. It wasn't wrong to say that it was a tribute, but the problem was that more than 70% of it was concentrated on the officials of the political world. That was thanks to the gentle nature of the last Emperor Krebame. That money now belongs to me. However, Safian's speech this time would be a message to the continent. The bribes you paid to the ministers are no longer of use, so now focus your efforts on the imperial family. Of course, there were many other parts of the speech that she didn't like, but if she were too uncooperative, they might respond smartly. It was also important to reduce how much they tried to use their heads. So, if she didn't want to be bothered, it was right to pretend to be an impromptu and arrogant emperor. Politics is so annoying. Safian, lying on the bed, suffered from boredom again. Laying blankly, she recalled all her memories of her daily life. Hundreds of years were spent repeating her death and regression. During those days, Deculein was with her, giving up his life. But these days, Safian was burdened with his hidden feelings. That sincerity was always uncomfortable. Perhaps Safian didn't know Deculein's intention for not saving Julie. At least rational reasoning was impossible, but that still left emotional speculation. He must have left his woman and Safian couldn't tell at all. The principle of human emotions was a madness that she hadn't yet mastered. No, it was forever impossible. Deculein was such a well-hidden guy. Safian raised her head from the end of the bed and looked at the snow globe. It was still snowing inside. Charon, you must not know either. A man who lived his whole life alone, an old bachelor who didn't know women. I wish he didn't bother with me too much. Safian looked at herself in the mirror. Certainly, she was extremely beautiful. It was a fact that anyone on the continent would admit. Task. Even this beauty annoyed her. Safian clicked her tongue and pulled out a folio connected to her old teaching night. Julie, I don't know what will happen. She felt pity for Julie, who resembled Charon. There was also a little bit of guilt that she stole what was hers, so, when the situation was settled, she planned to make her return to the imperial palace, the extreme north where tens of thousands of monsters migrated south to every year. The realm of the frontiers that imprinted on the continent the proverb, the northerners are strong. Among them, Julie stood in the square of the Knights of Freydin, a sacred place for the knights that all people particularly respected. Knights of Winter. The total number of knights in the main building was 300. If you included knights performing missions in various places in the territory, that number was doubled, and each one was full of pride in their affiliation and origin. Therefore, the way they regarded Julie was not very friendly. Standing at the very back, they glanced at her as if she was someone disagreeable. Although she was, of course, a direct blood relative of Freydin, it was because she had committed an unacceptable disgrace as a knight. Now, the migration to the south is not far away. Zeit, who stood on the podium in the square, also didn't pay any attention to Julie. She took that fact for granted. A wave of monsters will crash into the frontier. However, the Holy Majesty has accepted the proposal to support Freydin, and I will place knights at each key point. We will form an unbreakable battle line. Zeit and his staff selected a total of 13 key locations. The Knights of Freydin could voluntarily choose one of them. Come up to the podium one by one and show your will. Then, one of the knights in the front row went up to the podium. He showed Zeit the northern courtesy and made his choice open to all knights in the square. I'm Griffin. I will show the bravery and determination of the knights at the walls of Rohul. There was not a single place that could be said to be easy among the key points. Each of them posed its dangers. The descendant of the mighty men. Griffin, that was why the knights of Freydin cheered for the choices of their colleagues. I'm Victor. I will protect the villagers from Darman Fortress. Swordsman of Baloris. Victor, the sound of glorious titles that any knight belonging to Freydin had at least one of filled the square. It was a relic of the old times, which the continent dismissed as childish, but in Freyden, it was still a tradition that inspired the order. Bombers will choose the rough terrain of Dokunken. Geron's giant bombers. The knight's choices continued like that, but there was only one, a key point abandoned by everyone. It could be said that it was by far the worst among the 11 key points, but they didn't avoid it because they were afraid or it was too difficult. It was reserved for the most dishonorable knight. They were allowing her to atone. Therefore, when Julie stood on the podium, everyone's eyes focused on her. There were no cheers that seemed to shake the sky, only darkness. Julie chose without hesitation. I will choose Rekordak. Rekordak was the prison where only the worst criminals on Earth were imprisoned, used as a human wall against the monsters moving south. Julie volunteered for that hellish place where more than 80% of the inmates died within a year of incarceration. Okay. Zeit looked at her and nodded. The knights in the square did not cheer her on, but their piercing gazes were less angry. The knight Dare chose Rekordak. Zeit didn't even call her Julie, but she paid it no mind. Yes. Julie came down from the platform and met the eyes of the knights who were looking at her. Many emotions reflected toward her: resentment, regret, disappointment, sadness, anger, betrayal. Julie endured it all. Compared to what that man did to her, this was nothing. Now, after 1 month of training, we will each depart for a key point. Until then, let's all personally hone our skills. Zeit spoke without raising his voice, his charisma proving enough. The knights of Freyden looked up as if they were looking at the king and answered loudly. Yes, the Imperial University was now entering the midterm exam period. However, there was no midterm exam in my class, so my job as a professor was only to check my research assistant's thesis. Hey, why is this car so good? The brand is the same as mine. On the way back to the Deculein mansion by car, Ihel murmured from the seat next to me. Without a word, I pulled out a book. It was Safian's best-selling Blue Eyes. It was still too early for winter. It was snowing heavily on the continent. What is this now? As I read the first sentence, Ihelm kept fiddling with the seat belt. For reference, the belt was the result of my direct involvement in the car's design. The concept of safety devices was still insufficient in this world. There were not enough cars to cause an accident in the first place. However, Ihelm was having fun while stretching and shortening the seatbelt. Is this a magic item? It was quite annoying. I put down the book. Shut up, Ihelm shrugged. You could just explain what this is. I fastened his seatbelt with psychokinesis. Ihelm made a choking sound. Oh, it becomes bondage, so it was for transporting prisoners. I didn't bother to correct him. I would just consider this man who shamelessly got in the car as soon as I ran into him a prisoner. Ha! Hey, isn't Leaf over there? Ihelm pointed out the window. Epheren, wearing a backpack, was waddling back and forth like a penguin. Behind her, some boxes followed like pets. It was a pretty cute use of psychokinesis. Ihelm grinned and opened the window. Hey! Epheren, jumping like a startled cat, turned around. What? I just felt like calling you. Why? What are you doing? Professor. The growling girl saw me, tilting her head. Are you two going together? Yeah, we were going in the same direction. And you? Leaf, I want to put down my luggage first. I passed. Epheren glared at Ihelm with displeasure. I didn't know if it was because of Ihelm, but Epheren was famous as Leaf these days. Soon, even Alan would use the nickname. What did you pass? At that question, Epheren glanced at me. She was just scratching the back of her neck without answering until Ihelm asked again. Why, what did you pass? Deculein wizard training. Oh that. Hasn't it been announced yet? I pre-passed the exam. Pre-pass. Ihelm looked back at me. Continental Deculein wizard training was a wizard development program held every winter on the lake island of the Deculein territory. Usually, only university wizards with exceptional talent were selected, and several famous wizards came as daily mentors. That's what I heard from Yiriel. However, I didn't know that Epheren would also have passed. Your professor seems to think of you a lot, huh? He even let you pass such a famous program in advance. How corrupt. What? It's not corrupt. Seeing Epheren bewildered, Ihelm grinned. By the way, Leaf, have you finished your midterm exams? No, there are about half left, and I think I got almost a perfect score on everything. No, more importantly, I said don't call me Leaf. Oh, perfect score. Yes. How many days will you stay for training? It's a week-long schedule, isn't that right? Professor, Epheren turned to me. I closed the window without answering. Outside the window, Ephraim stood perplexed, but I didn't know much about the training either. I didn't want to say, I don't know. Right, Deculein, have you hired a training mentor? Yiriel did ask me to hire someone. I didn't look for anyone yet, but I didn't think it would be too difficult. Rose Rio, Jindalf. Luina, my network wasn't narrow. Hey, judging from your look, I don't think you hired any. Should I go? Ihelm looked a little cheeky. I narrowed my brow and glared at him, but he grinned and continued. Instead, it's a deal. Just tell me why you didn't save Julie Ao. I immediately opened the car door and released Ihelm. I started recruiting mentors in earnest. If the name was Euclid's training, and the list only included professors like Relin and Sire, or something like that, my reputation would be in trouble. The first was Rose Rio. I called her on the pretext of interviewing students. Rose Rio, would you like to participate as a mentor in the Euclid training? Ha! Oh, heh. Rose Rio's attitude changed to arrogance almost immediately. She looked at me with her arms crossed. But you should know, I don't have much time these days. Rose Rio, you know. I cut her off. It is up to me to remove students from my lectures. Rose Rio's eyes narrowed, but I took that gaze indifferently. Then a very cold smile worked its way onto her lips. Ha ha, are you threatening me now? I didn't say anything. I just pulled out the student list from the drawer and held a red ballpoint pen. For a moment, Rose Rio's body shook. I said I don't have time. It's a week-long schedule. The following content of my class is the Pure Use series. It will be a lot more difficult than it is now, but it will be a valuable learning experience. Rose Rio began to sweat. Gulp, I moved the pen slowly. If I drew just one line with this red pen, Rose Rio would be removed from my list of students. Rose Rio's eyes widened, and the sweat pouring from her temples ran down her chin. The moment the red pen finally touched against the paper, ah, all right, really, do you have to be mean? Rose Rio reached out and snatched away my red ballpoint pen. I hid my smile and nodded. Good, let's write a contract. Next was Luina. Okay, well, Luina immediately complied with the conditions I suggested. There was no negotiation, no worries, no delays. I am satisfied with these conditions. Really? Yes, then see you at training. I'm busy with my research right now. Luina, flashing a smile, stood. She then stopped, looked back at me and said, Right. Boss, take care of your health, so you don't get sick. The third was Jindalf. I put special conditions on Jindalf in the form of money. I don't know. This old man doesn't have a lot of time. Jindalf nevertheless looked troubled, but I put a tortoise on the table. It was a long-lived tortoise made of diamond holystone, the most expensive available for purchase. Ahem, Jindalf, coughing loudly, secretly put the tortoise in his pocket. Okay, you've been sincere, and I've done a lot of wrong to you in the past. I'll take it as a commemoration of our reconciliation. Haha Jindalf laughed out loud and signed the contract. 3 days later, the final period of the midterm exam. Ephraim, returning to the tower while drinking coffee, was startled by the crowd of people around the bulletin board. What is that? The tower bulletin board. Various training, programs, missions, and quests were posted there. Approaching curiously, Ephraim found a few familiar figures in the group. Oh, Leaf! It was Julia, but suddenly she changed from Iffy to Leaf, thanks to Ihelm. Leaf or Ephraim sighed deeply. Can you just call me Iffy? Huh, yeah. Iffy, but what are you doing here? Oh, she's here too. Lucia. Lucia, a magician from a prestigious family who had a pretty bad relationship with Ephraim. She was staring blankly at the poster on the bulletin board. Oh, you know about the Euclid training program. The list of mentors has been announced. Yeah, so what? Ephraim had already been notified of acceptance in advance. Maybe it was because of Deculein. So what? Iffy, look at the list of mentors. It's crazy. Julia pointed at the expensive artifact the names were etched into. The first name was Deculein. That was, to some extent, expected, but Rose Rio, Jindalf, Luina, Ihelm, and even the Addix Astal and the elder from Berkt, Ephraim was astonished. What is this? An elder from Berkt is coming down. I know, that's why it's a mess here now. Zekton. No, not the chief elder. Just an elder. Oh, it was super luxurious. No. It was a training program that a commoner wizard would not be able to experience in their lifetimes. There was a reason it was crowded. So now the tower is completely in an uproar. If they could buy entrance, it would be worth a few 100,000 elnis. 100,000. Yeah, Iffy, did you say you passed the pre-recruitment? I'm jealous. At that moment, the attention of those surrounding them focused on Ephraim. Each of the wizards bore a cold and scary look. Then Julia, I'll be going then. Ahem. With a cough, Ephraim sneaked away from the crowd. Who? But for some reason, her steps were very light. Phew-hoo-hoo-hoo. Heh. Ephraim walked down the hall of the tower with a feeling like she was flying. Chapter 142, Training 2. Isn't that too grandiose? In Hadekin, the Euclan Castle. Uriel was a little disconcerted when she met Deculein upon his return to the estate because of the mentors that he recruited for the Euclan magic training. This is the tail wagging the dog. You didn't even think about how much money it would cost. Did you? Did you give all of the down payment by family check? This training wasn't a very important event. Rather, it was only a part of the Eucline sponsorship policy. In addition to wizards, there were many remaining sponsorship schedules, such as knights, painters, musicians, and many others. But if he hired Burke's elder, it's good enough because it's Euclin. The Lord Deculein asserted himself. Uriel pouted, but she had no choice but to stop complaining about what he said next. Be proud of your family. That caused Uriel pain. It hurt as bad as if he had dug her heart out with a chisel. Still, this old man Jindalf has a bad relationship with us. Uriel forcibly twisted the topic. She wasn't childish enough to express her pain. It's all in the past. You said you would never forget. Deculein took a sip of tea without a further word. Uriel, who was reading his face, spoke. But you know, because of this, there are so many applicants for this training. So, I'm thinking of taking other wizards besides the university ones. Do you mean adventurers? Yeah, the world is changing fast. Considering the underground passage, we should keep our relationship with the Adventure Guild as good as possible. If we give them access to the training, they will like it too. From the moment the training expenses increased this much, Uriel had only compensated the investment in her mind. She said support, but it was an intangible investment. I'll leave it to you. Young people will be better able to adapt to the rapidly changing world. What's with that? You're young enough, aren't you? Then, with a small smile, Deculein stood from the Lord's seat. Uriel was stunned for a moment by his faint smile, but she quickly ran and got the Lord's seat back. I will go. Ha! Yeah. Uriel watched Deculein's back as he left. Although she somehow managed to hide her cold and sore heart, slam the moment the office door closed, Uriel felt nauseous. Ah! She ran to the bathroom, grabbed onto the toilet and vomited. Blag! She spat up the contents of her stomach, though she hadn't even eaten much in the morning. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Vomiting until pale bile came out, she leaned her frail body against the wall. Keck, ha! Every day. It was hard to live as if nothing had happened. It was hard to bear the fact that she wasn't Euclin. Of course. She smiled nonetheless and worked hard for the estate and the vassals, but Deculein was not her blood relative. I'm not a Euclin. That fact did not change. Really, did her mother cheat, or did her father accept them knowingly? Why, however, whatever happened, even though Deculein knew that, although he had known it for a long time, Uriel will be still Uriel, a voice imprinted in her memory, Deculein's trembling voice. Sniff. Uriel wiped her eyes with her sleeve. She washed her face before more tears flowed, then returned as if nothing had happened, and sat in the Lord's chair. Knock, knock, yeah, come in. It was the butler, he who had been with Eucline for multiple generations, presented a stack of documents to Uriel. What is this now? The wave of monsters are not far away. This is a request for cooperation from the imperial family. Oh yeah, Uriel, scanning the contents, frowned. They want quite a lot. Yes, it seems that the imperial family is also watching the development of Euclin these days. Hadekin and Eucline were enjoying an unprecedented boom in recent years. Of course, they were a family that had been counted as one of the most famous wizard families since long ago, but they were around the 4th or 5th place in terms of the overall family hierarchy. But these days, the reconstruction of the underground passage, the progress of various manufacturing industries, the development of the family magic tower and the family knights, and the Rohalak concentration camp received almost unlimited support from the imperial family. Of course, it was not without its side effects. Some monsters and beasts come out of the underground passage, alongside astronomical industrial investment costs and fraudsters who would take advantage of them, given any chance. The steady guerrilla terrorism from the demon bloods and the inevitable checks of the central political system also couldn't be forgotten. But since it was all something Uriel and her staff had foreseen, the countermeasures were clear. Why don't you pay everything like this? Let's not be bothered. Pay in cash. Yes, my lady, what about the bribe to the center? Give it to, push the priesthood or the imperial power. This was another problem. During the predecessors' period, they were placed in imperial power and suffered a great disadvantage. Shall we go with the imperial court? I've heard something interesting from an insider. Yes, it would be different this time around. The current emperor, Safian, didn't seem the type to trust her ministers. Oh, right. How is the divorce going? There was one more piece of good news. That woman, Julie, a thorn in her eyes, fell into the abyss. You can't bring in a corrupt knight as a companion, can you? Yes, we are discussing it, but it is still stagnant. We must have the permission of the elders of the family. Tusk, really? But seeing that Deculein didn't do anything, she's probably out of his mind. Was she abandoned by Deculein because of her sin, or did she end up refusing him and was swept away? The latter was more convincing for Uriel, who still remembered the old Deculein, but any reason was good. There was no benefit for Eucline to be married to Freyden in the first place. Okay then, you can go. Yes, Uriel sent the old butler back. She remained alone in the spacious office and closed her eyes. She still felt nauseous, as if her intestines were all twisted, but it should be okay. It's okay. If only I endure, if only I endure, nothing would change. I don't have to suffer like this. No, I don't deserve it. Deculein must have already gone through this rough process. He must have accepted me as Uriel in the end after more anguish than this. Ugh, ha! Uriel swallowed back rising nausea. Meanwhile, Ephraim finished her training preparations. She sent all of her luggage to Lake Isle, nearly completed the thesis submitted to Deculein, and passed the exam with a near-perfect score. So now, one special Rohawk. Ephraim met with the club members in the Pig's Flower, Julia, Rondo, Ferret, and the rest. It had been a while since the whole group gathered. Whoa! The special was literally a whole roasted Rohawk. Ephraim took the legs first. Oh, right, iffy. Ha! Julia grabbed her attention while Ephraim ripped off the meat. How are you going to take care of the public support? Public support. This was a required course for Magic Tower wizards. As soon as winter began and the migration started, the wizards stopped researching for a while and were called out to care for the monster waves. Public support was largely divided into civil support, which was relatively safe, and firepower support, which was dangerous but helpful for one's career. Well, maybe I will follow the professor, Professor Deculein. Yeah, and you guys. Ephraim finished a leg the size of a man's forearm in just 3 minutes. I'm going back to our territory to provide private support. Me too. The commoners, Ferret and Rondo, who entered the university on a scholarship from their rural estates, had a particular destination already in mind. Aha, I see. Julia looked to Ephraim. Where is Professor Deculein going? Gulp. Well, I don't know yet. I heard that it was the last test for the selection of the chairman. Ha, really, then. The training. Don't talk to me. I have to eat. Ephraim indulged herself in earnest. The rohawk she ate after a long time was truly heavenly. The moment she was diligently moving her jaw, the rohawk I ate with the professor was the most delicious. A voice popped up like a flash of lightning, something she heard on some day somewhere. However, it was a moment that didn't remain in her memory. Ephraim opened her eyes and looked around. What's up? Iffy, ha, oh, it's nothing. Let's just eat. She again focused on the meal set before her as the voice suddenly sank to the bottom of her consciousness. Oh, this is good. Ephraim simply shoved the rohawk into her inflated cheeks with a happy, satisfied expression. Lake Island was an island within a lake. Its diameter and depth were too grand for a lake, but it was classified as such because it was located in the center of the continent. There were many such mysterious areas in the territory of Eucline, but for now, I was fishing on the shore of Lake Island, sitting with a fishing rod imbued with Midas hand and a chair carved with my aesthetic sense. Tweet, tweet, the forest birds were chirping, and the lakeside reflecting the sunlight was as clear and brilliant as an emerald. Bubble, occasionally a bite came. I caught a fish by adjusting the fishing rod with the psychokinesis. Meso, information, a rare fish that lives only in clear lakes. For the sake of this fish's ecosystem, the Euclid family ordered a ban on fishing. If you're going to go fishing, be careful. Category: miscellaneous goods, food special effects. When consumed, increases mana slightly. However, the greater the mana, the less the effect. It was a rare fish full of mana. Of course, it would go up by a decimal point, at most 10, but it was better than not going up at all. I put the fish in the net. Fishing. Is it fun? I didn't respond, but threw the outline again. Soon after, Deputy Director Primian appeared. I didn't know you enjoyed fishing. As she said, there weren't many hobbies that I could tolerate. Chess, reading, horseback riding, art, and fishing. Although I was obsessed with dignity and cleanliness, I did not mind fishing, probably because the last emperor, Krebame's, hobby was fishing. What's going on? This is a discussion about Sylvia. I made another chair with a quick spell for Primian to sit on. The mana degree of the entity created by Sylvia is beyond imagination. That in itself is dangerous. I also confirmed that Sylvia has a grudge against you. A grudge. Yes, it seems Eidnik has revealed everything to Sylvia. A killing aura has been detected in Sylvia's mana pulse. I see you haven't neglected to monitor all this time. Professor, I'm not joking. It's much higher than level green. In addition to red surveillance, the upper management is also considering dispatching spies from the intelligence service. I looked toward the lakeshore without saying a word. Sylvia of Iliade, a wizard born with the greatest talent in this world. And her mother, Sierra. The memory was incomplete in my head. Primian, I killed Sierra. Yes, that doesn't mean you have to die as well. I nodded. Of course. But in an instant my temple was pounding. Sierra's voice, which I had never heard before, penetrated my ears. Deculein, there is nothing wrong with you. So don't hate yourself too much. To the murderer who strangled her, in a warm tone that said, there's nothing wrong with you, so unusually kind. I may pity the child. That poor kid can kill you. I shook my head. Will she be happy if she kills me? It's an emotional question that doesn't suit you. I looked back at Primian. Her expression was the same as usual, but her displeasure was made visible. It's just a question. Maybe that child is someone who hates me and will live with it. Well, if she doesn't hate the man who killed her mother, then she's not just crazy. It would be abnormal. There was no wound in Deculein's personality. I didn't care if anyone hated me to the point of madness or wished to kill me. No one in this world could scratch this hard ego. That was why he remained a villain. I smiled a little. Leave Sylvia alone. Her blade will only reach me. There is no need for you guys to provoke her by sacrificing yourselves. In the first place, excuses or escapism did not fit my personality, and if Sylvia grew up hating me, that was also beneficial to this world. There was no harm in it. Primian didn't say anything, but I could tell wasn't impressed with my words. It was snowing on the lakeshore. Primian stared into the gently falling snow. Ha! Does it snow in this lake too? I've heard it never snows in this area. That's right. The climate near the islands of this lake was mild all year round, so it never snowed. Suddenly, a sentence popped into my mind. Wait! I picked up the book I had left by the chair and found a page. The wizard who was fishing on the shore confessed his feelings to the agent who suddenly appeared. Then, snow began to fall on the lake that never saw snow. I looked around without a word, but there was no one except Primian. Primian. Yes. Have you ever read this book? I showed her the book Blue Eyes. She nodded, checking the cover. Yes, it's the most popular book in the Public Security Bureau's library, so they bought 20 copies. Will that child be happy if she kills me? Watching him from the distant sky, listening to him, taking his voice in, Sylvia thought. It's just a question. Maybe that child is someone who hates me and will live with it. I hate you, I'm resentful. But if I kill you, what will be left of my life? Well, if she doesn't hate the man who killed her mother, then she's not just crazy. It would be abnormal. Well, if so, that's enough. But why did you smile when she said that I had a killing aura? Why? Sylvia asked blankly, but there was no answer from the barren island, only the wind as the air currents scattered and broke around each other. Sylvia, grinding her teeth, finally stood. Just watching him from afar couldn't quench this thirst. She couldn't calm her mind, which was shaking like crazy. The answer to this question could not be obtained if it wasn't from Deculein. Sylvia, what are you going to do? Eidnik, who was studying magic not far from her, turned to Sylvia. Sylvia continued without a glance back at her. Hey, I asked what you're going to do. Still, without an answer, she tapped her toes on the ground. It was a move that prepared her to fall. Gosh, do whatever you want. Eidnik didn't ask any more. Now Sylvia's rank was higher than Monarch anyway. She had already transcended Deculein and was on track to ascend to the etheric rank. Since she was about to become the youngest etheric, she didn't have to treat her like an abandoned child. Just don't die. Yeah, Sylvia finally answered and fell off the island. Now, there was only one thought in her mind. I will meet you and ask you. Chapter 143, Words in the Letter 1. I climbed the island's lighthouse and looked around the entire lake. It was snowing. A mystical pure white paint splattered over the dark green. Primian followed me in a hurry. If your reasoning is correct, it would be amazing. My thoughts were simple. This book interfered with reality. Is that possible? It's not impossible. Of course, this book alone couldn't, but if countless people had read its contents, the story could become an origin and manifest as a magic equivalent to a miracle. Then the male wizard Damien, who was fishing here, will be you. It's the lead role, so congratulations. The only problem was the book's ending. She told the wizard everything she knew, and then she pierced his heart with her blade. The end of Volume 1. It was almost a trailer for Volume 2, so the ending didn't even go into much detail. Who she might be is also a key factor. Here, she was the main character. She had no name and was referred to only by identifying pronouns. Also, I didn't know who this wizard she stabbed was. Primian, have you ever thought that this book was strangely popular? What are you talking about? Even her bored majesty has read this book. How a book of fewer than 150 pages became a bestseller. In terms of aesthetic sense, the book itself was not lacking, but to have been so widely read so quickly, it required more. I can feel the magic in this book. What Safian told me when she gave me this book was right. There was literal magic in the sentences on the page. It was that power that captivated the readers. This is the first time such a thing has happened. The story holds the magic, and the magic makes people read the story. With more people reading it, it gained a type of existential power and eventually could interfere with reality. It was a cycle of amplification. Is it a demon's work? No, if that were the case, my blood would have reacted. It wasn't a demon. But who, why, and for what purpose remained unknown, at least until now. I wonder what will happen. Forget that. Watch the shores of the lake from here. Yes. It was then a boat appeared from the other side of the lake. I looked out, and Primian recited the contents of the book. Damien looked out at the lake from the lighthouse. A boat carrying a wizard was approaching. Two people dismounted the moored boat, Epheren and Drent. It was two wizards. Among them, the more foolish of the two stumbled. Ouch! Epheren fell to the shore of the lake. Ugh, Tui, the girl spat out sand as she stood back up. So, they were both characters. One of them could be stabbed in the heart. It's not Drent. Could you give me the reason why you think so? Because he is not a named. Does that mean that he's not an outstanding enough wizard to be the main character? Something like that. If this were a sudden event, the target would be named. Therefore, the strong candidates were the mentors who came here, including Epheren or me. Shall I tell everyone about this? I shook my head. You don't have to. Why? Because a mere story cannot control me. I'll deal with it myself. You are very confident. Do you know where she is? It's in here. I tapped the cover of the book. I didn't know who she was yet, but in time she would crash land on the island. I stood. Where are you going? To her. Well, if there is a sword in your heart, please let me know. Okay. As soon as I left the lighthouse, I spread the wood steel around me. Sylvia crash-landed on the island inside the lake. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, and her mana had bottomed out. From her island around the floating island to the realm of Deculein, she had flown thousands of kilometers. Sylvia shuffled over and sat down on a nearby boulder. Ha! It would take some time to replenish her mana once used to the end, but her stamina was still sufficient. Sylvia, who didn't neglect exercising, had physical abilities close to that of an average knight. She had a physique too good to be a wizard. But as her sweat was drying off, her body became cold. Snowflakes began to fall around her. Sylvia made a small fire with the drops of mana she had left. She basked in the warmth and waited for her mana to recover. A half day would be enough. She would stay quiet until then and go to find Deculein when she was in perfect condition. However, whoosh, suddenly, a gust of snow blew past, blowing out her fire and sending Sylvia panicking. Ah! She had no time to sigh. Immediately the blizzard hit her, and the ground was buried in snow in mere moments. Sylvia tried to move away, but snow piled up around her. From her feet to her ankles, from her ankles to her knees, and from her knees to her waist, in the end, She became a snowman. Her body was so cold that it felt warm. Let me rest a little. I'll rest a bit. And I'll keep going. Stomp, stomp. Someone who was watching her moved closer. His long legs strode through the barrier like snow, so he could embrace the bland wizard buried inside. He manifested a spell on the spot, crafting a cozy dwelling out of the snow and dirt. 15 minutes ago, it was snowing on the lake, the white flakes sinking under the water's surface. Wow! Ephraim forgot that she had just almost drowned and continued walking blankly, observing the scenery. It had been summer at the lake. It felt like summer, but it was now snowing. Thanks to that, it looked like a whole new world. This is your dorm. Yes, the attendants of Euclid stopped her. Ephraim and Drent were taken aback for a moment. There's nothing. The place the attendant pointed to was an empty field in the middle of a snowy forest. It was bare ground. There were no dorms, no buildings. Follow me, Drent. Oh, okay. She was confused. But there must be something there. Drent glanced at Ephraim and immediately followed the attendant. What is this? Ephraim, left alone, first made a chair. However, the snow was gradually growing thicker. It was rapidly becoming more annoying than pretty. Ah, Tui. A large snowflake entered her mouth, and the frost blocked her vision. I can't any more. Ephraim made a small earthen house. It was crude, but she liked it. A little over 3 square feet of space with a small door. At that moment, a voice echoed through the chilled air of Lake Island. Ephraim knew who it was as soon as she heard them. Are you a little confused? My name is Uriel from Euclid. Uriel, Deculein's younger sister and the acting lord of Euclid. This is the first program of our training. It was a nice tone to listen to. It was a bit of a cliché expression, but it was smooth, like the sound of a jade marble rolling. Ephraim, who became very close with Uriel, put a hand to her chin and listened. As you know, several famous mentors are waiting for you. Burke's elder Lakkara, Imperial Palace Wizard Ihelm, Professor Luna, Etheric Jindalf, Etheric Rose Rio, Head Professor Deculein. There is one of them in each of the 8 classes. Hearing it like this, the team assembled felt even fancier and more outlandish. Each stood out in their fields. But the island itself in this lake will help you too. This island has everything to help wizards. Everything from the blades of grass, the fish, the dew, and the mysterious snow is now falling. Oh, we are supposed to use nature. Ephraim smiled a little. So, first of all, stay in nature for a day or so. Nature is the source of magic, after all. Yes, Euclid always supports the path of magic. May you all be blessed with mana more eternal than the sea and brighter than the sun. That message from Uriel announced the start of training. Then, jumping up, Ephraim opened the door of her earthen house and walked out. Woo 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 whoosh. Ah! A wild gust of wind whipped past Ephraim's hair. It kicked up snow into her face. Pay! Ephraim immediately closed the door. What is that? She wiped the snow off her face. All of a sudden, there is a blizzard. No, isn't it an avalanche? An avalanche was falling from the sky. Sylvia opened her eyes. The warmth of the burning fireplace drove off the chill, and the ground below her felt soft. It felt like she was lying in bed, but she was surprised to realize she was lying in bed. A gentle and soft atmosphere inside a cozy space. In it, Sylvia slowly looked around. Someone was sitting in a chair by the bed and reading a book titled Blue Eyes. Sylvia stared distantly at the book cover. Are you awake? The voice, the voice, the voice. That terse voice was enough. Sylvia suddenly raised her torso, glaring at him, Deculein. She instantly warmed up the mana within her body. No, she was about to. Ah! As the circuit was cut off, her pain intensified, and her skin began glowing a faint purple. It's mana exhaustion. It must be because you forced yourself to come here from an island that is too far away. How did he know? Was this person watching her too? To that question, Deculein answered. It was in this book. He pointed to the title. Your book is interfering with reality, Sylvia. What kind of wish did you make while writing this? Sylvia didn't say anything. Was it hope? Was it a wish? Or was it a grudge? Regardless, it had been a blazing fire. She spoke softly. I know everything. What? You killed my mother. Receiving no answer, Sylvia turned to him. Deculein nodded belatedly. Yes, he felt the memories of that day, from the moment of killing Sierra. The torrent of emotions that rushed into Deculein's heart was as clear as his own. This transference of the mind continued more clearly as he talked with Sylvia. It was because of that demon's letter. She had already heard most of the truth from Eidnik, and she did her research with the magic of wind, so it didn't matter if Deculein kept his mouth shut. She had a lot to say herself. As the letter swept across the continent, Euclid and Carla came out. One of the victims, Deculein interrupted, was my fiancée. Those words touched his heart. The emotions engraved in his body trembled and fluctuated. The woman named Yuli, the only thing in common between Deculein and Kim Woojin. Someone delivered the demon's letter to my woman, and she died. Sylvia showed no emotion, just clenched and stretched out her hands repeatedly. Don't worry, it wasn't your mother. Sylvia shook her head. I'm not worried about that. She looked into Deculein's eyes. His indifferent expression and cold gaze were the same as before. That hurt a lot, and it was also very weird. I hate him. But why? Why did it hurt without knowing why? Sylvia hid that question at the bottom of her mind. I know what happened that day. The one who did it, who wrote the letter to your fiancé. Deculein looked at Sylvia. Meeting her gaze, she pondered for a moment. This truth could hurt him. I see. No, she wanted to hurt him. She had to hurt him. Why think so hard about it? You already know, don't you? Sylvia asked. As always, with no fluctuation in her tone or pacing, with a voice so monotone it might be mistaken as self-talk. Deculein nodded. She guessed that meant it was fine. Sylvia closed her eyes slowly, then opened them again. Deculein and Kagan Luna, chapter 144, words in the letter to Deculein and Kagan Luna. Sylvia's words conveyed a memory to me. Old films flashed by in a chain, revealing scenes I didn't know yet. Son, she wasn't the perfect companion for you. Decalein's voice rose like a ripple, sparking emotions that ran wildly and ripped through my chest. It was a torrent that became the catalyst for Deculein. However, I knew that this, too, would just pass. The history and facts of the past did not have any effect on me in the present. My ego, composed of both Deculein and Kim Woojin, was designed that way. Sylvia continued. But you misunderstood that it was Iliade's work. That's why you sent that demon's letter to my mother. Deculein returned the letter to Iliade to save his fiancée, but it didn't work. Sierra was already dying from her disease. Yes, I did. Knowing everything, why didn't you tell Epheren, Kagan Luna, Deculein's former assistant, and Epheren's father? Several memories of being with him were coming back. Was this the process of assimilation with Deculein? Deculein didn't want that woman to be my companion and ordered Kagan to send her the letter. I would accept the memory alone. However, as Kim Woojin, not Deculein, it would not rekindle that old grudge from the past. But I don't know if Kagan knew the identity of the letter at the time. You worked hard. Sylvia, in your way. Sylvia clenched her fists. I let my eyes slide over her small fist and to her eyes again. Everything you said is right. HMPH. Sylvia remained expressionless and cynical. I picked up the staff I had left by the bed and grabbed my copy of Blue Eyes. Now, this would be enough. Take a rest. I stood. There was nothing more to say. She was a proud child who uncovered the truth about her mother. But don't go. A tone unusual for her caught me. It was extremely dry but equally desperate. I'm not done yet. Her eyes were wet and soft, staring straight at me. I have more to say. Each syllable trembled softly like it might be cut off at any moment. You have a lot to tell me. I have a lot to hear. The girl, unable to overcome her emotions, shook the blanket she was holding back and forth. Tears flowed down her cheeks while I just watched. Tell me. The child was trembling like a wet bird, and her growls verged on the point of weeping. I said, tell me. The child who lost her mother to Deculein. I didn't know how she felt to face her enemy. I have nothing to say. Sylvia's breathing stopped for a moment. Her whole body went cold as her rushing emotions stopped in an instant. She became static. The Euclid makes no excuses. All that is left is the truth. I killed Sierra. Sylvia let go of the blanket she was holding and stared at me with empty eyes. I will kill you. This would be a reasonable response. I nodded. Try. You have the right to kill me. Ah. A half-suppressed groan flowed from between Sylvia's clenched teeth. The fireplace was still crackling beside us. I'll try not to be killed by you, Sylvia, so that you can live. What I left her behind and opened the door to the hut. Woo-wash. A strong blizzard came in. The whole world was engulfed in snow and wind. But that wouldn't block my way. Woo-wash. Epheren walked through the fiercely raging snowstorm. Her hard-earned earthen house was buried under the weight of snow and shattered. I'm glad I learned it at least. Manipulation-type magic learned from Deculein. The magnetic field blocked the blizzard. and psychokinesis pushed the snow out from under her feet as she walked. Stomp, stomp, ha! Ephraim, advancing so efficiently, suddenly found a hut. A question mark appeared above her head, a hut in the middle of a snowstorm. She could have just overlooked it, or she could doubt its identity. But Ephraim walked forward as if possessed by something. The closer she drew, the warmer her body grew with the heat radiating from the hut. This, after approaching without a word, Ephraim put her eyes to the window to check the inside. She was startled. It was a hut with a warm fireplace, but more importantly, inside were Deculein and Sylvia. Sylvia was lying on the bed, and Deculein was in a chair next to it. Their two voices leaked through the window. Sylvia spoke first. "I know it all." "What?" "That you killed my mother." It was a conversation she shouldn't listen to. Ephraim tried to step away, but her body wouldn't move, as if she were stuck in place by magic. It was because of that demon's letter. As the letter swept across the continent, Eucline and Carla came out. Demon's letter. It was a legend that Ephraim knew well, but why were these two discussing it? One of those victims was my fiancé. Ephraim's eyes widened. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't respond. It wasn't an analogy or an exaggeration. She was stuck in place. Someone delivered the demon's letter to my woman, and she died. I know what happened that day. The one who did it, who wrote the letter to your fiancé. Amid her struggling, the conversation continued through the window, and Ephraim was forced to listen. An incomprehensible force gripped her legs and willed her to stay. Why is this? That moment, Deculein and Kagan Luna. A familiar name rang in her ears. Ephraim froze in place, and her irises grew wide. Naturally, she looked to Deculein. Yes, Kagan Luna. She said that her father delivered a demon's letter to Deculein's fiancé. Knowing everything, why didn't you tell Ephraim? Ephraim felt her head go blank for a moment, a fever taking her. She couldn't close her mouth, nor could she block out the conversation still worming its way into her ears. Kagan Luna, demon's letter, fiancé. Deculein didn't want that woman to be my companion and ordered Kagan to send her the letter. But I don't know if Kagan knew the identity of the letter at the time. At that moment, her unidentified oppression was released. Ephraim staggered back from the hut, sending her sprawling but first to the snowy floor. What? Someone was approaching her. Stomp, stomp, the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow and a shadow cast behind her. Ephraim raised her head, her skin prickling with goosebumps. You saw it. It was Sylvia. Ephraim couldn't understand. Sylvia was definitely inside that hut. How did you? Stupid Ephraim, mumbling. She waved her hand toward the hut. The scenery beyond her faded in the breeze. It was Sylvia's magic. That happened an hour ago. It's real, not fake. Stand up. You fool. Ephraim slowly stood. She felt no strength in her legs, so it proved difficult to stand on the slippery surface. Why? Ephraim stared at her blankly, and Sylvia met her eyes. Seeing tears, she noticed her body swaying. Are you asking why I told you? Ephraim nodded. Oh, of course. A large snowflake fell on Ephraim's face. Sylvia looked up to the sky, peering around at the darkened world. It wasn't just the snow. No, it was because of the snow. Tears or snow, either way. Sylvia looked at Ephraim again. I must be jealous of you. What? Ephraim calmed her trembling heart. She kept her composure as a wizard, acting as rationally as possible. Rule out the confusion. If you get shaken here, you are not a wizard. Sylvia, you really. Yeah, Sylvia interrupted Ephraim. I love him. Ephraim couldn't keep her composure. She had just heard the conversation between Deculein and Sylvia, who said he killed Sylvia's mother. She couldn't speak right. The blizzard raging around them stopped at some point. The sky cleared. And I hate him more than anyone else in the world. Ephraim looked into Sylvia's eyes. The feelings that she embraced, the feelings inside her, Ephraim couldn't even dare to comprehend. The only person who has and will have my heart is the professor. Sylvia's voice shook for the first time. No, she was stained with tears from the beginning. I'm going to kill that professor. Ephraim stood, then shook her head. She meant that she wouldn't let that happen. Ephraim didn't want Deculein to die or Sylvia to become a murderer. Yeah, Sylvia nodded knowingly. At that moment, Ephraim vaguely and faintly understood her intent. Maybe I also want you to stop me. From the sky cleared of dark snow-laden clouds. Sunlight descended. Swoosh, a gust of wind rustled Ephraim's hair. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again quietly, Sylvia, no answer. Ephraim looked all around her, but Sylvia was already gone. Oh, and a belated storm surged in Ephraim's heart. If you leave like this, what am I supposed to do? She sat on the ground. I was surprised by the blizzard. Is this also an event? As expected from Euclid. How did you make that blizzard? Ephraim arrived at the training center. 200 wizards were already chatting away with each other as they dried their snow-drenched robes. However, that previous conversation still lingered in Ephraim's head. Deculein didn't want that woman to be my companion and ordered Kagan to send her the letter. But I don't know if Kagan knew the identity of the letter at the time. Was it her father's mistake or fault? However, Ephraim's reason was more focused on the justice of the situation, the reason why Deculein couldn't help but hate her father. Whether it was a mistake or his fault, I think everyone enjoyed the blizzard. Oh, I'll keep it short from now on. Okay. Uriel, appearing in the pulpit, cut through her endless agony and contemplation. Ephraim looked up at Uriel. She continued, pretending that the blizzard was an event orchestrated by Euclid. Then I will start the Euclid magic training in earnest. First, let me introduce the mentor team. Come on. The curtains in the auditorium lifted. Ephraim looked at them. Rose, Rio, Jindalf, Luina, Ihelm, and Deculein. Deculein. We have chosen quite skilled mentors for each of the 8 series. Right, you can choose one of these mentors and send us the training schedule. There were 8 people in a line. Ephraim was a wizard who majored in the 4 classes of destruction, assistance, manipulation, and ductility, but there was no need to wonder which of them she would choose. Come on then, everyone choose. The 200 wizards were divided into 8 lines. However, there were only 4 people in my group. There were 20 wizards whose focus was manipulation, but it appeared they had flowed into a different series. I was dissatisfied with it, but some skilled people gathered. Did you choose? Yes, Professor. First, the one who was directly under my control, Ephraim. Ha ha, of course. I am not, because you are the superior here. Ahem, that Creto. He was always watching Professor Deculein. Next up was Safian's younger brother, Prince Creto. Me too, Mimi. I've been looking forward to this day to see the professor again. The third was Maho of the Uran Principality, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Finally, fuck, Rayleigh of the Red Garnet Adventure Team. That woman, Julie's cousin, had been staring at me for a while now. The reason, of course, I knew. She was Julie's cousin. Hey, I knew that, but that reaction was annoying. I turned to Rayleigh, who snorted. Look down, you are just invited. Oh, yes, sir, yes. Yes, sir, Rayleigh nodded abruptly. I beckoned to the 4 of them. Follow me. The first schedule of my training will begin. I guided them to a cylindrical magic gravity machine. They would demonstrate their magical power in a place that was 10 times higher than normal gravity. It was an extreme training tool made using the natural magic of this lake island. Rayleigh, you go first. I pointed to her not because she was the rudest of the 4, but because she had the most outstanding magical skills. According to Vision, Chapter 145, Winter. 1. Training in the gravity field was simple, with gravity amplified several times over. I manipulated the wood steel with psychokinesis. Ah! Rayleigh used the advanced magic Earth's Revolution to grab at the wood steel, but I broke her magic by rotating the steel. The resonance caused a shock wave, and Rayleigh was thrown back. Wah, I surrender. Rayleigh, after hitting the ground, raised her hands. Her face was red and she was sweating bullets. Why are you so strong? Wow, you've changed a lot. Next was Ephraim. She nodded and stepped forward. Let's begin. Yes, I immediately moved the wood steel. Ephraim grabbed the wooden steel using her magic own domain, but it shattered like glass when I strengthened psychokinesis. Humph, but she was talented. Ephraim demonstrated her wits and controlled the air. At that moment, the air surged, and she moved the wood steel despite gravity weighing it down. How is this? Good reaction. But I put a wave in the wood steel's psychokinesis. The wave advanced using the heavy air as a medium and radiated through Ephraim. Ugh, oh, it hurts so much. Ephraim rolled on the ground, clutching her sides, but I wasted no time. Next is Maho. Yes. Yes, Maho approached with an energetic smile. Garara. She ran away crying, leaving the last one, Prince Credo, to position himself nervously against me. He swung his fist, using long shot. It manifested as a long-distance strike, an unusual type of spell where you sent mana surging through your fist. Whoosh, whoosh. Credo swung his fists to defend against the wood steel. Then bam, he was hit in the shoulder. At that moment his arm began to dangle. It had snapped cleanly. "Creto, are you okay?" Creto regarded me with eyes full of resentment. Then he sat down silently in surrender. Anyway, that was how my training went. I wasn't sure if it would help them, but for now, it helped me. No, I heard everything. What kind of training is that? In the mansion at Lake Island. Uriel caught me when I returned. Next to her, Primian was nodding in agreement. Yeah, injuring Prince Creto was a bad idea. Uriel and Primian were both sitting on the sofa and eating ice cream. I don't know how these two were stuck together, but it's fine. This textbook will take care of the rest anyway. I set it on the desk. It was the book that I gave to Uriel before, the result of writing only about the essence of the manipulation series. It was priceless, as I didn't plan on selling it. Also, I plan on guiding the 4 wizards that I will choose after this training with the 3rd and 4th volume, and maybe even an in-depth review process. Oh, Uriel's eyes opened a bit wider. I nodded. Writing was a hobby of mine equivalent to reading anyway. I would continue to write, but considering the progress of future quests, it would be right to support those who would use the magic properly. I had no plans of letting the masses read it. That's charming. Primian naturally chipped in, despite not even being a wizard. Well, that's that for the training. What are you going to do? Uriel took the book, blue eyes, and shook it. That's right, Professor. Just as Miss Uriel said, there is another problem. Primian appeared to have told Uriel everything. You said this will come true. You said that this person who will be stabbed is you. There's still time, and it may not be me. No, this book illustrated Sylvia's growth, her cruel trials and hardships. This novel, with its crazy development genre, showed her climbing a mountain, killing enemies, and standing tall. It was after she met Damien Deculein again. There's time left, but the ending is certain. The wizard who dies at the end is the professor. That's what I'm saying. Uriel nodded. I was speechless. Primian, Uriel, have you two known each other for a long time? No, we met for the first time today, but for some reason we're close already. Right, I know. Anyway, it was bothersome. I stood and moved to look out the window. The snow had already stopped falling, and the sky was clear, a common Hadeking climate. Deculein. Before I knew it, Uriel moved beside me and muttered my name. She stood next to me and just looked up at the sky. To see Uriel like that, suddenly, very suddenly, caused simple memories to flood my mind. Memories that I also had a younger sister, that there was a family more precious to me. Hum. I put my hand on top of Uriel's head. She stared up at me blankly, stunned. Why did you call me, Uriel? Ha! She blinked, flustered. Blink, 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 blink. She blinked a dozen times in a second. Ah, no, I didn't call you. I didn't, suddenly. See that? I checked how much money you spent on this training. Ha! Beware. She made a startling noise. 30 million Elnis. 30 million. The cost of recruiting a mentor is 30 million Elnis. And also, the one I gave you, the diamond holy stone. Why does Jindalf, that old man, have it? As suddenly as it started, her yelling stopped. She sighed loudly before turning around. I'm going. It was too cute to see her kick her seat as she left. I had no other thoughts aside from that. She was just so cute. Primian broke the silence. You're a dimwit. Shut up. I stared at Primian. I didn't like how she had been aiding Uriel's words since earlier. Ahem. Primian feigned a cough and shrugged. I'm curious. About what? When did you become so close to your sister? It's none of your business. You get out. Two. Yes. Primian stood, leaving the mansion with Uriel's ice cream. And the very next day. Nice to see you. Did you rest well? I met the 4 tired wizards at the Lake Island's garden. They looked afraid of the rest of the training schedule, but instead of sparring, I showed them a book. Take this. I distributed the book using psychokinesis. This is the theory that I wrote. Credo's eyes widened, and he started to flip through the book. As he read through the first page, a sparkle formed in his expression. The rest of the training is through theory. We'll read the book together, discuss it, and I will guide you if there's a spell you wish to learn for the next 4 days. They knew the value of the book, which prompted them to stare at me with surprise plain on their faces. Everyone, let's start reading carefully. Yes, yeah, everyone answered enthusiastically, aside from Rayleigh. I took her book away with psychokinesis. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll do my best. I returned it. After 4 days of training, returning to the university, Efren and Alan followed someone closely. Flawless suit, long legs, wide back. It was Professor Deculein, the man who stood out more than anyone else as they walked beside the road. Ephraim had something to say to him as always, but there were many things she couldn't say. What she truly wanted to say lingered in her mouth and died upon her lips. That's right. Professor, where will you provide military support this time? Assistant Professor Allen spoke first. Ephraim listened attentively for his answer. The northern part, the north, the area that wizards avoided the most. The farther away from the archipelago, the fewer wizards there were, but the north was also more difficult than down south. A cold climate swarming with monsters. Sometimes, dark energy even filled the air, making it the worst environment for a wizard without physical training. The ratio between knights and wizards there was less than 10 to 1. Are you afraid? What? No, the professor is here. You know, I'm not afraid. At that moment, they arrived at the tower's parking lot. Deculein spoke as he climbed into his car. Alan, organize the class materials. Yes, Ephraim. Yes, yes. I'm not satisfied with your paper. Ah, his words dug at her like an ice pick. Ephraim bowed. I'm sorry. I'll reject it. So write a better version and start fresh. Yes. Jig. Deculein closed the window. The luxury car started and left without a further word. Ephraim mumbled, pouting as she watched him speed away. Where is he going? Isn't it obvious? He's so dressed up, so it's probably the Imperial Palace, right? Aha, Ephraim nodded casually, then looked sideways in surprise. The voice of the person who answered sounded unusual. He, it's been a while, hasn't it? She could see the outline of his jaw under his hood, his shaggy beard and green eyes smiling. Rohaka, Rohakan covered Ephraim's mouth. Oh, why are you spreading rumors every time we meet? Be quiet. Rohakan smiled brightly at her. Hi, it's been a long time. Huh, Miss Ephraim, I'll get going first. Huh, who's that beside you? Alan tilted his head from his place beside her. Ha ha, I'm Ephraim's grandfather's brother. Nice to meet you. Oh, I see. But how did you suddenly appear there? Ha ha ha, this grandpa's feet are quite fast. Rohakan introduced himself to Alan, then he whispered to Ephraim. Pretend that we're close, you know. We haven't even seen each other in a while. Ha ha ha, yes, that's right, grandfather. Ah, then I'm in your way. I'll get going first. Have a good time. Alan hurried inside the tower, and Ephraim waved goodbye with a bitter smile. Rohakan put his hand on Ephraim's shoulder. Ah, that was surprising. Why are you here this time? Then, Rohakan's expression grew serious. I came to talk about a demon named Voice. The atmosphere of the Imperial Palace wasn't growing poorer these days due to the conflict between Safian and her subjects. As the Emperor's trainer, I only visited every other week, but even I could feel the atmosphere. I know it, too. Safian answered my concerns as we sat together in her room. She was dressed in her royal robes today. I can hear your thoughts churning from here. They're so bothersome. Maybe it was because she was too lazy to choose her clothes. Or perhaps this was also a display of political stance. Regardless, it was commendable how her clothes changed every time I saw her. Are you mesmerized by this beauty? Safian wore a confident smile. That robe is wonderful. It suits you well. HMPH, you're honest. Anyway, don't talk about my subjects in front of me. My blood pressure is already rising. Yes, I understand. Safian snapped her fingers like she remembered something. Ah, I heard rumors that you have a disciple. You mean Ephraim? I don't know her name, but I'm curious. A professor as picky as you found a disciple. I'll introduce her to you sometime. Safian faltered like a video that was cut off briefly, no more than zero point 0.1 seconds. A second later, a sly smile crept over her face. Deculein, I just went somewhere just now. Somewhere. Yeah, your voice led me to that place. Towards the voice. I knew immediately. The voice. The demon that marked the middle of the main quest. If the demon's mirror wished to become a world, this voice was the world itself. How long have you been there? Ha ha ha. Deculein, we think alike. Safian laughed. Then her tone switched, and she began to analyze what she had seen. This guy must be a high-grade demon, but I saw him at a glance and could tell he's not yet complete. I stayed there for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes in the voice's world. Are you sure about the time? More than sure. I have a perfect biological clock. I nodded. The voice had its world, entered by hearing someone speaking. When you enter the voice's world, your connection with the existing world will be cut off. Fortunately, 5 minutes was still in the safe zone. I didn't even have an identity there. No, I pretended that I didn't. They probably know my face. Is that so? I'll make preparations. Don't worry, Your Majesty. You're worried, aren't you? Safian narrowed her eyes, but I answered lightly. It's just my duty as your subject. No matter how much I think about it, it seems that it's more than that. The Emperor waved her royal robe. Then, she took something out from under her desk, a sparkling box. Take this, Deculein. It was a sudden gift. I looked at Safian without saying a word. She smirked. What are you looking at? You're not opening it. Then, I opened it to reveal a luxurious glass bottle inside. The liquid inside the bottle shone brilliantly. The dragon's soul information, a miracle drug infused with the soul of a dragon category. Treasure consumable special effect. Mana increases by 300 when consumed. Helps the body circulate mana smoothly. After checking the information through vision, I was speechless for a moment. It was a treasure that increased mana by 300 and even improved mana circulation. Thus recovery speed. Side quest. Emperor's Staff Sergeant. Complete. Receive more than one gift from the Emperor. Store currency +1 as a bonus. He also earned store currency. I felt good. It had been a while since I felt this way, so I was confused but touched. I slowly glanced up at Safian. It's one of the items offered by the family and kingdom. It's from the Principality of Uran. Is that so? That's right. These treasures have been taken by those fucking bastards. Perhaps. This was the key to curing my illness before. I spent a moment thinking, intending to choose the best words. It was a treasure that was too perfect to create worldly desires, even within this otherwise fastidious personality. It was also necessary for me that there be no side effects. You're royal. It's immeasurable. So don't say such things. I hate empty words the most. Just take it with you. Yes, I put it away. Then I looked to the snow globe on the desk. By the way, has Keron still not returned yet? He'll be back soon, don't worry. I nodded as I picked up my pen again. It was time to resume class. Of course, the next rune. However, Safian changed the subject, arching a brow with dissatisfaction. You're going to the northern region this winter, right? Yes, you could meet Julie there. I did not answer. Safian flapped her royal robe again, causing it to cascade down around her. You don't want to talk about it, huh? Then what about this? I discovered a more interesting game than chess in the Eastern Archipelago. How about playing with the runes? Shut up. As you know, it's mostly a draw when we play chess. Yes, that's right. But this one is different. Safian took out a woodblock from under the drawer. There was a grid pattern on the surface and a small drawer on the side containing black and white stones. It's the game of Go. There are usually no draws, but there's not a lot of people who know about it yet. I see. I find this interesting these days. I'm thinking of making this the national sport. Sure, whatever your majesty desires. In the first place, a national sport is your majesty's favorite game, isn't it? I already knew of Go. Of course, my knowledge wasn't deep, but the difference between know and does not know was the difference between heaven and earth, especially for my mind. What I saw at least once remained in my consciousness, and if it remained there, it was possible to pull it out using understanding. I remember watching the match between AlphaGo and Lee Sedol. This is how you do it. Safian, excited, explained this and that. The concept of home, the question of existence. I didn't think she was familiar with the rune language yet, and she was now fully immersed in the game of Go, but so bothersome. You should get going now, too. In the end, this was the outcome. I feigned a smile. Yes, I'll come back after I investigate and try this game of Go. HMPH, what are you going to do? You don't know anything because you didn't listen. Playing is fun, but it's boring because there's no one to play with. I'm here. Your Majesty, it'll be different after 2 weeks. You can't master it in 2 weeks. Deculein, your arrogance is the only thing reaching the sky. Safian waved her royal robe for the last time and laid down in her seat. Go away, you're bothersome. Yes, I stood. While I was moving backward in a display of courtesy, Safian spoke again. By the way, there are many treasures offered outside. Take whatever you want. I didn't understand what Safian meant. Was this also part of her suspiciousness? Or was she just trying to take care of her subject? Either way, it wasn't polite to refuse Her Majesty's gift. Yes, thank you. Safian fiddled with the stones silently. Her brusque image, for some reason, looked lonely today. Chapter 146, Winter. 2. Ephraim arrived at the Pig's Flower with Rohakan after he commanded her to take me to the most delicious restaurant. This is pretty good. Rohakan was satisfied with the Rohawk. Right, their names were pretty similar. Rohawk, Rohakan, Rohok, Rohakan, she muttered to herself and laughed. Hee, no anyway. Why are you here, a demon? Ephraim chewed on a Rohok's hind leg. Rohakan had the front leg. The hind leg was usually the more delicious piece, but she lied that the front leg was the better option. It's the voice. He's someone I can't fully understand, probably the biggest demon I've ever met. Oh my, so, will the continent collapse? A demon that even Rohakan couldn't handle. Ephraim's jaw dropped, and the hind leg clattered down onto her plate. Rohakan snickered. No, if the continent collapses, the demons will also be bored. That's not their purpose. Then, I still don't know yet, but it's certainly an opportunity for you to grow. Grow. Yeah, it's dangerous. But you'll know when you get there, if ever you end up in the voices world. Then he produced an interesting coin from his pocket. What's that? It's the voices money. I'm giving one to each of my friends. Ephraim took, then urged him for an explanation with her big eyes. Rohakan changed the subject. Has something been happening these days? Something. I met Deculein. Deculein? Yes. In my dreams. Rohakan's expression grew serious as he put the Rohok bone down. What did Deculein say? Ephraim put down the wood steel on the table instead of answering. Rohakan nodded. It seems that you two have reconciled. Reconciled? He didn't say any more than that, but merely smiled. I guess he likes you a lot. Wad, that. Well, what does that mean? Ha ha ha. Rohakan found her boisterous reaction adorable, chuckling to himself. I know his personality well. If he didn't like you, why would he leave his belonging under your care? Really? Of course. He's a guy who hates it when other people touch his things. Or has his personality instantly changed? I didn't know that. Was he like that in the past? Oh, yes. His face turned purple with rage when I, his teacher, touched his cane. In the end, he threw the cane away and found a new one. Ephraim bowed her head silently, looking at the wood steel laying on the table. Too many thoughts were blooming inside her head. Rohakan grinned and pointed to the Rohok cooling on the table. Forget it for now. Let's just eat. You can feel moved later. Yes, Ephraim started feasting again. When things are complicated, there's nothing Rohok can't fix. What does that mean? It's a saying I have. A night where the clouds and the moon hung bleakly in the sky, returning to the Deculein mansion. I was looking at the brilliant light I held in my hands. It was a treasure that you couldn't find even if you paid billions, the dragon's soul. I don't know. But I was curious about her true intention because I was now, unexpectedly, a staff sergeant. Did she think about my loyalty, or was this also a test? Whatever it might be, I used Mida's hand on the medicine. Dragon's Soul, information special effect, increases mana by 333 when consumed. It helps the body circulate mana, clears the five senses. Mida's hand, level 4, clears the five senses. There were other effects aside from the absolute value of mana. It helped with vision and hearing too. I opened the lid of the glass bottle and drank the wonder drug, having made my mind to do so back at the palace. Consuming the highest grade Dragon's Soul. Mana plus 333 strengthens the body. There was no pain, just warmth flowing through me. I checked my mana status to confirm the increase, satisfied by what I saw. Knock, knock. The butler, Wren, spoke following the knock. Master, the object that you mentioned. The object that you mentioned, the object that you mentioned, the object that you mentioned. His voice rang out echo-like. I looked over, and I found that the world had changed. I was in a dark corridor. Canvases were covering both walls, and cobwebs stuck in every corner like this was some haunted mansion. However, there was no need to be flustered. I knew this was the voices world. It's the same. Fortunately, it was no different from the landscape that I saw in the game. I walked slowly down the corridor. Although their presence felt unusual, it was clear that someone's gaze was on me. Thud, thud, before long, I reached a crossroads. To my right was a corridor adorned with something like a doorplate. Restaurant. I followed that path, arriving at what appeared to be a restaurant. Auntie, one fried rice here, one beer here. Quite a few people were eating noisily inside, though it appeared to be more a pub than a proper restaurant. That guy. Looking around inside, I suddenly saw three familiar faces. I approached the table where the three were sitting, the veins all over my body turning blue. So time flows in here, but it doesn't flow outside. Really? How is that possible? It's possible through. They appeared to have felt my presence. The girl swallowed her words, then the other two boys followed and dropped their spoons. Leo, and Carlos. the trio that I met on the Ghost Island. Among them, the kid with the dark blue hair, Carlos, caught my attention. This insect-like half-breed, the blood vessels in my temple bulged. Baram, my psychokinesis, used subconsciously, shook the restaurant. Guys, run! The moment Leah shouted marked all the time I had in the voices world. I had returned to the Euclane mansion before I knew it, but less than a second passed according to the clerk. I brought the item that you mentioned. Ren continued a moment later. I opened the door with psychokinesis. Leave it and go. Yes. Ren put it down on the desk and left. It was a go board and stones. I mulled over the incident while looking at the board's grid. Carlos, I remembered that face. Well, a half-breed would be involved in a special event like this. In the first place, the voice served as both a crisis and an opportunity. It allowed Deculein, who was lacking in talent, to grow, but go. Since I couldn't come and go as I pleased into the voice's world, I could practice first. Should I? It was a game that aroused my homesickness. Clack! I placed a stone on the board. I activated understanding as I recalled the memories of the Go Master left in my head. This was solely training undertaken to defeat Emperor Safian. Meanwhile, in the voices world, Lear's group was left feeling relieved. Deculein's mana was violent enough that it almost tore apart the space around them, and everyone at the restaurant could feel his overwhelming killing intent, an anger similar to a surging tsunami. As if representing that fury, the area where Deculein stood was turned into a wasteland. That man just now. What did he say to me? Fried food? Leah just shook her head at Carlos. Half-breed, a term for one of mixed blood, but it didn't need an explanation. I don't know. I didn't hear it well either, so don't mind it. Is that so? Wow, but Leah, I was so surprised. Mana just grabbed my body. Professor Deculein is so amazing. Leo jumped up and down. They were somewhat used to his immature behavior. Sure enough, this was the essence of Leo's character. Leo's blood boiled when faced with a strong foe. It wasn't a figure of speech. He was boiling up. Anyway, did you finish eating? Yup, I'm done. Yeah, I'm full, Leo replied vigorously, while Carlos had settled down quite a bit. Leah, smiling bitterly, stood first. Then, let's go hunting. If we don't want to die, we have to become strong. Right, right, right. Leo jumped up like a spring. Carlos stood stalwart beside Leah even though his face was covered with concern. Then, let's go, Leah smiled brightly and led the two children. A snow-white world. The sky and the ground were the same indistinguishable color, covered from horizon to horizon by snow. Recordac. Ah, so unlucky. Oh, seriously. Julie was approaching the hell awaiting the end of the world, but she wasn't alone. I got a bruise. Look. Rayleigh, considering herself Julie's aide, led their two horses. I was thrashed with his wood steel. What am I supposed to defend with? Rayleigh volunteered to assist Julie, taking a brief leave from the Red Garnet adventurers. Julie didn't refuse because she knew Rayleigh's kind and stubborn mind would never allow dissent. But still, I succeeded in getting rid of him. We can think of it as a blessing in disguise, right? Really? Rayleigh, I can see that book peeking out of your bag. Oh, Rayleigh, cursing at Deculein's name, followed Julie's gaze. The Euclid theory book was peeking out of her bag. She could even see the name of the author, Deculein. Oh, this. What is this? That I just got it. Should I throw it away? Should I right now? Throw it away now. I'm throwing it. Don't throw it away. Such a waste. Rayleigh smiled innocently at Julie. What do you mean a waste? I can throw it away right now. But I'll keep it since you told me not to throw it away. It's not that it's not helpful. Yeah. Julie nodded to say that it was all right. She wasn't a narrow-minded knight. At that moment, the horse neighed. Oh, they're coming. They warned of the people waiting not too far away. Julie glanced ahead. Officials from Recordac, including the prison director, chief, and one of the prison guards, stood side by side in the snow. Knight Julie, Deputy Rayleigh. They greeted them with a bright smile, gladly welcoming their reinforcements. Nice to meet you. The task of the Recordac prison was to defend against evil. In winter, several hungry beasts moved south, and it was Recordac's purpose to defend against them, or failing that, to slow them down a little. Nice to meet you. Wow, to think that two famous people would come. Their faces were filled with smiles, but Julie faced them as a dutiful knight. Nice to meet you. Chief Derek. Yes, loyal knight Julie, I will see you inside. Hey, what are you doing? Are you not listening? Yes. The prison guards rushed over to take the horse's reins. Julie, dismounting, looked at the ground. A battlefield, one could call it such, but at the very center, many prisoners would soon become human walls. Rayleigh. Yes. Will you be okay? Julie asked quietly. There was no need to waste her time in this hell called Recordac. Of course, I'm fine. Rather, I won't be fine if you tell me to go. However, Rayleigh conveyed what she meant with a warm smile, and Julie replied with sincerity. Thanks, in the tower, at the head professor's office. Gulp! Ephraim swallowed as she met Deculein's gaze. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her hand was shaking uncontrollably. She was in the middle of her thesis examination. She was shaking this much because of that simple process. Deculein skimmed through the paper. The sound of each page turning felt like it was cutting through her flesh. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After swallowing 3 times in a row, Deculein looked at her with annoyance. Gulp, I'm sorry, hiccup. Oh, why hiccup? Her incessant gulping turned into hiccups. Ephraim, feeling increasingly embarrassed, covered her mouth, but it was useless. Ah, hiccup, my diaphragm hiccup. It's so loud. Hiccup, I'm sorry, hiccup. Deculein shook his head and put down the thesis. Forget it, I'm done anyway. Oh, that's good. Hiccup, your thesis has improved to some extent. But Deculein moved his pen with psychokinesis. Then, parts of her thesis titled A Magic Technique that uses 3 elements, efferents. If you peek, you'll die. Especially you. Drent was corrected. The 5th technique on the 38th page received intensive edits. Look at this. This makes it a little more concise, reducing unnecessary mana consumption. Ephraim looked at what Deculein had written, her eyes widening. Wow, hiccup. With this, the mana consumption is. Ephraim personally used her magic to calculate the consumption. About 20% of the mana was saved compared to the previous formula. Yes, I understand. Hiccup, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. It was Deculein's valuable corrections, so she quickly memorized the contents. By the way, Ephraim, was it necessary to use the 3 elements earth, fire, and wind here? What? 2 elements should be enough. Deculein pointed to another paragraph. This time it was a question. Ephraim nodded, keeping her face blank. Yes. Isn't it unreasonable for someone of your caliber to use 3 elements? No, it's possible. Her pride was being harmed to a certain point, so Ephraim assured him. Deculein frowned. It's not yet fully self-objectified. But still, does that mean there's a problem with the thesis itself? There's no problem. Will you turn it in like this? Deculein looked at her, something unusual playing in his eyes. How dare you? You can't do it properly. It was a gaze filled with arrogance. Yes, I'll turn it in. You will need a perfect demonstration at the assembly. I don't think you can manage it. You're the type to get nervous standing in front of crowds. Deculein continued, but Ephraim already knew his personality. She also had a way to utilize that personality for her benefit. I'll do my demonstration perfectly. She set it as the foundation of her development. With a will that knew no bounds, she would break his doubts. Okay. The truth was, Deculein didn't doubt her. Rather, he believed in her, so he pushed her further. Let's wait and see. Professor Deculein enjoyed challenging wizards. The faint smile on his face served as evidence. Ephraim learned a little later that he had always been hoping that she would develop further, more than anyone else. He was hoping that she would grow. Yes, I'll do my best. Ephraim nodded, determined. After the assembly, it is possible to appoint an assistant professor depending on the results. Have you decided on your path? Deculein asked the question suddenly. Ephraim smiled peacefully. Then, she glanced at the nameplate reading Head Professor Deculein on his desk. Yes, Ephraim nodded. I'm thinking of becoming an official disciple of Head Professor Deculein. What do you think? Professor, Chapter 147, Unexpected Test. 1. The black piece was placed gently atop the latticed wooden board. The 87th move was enough to satisfy Safian. The 88th move of the white piece blocked the black piece. However, while it was the best she could do, it wasn't enough to overturn her situation. Therefore, the black pieces continued their attack with ease, akin to a hermit fanning himself by the stream. On the other hand, the white side was pressed for time. There was anxiety in every move, like a general facing a war without any tactics. Despite the plight of the white pieces, the offensive of the black pieces finally surrounded them. The white pieces, blocked on all sides, slowly withered. Tap, 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 the game continued, though it didn't mean much, because the winner was almost decided. The white side waited for defeat. Tap, 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 the slow sound of the pieces being laid. The result was the black side's victory by a wide margin. But Safian wasn't very happy. This was because only one person was playing the game. Gosh, an imaginary game. The white side was played by Safian, and the black side was also played by Safian. I'm not even playing with stones or anything. Belatedly, a sense of emptiness washed in. Safian picked up a handful of the pieces in the box and then threw them everywhere. The pieces scattered like firecrackers as a smirk bloomed on Safian's lips. HMPH, it's more fun than this. She put her hand back into the box and threw them again and again. As if that wasn't enough, this time she completely overturned the box. Bang, bang, bang. She grabbed the empty box and hit it over and over. Knock, knock, Your Majesty, it's Jarlang. Do you have a minute? Just then, the eunuch knocked. What do you want? We have been learning the game that Your Majesty has been enjoying these days. Safian opened the door, using psychokinesis like Deculein. Did you learn the game of Go? Yes, Your Majesty, we've learned it by using our heads together. It wasn't just Jarlang. 10 eunuchs stood in a line behind him. Surely, if it were 10 brains against her one, it would be less boring. Good, sit down. Yes, Your Majesty. Jarlang thought this was a way to look good to the Emperor. So, he spent all day and night learning the game of Go. Safian picked up the Go pieces with magic. White, black, choose one. I'll choose white. Jarlang and the eunuch sat facing Safian. I'll go first. Yes, Your Majesty. Safian's black took the lead. Jarlang's white made a counter-move. Oh, I see you have learned. Yes, Your Majesty, thank you. HMPH. These eunuchs seem to have learned to some extent, but exactly 23 minutes later. Tusk, you're lame, you're lame. I apologize. The game ended in around 60 moves. Safian put a finger to her temple. Even with 10 of your heads, your calculation speed is infinitely slow, so it's rather negative. I apologize. I apologize, my ass. That's a waste of energy. You moron, get out of here. It'll get even more boring if I keep playing with you guys. We're Palo, just go away quietly. Safian kicked out the group of eunuchs. Then, she fiddled with the bow tie around her neck. Today she was in a tailcoat, a top-notch suit from the Deculein family. Man, Tusk, they're so bad. But it encouraged her to spread it to the continent. If she waited, talented people would appear, but the process was tedious. Should I just wait for Deculein? Her only hope left now was the professor. Safian started playing Go again, thinking of Deculein, who would come in 2 weeks. Tap, tap, the sound of friction between stone and wood resounded quietly through her room. I was looking into the rare attribute catalogue, still thinking. This fastidious personality led to plenty of difficulties in decision-making. The encryption obtained last time was quite useful. In particular, the inventory function could be used in magic theory, such as in preventing starvation or death or homelessness, as well as encrypting formulas. However, this rare catalogue there was no answer between toughness and duct tape. Duct tape. It didn't mean anything other than actual duct tape. It was a trait made as a meme in the development process, and the universal use of duct tape in the United States was almost equivalent to a new faith. Duct tape rating, rare description, this tape is magic and religion. If the phrase all around were materialized, wouldn't it be this tape? As a meme characteristic, the description was a bit crude, but its performance was certain. First of all, it went well with my magic class, manipulation, and could be used in almost any case. In terms of universality alone, it could be said to be the most outstanding of the rare traits. Toughness, on the other hand, toughness. It was a very simple trait that raised mental strength, but this one drop of mental power could take me to another level. I have to go with the situation. It didn't matter which one I learned first, so I would make a decision based on how the next quest would continue. I put away the catalogue and then went back to preparing for class. There were several stones the size of a ping-pong ball on the table in the head professor's lab, right now. This was the core material of this class. I applied the magic resistance technique to these stones, gave them the characteristic Iron Man, sealed them all with encryption, and applied double and triple quenching. Through these processes, the magical resistance stone was completed. Well made. I put the stones I had prepared in a velvet bag and left the lab. Assistant Professor, what is this Go game? Oh, that's a famous game in the Eastern Archipelago. It's a battle of brains. It is similar to chess, but much more complex. Really? Her Majesty the Emperor enjoys that complicated game because she's the Emperor. On the other side of the hallway, Ephraim and Alan were chatting. Alan, oh yes, Professor, we're preparing for class. Yes, Alan came running. Ephraim bowed her head and tagged along. Hello, Professor. Today's class will be in the hall. Arrive on time. Yes, I boarded the elevator with Alan. Our destination was the special floor of the tower, the so-called hall on the 99th floor. Take this. Alan, I handed Alan the velvet pouch. She was intrigued, taking it with both hands. Okay, what is this? It's a stone. Oh, a magic stone. No, just stones. What? For today's class? Alan didn't seem to understand, but she still nodded along. Ding, then we arrived at the hall. Nothing was missing on the special floor. The main space was, first of all, a literal hall, and quite a few convenient facilities were surrounding it, such as a research lab, training room, restaurant, magic supplies storage room, thesis library, and more. It was like a small town for magic tower wizards, but there were no people. I had rented the entire floor. Wow, this is my first time coming to the hall. It's like a town square. I took out a pen without answering and began writing on the huge blackboard. From today's lecture, there would be no need for further explanation. No, even if I explained, only the talented ones would understand, so there was no point. Ephraim arrived at the hall shortly after, seeing no one inside except for Deculein and his class. Everyone. Is everyone gathered? At noon, Deculein spoke to those gathered. Ephraim looked around. All the wizards, including Rose, Rio, Jindalf, and Drent, had already arrived. Then, look, snap. Deculein snapped his fingers. The curtains in the main hall pulled back, revealing the blackboard. Gulp, the wizards swallowed. The theory on the chalkboard was astonishing and complex, but frankly, it wasn't disconcerting anymore. They were used to his methods. It is this theory that you will have to get familiar with, but I am not going to give a lecture on this theory today. But it was quite strange. He wouldn't explain the theory. That's why I had to rent the hall. In this hall, you can do everything in your daily life without having to leave. If you have understood the theory on this board correctly and perfectly, Deculein moved the stones with psychokinesis. It took 1,000 mana to move only a few hundred stones. You can handle this stone with magic. That was the end. However, you're free to give up. Deculein went into the elevator and ding, the door closed. All the students stared blankly as he disappeared. What is this? Rose Rio spoke for everyone's feelings. Each of them glanced at the stones in their hands. Ephraim shook her head. What are we supposed to do? Yeah, what is this stone? Rose Rio fiddled with the stone and activated psychokinesis. However, nothing happened. Mana had permeated the stone, but the stone did not move. Rose Rio tilted her head and activated psychokinesis again. The result was the same. Ha, this is pissing me off. Rose Rio activated psychokinesis. By now, her veins were ready to pop out of her temples, and her mana was being drained rapidly. Ooh, ah! But the stone remained still. Rose Rio grabbed at her eye, feeling blood seeping from it. What is this stone? Fuck. This hurts. Hey, what's wrong? What is this? Ephraim and the other wizards began to show interest. At the same time, they used advanced manipulation magic, such as psychokinesis, rotation, or wind of resonance. There was only one object they focused on, the stone each held. What? It doesn't work. Ephraim was perplexed. The other wizards started to groan out as they confirmed it. As Rose Rio said, the stones wouldn't move. That's what I said, it doesn't work. Rose Rio growled and looked at Deculein's blackboard. Sigh, this professor, he must have done something to them. Ha, but wait. Ephraim, staring blankly at the blackboard, recalled something from 5 minutes ago, a certain act by Deculein that he unconsciously passed on. The professor just gave us all of these with psychokinesis. At that short revelation from Ephraim, all the wizards in the main hall grew lost in their thoughts. Winter. In mid-November, the Deculein mansion was covered in snow. The gardeners were busy welcoming the early winter. They set up snow-crafted art pieces throughout the mansion. Flowers, horses, trees, snowmen, each were a decoration that delighted its viewer. Let's go. Yes. After finishing my morning workout, as usual today, I climbed into the car. Wren immediately handed me 3 newspapers, one from the Imperial newspaper, one from the Principality newspaper, and one from the Wizard Journal. It was my routine on the way to the tower. I read the Imperial newspaper first. Number 11,861, Her Majesty Safian's Manifesto. I will make Go the national sport. Her Majesty's love for Go continued to spread. The mental game of Go, which was spread from the archipelago to the east, had now become a general trend known to all aristocrats. Her Majesty Safian was satisfied with this trend, and now Go tournaments, including the master game, were being held. Glancing away from the newspaper, I looked out the window. It was noisy around the tower. Reporters armed with cameras were forming a long line. One at a time. Ask questions one at a time. One at a time. I'm not running away. The person standing proudly in the middle was Adrian, as expected. Ren turned back. Then, is the exam in progress? I heard the reporters shouting. Yes, Professor Deculein's exam is currently in progress. Exam. It was disconcerting as I had never given them a test. Do you think this test will take quite a while? It seems like it started 4 weeks earlier than the end of previous years. Adrian vigorously answered the question that even I didn't know the answer to. Yes, I think it will take a very long time. This time. Around a month or so. It's possible that it'll take all winter. Is it such a difficult exam? Yes, it's a huge challenge both in practice and in theory. Was she talking about the stones I handed out 2 days ago? Awesomely simple yet insanely difficult. Indeed, as expected from Professor Deculein, this is a test that will go down in the history of the magic world. I changed to the next newspaper. This time it was Wizard Journal. Even a wizard of an etheric rank was caught in Deculein's test. Several wizards, including Rose Rio, have stayed in the magic tower for 36 hours straight to complete a test presented by Monarch Deculein. Deculein also prepared for a long-term exam in the second semester. According to inside sources, the test was manipulating stones. Although it may seem insignificant at first glance, even the etheric-ranked Rose Rio has yet to succeed. The amount of writing required to manipulate this stone is 100 pages. Since even that is only the essence of the theory, more than 1,000 pages of interpretation are likely needed to understand. I never told them not to go home. Of course, I didn't set a deadline, but I never said they couldn't leave. Of course, I never said it was a test either. If it'll take all winter, it means that this might be a longer test than the last time. Yes, maybe it was because of the chairman interviewing over there what is the current exam atmosphere. I know that only wizards who are unfamiliar with failure are gathered inside. Yes, I also visited them. It wasn't a friendly atmosphere, but I could see them making an effort to exchange opinions with each other. If you visited, have you also tried the test yourself? That question made me a little curious. Oh, Deculein's exam. You're wondering if I passed. Yes, no, I didn't do it because I thought I'd break it, but I didn't exactly. My line is destruction. Of course, it seems like I can do it in one day. I was perplexed by Adrian's answer. No matter if she was an archmage specialized in destruction, she couldn't control my stones. Did I make a mistake in distributing the magic, or did I misestimate the difficulty of the theory as too much? Whatever it was, this test will probably be a pretty big event in the magic world at the end of the year. All eyes of the floating island will be focused on the magic tower again. It was good if the wizards were working hard. Ahem. Ren, go to the parking lot now. Yes, all right. Ren skillfully slipped through the back road. Chapter 148, Unexpected Test 2. Meanwhile, Epheren was competing with the stones in the hall. The atmosphere around them was one of silent concentration. Drent and Rose Rio, Crito and Luina, and the red-haired munchkin all held their breath and stared at Epheren. Gulp, even just the sound of someone swallowing was deafening. Meanwhile, Epheren felt she had become a thin piece of ice. She was worried that she would break apart at any moment. Epheren didn't feel good about this, but nothing would change by wasting her time with this nervousness. Epheren focused as sweat dripped down her face. Hugh! The name of this competition was Bouncing Stones. It was a game of bouncing stones on the study table. The intervention of magic or mana was impossible, so the person who advanced the farthest with only skill would take first place. Here, Epheren fired, flicking the stone with her index finger. The stone rolled away. Please, however, it wasn't always a good thing to remain in a straight line. If it fell off the table, it would be considered out. She would be in last. Please, please, Epheren puts her hands together to pray for the stone to do well. With that affection and desire, it was no wonder she was given the nickname Leaf. The word leaf had been inscribed on the stone's surface. Oh, oh, oh. No, stop, stop, man. Did it know what she was feeling? The leaf, which was rolling down, overtook the previous #1 Rose Rio and settled nicely on the edge of the table. Nice! Efren raised her arms. First place, I'm #1. First place, first place. As she ran around and cheered, Rose Rio ruffled her hair wildly. Damn, hey, take it. She handed her research data to Efren. Here, congratulations for taking first place. Mine probably won't help much, but I'll give it to you. Ahum, here, take it. Luina, Drent, and Credo walked up next. Thank you, Efren chuckled and received a copy of what they had been studying. Up to this point, they had been betting on giving all their research data to the winner. Since I won't feel good if only I take them all, I will share with you guys. Efren shared what she had studied with the four. Everyone accepted her offer without reservation. That was how difficult Deculein's test was. Right, I don't know if it will help. Thank you, Luina smiled broadly and put on her coat. Efren tilted her head. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, we can go outside. Right, it's about time to prepare for my project. Efren came up with a belated thought. Oh, the Keynote Manager project, check. Yeah, that. Professors are very busy because of that these days. Hoo-hoo, I'll finish it soon and come back. The top floor of the tower, in the chairman's office. I received a call from the chairman right before I started working as the Keynote Manager. Oh, right. Starting today. The project inspection by the Chief Executive Officer will begin, right? Yes, that's right. I am looking forward to it. Since Professor Deculein became the Keynote Manager, the net profit of Magic Tower has increased quite a bit. Not yet. Maybe next year. We'll start in earnest. I see. I'll be watching from afar. Oh, this test was so much fun. It was another good one. Adrian seemed amused. I wanted to try too, but the wizards wouldn't lend me their stones. I think they thought I was going to break them. I almost did, though. Is that so? Since my talent was manipulation, it appeared that she planned to resist the manipulation series. So, not lending them was the right choice. It wouldn't withstand Adrian's destruction magic. Oh, right. Since it's a test, it's not an official exam. Okay. Anyway. Hey, don't interrupt me. Adrian patted the table and glanced at me. I nodded my head lightly. Halflings hated the feeling of being ignored the most. I'll just listen. Good. Anyway, talking about tests. Are you ready for the final exam to become the chairman? Adrian held out a piece of paper. It was an official letter with her seal. Last mission, protection of the extreme northern area, protection. Yes, not just any protection. The extreme, extremely difficult. You'll spend 2 or 3 months there. While Adrian was talking, a quest notification floated up. Job quest, become chairman, acquire the title chairman. Rare attribute catalog, rare attribute catalog. I calmed myself. In a way, it was a reasonable reward. The appointment of the chairman was a level 2 achievement in the magic world, so of course, it was right to offer a rare attribute as a reward. Why are you afraid? Indeed, you can also face a tiger, a T-Ger, a T-E-A-Ger tiger. Have you seen one for yourself? Yes. No, I haven't. I heard rumors that Zeit fought a tiger and won. The humans of this continent transcended the ordinary, but the tigers of this continent transcended those extraordinary humans. Living in the mountains, they possessed mana that was purer than humans, and they also possessed brilliant intelligence and cunning tricks. That is why there was, among tigers, the uniquely born individual, the great tiger. Or, in the case of a group that occupied and reigned over a mountain, the Mountain King. Even Adrian couldn't guarantee her victory against the so-called mountain spirit heroes. If they provoked me, I would fight, even if it's a great tiger. The great tiger doesn't fight humans unprovoked. From a human point of view, he is a god who transcends and contemplates existence. Oh, how do you know that? The chairman raised her eyebrows. I shrugged. In any case, I will accept this mission. With this, the trait was decided. I could be injured in the extreme north, and clearing the quest would give me another rare attribute. So the bottom line was that duct tape would help me. Good, deal confirmed. You can't change your mind. Yes, then. I will go back to my work as the keynote manager. Yes, Adrian smiled softly. I turned around and got back into the elevator. Goodbye, I bowed to Adrian, who was still grinning, and took out the rare attribute catalog. I selected a trait by tearing it. Rare attribute acquisition, duct tape. A satisfactory acquisition notification followed. I felt the trait, the tape, filling my body. Despite it being winter, the Imperial Magic Tower was slowly growing hotter. It was overheating, especially on the higher levels. The students were preparing for their finals, but it was primarily because the faculty were preparing, checking, and presenting their project reports to be submitted to Deculein. You don't know what questions will be asked, so be as thorough as possible. In Professor Relin's office, Relin directed his assistant professors. Yes, but from now on, many teams are waiting. When should we apply? The keynote director, Deculein, would probably judge about 100 teams. All projects that were currently in progress or were ready to start were all in Deculein's hands. I'll talk to the head professor so we can get a date. Don't you worry, I'll get you the best one possible. Relin spoke subtly as if to imply, I'm on Deculein's team. Yes, his subordinates also nodded, satisfied. It was also important what kind of team the advisor was in. Of course, being directly under Deculein was frankly very burdensome and still made it feel like he had fallen into a pit of evil, but there were certain benefits. Relin looked at them worriedly. Work hard. I want to help, but I have to go take the head professor's exam. Saying that, Relin wore a serious expression. His assistant professors saw him off with pride. Yes, I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Deculein's test, the biggest recent event in the Magic Tower. Of course, the production of paper for the Magic Project was also important, but the status of this test was much higher. There were many talents, such as the etheric Rose Rio, the addict Astal, Prince Creto, and the exclusive wizard of the Imperial Palace, taking it alongside him. Good, I will head out. Yes, Relin stepped forward like a general onto the battlefield. Today, there was a long line outside the chief keynote's office. All were professors who came to submit their achievements this year and receive approval for new projects. Let's practice one more time. The theme of our project, condensation and liquefaction of mana stones. No, the common questions. Give me the expected questionnaire. You all studied it right. It's really important today. If you act foolishly, your career will be ruined. Each professor was with 5 or 6 team members, so there was a lot of buzz. Hugh, Professor. Are you ready? Alan, who swung the door open and checked the crowd, straightened up. I think you need to get ready. Oh, I'm fine. And how is the test going? I do not know either. It wasn't a test anyway. I never said it was a test, and I had real ones prepared. So the actual test in 4 weeks would proceed as scheduled. From the student's point of view, it would feel like taking an exam twice in a row, whatever. Is it 13 teams today? Yes. Alan presented the list and report. They were all documents submitted by the teams waiting outside. I scoured them one by one with understanding and man of great wealth. If things were missing, I would point them all out, and if they were not useful, I would point those out too. But if there was a possibility of success, I would give them enough time to explain. Good, let in one team at a time. Yes. Alan opened the door to the office. The hallway was still packed with voices. First team, please come in. All the noise stopped at that call. A moment later, the first team entered. Hello. The wizard entering first with their head bowed was someone I had never seen before. She was a cute wizard, and her team consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Name. I'm Maron of the Lumia rank. I'm currently serving as a new professor. Maron, she was named. If Eferen and Sylvia were 5 stars, this one was 3 or 4. Nice to meet you. Let's get straight to the point. The subject of your thesis is... It's condensation and liquefaction of mana stones. Maron spoke loudly. Although she looked confident, there were many flaws in her reports and papers. Good, I'll start with my questions. Yeah, the idea itself is fresh. The idea of liquefying mana stones was, of course, interesting. One of the main reasons oil replaced coal on Earth was the difference between liquid and solid. Oh, thank you very much, however. It is rather inefficient if the minimum output is not reached even though it's a liquid resource. I drew a spell in the air with my mana. Look, this is the formula on page 9 of your thesis. When liquefying mana stones according to this calculation and formula, the maximum output is only 73% of that of existing mana stones. Ha! As of yet, we have not reached a concrete conclusion, and we think at least 90% or more is possible. Maron was bewildered. No, look, the calculation goes like this. I developed the arithmetic operation using my mana. Maron and her teammates' eyes followed the process blankly. 73%, even accounting for errors. It does not exceed 75%. Still, if we adjust the formula, It could be at least 90%. Even 90% is a problem. How do you plan to make up for the 10% loss? We surely thought about it. Reduce shipping costs. Rather than carrying 10 tons of stones, this liquefied. Think. I tapped my temple. At least 500 million elnis is needed to complete this research. It's a study that devours money. Also, to liquefy and transport them, a separate mage must reside in the mine. They will consume the same stones as a medium to liquefy them. Um, Sweat beaded on Maron's forehead, and her complexion was dyed red. The facial expressions of her companions were no different. To cover all those costs inclusive, at least 120% of the output must be guaranteed. 100. 120. It's the minimum. Do you have a plan? Yes. I don't think you do. Ah, if not, what are you going to do? Yes. Don't you even have an idea? Ah, yes, ah. Is there anything else you can say? Maron and her teammates looked to be facing a great deadlock. A pressure unlike any other bore down on them. Gulp, gulp for some reason. Alan was also swallowing hard. I'm sorry. Maron finally bowed her head, disappointed that she ruined this briefing. It's our project. But you know better than us. Our ability is still. That's not the answer I want to hear. I placed a hand on the paper. Are you confident? Yes. Maron's eyes widened. Confident you can complete this study. Confident you can handle more than 120% of the output. If you're confident, I will apply it myself, because this idea is fresh. Then she clenched her fists. Also, if you come under my protection, you can also. Yeah, I'm confident, Maron exclaimed loudly, her eyes burning. We would like to do it. I'm Lumia Maron by my name. But since I hadn't received the most important answer yet, I twisted my lips silently. Good, I continued, pretending not to be interested. Also, if you come under my control, you can edit it directly. Oh, is that so? Then I will do that. As if knowing my notoriety, Maron's team members watched with wide eyes. The only fellow professor who backed our research was the head professor and the chief keynote officer Deculein. Even if it seems like a fly trying to bite a tortoise, we will do our best, with the determination to die if we fail. A study no one recognized. Well, that was the meaning of first. The order in which the cards were discarded, nothing more, nothing less. As soon as they left, they would be pulled in from the information about the interview. Good, you passed. Bang, I stamped the report. Go. Thank you, thank you. Maron continued to bow as she backed out. Man, I'm going nuts. Ephraim was still preoccupied with the stone. She had several nosebleeds and passed out once, but she was still stopped by a wall surrounding her. If she could pierce it, she would hit her head against it over and over again, but she couldn't even scratch it. I'm exhausted. I guess it's not going well. Ha, she heard a voice then. Ephraim turned around, stretching her aching back. Luna stood behind her. Yes, this seems simple, but it's so hard. Sniff, sniff. Ephraim put down the stone. How did Deculein make these things? And how did he move them with psychokinesis? All of this was still questionable. There is no answer. She murmured with a sigh and fiddled with the wood steel. This steel, which Deculein gave her as a gift, had now become a cherished item that helped Ephraim concentrate. It was the second such item after her father's bracelet. Luna glanced at her. Ephraim, isn't that Professor Deculein's steel? Oh, yes, that's right. A faint smile crept onto Ephraim's lips. Luna gave her a significant look. How can you have that with you? Deculein doesn't give his things to others. Ha, wow. Everyone keeps saying that, because Deculein's personality is so famous. Luna sat down next to Ephraim with a grin, then she leaned her body gently closer. I won't ask why you received that. Oh, it's not a big deal. Just I made up my mind to become the professor's disciple. Disciple? Yes. Did he say he would accept you? Yes, if I work hard. Oh, how amazing. Deculein's disciple. I thought he'd never take one. Luna glanced at Ephraim. For some reason, a small shadow fell over Ephraim's face. That's true. I didn't think that I was going to be Professor Deculein's apprentice. Seriously, not even once. Luna watched Ephraim's expression and actions. She looked kind of sad as she fiddled with the wood steel, complicated emotions battling in her eyes. No way. Did this child know? Luna decided to test the waters. I'm asking just in case, but do you know? Hey, Ephraim didn't answer, but her eyes narrowed. Luna gained some confidence from her subtle reaction. I guess you know. What? That there isn't much time left for Deculein. At that moment, Ephraim's eyes widened. Luna met her gaze with a sorrowful smile. Perhaps I was the first to know. Clank, the wood steel slammed against the desk. The thing that Deculein gave her now resonated with Ephraim's shaking heart. Chapter 149. Unexpected Bet 1. Deculein doesn't have much time left. Ephraim stared blankly at Luna. Seeing, the wood steel vibrated as if it were telling her to come to her senses. Ephraim's shoulders trembled, saying that he has no time left. Her voice broke as her vocal cords tightened. Luna looked around. Before saying that, she had already checked around with magic. But just in case someone was watching, her senses perked up. I expect it to be from an incurable disease. Ephraim's jaw fell as if to touch the ground. Luna laughed bitterly and continued. I'm not sure, though. However, a great reason is necessary for a person to change. Luna said she wasn't sure, but Ephraim already knew. She still remembered the words her future had left her. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, Luna chuckled as if she was cute. You're about to cry like a baby. No, I won't cry. Who's crying? Luna pointed to Ephraim's eyes without saying a word. Ephraim rubbed at her cheeks, surprised to find them wet. Huh, what? She sprung up, surprising Luna. Oh my gosh, you scared me. What are you so surprised about? I think I just yawned. Luna offered a prickly smile. It's not like that. If the professor is seriously ill, Ephraim's cheeks swelled up until she looked like a pufferfish. I think it's like karma. Karma, Ephraim pouted bluntly, because he's done so many bad things in the past. Do you know what Deculein did? Ephraim nodded quietly. As she investigated her father's past in the tower and the floating island, she found plenty of information and rumors. Instigation of violence, bullying commoners, stealing a thesis. There were many unbelievably vicious things. Right. Deculein wasn't normal, especially during the academy days. I wondered if he was even human. Academy. Yeah, the academy is much more tied to one's family and status than the tower. Luna, recalling those days, wore a tired expression. Ephraim also thought for a moment, and she was terrified just by imagining it. A time when Deculein's personality reigned purely as evil. How frightened the commoners in the academy must have been. I had a pretty bad relationship with him too. Now I think it doesn't matter. I received some help from Deculein, and above all, I think I forgot before I noticed. But I am still curious. How did Deculein's magical powers progress to what they are now? Well, I heard he was considered the seventh strongest in the Empire, right? It doesn't seem like it, but it appears Deculein himself also made this stone. For some reason, Ephraim seemed to know why. Rohakan once said that the closer a wizard grows to the end of their life, the more opportunities they have to realize the truth. It was a natural phenomenon that occurred as the human soul moved closer to mana than the world. Oh, it's already this late. Luna looked at her watch and stood. Then she looked to Ephraim with a broad smile. Is what you just said a secret? Oh, yes, of course. Where else are you going? Yeah, the project inspection is still in progress, and I still have a lot to teach the babies. I'm quite worried. Ephraim nodded. This professor called her students babies. It was somewhat cringy yet warm. Yes, bye, and you can speak without formalities. No way, you're a disciple of Deculein, so I have to treat you well. Anyway, T.A. Ephraim, work hard too. Luna, who clenched her fists and winked, left with a proud step. If Ephraim had a disciple someday, she wanted to look as reliable. You stay still. Ephraim tapped the wood steel resonating in her arms. Its vibration stopped with a buzz, but brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Today's keynote manager job ended with 13 teams. To summarize the results, 4 teams passed. I cut the finances from 5 teams, and all others were rejected. However, since I had suggested enough alternatives, they would come back with modifications. If they couldn't even do that, they didn't have the qualification to carry out their project. I'm going. Oh, yes. When I stood, Alan, busy putting the reports in order, straightened up. Bye, I will finish up all of this. It was pitiful for some reason to see her buried in papers but still speaking cheerfully. I nodded and opened the office door. However, Efren was standing right outside. She looked up at me with surprise, gulps swallowing. She stared at me for a moment before smiling. No, it was a bit too bizarre to be called a smile. A facial spasm would be more appropriate. Hey, are you going? Ha 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 ha. Get out of my way. Oh, yes. Efren took a step back, and I passed by her. Gee, goodbye, Professor. A strangely sad voice came from behind me. Naturally, My brow furrowed. I turned around to regard Eferen. She just bowed her head. It was an interaction I didn't want to deal with. Gee, goodbye. The ending was also weird. I ignored her and took the elevator straight to the parking lot. Ren was waiting by the open car door. Would you like to go straight to the mansion? Let's go. I climbed into the back seat. Just then, the crystal ball vibrated. Successful in securing Rockfell. However, I don't think I'll be able to get to Hadekin. It was Arlo's. Since there was a risk of being eavesdropped on by the altar, the crystal ball was commissioned directly by a hardware store to make it wireless. It doesn't matter. Make sure you take care of it. Okay. I turned off the radio. After leaning back for a while, I tried using the duct tape I had just learned. The mana emitted from my fingertips was condensed like tape. Workmanship. 0% of course. It was still at 0%. However, there were enough ways to raise this number in a short time. The training method was also simple. Just pick one person and... Oh, I can't move. My body isn't moving, I called Yiriel, who was sitting idle in the mansion. She arrived last night saying she had a job to do on the continent. Take me down. Stop joking. Anyway, under the pretext of magic teaching, I started my actual training. And as a result, take me down. Yiriel became a tape pupa clinging to the bark of the big tree in the garden. Can't you release yourself? Damn, Yiriel, face turning red, shook. Just 5 minutes ago, she was following me like a puppy. Ah, she was growing noisy, but that was it. No matter how much force was applied or how much mana she scattered, the tape would not release. Although it was Yiriel, one of the functions of the tape bondage had been proven. Snap, I released Yiriel. Ouch! In an instant, the tape disappeared and Yiriel fell. With grass and dirt now all over her body, she stood and glared at me. Really? Why are you like this these days? Seeing her screaming made me feel a bit meaner. You can't even respond to only this level. What? When are you going to grow? What? Yiriel glanced at me and picked up the pouch lying beside her, pulling out a sheet of paper. Forget it, take this. I took it without a word. Disengagement, Eucline Freyden. The title was a bit uncomfortable. What's with that face? Aren't you going to call it off? I didn't answer. Either way, there is no disadvantage to either of you. No, it's only bad for us, since Euclid has decided to forget their debt for supporting Freyden in the meantime. I nodded slowly. So now it would be right to let it go. For Julie, even for me. That means you will. The only way for Julie to live right now was to hate Deculein, to hate him enough to kill him. Even if someday I found a way to heal her, it was still a long way off. Yes, Deculein's test, the so-called moving stones, today that the simple test entered its 4th day. Finally, the first successful applicant appeared. Nice, as expected. It was Rose Rio. As expected from her, who concentrated all her talents in manipulation and earth. She was the first to understand and accept the theory of Deculein and finally succeeded in moving the magic resistance stone. Look, I did it. Rose Rio placed the stone on the palm of her hand. Then, the stone floated. At the same time, all the pieces in the main square also floated up. It was the gravity zone spell that was 10 steps higher than psychokinesis. It served as the highest peak of the manipulation series, in which the magician manipulated nearby gravity at will. It was the result of applying Deculein's theory to that high-level magic. Ha ha ha, then I'm going, ha 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 ha. Everyone, including Eferen, watched Rose Rio with envy as she left to show off this achievement to Deculein and all the floating island. Hugh, ha, Eferen sighed and saw Crito standing up. Where are you going? Wizard Crito. Oh, I want to go see my sister today. After that, everyone went silent for a moment. Crito's sister was the current Emperor Saphian. Eferen felt his identity anew. Oh, okay, bye. Right, you too. Leaf, work hard. Yes, Leaf. All the high-ranking wizards these days were calling her Leaf, thanks to Ihelm. Eferen grunted and again soaked the stone with her mana. What the hell is? Just like a black hole. This stone wouldn't change, no matter how much mana she put in. It wouldn't move as it stubbornly accepted the formula, seeming to extinguish all mana. Eferen looked at the wood steel on her desk. Do you know? When asked that question, the wood steel made a bizarre sound, as if she were pathetic. Are you mocking me? Eferen sighed as she stared at the wood steel. Hugh, Beef, look at this. Drent called out to her, receiving a glare for his efforts. Hey, just call me Leaf. What's with Beef now? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. This is more fun. Beef. Man, don't do it. Okay, sorry, look at this. I think I found something. 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 His voice echoed as a short wave of dizziness engulfed her, and Ephraim closed her eyes blankly. Oh, my anemia! When she opened her eyes again. What? The world had changed. She was definitely in the main square of the hall just now, but suddenly she was in some sort of ruin. Stupid Ephraim. A familiar voice called out to her. Ephraim looked back, startled. Move away, Ephraim. Why are you here? In the ruined hallway, Sylvia sat under the shade. You, why are you like that? Blood flowed from a wound in her side, her hair was tangled, and her right hand's index and middle fingers were torn off as if eaten by something. Go away, you might become like this too. Why? As soon as she asked her, she knew why. It was on the other side of the corridor of the ruins. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, a fierce rumble like an erupting volcano. A weird scarlet body stalked the dark hallway, made of compressed muscles and majestic bones. The king's pattern was engraved on its forehead. The beast dominated the area it stood in and radiated power and dignity. A tiger. T, the first real beast she encountered in her life. Ephraim gasped for a moment, its savage pressure squeezing her. You idiot! If you want to die, do whatever you want. Sylvia started to run away, and Ephraim followed after a second's lag. Hey, wait for me. Meanwhile, Credo returned to the imperial palace. After meeting Safian, he recommended she start with a compilation of Deculein's theory. You can move the stones only if you learn this theory. I don't think it's a big deal. No, it is very difficult to move them. There's a reason why the floating island is also watching. Is that so? Safian answered bluntly. She already knew. Even now, she was watching it by Credo's side inside the cat's body. But your majesty, you're wearing something special today. It was a gift from Uran. Wearing it will save them face. Today's emperor's attire was a modern outfit popular in Uran, composed of blue trousers and a buttoned blouse. Credo nodded in approval. Anyway, Professor Deculein is a good person, a talent who will make the continent great. He is the most suitable for the slogan of Great Continent. Haha, you're finally visiting me, but you're only talking about Deculein. Safian was somewhat dissatisfied. This cute little brother didn't get cuter at all as he grew bigger. Would I have anything else to say? By the way, Credo coughed and took out the stone. Take this. Did you come here to cheat? Hey, why would you say that? I'm not here to cheat, but to seek advice from the sister I love. Tusk, look at how you talk. Still, hearing that he loved her put her in a better mood. I'll give it a look. Safian pretended to read Deculein's theory without saying a word, and then she used psychokinesis on the stone. It moved. Whoa, as expected from your majesty. It's easy. She had already studied obsessively, but pretended she was seeing it for the first time now. Credo watched her with admiration plain in his eyes. Then tell me the secret too. Enough, Credo. Yes, didn't that guy say anything? That guy, you mean Professor Deculein? Safian nodded. Yes. Why is Professor Deculein that guy? Safian let out a soft breath. Before I get mad. Oh, okay, about what? About me. To the bewildered Credo, who didn't know what to do, Safian sighed. It seems that he is in love with me. I beg your pardon, ha, Credo chuckled. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. That laugh soon turned into mockery. Safian bit back her anger. Your Majesty, I don't mean to say this, but have you been feeling well lately? What, you bastard? Are you nuts? No, rumors are circulating that you're passionate about everything these days. And, Creto laughed like an old man, even if that's a good thing, why would Professor Deculein have a crush on you? Do you have proof? I mean, isn't that right? Why would he like someone like you? It was then that Creto realized he had made a mistake. Safian's gaze sharpened to a killing point. Swallowing fear, he quickly changed his words. Wise. Benevolent. Did you go nuts? Is the Emperor funny to you? Knock, knock, a knock rattled the door. It was his opportunity to prolong his life. What? Creto sprung up and answered it, receiving a response from the maid standing outside. Yes, Her Majesty Safian. Prince Creto, the teaching wizard Deculein has arrived. Today was a magical lesson day. That was why Creto came to see Safian. Well, that's great, Your Majesty. Why don't you ask him directly? Ask him me. Safian pointed her finger at her chest. Creto grinned with narrowing eyes. Yes, I will do it for you. HMPH. Forget it. Hey, let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. The door opened at Safian's call to reveal Deculein, dressed in a navy blue suit. He approached elegantly and sat facing Safian. Your Majesty, and Prince Credo is here too. Ha ha, somehow it turned out that way. Safian beckoned to Credo, motioning for him to forget it. Credo decided to open up the conversation. Oh, right, Professor Deculein, have you ever played Go? These days, Her Majesty and I are addicted to this game. Yes, I've tried it. Oh, really? Credo and Safian glanced at him with wide eyes. As Your Majesty recommended, I practiced hard. How much energy do you think you have? Oh, right, in Go, energy refers to the grade, like Monarch. Lamia, you know, the highest is 9. I see. So, what do you expect your energy to be? Then Deculein looked at Safian. Safian scanned his face. As always, it was the face of a handsome nobleman, calm and insensitive. I think it seems to be worthy of competing on an equal footing with your majesty. For a moment, Safian's brow narrowed. She was bewildered at first, and then a heat rose to her head. That arrogant remark was outrageous. Safian ground her teeth tightly and twisted the corners of her mouth. It felt her intestines were twisting more than her lips. How dare he? A guy who only trained for 10 days thought he could beat her. I can't let this pass by. Bang. Safian set the go pieces and the board with psychokinesis. Let's fight. If you beat me, I will grant one of your wishes. A declaration to grant a wish from the emperor of all people, no less. Credo was shocked, and Deculein simply looked into the air, right at the sudden quest alarm. Independent quest, the emperor's bet. An independent quest, not a side quest. That occurred only with Go. He thought the emperor's independent quest would at least be equivalent to the demon's mirror. Yes, all right. It was quite disconcerting, but Deculein nodded. Chapter 150, Unexpected Bet 2. An independent quest usually meant a quest dedicated to a character. Therefore, while not all named possessed one, important named characters usually had one or more associated with them. Among them, Safian's independent quest had never been seen in any scenario. I will grant your wish. I looked at Safian, mulling over her declaration. Your Majesty, still a wish is HMPH. At Credo's reluctance, Safian grinned and raised her finger. But the long, white index finger pointed at me, as if she had taken the provocation quite seriously. An aura was waving from her fingertips. What if you lose? What will you do? I pondered for a while. I still didn't know if I'd be able to beat Safian with just 10 days of polishing my skills, but I wouldn't know until I tried. However, as long as this was Safian's independent quest, the challenge must not be avoided. There's nothing to do. What? Safian frowned. After saying such arrogant things, you, as a member of the Empire, I have always sworn allegiance to your Majesty. If your Majesty wants anything from me, I am ready to give it to you. My wish is always in your Majesty's heart. Safian was left speechless for a moment. She moved her lips soundlessly, and then she pushed her face forward. It seemed like she was trying to understand my feelings and the truth, but now I wasn't lying. These words were thanks to his natural character. Deculein's consciousness of choice meant that he believed in the class system, and he disregarded and despised those of lesser blood than him, but in the end showed infinite respect for those who were nobler. Therefore my heart for Safian was sincere. That was how he was designed. Forget it. Safian, clicking her tongue, leaned against the backrest. Then she opened the lid of the go box. I will see your energy, Deculein. White or black, you choose. I will choose white. I took the white piece. Credo looked at Safian and me with interest. Good. Safian rustled and took out her pieces. I will start with this. Safian put a piece. She made the first move by placing her piece in the lower right corner of the board. I put mine in the upper left corner, and Safian placed it again in the lower left corner. HMPH. Safian chuckled in disdain, and Credo, taking out a notebook, began to record it. Tap, 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 the stones embroidered the wooden board like rainwater falling, and the game started without anything special. Ah, 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 ah. Ephraim and Sylvia ran like crazy as a huge earthquake caught up behind them. Boom, 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 boom. The tiger's 4 legs produced a series of terrifying bursts, using muscles that appeared on the verge of exploding. The majesty and magical power of the tiger, which Ephraim was seeing for the first time in her life, was the cause of fear across the continent. This was why it was so infamous, why there were so many fairy tales and myths about them. Ah, 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 ah. A light flashed across Ephraim's mind as she screamed. At that moment, someone hit her across the head. Be quiet, idiot. It was Sylvia. She built a wall behind them. It looked like she was trying to stop the tiger, but with one swipe of its arm, tore like paper. Whoa, that crazy orange monster. Be quiet. But the wall was just a trick. The wreckage scattered in all directions and covered the tiger's eyes for a very brief moment. Sylvia erased the road they stood on to take advantage of that chance. The floor disappeared cleanly as if an eraser had gone through it. The next thing everyone would expect would be the tiger falling through it. G-R-R-R-R. But the tiger stood still in the air. He soared higher, climbing upward using his 4 paws. Boom! A roar accompanied by a shark wave. Ephraim almost fainted watching it. The tiger was soaring. Come here, however. Sylvia didn't fall behind. She cleared the road they stood on next. Boom! The tiger's hind feet swiped a hair's width away from their heads. Follow me. The tiger immediately smashed through the ceiling and followed, but Sylvia calmly pierced their way out. She confused the tiger by scattering her footprints, scent, and mana in every direction she ran. She placed dolls everywhere and turned the area into a maze with numerous walls, but refrained from traps that could provoke the tiger. If you provoked a tiger, it wouldn't end well. Ha! Ha! Phew! So the two barely escaped. Ephraim and Sylvia each let out a heavy breath, finding a brief respite. Wow, wow, my heart, oh right. After only 15 minutes of running, Ephraim, covered in sweat, pointed to Sylvia's condition a little later, specifically her badly torn fingers. Sylvia. Sylvia silently stirred her mana and brushed over her mangled hand. A new finger was drawn over where blood still flowed freely. She clenched and extended the finger a few times and then nodded. Ephraim's eyes widened. Is it going to last? It is part of my body. It heals faster than mana consumption so that it will last. It must have been very painful. Are you okay? Sylvia didn't answer. Ephraim looked closer into her eyes. Where are we? The voice. Voice. The world entered through the medium of voice. Oh, a demon. It was what she heard from Rohakan, a world of demons where unspecified people could enter at random times. Then what about the tiger? The tiger must have come here with someone else's voice. Oh, indeed. Even the sound of an animal was a voice. Right, with a sudden thought. Ephraim rummaged through her pocket until she produced 2 coins. It was the gift Rohakan had given her before. Where did it come from? Sylvia looked at the money with surprise. Rohakan gave it to me. What is this? It's the currency of this world. Oh, I see. Here, I have yours too. Ephraim handed her one of the 2 coins. Sylvia accepted it without a word. Where can we use this? Follow me. Sylvia stood, pocketing the coin, and began to guide Ephraim. The two first walked through a hallway with a sign on the ceiling reading non-combat area. They passed a few people along the way. They didn't even bother looking at them, but Ephraim warned each of them, beware of the tiger. Here. Store they arrived at a noisy place decorated like a market square. Sylvia led Ephraim into the crowd. Eventually, they reached a place called the Soul Store. You can use the money here. The shop was selling some very strange things. Mana elixir, maturity elixir, perfume of charm, woodward puppet, but Sylvia's eyes were fixed on a single shelf. Voice of the dead. Ephraim looked at Sylvia. You know, Sylvia stared at Ephraim expressionlessly. What? That, Did the professor, did Deculein kill your mother? She wanted to ask about the scene she had watched, but she couldn't finish the thought. Ephraim quietly lowered her head. I forgot. Ha, my mom's voice. Oh, I want to hear it. I think I will remember it when I hear it. She could relate to that harsh voice. No, the word relate was a luxury. Ephraim had been able to feel her father's traces for quite some time through the letters he left. Yeah, I understand, too. Ephraim placed her hand on Sylvia's shoulder, but she shook it off right away. Then she glared at her. Ahem, my bad. Ephraim, coughing awkwardly, closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them. I think I found something. Look, the magic code is embedded in this stone. Drent said. Ha! Ephraim looked around blankly. Sylvia disappeared, and she was back on the special floor of the tower, not in the voices world. Look, Drent held out a notebook. I'll explain. One of the coins was in her hand. Since there was only one, not two, it meant that it was not a dream. No. Beef, look. Ephraim grinned and looked up at Drent. Her veins took the form of a cross popping out on her temple. Damn, I said, don't call me Beef. Do you know what just chased me? I saw a tiger. A tiger? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Still, I'm your senior. Cursing is. I didn't curse. I just told you not to call me Beef. Don't call me Beef. I don't like it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Safian scanned Deculein up and down. His posture was as noble as a crane, and his every gesture in placing the stones was imbued with dignity. In the archipelago, Go was a new game, but he somehow resembled the figure of a master from the East scene in illustrations. His energy was also unusual. His strategies, tactics, and unique spirit. Was this a guy who had been training for only 10 days? In only 10 days, he achieved this level of energy. Even while playing, his skill developed. Now that they had crossed 98 moves and reached the middle, Deculein's spirit was very different from the start. It was a little softer and more natural, such an abnormal growth. Of course, Safian felt she could still win. But was it 10 days? You mean only 10 days? Safian grew nervous in front of Deculein's plays. Rather than the fear of losing, it was because, for the first time in her life, she felt the difference in talent. She had never seen a talent that was superior to her in magic, swordsmanship, or academics. Although there were wizards, swordsmen, and scholars who were better than her current self, the ceiling limit didn't exist for Safian. Safian felt something for the first time in her hundreds of years of life. Maybe, at least in Go, this guy could be better than her. Safian deliberately showed a hole in the connection point between the right side and the midfield, steadily building up. It was a trap that looked like it would benefit him. Anyone would think it was a delicious mistake, but before they knew it, they would be surrounded the moment they set foot there. She buried her body back in her chair and waited for her opponent's move. And Deculein caught on to what Safian had induced. The white piece was placed, and Safian leaned further back. A small smile spread across her lips. Deculein relentlessly bit the bait, unaware that he had been caught in a trap. Safian was giving away her flesh, but she captured the bastard. That was the end of it. Deculein's white stone stopped moving. No, it had no room to move. Is it over? Safian asked in a very subdued tone. The man who had been thinking quietly eventually placed a stone of defeat on the corner of the board. It was a very clear acknowledgement. Wow! Crito alternated between looking at Safian and Deculein. Since he was still a beginner, he could not watch Go, but he knew what had happened through Safian's reaction. Deculein fought well. You're already at this level in only 10 days. Black's victory by a wide margin with 153 moves. Safian won, but she wasn't very happy. She realized that the arrogance displayed by Deculein just before the game of Go was, in fact, the confidence he deserved. You'll be pretty good in 2 months. Is that so? Deculein answered calmly. Safian frowned slightly. Go back now. It seems that you had a reason to fight me, so I will not punish you. How about 5 series? Credo spoke up, prompting Safian and Deculein to look at him at the same time. 5 series? Yes. Your Majesty and the Professor are not satisfied with just 1 match. 3 out of 5 series. I also want to learn Go while watching the match between Your Majesty Safian and Professor Deculein. Safian tapped the board. Deculein silently looked at the wooden board on which the black and white stones were placed. What do you think? Deculein, if it's a best of 5, can you beat me? Then Deculein raised his eyes. His blue eyes shone with a dark light. Yes, if I learn by losing 1 more time. Wouldn't I win 3 times in a row? Safian enjoyed his arrogance. For the first time in her life, she thought she was going to lose. However, she wasn't a coward who would refuse the challenge. Good. However, if you lose, be prepared to give up your head. Safian wore a smile, and Deculein nodded calmly. On the way back to the car, Credo bombarded me with questions from the seat beside me. Oh, if so, was this move what caused you to lose? I nodded. Move 143, pointed out by Credo, was Safian's trap. It wasn't in my data. However, since I succeeded in learning, I would never be caught by the same move again. Whoa, you're good at using your brain. It's admirable. Credo, who was nodding with satisfaction, suddenly trembled, then his expression stiffened. But, Professor, yes, can I ask you one thing? Yes, anything, Credo coughed, swallowing hard as if his mouth was dry, glancing out the window, looking into the driver's seat. What was it that made him so agitated? He turned to me again after implementing a spell called silence. Do you, by any chance, admire Her Majesty? It wasn't even a special question. I answered briefly. Of course, I've always respected her. No, not like that. All citizens of the Empire are like that. But what I'm asking is, Credo took a deep breath, as a woman. I was speechless for a moment. What followed was even more shocking. Like a marriage contract. They said you were preparing for your disengagement. We looked at each other without a word between us. As the silence grew longer, Credo's face slowly turned red as a tomato about to burst. I chimed up before that embarrassment exploded. How could I? Ha ha ha, right. Yes, but why are you asking such a question all of a sudden? Well, Her Majesty ordered me to ask you about it directly. If you admire her, well, that's kind of a problem. I honestly thought it was ridiculous. I shook my head. Her Majesty seems to have misunderstood a little. Not at all. I don't have even a single drop of such a feeling. Ah, I'm glad. It was then. Meow. I heard a cat cry from somewhere. Chapter 151. Unexpected Bet 3. Meow. Inside Credo's robe. The cat lifted its head. Credo grinned at the little creature. This is the cat Her Majesty asked for. He's a cute guy who sometimes disappears on his own, but he'll always come back if you wait. I see. I quietly leaned back in the seat. The scenery outside the window was that of Halech. Fortunately, we had already left the Imperial Palace. Anyway, just keep it a secret from Her Majesty. I think she misunderstood your loyalty as love. Yes, fine. It was pretty bizarre, but it was a good change. It was proof that Safian was feeling human emotions. Professor Deculein, your theory is a good read. They said you were invited to the round table these days. Yes, it's a little bothersome. The round table was one of the 5 pillars of the magic world, next to Berkt, the magic tower, volcano, and the floating island. Of course, officially it was 4 pillars since volcano, the ashes were excluded. Haha, but if you have time, can I ask you a question? I nodded. Yes, it's fine. Oh, if that's the case. A book appeared from Credo's broad robe. As if he had been waiting, he flipped it open and pointed at a paragraph. This part. I don't quite understand this. The magic output isn't satisfying. I think I set the circuit of this amplifier wrong. Could you draw the formula? Oh, here. I explained the magic to Credo while Munchkin's eyes twinkled. Moron. Bang. Safian pounded the board with her fist. She felt like she was losing her composure for the first time in a while. But this was anger she had never experienced before in her life. The moron spoke straight out of it. Safian rubbed her temples. Sigh, she exhaled and rewound the voice she heard through the possessed body. Well, Her Majesty ordered me to ask you about it directly. If you admire her, well, that's kind of a problem. Her Majesty seems to have misunderstood a little. Not at all. I don't have even a single drop of such a feeling. HMPH. That was a big mistake. He didn't feel anything of the sort. Not even a single drop. That's a good thing. Safian grabbed 4 black stones. Black powder trickled down from her tight grip. Hey, she called to the servant waiting outside. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm here. I will begin my work. Shame burned away her desire to remain still. She didn't know when it would grow cold again, but she had already decided what to do on these rare occasions. Call the ministers. She would torture those damn ministers. Slam! Safian swung the door open. She stalked out the bedroom, her servants and knights in tow. Not at all. I don't have even a single drop of such a feeling. She recalled Deculein's words again. It was rather fortunate that he didn't dare feel such things for her, but it was weird. Something that couldn't be easily expressed in words tickled at her. Your Majesty, we're honored. Meanwhile, she arrived in the Imperial Hall, and the officials in the Imperial Palace gathered. Safian looked down at them. I will start the discussion. Everyone must be ready. The ministers who were not ready felt perplexed by the suddenness of it, but Safian didn't care. The theme is all nations. Let's talk about the future direction of the empire using the examples of sages and heroes of the past. Whoosh! A blizzard veiled the concave prison basin. Because of that, in that dark and harsh place where no sun could leak through, Julie was looking at several black and white stones atop a wooden board. Even in the winter in the north, the trend of the empire managed to reach them. These days, this game is very popular among the nobility. Rayleigh pouted her lips and placed a black stone on the board. Julie smiled softly. They say it's a game that resembles war. It seems quite warlike. It's a very good game where you can train your wits as a knight. The goal of Go was ultimately to win territory. You couldn't win by blindly killing an enemy's stones, and you couldn't win by forcefully saving your stones. Therefore, battle and war coexisted in Go. Julie liked that. She had some talent at the game. HMPH. It's not even fun. How can they call it a game? It becomes more fun when you play it, the more you know. Yeah. Just when Rayleigh started to yawn, a knock rattled the door to Julie's office. Night, newspaper. Oh, it's the newspaper. Rayleigh stood and opened the door. The guard, dressed in thick furs, handed her the newspaper. Due to the bitter chill they faced, both Julie and Rayleigh had gone out hunting to make at least one fur coat for themselves. Thank you. Yes. Rayleigh returned to her seat. But her face hardened as her eyes swept over the articles. She turned to look at Julie. Knight. Ha! I think you should take a look. Rayleigh handed Julie the newspaper. Number 11,861 Rockfell. Knight of Iliad, discovered dead during a mission. This. Rayleigh clenched her teeth, but she couldn't say anything. Julie's expression was much colder than her own. No, it was colder than the blizzard raging outside. I had a dream, but it wasn't my own. It was Deculein's dream. What's going on? It was a scene from 10 years ago. Sierra was there. The woman Deculein killed was still alive. The child is very sick. At that time, Sierra told Deculein that Sylvia was seriously ill. She had inherited Sierra's hereditary disease. It's fine if I'm the only one sick. Even if my child is sick. There will be a way, I believe so, however. Sierra held back tears. Deculein watched her with indifferent eyes. Glython gave me this letter, demon's letter. Its curse killed people, but if it only killed, it wouldn't be a demon. The letter held a cunning clue. And if you spread this letter to more than 5 people, the next day will be full of good luck. Deculein turned his eyes away. Was Glython the starting point of this letter? Sierra bit her lip. The rain continued to pour outside. She came to Euclan without Glython's knowledge after learning her husband was the culprit behind the letter that killed hundreds and would kill hundreds more. Maybe he didn't know it was going to be like this, or even if he did, Sierra confessed. Glython spread the letter for the sake of Sylvia. At the same time, she blamed herself for passing her disease on to Sylvia. He would have known. It's Glython. Sierra bowed her head, and her broken body shook with tears. Deculein didn't have to blame her. She was a woman walking on a thorny road. The fact that she married the madman Glython was enough for her to deserve sympathy. And above all, her lifespan was short. Deculein spoke. Euclan will take care of the demon. There is no room for a sick person like you two. The dream was short, and I opened my eyes. I smiled a little, recalling the past. Before his fiancée had died, Deculein was merciful. Oh, Professor, are you awake? Alan's voice rang out from somewhere. She was sitting in her office chair and reading a book. Introduction to Go, a Go book. Ah, yes, they said I have to do this to learn how to play it. Professor, try it too. I got up without answering. A midday nap and in a chair. Maybe it was because I had been quite tired from gaining proficiency in duct tape lately. Indeed, I had no mana left. Bye. Professor, oh, you didn't forget about the business trip today, right? I know. Okay. With that, I left, boarding the elevator and heading to the special floor hall of the tower. There were still many people left crowding the hall. So, here, the password is embedded in this stone. A password. We have to crack that code. Is that what you're saying? It can be dismantled, and it can be broken. They were gathered together and discussing the encryption I placed on the stones. Wow, it's hard. The professor that made this is also amazing. You know what they say. Is it more difficult to create a problem, or is it more difficult to solve it? Eferen. At that moment, the voices in the hall cut off. All the students turned to me. Yes, Eferen tilted her head. Follow me. We have a business trip to attend to. Vroom, the airship vibrated as it took off. Eferen and Alan were sitting on the couch in the VVIP seat and staring blankly out the window. Wow, it floats. It floats. I know, right? It was neither of their first times riding in an airship, but it seemed to be the first time they could look out and watch the sky so leisurely. Cloud, cloud, it's a cloud. I know. Right, I watched the two of them shouting. They looked like sisters, kneeling on the couch and clinging to the window. But Eferen, are you okay? Aren't you in the middle of a test right now? Ah, that. As I listened to them converse, I pulled out the Go board. Practicing Go should not be neglected either. No matter if understanding could achieve exponential results, Safian was a formidable enemy. Rather, it couldn't be ruled out that Safian would grow further using my game record as fuel. Oh, right, Professor. Eferen spun around. What is this business trip about today? It's about the round table. Eferen's eyes widened. The round table, a magical space different from both Burkt and the floating island. The round table. Like Eferen, most wizards held pretty big fantasies about the round table, but it wasn't a very good place. Rather, it was a place stained with madness and obsession. If the floating island was the pursuit of pure learning, and Burkt was the gathering of truth out of the world, the round table was a world in which the desires of a wizard were distorted. We needed to be on the lookout for what would happen there. It's the round table. Assistant professor, he said we're going to the round table. Eferen spoke to Alan with a bright face. Alan smiled and nodded. I know. Right, I'm going for the first time. The two made a fuss, clapping their hands. I looked at the clock without saying a word. It was 3 p.m. We would arrive at around 5 o'clock, so let me play Go until then. I started replaying AlphaGo's game that remained in my memory. Oh, right, Professor. Then, suddenly, Ephraim laughed in a silly way and pulled out a stone. It was the magic resistance stone. Look! At the same time, she closed her eyes. Ephraim took a deep breath, concentrating her mana, and whoom, the stone floated. I did it, Ephraim spoke proudly. I nodded slightly as I looked at her, and a faint smile crept across her lips. Okay, good job. Ephraim's expression turned blank for a bit. The imperial palace was dazzling in all seasons. However, in that place, where the confrontation between the emperor and the priesthood had intensified recently, Safian was playing Go. Her opponent was an old man who was directly recruited from the archipelago. With his full grey hair and neatly dressed uniform, anyone could see that he was a master. I lost, but Safian won easily. It was a victory by a wide margin that didn't exceed 100 moves. She waved her hand in annoyance. Several knights appeared to half-carry the old man out. Gosh, Deculein, that bastard's talent. She remembered Deculein again. She played the match she had with him and put the pieces back on the board, one by one, every single copy. Every time that happened, she could hear a voice in her mind. Her Majesty seems to have misunderstood a little. Not at all. I don't have even a single drop of such a feeling. Sigh. Safian clenched her fist. Suddenly, it felt like her whole body was shrinking. She had never experienced anything like this in hundreds of years. Should I kill myself? She was genuinely considering the thought. Her Majesty seems to have misunderstood a little, saying that Deculein wore a very absurd face. He looked like a raccoon with a beak, an elephant without a trunk. Not at all. I don't have even a single drop of such a feeling. It was a voice containing not a single lie. It was a tone that cut even the possibility down. Credo, this guy, he could have just asked, saying that he was curious. Were you using the Emperor's name just because you were embarrassed? You dared to humiliate the Emperor who stands at the apex of all people. Life is so hard. Safian toppled the board and flopped on the floor of her room. Tick-tock, tick-tock, she looked up at the ceiling in the stillness and near-perfect silence. He doesn't like me. She was so clumsy in human relationships, so she made a bizarre mistake. No, maybe that's what was expected. Did she want something from the guy she had been with for so many years without even knowing it? Safian was unaware of her feelings. Since she didn't know her feelings, she couldn't know the feelings of others, and that was why she misunderstood. Her only weakness was emotions. It's a huge mistake. Safian jumped up. She then changed her clothes slowly, into the bare fur coat that the northern Drozen had offered her. It looked normal on the surface, but a special artifact effect was added to it. It was meditation and calm. HMPH. Safian became a bear and calmed her mind, exploring her own emotions while playing Go. Chapter 152, Round Table 1. It's landing, it's landing. Yeah, it is. The airship landed. The two, dozing off after growing tired of looking at the sky, clung to the window again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The airship slowly landed on the runway, vibrating and shaking. Ephraim and Alan's bodies shook, and before long, the steward knocked. Professor Deculein, we've arrived. I encrypted the Go board again, stood and called to Ephraim and Alan. Let's go. Yes, yes. As soon as I opened the door to the VVIP room, the steward and the captain were lined up in the hallway. I, familiar with it, walked between them, and Ephraim and Alan followed hesitantly. Wow. The moment we stepped off the airship, a magnificent sight greeted us. Alan was amazed, and Ephraim stood with her mouth agape. The round table was that unique a place. What is all this? The round table was a round table, a spacious, round, plate-like space. Pink sunset over the horizon colored the world, and the glass floor reflected the light. Hey, Deculein, someone called out to me. A familiar face approached from the other side of the runway. Oh, did Leaf come too? It was Ihelm. He waved his hand as if pleased to see us. Gosh, because of you, everyone in the tower is calling me Leaf. Ephraim glared at Ihelm, but he merely shrugged. Well, that's good, much better than Ephraim. What's wrong with Ephraim? I told you, it's not such a good name. Anyway, Ihelm looked back at me. Deculein, the round table is calling you. Leaf and your assistant professor will follow me, and Deculein, you go there. With that, Leaf, no. Ephraim and Alan tilted their heads. Follow him, I'll go alone. Oh, okay. Be careful. Snap, snap. Ihelm snapped his fingers and guided them along. Follow me, the two newbies. What? Who's the newbie? The Round Table Glass, a restaurant with an old-fashioned sign. Classical melodies flowed from the pure white interior, and famous wizards who could be recognized glanced sat at some of the tables. Oh, assistant professor, look at that one. He is the head of the Zabel school. Oh, right. Was he called Trajet? Ephraim and Alan sat down, watching their faces. Thanks to Ihelm flagging them down, the waiter approached within 3 seconds. Can I help you with your order? Oh, yeah. First, the 33-year-old fondue and Parma soup with Jersal. What else? Is there anything that came today? Yes, Slehen and Rohok. Rohok. Ephraim nearly began to drool, much to the surprise of both Ihelm and the server. Okay, I get it. Let's have the Rohok steak. Yes, in addition, the special product of the Vhalren region. While Ihelm was ordering, Ephraim looked out of the window. Reacting to the Rohok was embarrassing. Was this an unconscious reflex or something else? Ahem, Esso here is the Round Table, an island of glass located in the middle of the sea. The scenery of the Round Table was amazing. It's a weird place. After completing their order, Ihelm commented. Ephraim asked quickly, did they say Rohok is available? Yeah, I ordered the largest. Nice. Ephraim clenched her fist hidden under the table. It may not be as good as pig's flour, but it would still be delicious because it was Rohok. Anyway, this round table, as you can see, is an artificially created magical space. There are restaurants, houses, bookstores, anything you can imagine, but I don't like to come here very often. Why? This is a hotbed of people watching you. If you do well, you will receive envy and jealousy. There are a lot of damn old people milling about. Oh, but why was the professor suddenly invited? That's right. It was so sudden. Ephraim asked the question, and Alan nodded his head along with curiosity. Ihelm smirked and sipped at his teacup. It's because of his achievements. What? How much do you guys know about the Round Table? It's just a place where magic schools gather. If knights had an order, wizards had a school. Officially, there could only be 3 schools per magic branch, and it was said that the Round Table was a gathering of those schools. Right. It's a gathering place of a total of 24 schools, but it's pretty exclusive. They despise the creation of new schools. Why, wouldn't it be nice to have a new school? You're so simple. Ihelm shook his head. If they say only 24, it's only 24. In this round table, there can be only 3 schools per class. For 24, schools that are eliminated will fall out. Oh, Ephraim and Alan only then realized what that meant. Then, right, that's why Deculein was called. Ihelm put down his cup. On the floating island and the round table, the potential for Deculein's thesis is slowly being proven. Oh, you know the Deculein/Luna thesis, right? Ephraim closed her mouth. Ihelm didn't think much of it and just continued. So there are a lot of schools that are desperate right now, to which department is Deculein's thesis assigned. That's also important, and when he'll be recognized as an elder. Above all, the reason he published the thesis without telling them, that is the most important thing. What does that have to do with it? The Round Table is an old-fashioned society, and being treated as the head of a school at the Round Table is of great value, you know. If he had told them in advance, even if he were expelled, they would have tried to take advantage of him as much as possible. Why didn't you give us time to discuss matters internally? Something like this. Ah, it was an easy-to-understand explanation. Their appetizers came out while Ephraim and Alan listened. Ephraim asked a question. Then why didn't Professor Deculein tell the Round Table in advance? You know his personality, confidence on the verge of recklessness, self-esteem bordering on arrogance. Ihelm laughed lightly. Then he sighed. He's trying to break the hard-nosed order of the Round Table. It is a thesis published without anything held back throughout the Round Table, but it is a true revolution. Ephraim and Alan's eyes widened. As if the reaction was pleasant, Ihelm smiled and raised his spoon. You wouldn't know. But when you stick around Deculein or others at our level, every action, every word, every gesture has a political intention. Indeed. It's almost like a declaration of war. It'll be pretty fun when he becomes an elder, right? I never dreamed that I would say something like this, but he is a reliable guy at times like this. I don't like those damn old men at this round table either. It was then that Ephraim sniffed the aroma of the appetizer. She was momentarily startled. The tip of her nose felt ready to melt just from that, seeing that expression. A smile played on Ihelm's lips. Eat. Enjoy now, but be careful. Before long, a storm will rage around Deculein. I arrived at the round table president's waiting room. I didn't know what the meeting was about, but a quest notification popped up. Phase quest. Keep the round table in check. Acquisition of qualifications for the quest to become an elder. It appeared to be the first step towards becoming an elder. As chairman, the position of elder was also one of the great achievements. Deculein. Then a robed woman called me from the other side of the waiting room. Carla, you're here too. Your thesis was a good read. Thank you, nodding. Carla held out a letter to me. This is from Rohakan. I grabbed the letter. Is this all? The people at the round table seem very angry. They might be trying to kill you. Are they? The round table wasn't a friendly group. Rather, they were a hindrance to clearing the main quest. It doesn't matter. I won't die. Carla didn't say anything. She simply sat on the couch in the waiting room and enjoyed the sweets set out on the table. I watched her cram the sweets in her mouth like a hamster. Is your business over? I guess so. Then the door to the waiting room swung open. Beyond the threshold was a group of wizards. Professor Deculein. It's meeting time. Among them, the middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader spoke with a firm expression. I stood and followed him. Their steps were quick, but my stride was longer. I did not intend to lose dignity even in this small way, however. No. The middle-aged wizard suddenly turned to look at me. His name was probably Devron. Come quickly. What are you doing? Walking slowly. All the wizards stopped. I met their eyes as the silence grew long. I decided to be the one to break it. Devron. What? Devron. No courtesy opening the door is forgivable. No, I don't want to lose dignity by pointing it out. But I walked forward slowly, trampling the floor with the heels of my shoes. When a lowly thing that does not know his place grows arrogant, not knowing the favor he is shown. Stomp, stomp, only my footsteps echoed through the hallway, and the magicians of the round table began to hide the hostility they had expressed through their eyes one by one, replacing it with fear. I don't want to accept this. I approached the middle-aged man and looked down on him, forcing his gaze downward. Know your place. If someone like you keeps acting arrogant, I might kill you. After meditating, Safian calmed down again. Finally, the peace called laziness had arrived, and the sloth was soaked in comfortable contemplation. She lay on the bed and looked at the snow globe. Snow was falling inside the glass while she thought of Charon and the giant. A giant! An ancient ruler with an infinite lifespan and near-godly potential. However, they had been reduced to the phrase of a myth that a bard sitting near a bonfire recited. Tiktok Safian had met the giant's eyes. She discovered a member of a species thought to be extinct. His pupils had an unfathomable depth, revealing a soul that possessed insight into the world, the universe, and the origins of all things. He was connected to the truth, Tiktok the giant and the snow globe, and Deculein and Charon. Safian traced her memories, thinking about the curse given to her, the power of regression. Tiktok suddenly, a certain place came to mind, the Imperial Library, where all the history of the continent slept, but Safian had never visited there before. I never knew I would be going there in my lifetime. Safian pushed herself out of bed. She immediately opened the door to the dressing room. It was full of wonderful clothing from the continent and her family. She looked at them and pondered before putting on a hooded robe. She left the bedroom and went down to the basement. Two knights stood at the door of the dark library. Their eyes widened with recognition as Safian approached. Your Majesty, shut up. That was the end of it. The two knights said nothing further, and Safian opened the door to the library. Creek, the tall old man that served as librarian, appeared first through the gaps. He was fumbling through the bookshelves, sorting out the books. The owner of this palace appeared, but he didn't even acknowledge her. No, he couldn't. The librarian Lexil had already gone blind. Hey! The librarian pulled back his wrinkled hands and turned around. He seemed to have sensed something in her unusual tone and energy. Your Majesty. Right. Are there any legends or myths from the continent, especially books related to giants? Ah, Lexil bowed quickly. Yes, I have them. I will guide you. Good. Safian followed Lexil. The corridors of the Imperial Palace Library were long, containing only books, papers, and trees. A question came to mind while she was walking around, looking at the numerous books. Librarian, did anyone other than me visit this library? Yes, there is one. He comes quite often these days. Who is it? You mean that you accept outsiders so easily? Then the librarian stopped in front of a certain bookshelf. It was a space full of old books. Safian looked up at the books and listened to the librarian. "It's the Count Euclan." "Count Deculein?" "Yes," Safian smirked. "Can you tell me what books he's read?" "Yes, of course." When the librarian reached out, several dozen books came at once under his magic. "Also, I have a summary of his thoughts." "Thoughts?" "Yes." Safian couldn't hide her surprise. Lexel took out the books Deculein had read and placed them on a desk. "I lend the book and receive permission for my magic. What my magic is to win the thoughts of the readers. Take their thoughts." "Yes, it's a magic that requires the subject's consent." But the professor was happy to comply. "Good, show me." Deculein's thoughts. What was he thinking while reading this book? It seemed kind of fun. Was there anything unusual about him? He was a very polite nobleman. Lexel laid his hand on the books, and he copied the thoughts that Deculein had as he read. This was why Lexil was able to work as a librarian in the imperial palace for so long. Of course, it wasn't an ability that worked without the other party's consent, not only by word, but also by mental permission. But all of the thoughts they had while reading could be copied and put on paper. Lexil was the only surefire defense mechanism of the imperial palace library. "Good, you can go." "Yes." When Lexil left, Safian picked up the thinnest of the many books, starting with the collection of poems The Bard's Giant. There was nothing special about this book. A lyric book, it just recorded the song of the bards as they were. Therefore, there was nothing special about Deculein's thoughts that were copied on the pages of this book. Did he enjoy it as if he was savoring it, or did he quit after reading a few pages? There's nothing. But the Book of the Bard, its final chapter, held Deculein's thoughts. Several lines were laid out. Safian had a little trouble understanding them. There are few references to the songs of the minstrel, nothing special. However, at the end of a certain song, the phrase giant and emperor is particularly concerning. Lyrics close to the prophecy that the giant recognizes the emperor and the emperor recognizes the giant. Reading those bizarre lyrics, I'm hoping for some reason that Safian is happy. He wanted Safian to be happy. The emperor's eyes were stuck on one such cheeky sentence. Chapter 153, Round Table 2. There are few references to the songs of the minstrel, nothing special. However, at the end of a certain song, the phrase giant and emperor is particularly concerning. Lyrics close to the prophecy that the giant recognizes the emperor and the emperor recognizes the giant. Reading those bizarre lyrics, I'm hoping for some reason that Safian is happy. Safian flipped through the pages of the poetry book again, quickly discovering the verse. The emperor and the giant recognize each other, and all humanity and the giants, having otherwise no attachment to the world, are wandering in search of something to replace the nothingness. When a light is turned on in a dark world, darkness will cover the continent. Only then will humans know. They will realize like the giants. In the end, what was lost was a knot, the end that was not given to them. The stigma left like a curse, lyrics lacking a melody. The emperor closed the book and flipped through the next stiffly. Archaeology, evidence of giants. Many of Deculein's thoughts were buried in this document. Safian rested her chin in her hand and read. The continent is vast. It must have been the same for the giants. Though they had large bodies and far-reaching wisdom, that alone would not have been enough. However, given more time, they would have been able to see everything in the world. They could have crossed continents, sailed the seas, and reached the end of the world. At the end of it, the giants would have lost their will to live. Safian suddenly raised her eyes and looked across from the table. Deculein appeared like a fantasy in the empty seat, sitting upright and reading a book. His thoughts were conveyed in a whisper, but the humans couldn't. A human body cannot handle a world so vast. They couldn't see it and didn't dare cross it. Humans harbored the desires of giants, but they did not have towering legs or infinite time. They wanted to step across all the lands of the world, but they couldn't. They wanted to reach the truth, but they couldn't. They wanted to be the most powerful being, but they couldn't. Humans are, after all, dead beings. Now she knew what she had in common with the giant. HMPH. Safian knew nothing of the distant future. As time passed, and when the time to return to nature arrived, would she repeat this infinite regression, or would that moment be the last? Until the end comes, but if it was not the last, the end did not exist for her. Humans always want their needs to be met. If they don't have money, they want money. If they have no one to keep around, they want someone. If their dignity is impugned, they want to honor it. So, bizarrely, immortal humans would eventually wish for death at some point. The reason Deculein wanted her happiness came from that contradiction. Do you think they would not want death if they were happy all their life? Maybe they would. If this life were as happy as this winter, she wouldn't even consider the thought of dying. However, if you felt happy every second for the rest of your life, you would be classified as mentally ill. In technical terms, you would be suffering from mania. Librarian, Safian called for Lexil standing next to her. Lexil bowed his head. Yes, I'm here. She looked at the cover of the book for a moment. Can you erase it? Yes, it is possible. Lexil replied as if he had been waiting. Safian closed her eyes and nodded. Erase it. Yes. Lexil laid his hand on his book again, and Deculein's thoughts were erased. Safian picked up the book again, opening the pages. Deculein's thoughts no longer resided in it. She read the book slowly. Russell, Russell. Safian accepted the countless sentences, falling silent. But at some point she lifted her face. With sunken eyes, she looked to the empty seat opposite her. For some reason, I want you to be here. The round table's grand hall. Ephraim and Alan sat in the grandstand as Deculein's disciples, separated by glass from the main hall. There is something strange about this atmosphere. I know. Ephraim nodded agreement to Alan. As such, the composition of the hall was too daunting. Deculein sat in the center of the hall, and the 24 chiefs of the round table sat around the center looking down at Deculein. Monarch Deculein, the eldest wizard, spoke. Ephraim knew his name was Zechstein, the head of the pagan school of destruction. You submitted an unproven thesis to the floating island without saying anything to the round table. Do you have anything to say on this point? His tone was aggressive, but Deculein looked straight into Zechstein's as he answered. It's a thesis that hasn't been proven yet, so what does it matter? Zechstein's brow twitched, a gesture mimicked by the other heads sitting around him. Even Ihelm was surprised, but not Ephraim. Have you forgotten the round table? There was nothing to forget about. I simply submitted my thesis. Zechstein quickly became speechless. At that moment, Ephraim had a thought. This meeting wouldn't last long. The other side would renege first. I don't think we'll need the prepared documents. I didn't know that Euclid would disrespect the round table so much. Disrespect? Did you forget the amount that Euclid has donated to the round table? Most of the old wizards cleared their throats and stared at Deculein. Even if the floating island accepts your thesis, it is not entirely your work. Kagan Luna. You just followed the intention of one who has already died, the teaching assistant under you. At that moment, Ephraim bit her lip. Why was that damned old man suddenly selling her father's name to attack Deculein? That's right. Deculein answered matter of fact. HMPH, the old men twisted their lips and shook their heads. However, but his daughter is my disciple. Disciple? At that moment, Ephraim startled, and the faces of the round table furrowed. Alan turned to Ephraim, eyes narrowed. Oh, that? Well, hey. Assistant Professor Allen is not a disciple but a partner. That kind of relationship. Alan quickly turned his head away jealously. If a school is created, that child, not me, will lead it anyway. The reason is, Ephraim looked to Deculein, her face frozen in place. She will take care of providing the proof. So, it's a fixed thing. Zechstein's wrinkles deepened. He clicked his tongue. I don't think we're on the same page. The round table won't simply stand and watch. Then a smirk crept across Deculein's lips. Well, if you don't, neither will I. Even though the 24 heads looked down at him, he didn't step down. But not all of you will agree with that. Rather, his power alone appeared enough to overwhelm the round table. Everyone hid their emotions, but Deculein knew what they were thinking. He glanced around at them with a deep smile. There is still plenty of time. I'll listen more carefully to what you have to say. He wore the snake-like smile that Ephraim hadn't seen in a while. How dare you? The invitation ends here. Leave the round table. Whether that cold retort was terrifying, whether he was scared, Zechstein quickly kicked out Deculein. As soon as I returned from the round table, I received several threatening letters. Most of them were from the round table, but there were also some from who I presumed to be the altar and demon blood, as well as those from Rohakan. Hey, disciple, it's nice to see you doing well. I heard that you got the round table in an uproar. Those old men should be scolded once in a while, but I didn't know you would be the one to do it. You did scold them, right? Don't be the one to get scolded. And do you know what the coin enclosed with this letter is? Voices World. It's still a long way from being officially opened, but keep it. Don't throw it away because you can communicate with it. Let's keep in touch. Ha ha ha. So that's what I think, to be honest. I think the round table shouldn't exist anymore. While reading the letter, the middle-aged wizard visiting my office spoke. It was Devron. Hood pulled up. This one seemed to have made up his mind to stick with my camp. I see. I nodded and took out a golden toad from the drawer. Take it. Ah, you don't have to. A decorative and magical artifact. It responds to aggressive magical powers and murderous intent, so it won't be bad to keep around. Yes, Devron didn't hesitate to accept it. His tone grew more polite. There must be magicians who agree with me. I will approach them as carefully as possible. I nodded silently as Devron bowed his head. Yes, then. I'll go. Go carefully. Yes. Devron tightened the robe around him once more and left. Then Ephraim walked in. Ephraim glanced at Devron's back, then looked to me again. What do you want? Oh, here. I have compiled the thesis up to the part I understand. She set down the documents. There were a total of 300 pages. I skimmed it for a while, finding no noticeable problems. There doesn't seem to be any major mistakes or leaps in logic. Oh, thanks. Are you ready to leave? Yes. Ephraim's bright eyes shone blankly upon me. I put down the thesis and stared at her. We're going north soon. Did you forget? Then Ephraim's jaw fell slightly. Oh, right. Get ready. Yes. Ephraim quickly ran away. I didn't know what she would prepare, but she had grown, so I was sure it would be fine. North. Now, the number of enemies would gradually increase, and the world would enter the middle phase. It wasn't impossible to predict what the altar would do, but we needed to be well prepared. I looked out the window of the office, checking the blue sky and white ground. Evidence of winter covered both as bare trees peeked up from the snow. The northern business trip was next week, so Ephraim, Alan, and Drent were busy preparing their luggage. The three of them walked around together and grabbed this and that for their trip. First, we bought emergency food, bedding. What is it? Drent was fiddling with stones in the middle of the market. Ephraim felt sad for some reason, watching him with those empty eyes. Are you still working on that stone? Ha! Ah, it seems I'm almost there. Deculein's stone test. With Rose Rio in the lead, Ephraim, Luina, Crito, and other wizards began to clear one by one, but Drent was still struggling. Sigh. I was the one who gave a hint, so why am I the only one who can't do it? As he said, Drent was the first to hypothesize that a password was embedded in the stone. Forget it. That's not a test. Anyway, get ready to go north. Ha, isn't this a test? Yeah, they said we were mistaken. It was just a performance evaluation. Oh, still, it is an evaluation. Drent seemed down again, and Ephraim and Alan started moving busily again. Done. Now that, bring your armor. We should wear leather armor inside too. You know how many monsters there are in the north? Yes, now we're talking. All three of them went into a building with a sign reading Army Shop. And next week arrived. Huonk, the horn roared. Ephraim and Alan, standing on the platform, looked at the train's smoke blowing in the wind. Gulp. The day of their trip was here. Ephraim swallowed hard at the tension building up late. However, looking at Deculein standing next to her, she immediately calmed down. He looked like he was going to a vacation spot. Professor, what are we going to do in the north? Deculein answered Alan briefly. Exploration and investigation. Explore. Yes, the north borders on unexplored land. The north was called an extreme land, but strictly speaking, it wasn't. Even further north, there was an unfamiliar and unexplored land, a non-human continent famous for holding the name Annihilation. Investigating by inferring the condition of the unexplored land and pursuing a magical discovery based on the magical phenomenon of the north. Deculein turned to Ephraim. If we are lucky enough to witness the aurora, you will be able to experience a momentary step forward. Aurora, the most famous magical phenomenon on the continent. It had a reputation for being a special event that raised the level of a wizard by simply observing it. Creak, the train stopped, and moments after, the captain and station attendant got off to first greet Deculein. It's an honor to have you on our train, Professor. An honor. Deculein didn't answer, but turned to Ephraim, Alan, and Drent, still fiddling with the stone. Let's go. The imperial palace still bloomed in winter, but the atmosphere of this mysterious place, where eternal spring and eternal winter coexisted, felt subdued today. He's moving around a lot these days. Last time he went to the round table, and now he's heading north. The cause of the overall down atmosphere was Emperor Sophian. She heard something today on the news that Deculein had left for the north. It must be because it is winter, the round table, and the north. There will be a lot of things to prepare for. Jarling bowed and answered. Safian looked down to her board with clear dissatisfaction. The day we scheduled the fifth game of Go for HMPH, he's not even a fly. Jarling read her face to see whether or not to agree with this complaint or to watch. What will you do? Your Majesty, if Deculein doesn't come back by the day, it doesn't matter. Yes, Jarling thought he did well by just watching. Let's start the Northern Patrol. He was stunned for a moment by Safian's declaration that followed. He couldn't understand what he had just heard. However, Jarling was not foolish enough to ask for clarification in haste. Why are you so surprised? The Northern Patrol was always done by the Emperor. Safian laughed with disdain. Jarling quickly bowed. Yes, Your Majesty, the Emperor also visits the Northern Estates once a year in winter. Right, Safian interrupted Jarling. So, that means I will do the same. I understand, Jarling shrugged without a further word. Get ready, one horse will suffice. Did you say his name was Twilight? The stallion of the Imperial Palace was special. In a way, it could be said that it resembled a tiger. The most outstanding mare and male horses on the continent were interbred, raising an impeccable mount for the Emperor. Thus, he, like a tiger, ran only for the Emperor and galloped through the air. Yes, Your Majesty, we will prepare. Good, now leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Safian stood as soon as Jarling left to head to her dressing room. What kind of clothes would she wear north? What clothes to wear to face him now? To patrol? Safian looked through the numerous outfits and pondered. Chapter 154. Ephren's Time. 1. It also snowed on the floating island, though it was a magical phenomenon that the wizards artificially implemented. If they didn't, many addicts wouldn't know the change of time and seasons. In the city center of the floating island, Sylvia stepped through the snow while waiting for Eidnik. She stepped to deliberately make a sound. Ding-a-ling. At that moment, the door of the magic shop opened with the ring of a bell. Eidnik, carrying a backpack, stepped out and handed Sylvia a newspaper. Read it. Sylvia took the newspaper without a word. Her expressionless eyes scanned the text. Deculein and Julie were in the headlines. They say that the divorce is in progress, but there is a lot of gossip. Rumor has it that Deculein killed both Veron and Rockfell. No, Sylvia shook her head. Then she pointed to Julie in the newspaper. This woman is stupid. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Sylvia knew what Veron did to Deculein, what happened between the two. Also, how much Deculein loved Julie. But this stupid woman didn't know that. She didn't know anything. Forget it. With Sylvia's blunt reply, Eidnik shrugged. Is that so? Anyway, you're ready. Right? Yes. But here, what you asked for. Eidnik handed a stone to Sylvia. The stone was called Deculein's Test. As soon as the Imperial Magic Tower distributed it to the floating island, it became hugely popular. She could tell by looking around right now, as a similar stone was being held by almost every wizard she could see. More were sitting on tables in cafes and restaurants. She even noticed a fainted wizard at one table, a stone by their head. Gosh, he's a master at making trends. At Eidnik's words, Sylvia looked at the stone. However, just by staring at it with her mana, it moved. Oh, and did you know that Deculein privately published his writing? Sylvia raised her head. Writing? Yes, it's very noisy because of that. It was published privately and hasn't been released to the public. Also, I don't think it's going to be sold due to Deculein's nature. Rumor has it that the library on the floating island has increased its security to protect their copies. Increased security. There are 5 books. There seem to be some wizards who were seriously thinking about robbing the library. Sylvia bit her lip. The wizard Deculein was accomplishing much on the floating island. His theory was now treated akin to royalty on the floating island. Sylvia, aren't you curious too? Sylvia pondered for a long time before she opened her mouth. Maybe I can borrow it. What do you mean? Deculein's theory. Sylvia immediately turned around and ran to the library. Then, sprinting with her magic, all she left was an afterimage. Before long, she arrived on the 10th floor of the floating island's Mejason. This was the gathering place of all the books in the world, the Pentamall. Sylvia approached the librarian at the info desk. You came. Etheric Sylvia. He nodded as if he was waiting. Then he handed her one of the books, double and triple sealed. Euclid Theory, Essence, read carefully. This item is classified as a second-level book. Also, this is a note from Monarch Deculein to Etheric Sylvia. Sylvia was handed another small piece of paper containing a short sentence written in Deculein's elegant handwriting. I look forward to the day you kill me. Sylvia. A blizzard spread outside the train window. The raging blade-like wind scattered pure white dust around them, but the inside of the room was warm. Look here, that's why you should have studied the theory a little harder. I could have learned if it wasn't that difficult. Drent was teaching Eferen while Alan quietly knitted, the only sound being the occasional rumble from the engine. This peaceful atmosphere wasn't bad either. For me, for Eferen, or Alan, because I knew this quiet wouldn't last long. Professor, what book are you reading? I showed Alan the cover. The complex properties of the dual series magic circuit and the dynamics of magic for correct operation. Hee hee. Alan chuckled in a silly way and held out a tuft of fur she had knit into a scarf. Here, so your neck doesn't get cold. I don't need it. Oh, okay. Alan lowered her face as if a little disappointed. Let's consider that I gifted it to you. I don't get cold, so you wear it. Oh, okay, creak. Just then, the train slowed down with the sound of scraping iron. The three assistants stood quickly and packed their things. Knock, knock. We have arrived. Professor Deculein. The attendant knocked and led us out of the train. Ah, it's cold. Why, yeah. Thus we arrived at the Mazar station in the north. As soon as I stepped onto the open platform, Eferen and Alan wrapped their arms around their shoulders. I looked around, a bleak landscape greeting me. There wasn't a single person in sight, and the snowy mountain ahead was faintly visible through the obscuring blizzard. There is no one here. It seems that everyone is refraining from going out because it is winter, the conductor explained. Let's go. Yes. Outside the platform were 4 horses. Seeing the agitated horses, Eferen and Alan swallowed hard. Those two suffered from a disease known as horse-riding sickness. The destination where we arrived was the northern fortress Resental. You can stay here. We call it a small magic tower, but I am embarrassed to introduce it to a professor from the Imperial Magic Tower. It's quite a distance from the training ground so that you can stay comfortably. The officer who guided explained. It was a cylindrical and small tower with 5 floors. But, given it was in the north, it was rather tall by comparison. I understand. Yes, take a rest from your travels, your assistants too. When the officer left, Eferen, Alan, and Drent quickly went to their rooms. Eferen smiled brightly. I'll take this one. This is my room. What? If you're the youngest, use the smallest room. What? Don't you know about talent? The assistant professor gets the biggest room. Then me. I left them on the first floor and went upstairs. It was clear that the equipment laying there was quickly prepared for the wizards coming on a business trip. The third floor was a laboratory equipped with various tools. The fourth floor was a reading room, leaving the 5th floor as the space for me to stay, however. Hello, there was an unexpected guest already waiting for me. Brother, or I guess you're not anymore. A clear voice and a soft smile. My eyes met Josephine's. What are you doing here? Oh, it's nothing, just I'm here to offer a warning. Josephine laughed softly. Warning. That's right. Oh, I don't mean anything aggressive. We identified the start of a mana phenomenon in this part of the country. Josephine handed me some photos. One of a red thunderbolt, then a shimmering aurora, and the tail of a comet falling then ascending. This all happened 2 days ago. In particular, as if going against time, the comet fell and soared again, soared and fell again, and then disappeared by twisting space. I don't know, you can overcome anything, but people like the newbies downstairs who are sensitive to magic might be caught up. I nodded. Thank you for the information. So, Julie is doing well, still hates you. A smile appeared on Josephine's lips, but at the same time she looked at me with hardened eyes. Her health is improving. Julie is overcoming it herself. I'm glad. Josephine rested her chin against her hand and tilted her head. It's amazing. Brother, I didn't think it would be just like you said. Didn't I tell you I don't lie? Hoo-hoo, you don't. She looked back at me, chuckling playfully. Is this what you wanted? I looked into her eyes without a word. Her pure white irises sparkled like glass. Those eyes resembled Julie's. I want Julie to live. At those words, Josephine took a deep breath, then mumbled with a small smile. You, too. Love Julie as much as I do. The villain's fate. Death variable extinction. Store currency +2 death variable extinction. It was a sentence I'd never seen before. Perhaps it meant that Josephine's intention to kill me had completely disappeared. Could this mean that this skeptical sociopath finally trusted me? Then I'll just go. But if anything happens, Please contact me at any time. Josephine laid a crystal bowl down on the table, then faded away like a shadow. I sat across from her and looked out the window. The sleet was falling like petals outside. The next day, Ephraim woke early in the morning to dark outside the window, but feeling strangely refreshed. Mana was overflowing from her. What? A ball of fire rose from her hand. It was the simplest magic one could use to tell a magician's condition, and from it she could tell her concentration and power were exceptional today. Leaf, what are you doing? Then Drent appeared with a sleepy expression. He rubbed his eyes. Oh, Drent, you're unusually energetic today. Yeah. Oh, right, we're supposed to work on public support today, right? Right. Drent went into the bathroom yawning, and Ephraim rolled up her sleeves. This overflowing vitality is a good thing, she shouted cheerfully, heading off near immediately to their first destination, the village near the fortress. Oh my gosh, how could a precious wizard come to such a shabby place? Is there anything I can do to help? The barricades did collapse a bit, but I'll help you. Where is it? Yes. Oh, I will guide you. Ephraim restored the barricade that had been destroyed by a recent monster invasion. She also repaired the vigilantes' weapons, the herbalist's equipment, and cut down trees to provide firewood for the winter. Kid, how old are you? I am 10 years old. I'm not a kid. Hi, I see. She stroked the cute-looking boy's head. He was short and looked very young, but he was a skillful herbalist or something, according to the villagers. Your name is? I'm Zuffan. Well, Zuffan, then, keep up the good work on gathering herbs. Yes. Zuffan nodded stiffly and went straight into the woods. Ephraim watched him leave with a hand on her waist. Now, everyone, she turned to the people gathered around her. Anything else? No, it's fine now. Yesterday a shooting star fell in that forest. It's okay. Oh, there were a lot of weeds over there for livestock feed. I'll grind them for you. Ephraim moved vigorously. At that very moment, as she was about to step into the forest and clear the pile of weeds, she found a mysterious pond. It appeared to be dug deep in the middle of a bunch of bushes. The water sparkled like a star, and clear mana was bubbling out. Ephraim tilted her head and approached for a closer look. What is this? Silently, she looked into the pond. Ephraim's face was reflected on the surface. These days, the more time passes, the prettier I get. Anyway. The color and light of this pond were so pretty that she reached out her hand without realizing it. The hand inside the pond and the hand outside the pond touched BZZZ, and sparks of electricity sputtered out with stinging pain. Ah! Surprised, Ephraim quickly pulled back. Flicking the water off her fingers, she looked at the pond. What is this? Should she ask the professor? This pond itself could be a mana phenomenon. Ephraim thought so and went back the way she had come. But it was strange. The road was different. This wasn't the path she had just walked. First of all, the snow had piled up much higher than it had been 10 minutes ago, and the weather was much colder. She didn't know how to express it any further, but it was bizarre. What is this now? Hey! Then she noticed a young man passing by. Ephraim quickly waved her hand to him. The herbalist-like man shuffled towards her. Yes, speak. What just happened to the town? What happened? Yes. Ephraim nodded over and over, but when she checked the man's face a bit closer, her eyes widened. What's wrong? No way. He was taller than Ephraim and a young man in his 20s. However, that youngish face was one she had seen recently. Are you Zuffan? How do you know my O? The young man seemed to recognize Ephraim. The wizard I saw in the past. You haven't aged at all. What do you mean? Well, no wonder. You came with that professor. Professor? Yes, there was a professor who came with you last time. Right, where? Ephraim asked loudly. Zuffan pulled back and answered a bit reluctant now. He's waiting at the town hall, but... Ephraim ran to where Zuffan was pointing. She sprinted through the snow-covered road surface, shocked by the sights that greeted her. What? The village was no longer a village. A market filled with people suddenly appeared in a simple village until just now, and merchants and residents in fur clothes were bargaining loudly around her. What is this? Ephraim trudged along. For some reason, she felt timid, pulling in both her hands to her chest. The town hall that Zuffan mentioned wasn't far away. Over there, the town hall. When she saw it this morning, it was just a hut, but suddenly it grew bigger. Ephraim was bewildered, but for now, she focused on finding the professor as she grabbed the doorknob. Gulp, she swallowed hard, nervous, and opened the door slowly. Creak, a man wearing a black robe could be seen through the gap in the open door. He was sitting in a chair and reading a book. A lamp illuminated him, and Ephraim, "Professor." Then he turned. Only the lower half of his face visible under the hood, but Ephraim could tell who he was at a glance. Deculein. He rolled up his sleeves with a hard face and tapped his watch. "You should have told me the exact time." Ephraim, "Yes, what is that?" 6:05 p.m. Deculein took off his robe hood. He was as neat as ever. "You're 5 minutes late. When you go back, say it's 6:05, not 6 o'clock. Ephraim moved her lips wordlessly again and eventually tilted her head. She felt like her spirit was leaving her body. However, all the changes that Ephraim witnessed as she walked through the burgeoning town resulted in only one realization. Time. No way. And the future. Deculein nodded, his brow furrowed slightly as if she had realized it too late. "You're right. There was some confusion about your time. I came here for that." Seeing her stunned, Deculein then smiled warmly. Ah, but that smile was far more shocking, frankly more than their current magical situation. So Ephraim let go of her mind for a moment. Bang! She collapsed and slammed her head against the wooden floor. Chapter 155, Ephraim's Time. 2. Ephraim opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the wooden ceiling, magic lights dangling down above her. Ephraim vacantly blinked and opened her mouth wide in a yawn, shaking the sleep away. Gah! That's been going on for a while. At that moment, Ephraim stiffened. With a creak, she turned her head to follow the voice. It came from Deculein, as expected. "Ah, my dream. It wasn't a dream." Deculein put down the book that he was reading. Then, he looked at her with strangely kind eyes. Ephraim was afraid of his new display of thoughtfulness. It wasn't like him. "Why, no, are you the professor?" "That's right," Deculein answered calmly. "Aren't you a monster?" "What? No. No, where am I? Why is the kid suddenly big in the village? You are caught up in a magical phenomenon. Was it because of the pond in the middle of the forest? No, she just touched the water for half a second. Was it so wrong that it twisted the scales of time? Deculein explained the reason as she racked her brain. Because you are a special existence. What? You'll find out about the rest gradually. Follow me. Deculein stood, and Ephraim clambered out of bed to follow. The two came out into the village assembly hall first. Oh, the landscape of the north with its sharp winds, but people were coming and going, their expressions filled with energy. The accommodations present before, shops, market, restaurants, pubs, Ephraim was speechless to see the steadily growing village sprawled around her. How many years has it been? I'm not sure. What? Ah, so even the professor doesn't know how many years has passed. Deculein stalked forward. Ephraim struggled to keep up with his pace. No, Professor. More than that, how can this kind of magical phenomenon be possible? Isn't time traveling impossible? It is for ordinary wizards, but you're not ordinary. Was that a compliment or a curse? Ephraim looked up at Deculein, then set her gaze on the road behind them. A delicious scent wafted past them, hinting at heavily seasoned chicken skewers. Gulp, Deculein smiled. Are you hungry? Slurp. Oh no, but what do you mean not ordinary? It's because of your origin. Ephraim tilted her head, making her confusion obvious. Origin, you'll find out later on. What? She thoughtlessly glared at Deculein, but then glanced away for fear of being scolded. But the professor didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Seriously, what was this? A big question mark floated above Ephraim's head. Of course. Anyway, this is the future. Right. How do I go back? Back to the present? I don't know. Is that so? What? Ephraim grew flustered as she asked back. She thought that Deculein would know what she should do, how to do this. He would naturally tell her all the answers. This is the future. The connection between the present and the future is not a simple thing. Then, how? You should wait until the path opens again. The path? Yeah, Deculein nodded. Then he handed a skewer over to Ephraim using psychokinesis. How does the path open? Maybe. On the day the second comet falls. Aha! Ephraim belatedly recalled the words of the village people. About 2 days ago, a meteor fell in the forest, so she should be careful. When would that be? She took a bite of the chicken skewer. Nom, nom, nom. The first bite was so delicious, so she picked up speed eating. We don't know that. Either it could be in 3 days, a week, a month, or maybe even a year. At that moment, Ephraim suddenly stopped chewing. She looked up at Deculein with startled eyes, feeling like a deer in the headlights. Deculein let out a low laugh. Don't worry. But this was both strange and interesting. When she listened to him, even just his words, all her worries and anxieties disappeared. That was what happened when she was next to Deculein. He never changed, always remaining consistent. He was always calm. No matter how ridiculous the situation was, I just trust and rely on him. But I'll be by your side until then. Yes, what? Her heart fluttered a little, and she felt light-headed. Ephraim was lost for words for a while. She blinked, then shifted her gaze somewhere else, looking for anything or anyone to focus on. Wow, look at that person. Is that real tiger leather? She hurriedly pointed at a person with tiger skin all over his body like armor. Ephraim disappeared. The last eyewitness account from the villagers was 2 days ago. A meteor fell into the forest. What should I do? Professor, Ephraim might have been eaten by bears or tigers. Alan and Drent felt restless, but I wasn't really worried. I knew at least that there was no death awaiting Ephraim in her future. There's nothing to worry about. Let's start the mission. I'll assign a task for each of you. I wrote an official letter for mobilizing cooperation. It was a document asking soldiers from the nearby fortress to help with the mission. Alan, take this and collect soil near the unclaimed land along with a soldier escort. Yes, Alan nodded, pouting. Drent, you, thud. Then the door on the first floor opened. At the same time, 3 knights walked in. They stepped in without a sound other than the metallic clinking of their armor. They looked in all directions and searched between the walls and ceilings. In the end, one of the knights spoke to confirm that there was no problem. You can come in now. Your Majesty, 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 Alan and Drent blankly asked back. I looked through the wide-open door. Click, click, a woman appeared wearing a large fur coat that went from her shoulder down to her knees, fiery red long hair that cascaded down her back, and a pair of sunglasses. Emperor Safian, a unique individual, had appeared. Greet your Majesty. The assistants quickly bowed and knelt on one knee at the knight's prompting. Safian approached and looked at me. It's been a while, Deculein. She spoke with a happy tone, but I kept my eyes down at her heels. It's nice to see you, your Majesty. Never mind, get up. I stood and faced Safian. She took off her sunglasses, regarding me with crimson eyes. I was looking for you at the Northern Temple. The Northern Temple. Was the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? Safian and temples were a weird combination, but I suddenly understood with the explanation that followed. That's right, to resolve the second match that I promised you. 3 minutes later, Safian laid on the sofa on the 5th floor. Less than a few minutes passed since the world's most aloof emperor triumphantly arrived in stylish clothing. This sofa isn't very comfortable. She quickly became a sloth. Maybe it was because of the rapid temperature change, as the inside of the mini tower was quite warm compared to the sub-zero temperatures outside. Yes, I used Mida's hand on the sofa that Safian lay upon, thinking 3 levels should be enough. Mana permeated into the leather from my hands. How does it feel now? That's interesting. It has gotten better. Safian let out a big yawn and rolled around. One of her legs hung from the head of the sofa, and the other one lay half off the side as she spread out to reach maximum comfort. Your Majesty, are you here to play a game of Go? I'm here for 2 reasons. We have to patrol the north. Hara, Safian was already half asleep. This place is too small to serve as a base for the northern patrol. You're too loud. You talk too much. Get out. She kicked the sofa and shouted. Then, she began to nod off as if to flaunt her fatigue and idleness, which was close to becoming an incurable illness. Ha ha! Fortunately, her sleeping habits weren't bad. Safian fell asleep with a quiet snore. Watching her, I suddenly remembered something. Ephraim. Where did that kid go? I wasn't worried because I knew she would be fine, but I couldn't deny a level of curiosity. The meteor must be related to the magical phenomenon, but where and how was she struggling? I caught it. On the other hand, Ephraim was spending her time in the future with Deculein. Just like now, fishing, reading books, learning what she hadn't yet from Professor Deculein. The only difference from the past was that this Deculein was a little warmer. What happened in the future that the professor became like this? She was curious about that, but he wouldn't say even if asked, so there was no way of knowing. Look, Professor, isn't this really expensive meat? It's called icefish. If it's that big, that would be about 300 elnis. 300 elnis. Ephraim's eyes widened as she grabbed the fishing rod. Deculein started a fire and watched, thinking of making grilled fish. Weirding, the fishing line was thrown back off, and Ephraim watched Deculein make fish skewers. Slurp, When she instinctively wiped away her drool, Deculein's hands stopped. At that moment the atmosphere grew stiff, the space around them froze, and Deculein's expression froze over. Murderous intent overflowed from him. "Why, what is going on?" Deculein looked to Ephraim. Then he spoke in a very low voice. "The reason why I did not tell you much is that interfering here in the future will have a huge impact on the past." "What?" "But you are not the only one who knows about this." Ephraim belatedly became aware of the smell of blood not too far away from her. There is someone who is wasting their time on useless efforts. Deculein put the finished fish skewer on the fire. Crackle, Deculein pulled out his mana. Feeling unusual, Ephraim also prepared an attack spell. "So, you mean, Professor, that is. These are foolish people who think that if they kill you now, then you will also die in the past. You're a very important person here in the future. You know," Ephraim nodded, and at that very moment, there was no sound, just the gentle movement of the wind. But Ephraim had difficulty keeping up even with their movements, as it seemed dozens of monsters began to gather around them. Clang, then the clanking of metal. Ephraim raised her barrier, worried that it might not be enough. At the same moment, a snowy white crystal rose next to Deculein and flashed vividly. The space was cut apart as hundreds of monsters started to rush in, their bodies being torn apart by the wood steel. However, their blood was frozen in the air. Deculein's snowflake obsidian burned their enemies as it froze them, stopping them in their tracks. The battle was finished instantly. The field was covered in frozen shards of blood and pieces of flesh that then began to disappear. The flames of the snowflake obsidian cleansed the world. In a flash of lightning, it spread in all directions, radiating light as it melted the monsters down to ash. Ephraim couldn't understand even as it unfolded before her eyes, but Deculein explained it simply. "It is called the snowflake obsidian." Weirding, the wind shook the mountain. "They will continue to target you, but you have nothing to worry about. That is why I'm here." At those words, Ephraim's lips parted to form a dumbfounded expression. But in that silence, Ephraim discovered something very strange. She now understood what it meant when one's senses heightened before the battle. As Ephraim stared at Deculein, her intuition rang the warning. From the Deculein before her now, there wasn't a single sound a human should make. His body was too quiet. In other words, his heart wasn't beating. "Professor," Ephraim looked at his chest, her voice trembling. Deculein understood what her gaze meant and smiled a little. "There's no need to be surprised. My heart has already stopped." Chapter 156, Ephraim's Time. 3. The field around them was frozen solid thanks to the snowflake obsidian, shining like a blue jewel as Ephraim stared blankly at Deculein. "Your heart has stopped." It was hard to understand for Ephraim. No, it was hard to understand with anyone's common sense. But Deculein remained impeccably calm. "That's right." A cool wind brushed her neck, causing her skin to prickle. Of course, she had expected this to some extent, thanks to what the future Ephraim said, but the shock of hearing it personally was more than she expected. Ephraim chewed on her lips but found nothing to say. "Don't worry, I'll live 100 more years." Deculein smirked and put his hand on Ephraim's shoulder. "Let's go. There's nothing good in staying here longer." Then he turned around and walked off. Ephraim watched him and followed a moment later. "Where are you going?" "Professor, I have a lot to teach you." "What?" Each word from Deculein was bewildering. Not only his kindness but also the warmth in his tone were very unusual for him. "You'll know if you follow me." "Yes." Ephraim walked side by side with him. He was even considerate in slowing his stride. Even that was quite strange. Nevertheless, Ephraim began to imagine what would happen shortly as she followed. Safian opened her eyes. Brrrr, her eyelids were shaking strangely. It meant that she needed more sleep, so she closed them again. No, Safian opened them again. Then she turned her head. There was a man in the chair next to the sofa she lay upon. Deculein. "You, what are you doing?" She was still half asleep, but Safian mumbled the words. His answer was short. "I'm protecting your majesty." Deculein was looking at her, in a proper posture like some show of force, but other than that, he wasn't doing anything. Still, Safian felt burdened by his gaze. Tick-tock, brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Should I sleep more or not? Safian was thinking about it, but eventually pushed herself up. Then, Deculein's eyes widened for a brief second as the notification of completion for a quest popped up. He received store currency just from waking her up. Certainly, the Emperor was someone filled with quests. Achievement quest, Emperor's cough, completion of achievement, waking up Emperor Safian. Store currency plus one. Safian spoke while Deculein hid his satisfaction. Deculein. Yes. Safian looked out the window. A snow-covered landscape greeted her, but she wasn't used to it. For some reason, she felt as if the whole world had been turned upside down. Feeling ticklish, she belatedly realized this was the first time she had slept in a place other than the Imperial Palace. Safian looked to the ever-calm Deculein again. Deculein. Yes. Let's play Go. Yes. Deculein nodded and prepared the board and stones using psychokinesis. Safian sat up. She came from the north using the investigation as a pretext, but the truth was, this was her real purpose. This game tests one's brain and the joy of meeting someone strong in an otherwise sloppy world. Deculein, this guy, would forever be her opponent in the game of Go. I was white last time, so I'll take the black stones this time. Do as you please. Safian placed the white stones down in front of her. Don't we need a referee? Hey, a knight rushed in at Safian's call. Yes, Kindedge'll be our referee. Be a referee. Just stand there. I'll count the seconds. Yes, immediately after. Safian raised her eyebrows and looked at Deculein. Start. Yes. Deculein immediately placed the first piece in the lower right corner. Safian mirrored him, making her first move in the upper right corner. Then Deculein chose the lower left corner. It was an obvious early-stage strategy. Professor, Safian spoke after the eighth move. Yes, Deculein answered as they continued. Up until this point, the situation was divided between the north and the south. Deculein's black stones claimed the southern position, while Safian's white stones dominated north. So you've been to the Imperial Palace Library. But in the next 10 moves, Safian rushed to Deculein's position. In an instant, the white stones reached the lower right corner and began their assault. Yes, that's right. Then Deculein advanced to Safian's upper right position, not one to avoid conflict. It was a bold move, truly worthy of Deculein's pride. Why? The Imperial Palace contains the history of the continent. Already they reached the 24th move. Safian placed a white stone in the middle of the black stones. It was an aggressive move, but Deculein responded calmly without allowing himself to be intimidated. He blocked the path where Safian was likely to move. What did you want to know about its history? Even as he answered the question, their game never stopped. The ferocious battlefield now moved from the right side to the lower left corner. Safian's special force continued to fight fiercely on the 27th, 28th, and 29th attacks. Did you want to know about the giant? However, the professor remained unflustered. He responded calmly without distraction. He wouldn't fall for such a trick. To express his spirit in one word, it was refined. Did you want to know about me? I want Safian to be happy. Those words remained engraved in Safian's head. Your Majesty, there's no difference between a dream or a memory for me. Suddenly, Deculein mentioned something strange. Safian looked up at him. When I dream, I regain my memories from the past. Since he was the body of an Iron Man, 3 hours of sleep a week was enough. However, all the memories that appeared during those 3 hours came from Deculein's past. But one day, he dreamt of a time that had already disappeared. But sometimes I have memories of things that I haven't experienced. Safian placed the 26th white stone. The 52nd move fell with a loud thud. Deculein's brow wriggled as Safian smiled. Ahaha! It was a powerful move, to the point that she was proud of herself for coming up with it. Safian was shaking, looking as if she were shimmying her shoulders, but her expression remained as cold as usual. At that moment, in those memories, I was with your Majesty. Deculein spoke with the 53rd move, causing Safian's body to stiffen. There was no change in the state of the game. The 52nd move raised the white stone's chance of winning exponentially, and if it continued like so, Safian's victory was clear. It has been a long time. I don't remember much, but your Majesty was young, and I was alone. Safian hid her expression. This was one of her defense mechanisms. If he brought up the past world into the current world and had regrets from that world that has already passed and left, she would only feel like committing suicide. That past world was already gone. This professor, it's a shitty dream. Is that so? Let's just play. You're about to lose. Safian quickly pointed to the board. Deculein answered calmly. My chances of winning don't look very high unless your majesty makes a mistake. If so, did you say something weird on purpose so I would make a mistake? That's up to you to decide, your majesty. Arrogant jerk. That's what she said, but Safian felt quite nervous. Some time ago, Deculein mentioned something to her about a vanished world. The Deculein then wasn't the Deculein now, but she vowed to remember him. She also wasn't one to forget her vows. Boom! A roaring explosion shook the tower from outside. The night escort shouted, "Your Majesty, quickly, shut up. It's not a big deal. Go outside and have a look." "But, Your Majesty, Deculein," Safian continued, "will you be able to make sure that this match continues smoothly, if that's what Your Majesty wants?" 19 pieces of wood steel rose from behind Deculein. Guwang, the wood steel, pursued the source of the attack. The knight looked at Deculein, nodding. "Yes, I understand. The seventh strongest in the Empire and the Emperor's bodyguard, the head professor of the tower, Deculein, was reliable. Follow my steel." "Yes." The knight raced along after the wood steel. "But, are you all right? It seems to be a surprise attack aimed at your majesty." Safian smirked. "It's fake. Even if it were real, it'd only be those weak guys. It's just to hide their real intent. If it's a pretext, it's obvious. I expected it since I'm here in the north. If some are caught attacking me, they will leave evidence about their background before they die. They want to play with me, those lowly bastards." Tack. Safian continued with the 78th move. It was still a tight match, but after the 52nd move, the game was leaning towards her more and more. "I see. Well, you said that you have a disciple before. I still haven't seen her. What was her name?" "Epheren. It's Epheren Luna." Then, Safian's brow furrowed. Epheren was given the wrong name. It means drop. Why would you name someone as a drop? Epheren meant a drop in the rune language. Deculein moved without saying a word. Tack. There was an unusual echo with the 79th move. Safian watched in shock. She wasn't aware of it at first, but the more she thought about it, the stronger the meaning of the moves became. "Oh!" The black stone cut the front line in half from the center. It was a fatal point that surrounded the white stones on the right, while giving up on the left side that had already died. This was comparable to Safian's 52nd move, and it was an art-like gamble that even hundreds of her subjects couldn't come up with even if they worked together. Such a beautiful picture. Safian, admiring it vacantly, smiled. "That's interesting. Professor Deculein." Deculein looked up, meeting her eyes. "I never thought I'd say this in my life. The only fun game in this boring world, and the best opponent to push her to the limit with a fantastic play." She didn't know if it was just a good game or the opponent. "I've never felt this happy before." At this moment, this new art on top of the board that they felt together was enough to be called happiness. One day, 2, 3, 4, Epheren spent time with Deculein. To be exact, the future Deculein. In that time, she had learned a lot from him, not only expanding her magical thesis, but also mana breathing, efficient exercise methods, physical training, and more. She was growing used to this Deculein, and she could also clearly see her growth and development. "Follow me. I have something to show you," Deculein called to Epheren. "Today." In their simple but tidy cabin, Epheren, who was polishing her fishing rod, tilted her head and looked back. Now, she was even talking back to him. "Isn't it too cold today? It's also night. I thought we were going fishing tomorrow." "Come." "Yes." Epheren went outside with Deculein. He led her through snowy nature. But the road was almost frozen, and a piercing wind shook her. Epheren grabbed her hair as it whipped about. "It's so cold. It's windy, too. It's not far. We're almost there." Step, step, Epheren struggled to walk. The farther she went, the more she became stuck in the snow until it was up to her knees. She couldn't even see an inch ahead because it was dark. "There it is." Deculein pointed somewhere, and suddenly she could see a small fire and fence beside 2 rocking chairs. "Sit down." Deculein sat down first. Epheren staggered into the empty chair beside him. "Why are we here? It's freaking cold." "Look up." Epheren pouted and turned her gaze upward. Then, she was lost for words. Admiration flowed from her wide-open mouth. Wow! Above her was a sky full of stars, moon, and clouds. Their spot was like some observation deck where you could stargaze without any interference. This view, oh, looking at the stars, she suddenly thought of something. An electric current rushed through her brain, even reaching her fingers. "Professor," Epheren quickly looked back to Deculein. "You know, wouldn't I be able to go back and forth?" "Back and forth?" Deculein frowned while Epheren nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, you said that the comet was the problem. Then there must be a record of them from the past. This is the future. Then, wouldn't I be able to come back every time there's a shooting star, objectively speaking? It was a very quick generalization, and it lacked magical logic. But Deculein didn't feel any need to point it out, maybe, because it was close to the truth. So, you want me to look after you every time you come? What? No, no. I'll have grown up more next time, of course. Then, Deculein produced a document. Ephraim took the paper with wide eyes. Oh, an investigative report on celestial activities in the north for the past 10 years. What, you already knew about it? Deculein smiled lightly and buried himself in the chair. Ephraim grinned with excitement as she calculated the date of the next shooting star. Oh, it's in 10 days. There's also one after a couple of months. I think I could go back and forth 2 times. Don't be so sure. But still, if it's possible, I'll come back twice. You don't have to come back. Deculein shook his head. I also have somewhere to go. Where? He smiled silently. Then, he put his hand on top of Ephraim's head. My foolish student doesn't need to know. Ephraim continued to stare at Deculein, realizing all that was different about him. The future Deculein was in a robe, not in a suit just like before, and his smile right now was full of sorrow. Ephraim had a lot of questions. Why his heart had stopped, what happened in the future, what happened to Sylvia, and where did Drent and Alan go? Yes, I'm still foolish. But she didn't ask, she thought she shouldn't. Ephraim, look at the sky. Deculein pointed up. A comet streaked across the distant sky, releasing enormous mana with its glimmering tail. Oh, I saw signs of celestial activity last night. I thought it would be tomorrow, but fortunately, it came early. Ephraim looked at Deculein again. She was a bit sad and teary, but soon she shook her head and forced the words out. It's all right. I can come back soon. Really? The future Deculein offered her a bright smile. He patted her on the shoulder like he was proud. Then, as the comet continued to streak across the sky woo-whoosh, the flash of mana sparkled like lightning, coloring the whole world with its radiance. Ah! Immediately after, a shark set her head, trembling. Ephraim held her temples, stumbling in pain until she ran into Deculein's shoulder. It's all right. He glanced down at her. The cold wind vanished, a warmth now surrounding her body. His presence appeared to be filling the area. Rest comfortably. When you wake up after a short break, it will be the old days again. Ah, yeah. Ephraim slowly closed her eyes. As if the pain had already disappeared, a small smile came to her mouth. Her whole body was warm, like she was lying under a cotton blanket. After a while, when she opened her eyes again just as he said, "Oh, that's Ephraim." Ephraim was lying near the lake. Ephraim, Ephraim, a cold day and starry dawn. Leaf, leaf. Ephraim looked blankly to Alan and Drent screaming from afar. Chapter 157, Forest. 1. The second match resulted in Safian's victory with a 2.5-point lead. Mwahaha. The way Safian celebrated her victory was sinister. Her face hadn't changed, but the way she smiled only with her mouth was interesting to see. Meanwhile, I slowly reviewed the match, going over the strategic moves and careless ones inside my head. Then, I started to study them using understanding. We caught them, Your Majesty. The Imperial Knights approached courteously to offer their report. The truth was, the situation was taken care of a while ago, but everyone had waited until the game was finished. Will you go back to the palace and interrogate them, or there's no need for that, just kill them? But, Your Majesty, the one pulling the strings, kill them all. I don't have time to spare on those kinds of bastards. Burn all of their bodies. Yes. All the knights stepped back and left. Safian watched them leave before turning back to me. Deculein, this was fun. The third match will be next week. I see. Are you confident? Yes, it was your time to win. I nodded and Safian smiled. Good, I'll be looking forward to it. Professor, at that moment, a loud voice rang from inside my pocket, coming from my crystal bowl connected with Alan. We found Ephraim. Oh, Safian's smile widened just a bit, and her voice turned kind. The fallen child has come. Go ahead and check on her. I will review this great match. I have to do my best so that I won't lose to you. Yes, Your Majesty. I stood and backed out. Are you feeling okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Ephraim was on the way back to the lodging with Drent and Alan. I'm okay. It wasn't even a big deal. I just got lost for a second. Fortunately, she wasn't away for too long. No, it was only for 3 days, though Ephraim spent about a week with the future Deculein. Well, magical phenomena are common during the winter here in the north. Oh, it's the professor. Drent pointed to where Deculein stood, awaiting them. Ephraim had been with him for a week, but precisely because of that, she felt awkward around him. Deculein, wearing a suit, watched her with chilly eyes. Ephraim. He spoke in an already unfamiliar tone to her. Cold and sharp as steel, Ephraim grew still. Yes, where did you go? That's a secret. She scratched the back of her head. Deculein scrutinized her, his eyes sweeping from her head to her toes. There's a penalty for not participating in the mission and for leaving the area. You won't have any complaints about your secret. Yes, go inside. Ephraim passed him begrudgingly and opened the door to the lodge. Though part of her thought it was unnecessary, she couldn't help but feel disappointed, and a strange emptiness took place in the corner of her heart. It was so strange that time did not fit. She sighed, trudging up the stairs. Are you Ephraim? She raised her eyes and stiffened in place. You're Deculein's disciple, right? Long hair burned like flames and beautiful eyes sparkling like rubies, belonging to the successor of the noblest family on the empire and the most powerful on the continent, Emperor Safian. Safian Eketer von Yegus Jifrin. Thud, Ephraim knelt on the spot. Yo, your majesty. Nice to meet you, Uwu. Her vocal cords suddenly contracted, causing her voice to crack. Safian grinned and gestured for her to stand. Don't bother. More than that. I'm curious where you went. What? Safian was able to see the mysterious energy swaying next to Ephraim. It was known as a trace or a track. Deculein should have noticed it too. Did Deculein say anything to you? Yes. Yes, he told me to just go inside. Well, then again, it's not in his character to pry into things like that. Safian looked into Ephraim's sparkling eyes. However, I want to ask something. I'm also curious whether you'll tell me the truth or if you're going to lie. There was a smile playing at the Emperor's lips. Ephraim swallowed nervously. At the edge of the north, at the foot of a mountain near Rekordak, Julie wiped off the blood covering her sword and body. This is the north. Blood-stained ground, torn flesh in all directions, and fatal scars etched on Julie's back. There were serious injuries that would mean immediate death for normal people, and if the bleeding weren't staunched, it would be hard to guarantee her safety even as a knight. Yes, but Rayleigh was calm to mirror Julie. For now, it was fortunate that they had survived. If it's that big, could buy a house in the archipelago. Rayleigh pointed to the animal slain after the bloody fight with a black pattern in between its yellow and white fur. It was a cunning tiger that devoured herb gatherers and explorers at the foot of the mountain. He looks like an adult. You should make your knight armor with its leather. Rayleigh approached Julie. It's going to hurt a little. It's fine. She took off her smashed armor and applied medicinal herbs to her torn muscles. Julie's slender shoulders shook all the while. These types of injuries were more than twice as painful when healing. Ah, does it hurt? I can take it. But you're crying. I'm not. Still, Knight Julie has achieved a feat, just as Lord Zeit had. She didn't answer back no matter how long she waited. Oh, Julie's eyes remained closed. She had lost consciousness. During that time, Rayleigh busied herself separating the tiger's skin from its flesh. She would dry the leather and make it into armor, and she would grill the flesh for Julie while she healed. Oh, Deculein, you bastard. Clang. Then, feeling a sudden flash of anger, she threw down her tools. It wasn't enough to break down the order of the Freyham Knights to bury the truth about Veron. The fucking bastard also killed Rockfell, the everlest guy in the world, somehow crueler than Deculein. It's so annoying. She shouldn't have believed it from the start. She should have kept on doubting it. But still, Rayleigh looked back at the fainted Julie. Now Julie was getting stronger, because of his betrayal, because he broke down everything she had. Julie, who had nothing to rely on, had to lean on herself. You'll regret it someday. Killing the tiger was an obvious achievement, only accomplished in a one-on-one fight on one other occasion by the head of Freyden, Zeit. Seriously. Rayleigh used magic for tanning the leather and grilling the tiger meat. This much was easy for her support and control. Someday, I'll definitely. Rayleigh ground her teeth, thinking of Deculein. If this was the kind of anger she felt right now, what must Julie be feeling? What about her heart, frozen solid by the bitter cold? I'll make you regret everything. Rayleigh, be quiet. Oh, you're awake. Julie, coming to her senses, smiled despite her pale pallor. Rayleigh quickly handed her the tiger meat, and Julie took a bite. How is it? Julie nodded. It's good. I think this can be considered the spoils of the war after the pain of fighting. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, eat up. Julie tore at the meat, and Rayleigh watched her with a smile. Eat a lot. Get better quick. Yeah, Rayleigh, I owe you a lot. Thank you for all this time. Her gratitude didn't last long. She closed her eyes as she held onto the tiger leg, falling into a deep sleep. No, maybe fainted was the right expression. She had lost a lot of blood while fighting against the tiger. There's no need for thanks. Cold winter and a desolate wind. In the extreme north, Rayleigh only possessed one motive. For Julie to get well soon, so she could take revenge on Deculein. It was then. Rayleigh felt a thirst for blood radiating from nearby. With her eyes wide open, she clutched her wand in one hand and a dagger in the other. Ephraim was restless. Her fingers and toes were wriggling. It wasn't even warm, but she was sweating profusely, and her hair was already drenched. It was all thanks to Safian lying on the sofa in front of her. Hum! Safian gallantly abducted Ephraim, but as soon as she arrived, she stuck herself on the sofa. She had used up too much mental energy on the game of Go, and her fatigue had belatedly caught up to her now. Anyhow, where were you? Safian couldn't even properly talk to Ephraim. She yawned with her mouth wide open. To Ephraim, she was like a big cat, but that cat's power was weighing her down. Oh, Safian looked up at the ceiling vacantly. Your Majesty, may I go now? Safian rolled her eyes and looked at Ephraim. Then, she shook her head. I still have something to ask. Aye, is that so? Where have you been? What do you mean? Safian snickered. The mana in your body is different, to be exact. Your body is filled with celestial mana. Oh, it was probably because of the shooting star. She was soaked in that mana as it soared through the sky. Deculein might have sent you away despite knowing, but I won't. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. It was reassuring that Safian was an emperor. No one would dare demand her to reveal her secrets. Even so, Ephraim shook her head. I'm sorry. Then. Safian looked up to the ceiling, running through inferences in her mind. Why is your body filled with celestial mana? Ephraim wriggled her hands and feet again. She was drenched in sweat. Also, Safian took Ephraim's robe off using psychokinesis. Ephraim quickly grabbed at the hem of her clothes, but Safian's exquisite control easily pulled out the robe's contents. Ah, what is this? An astronomical report on the shooting stars of the past and the future dates of comets, all according to the future Deculein's perspective. Can I look at this? If you tell me not to, then I won't. The Emperor's face was half asleep as she retorted. No. Safian fell asleep without even hearing Ephraim's answer. The day given to her was exhausting. Ahem. Ephraim slipped her hand in to take the document that Safian had taken. But Safian yawned at that moment and turned around with the document still clutched in her arms. Ah, new. This is amazing. Professor, it's fun. Woo-wash. A swift snowmobile cut over the snow-covered ground. The steel body of the motor was as solid as a rhinoceros. Wow, I drove skillfully, and Alan sat amazed behind me. Our speed wasn't much different from the horse troop following behind, but Alan complained of motion sickness. This is it. Today's mission was to collect and analyze soil. This area, adjacent to the unexplored land, was still a place that could be considered extreme, so we required an escort. Everyone put the soil in this sack. Yes, the soldiers scattered after receiving sacks. I stood still and spread the wood steel. Then Alan looked at the map. Professor, Rekordak is in this area. The worst prison on Earth, and likely the location where Julie was on duty. There was a prison at the crossroad, but we passed through it on purpose because of her. If it's Rekordak, then it's very terrible. Alan. Yes. Be quiet and work on setting up. Yes. Zip. Alan zipped her mouth and began setting up. The mini-lab table, a reagent bottle, magical analysis tool, and more. The dark energy permeating the soil decreased over time, so she brought all these devices here, thinking they would be needed to analyze the soil right at the location. Are you finished? Yes. I furrowed my brow, sensing a strange murderous intent coming from the wood steel. In addition, I also identified a destructive spell nearby, at the edge of the north. In that place, where you didn't know when demons or tigers would appear, a wizard was using such loud magic. Professor, I asked for a report from the wood steel that went northeast. The first one who sensed the bloodthirst delivered its unique resonance. In addition, it also delivered the scene that it witnessed. The very next moment, my expression stiffened. I bit my lip. It was a very troublesome situation. I sighed as I climbed on the snowmobile. Professor, where are you going? I just finished setting up. I have something to do. The wood steel spoke just now and also showed me something, far away, in the forest. Julie, unable to fight, and Rayleigh were surrounded by enemies. Me too, I'll go too. Alan clambered onto the snowmobile. It was bothersome because she was like extra luggage, but I didn't have time to care about such things. Weaving. I used Mita's hand on the snowmobile, sending it off with a roar. Chapter 158, Forest. 2. Tusk. Rayleigh felt their killing intent stick to her skin. The uninvited guests were slowly surrounding them, releasing their auras with no thoughts of hiding. Miss Knight. Rayleigh looked at Julie, but she was unable to continue to fight, badly injured and slipping in and out of consciousness. The opponent she had fought was a tiger. Even if it was Julie, she needed to rest to heal. That meant all she had to rely on was herself. At that time, a group of unidentified assailants appeared from the shaded areas of the snowy field. Rayleigh looked at each of them, but they were all covered by robes. Not a single one of them showed their face. Even what she could see was covered by a mask. Phew! Rayleigh warmed up her mana with a sigh, inspecting the circuit and preparing a spell. A second later, an explosion rocked her. Boom, 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 boom. An eruption of mana kicked up snow, sweeping through the field. Rayleigh protected herself, and Julie using the spell Deculein barrier, but the dark red flames persisted around the barrier. She was hemorrhaging mana to maintain it. Crack! Pandemonium surrounded her. The ground was violently hollowed out, and a cloud of thick smoke obscured her vision. Rayleigh glared through the smoke from inside the barrier. Oh, you motherfuckers, say something before you shoot. There was no response. Only her voice echoed out. They prepared a second and similar spell. There's no answer. She bit her lip and muttered softly. Survival appeared unlikely. If she dismantled the barrier and resorted to offense, Julie would be in danger. Rayleigh couldn't even guarantee she could kill all of them. However, even if she maintained the barrier, there was no possibility that she could fend off their consecutive attacks. No way. Suddenly, Rayleigh recalled something tucked away in her mind. Deculein was on a business trip to the north. It was part of the mission given to him by the chairman, but something was strange. There must be a reason why Deculein obediently headed up to the north. Hey, you bastards, did Deculein send you? But they didn't answer. They continued to prepare their second destructive spell. So, Deculein sent you, that crazy motherfucker. What he did wasn't enough. Rayleigh's roar echoed through the frost-covered trees, spreading out further and further. Inside an empty forest. Eventually, the answer to her suspicion returned. Stop having crude thoughts. Vroom! The din of a loud engine cut through as a snowmobile soared through the air and stopped near Rayleigh, slipping past the group of people in robes. Rayleigh's jaw dropped. No blood and no tears. From the very beginning, I'm the villain, that's what his face was saying. The one responsible for the massacre of thousands of demon blood. The mortal enemy of Julie and Rayleigh, the head of the Deculein, Deculein. Sorry, I was mistaken. His eyes stared past Rayleigh to Julie, who was asleep next to her. She appeared near dead with her pale complexion. Her breath was so quiet it might stop at any moment. Excuse me. Rayleigh was confused by the light in Deculein's eyes. A strange pain swayed in them, clear as the pride they revealed. Take Julie and go. Really? Deculein moved his wood steel without a further word. Clang! Metal rang out as 19 pieces of steel shot out to the robed assailants. I'll take care of these insects. Rayleigh was curious about his confidence. No, she was also curious why he was helping. Where did he suddenly come from, anyway? She had a lot of questions, but she was lost for words as she watched his onslaught. The wood steel soared into the sky and fell like meteors upon the robed group. Schwa! They hurriedly formed a barrier, but it was quickly destroyed by Deculein's rapid interference. What happened next was obvious. Clang, 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 clang. The 19 pieces of steel shot to the ground, generating shockwaves and dust. The bombing shook the forest and left nothing of the enemies. Rayleigh watched with blank eyes, going through magical analysis in her head. The way that Deculein killed those wizards was with overwhelming violence, without using any magical equipment. He took a piece of steel using psychokinesis and amplified it with kinetic energy and mana. It all looked too simple, but if his opponent was a wizard, it was impossible to deal with it. This was all a result of Deculein's mental capacity. He dismantled all of his opponent's barriers just before the flood of steel came down. He understood and interfered with the magical structure at a glance. Deculein looked back. Rayleigh stepped back into a crouch, but his gaze was fixed on Julie. She still showed no signs of waking. Looking at her, Deculein spoke in a low voice. "You're as pitiful as always." Rayleigh's blood boiled. "Excuse me, all of this is because of you." Deculein looked at Rayleigh, his expression saying one thing: "You're even more pitiful. Go, we'll clean up after you." "We." At that moment, the assistant professor, Piang, popped out from under the snowmobile. Alan smiled and bowed. "Hello, I'm the assistant professor. Ale, also." Deculein covered Alan's mouth. "Don't tell Julie anything." Rayleigh looked around. Between their assailants' destructive spells and Deculein's bombardment, the area looked like a scene from hell. Rayleigh nodded. "I won't. Also, thanks for saving us. Honestly, I don't even know why you helped us." I collected their bodies with Alan, combing through the pieces of robes, crushed bones, smashed flesh. The result, we concluded, was that it was the altar. As expected. Main quest. Named Hunting Main Quest. It was a quest in which the altar began to attack the named one after another. They would choose a named that could interfere with their goals and ambush them, and players were no exception. In technical terms, it was a random encounter. There would be quite a few named that would die from this quest, so from now on, I needed to go all out. "The altar?" Alan asked with widening eyes. Maybe. This kid also knew about the altar. I could now tell when she truly didn't know something or pretended not to know. They're a group of fanatics who circle undeveloped areas in the north. "Oh, what? Can people live in those lands?" Alan's eyes changed from table tennis balls to baseballs. Her acting skill wasn't to be underestimated. The undeveloped areas are still a part of the continent, and with the land dying, agriculture and raising livestock are impossible. Monsters and beasts also run rampant. It is possible to stay there for a short while. Long-term is nearly impossible. The altar's sanctuary resided there. This dark group believed in the resurrection of God and tried to manifest them at any cost. But what they were trying to revive was not a god, but another religious fanatic. The whole story was revealed in the main quest. Aha, but this. How did you know that these corpses belong to altar? Dark energy is flowing through their body. There are also traces of artificial blood vessel transplants. Ha! Blood vessel transplants. I looked to the distant horizon, beyond the forest. Over there was the unclaimed land. Not all that far away either. There was no division whatsoever separating us. Yeah, blood vessel transplants. It's also proof that these guys are demon blood. Demon blood. Alan's voice trembled slightly. Compatibility is important in transplanting blood vessels. Transplanting a dark energy flowing blood vessel into an ordinary human being would kill the human in just a few days. Even organ transplants had complications, and non-human blood vessel transplantations were only possible for those with demon blood. Since dark energy flowed through those with demon blood, their body could last even after the transplantation process. Of course, the lifespan of the demon bloods isn't long, 6 months at most. They are being used as disposable soldiers by the altar. Whether they were brainwashed and fooled or they volunteered, now that it's done, it's better to die. Their pain will only grow worse. Alan didn't answer. She didn't know this much either. Well, human modification, including transplants, wasn't revealed until the second half of the main quest. Is that so? It's somewhat cruel. I looked at Alan. Her head was down, but I could feel her sorrow as snow landed on her hair. "Let's go. There's still a lot to do." I put my hand on Alan's little head. Then, she looked up as if nothing had happened. "Yes." I got back on the snowmobile and took the handles. Suddenly, I looked toward where Julie was being carried away by Rayleigh. The woman shook Deculein's heart with just a glance. Seriously, I wanted her to love me. At the same time, I hoped she wouldn't forgive me. I hoped she didn't look back. That she would hate me, loathe me, and survive. Then, after she survives, I wanted her to come back to me. What a troublesome woman. Perhaps. I couldn't do anything about this selfish mind. It wasn't a common affair for one to hate me and live. I didn't just wish for anyone to be happy, more or less, without me. I loved her too much, and at this point, I couldn't distinguish whether Deculein loved her or if I did. "Professor," Alan spoke to me while I was staring in the air. "It's nothing." I stepped on the gas. Vroom, the amplified snowmobile cut through the snow. It had been more than a week since they came to the north. During that time, Ephraim gradually became used to this snowy white world. She was having fun in her way, finding many things to do like staring contests, hunting wild boars, camping, and more. Hugh, more than that. The second time wasn't far away, and she would go to see Deculein. Epheren, can't you even do simple arithmetic? What? Deculein snapped her out of it. While reviewing the report submitted by Epheren, he sent the pages scattering off the table. Look at it yourself. The documents fell. Epheren narrowed her eyes. Are you distracted? If you make another mistake like this, I will kick you out. I'm sorry. What kind of mistake was it? Epheren quickly picked up the papers. Oh, looking over it. The dark energy concentration of the soil in the area was calculated incorrectly. The result of Epheren's calculation was 0.0004%. However, the correct value according to the depth wasn't included, and if corrected, it was around 0.00056%. 0.00056, 0.0004% is also serious. Isn't it too high? If the figures come out like that, no matter how hard it is to believe, it has to be true. We need to strengthen the Northern Region's policy by informing Central. Yes, I'll be right back with the telegram. Epheren went upstairs, taking the report with her. Trudge, trudge. Once they were connected with the tower, Epheren began to send the report. It's a document that records astronomical activities that haven't happened yet. An aloof voice flowed in from behind her. Epheren straightened up. Then, she looked behind her to see red hair that was burning in the dark. Very mysterious. Emperor Safian. She thought Safian had left yesterday. Why did she return? Epheren also thought she hadn't read the document properly before. But she had. That, just as I said before, it's just a prediction. It is not absolute. You are lying. Telling a lie in front of me, that's a grave offense. It's new art. Epheren knelt in fear. Safian smirked. It's fine. I'm just curious. It deserves a compliment for raising my curiosity. Epheren sighed with her head down. That's right, Epheren. If a shooting star falls, are you going to the future? Her deduction was accurate. No, it was just an assumption. HGH. However, she was convinced by Epheren's loud reaction. She hit the nail on the head. Even so, there was nothing she could do, whether she knew or not. That's amazing. Well, it's understandable considering your talent. It's an honor. Never mind. Don't write what you just heard. Yes, yes. Safian went down on one knee and raised Epheren's head. She looked into her shaking eyes. Then, can I go there too? Gulp. She swallowed nervously. Epheren felt so flustered right now, but she knew how to answer. I'm not sure either. I also just happened to go there. Good. Then the shooting star is in 2 days. Yes. Safian wore a deep, captivating smile that made Epheren even more nervous. I will go, too. If I can go, then I will. If I can't, then I won't. But then I'm sure of the reason. Time. Safian was confident time would surely be on this person's side. Yes. Epheren had no choice but to raise herself, though Safian blocked her when she was about to bow. Stop it. You don't have to. You're so warm and cute for some reason, so just stay as you are. With the Emperor's compliment, Epheren replied with earnestness. It's such an honor. Chapter 159, Forest. 3. The prison in the far north. Rekordak. An extremely cold region where the temperature didn't even reach 10 degrees in the middle of the day, in a place known as the concentration camp of the worst criminals on Earth. Ah, I told you. You can't. Rayleigh stopped Julie from walking out of the main building. Julie, caught by the nape of her neck, was dragged back in brusquely. I said I'm fine. Why do you keep doing this? What do you mean fine? Rayleigh poked Julie's back. Her eyes opened wide and she flapped down, her body aching. What do you mean fine? You're dying. Ahem. Julie's condition was still serious. Her physical injuries were accompanied by mana exhaustion. But still, I have to say thank you. What? You don't even know who it was. Also, I already said thank you. I also gave them the tiger meat. Interestingly enough, Julie vaguely remembered the attack 2 days ago. Of course, she was unconscious, but her body remembered. It was a characteristic of a master. Even if it was a battle that you hadn't fought, the effects of the mana remained. Tiger meat? Yes. The truth is, he couldn't collect the tiger's body because he was running away, but Deculein would have taken it otherwise. That is why, if you want to go out so badly, go for a walk with me. Wear this. I heard that this leather can even stop a sword. Rayleigh put the tiger leather coat around Julie's shoulder. Then her white cheeks flushed red, like she was embarrassed. It was made by a master craftsman. Even though she didn't say it, Julie's lips were quivering. and sounds were flowing out of her like an excited puppy. Thank you. Really? For what? I made a helmet with the leftover leather. It's fine, right? Of course, you have the right to. Hee hee. Well, anyway, let's just go for a walk. The two left the main building and walked slowly. The cold wind was harsh, but the tiger fur kept them warm. But still, there are also people who live in this place. To be honest, I was scared when we arrived. The land of Rekordak was divided into the main building, concentration camp, watchtower, and castle wall, though one could see the lives of the convicts from the main building. They were exercising right now, using weights crafted of stone, though some were exercising with just their bodies. It all felt ridiculous. They, who knew the seriousness of life, were brutes who had taken the lives of others. Are you feeling better? Knight, not this injury, the old one. I'm improving. That's good to hear. Get well soon and be an example. Don't lose that tiger leather. You'll want to be careful of thieves. With that alone, they can't ignore you. Julie nodded. Then, she asked quietly, Rayleigh, you said that Deculein is in the north. Rayleigh was quite surprised, but she quickly regained her calm as she recalled Deculein's request. Yes, I got a report from the crystal ball, but we won't meet him. There was a famous saying, the adventurer who can't lie is a scammer. Yeah, I hope so too. Julie's expression froze over. Rayleigh swallowed anxiously. Her frozen anger was scarier than any blazing fury. I don't know what I'm going to do either. I don't want my anger to control me. Rayleigh forced a smile. She did so to change the subject, and Julie complied, feeling awkward. Why are you laughing? No, you're just so serious. What do you mean? Julie narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, it was the word she hated to hear the most. It was like the way a person would feel if you told them they were ugly. Do you know that line from that one old novel, I won't let anger eat me? No, what is it? A Palantir, the knight's role model. I read it before. No, really. I read it when I was young, and I just thought of it coincidentally. Rayleigh chuckled at Julie's pathetic excuse. Oh, by the way, try smiling properly. You haven't smiled lately. Not a fake smile to reassure people, a proper one. Julie didn't answer. She continued through the cold without a word, occasionally glancing around the desolate landscape of Rekordak. Miss Knight. Smiling was a habit that a knight should avoid, and smiling reminded her of her pathetic self from before. Once a year is too much, so once a month smile for me. That's all I want. His sweet talk that asked her to smile for him once a month. She resented that she fell for such empty words and was disappointed in herself. Rayleigh, don't ask a knight for a futile smile. Now her smile was gone. The north was still peaceful. The tasks given to me were a little more practical than those assigned to me in the tower, which meant they were more convenient. Just as you have instructed, we made a new map of the nearby area. Also, a letter has arrived. Today, I received a map and a letter from the fortress guard. The letter was from Yriel, a very welcome name to see, so this kid knew how to send a letter. Good job, you can go back. Yes, I put the map down on my desk and opened the letter first. Hi, how are you? I could hear her voice. Hehe, it's a new magic that I learned. It is kind of hard. I barely completed this in 3 days. Maybe because it's not right for me. Voice messages were quite a difficult magic to master. She was quite enthusiastic about magic these days, working hard to learn this and that. I heard rumors that you are working in the north. Ha! What? Did I do something wrong? Isn't this how you do it? But it's saving my voice properly. Whether she was learning this magic in real time or someone was meddling. Yriel suddenly started arguing with someone. What did you say? No, I can do it like this. Hey, what's the problem? My voice is saved, so what if it isn't the standard procedure? It's working anyways. Don't you know that it's all right as long as it works? Ah, why are you using more paper? What a waste of money. Just do it. Don't talk to me. Seriously, I have to do this again. One more. Ahem, she cleared her throat and continued talking. I heard a rumor that you are working in the north. I'm also working hard here in Hadecane. It's a pity that I can't tell you about the current development of the land. You'll know when you visit. Though, I have resolved everything that you asked, and now the business only needs to do well. That's a good thing. Hadecane would become the most important line of resistance for the main quest in the future. Its development and defense shouldn't be taken lightly. Also, there are a lot of demon stories about some voice or something. Dealing with the demon is Euclin's task. Also, what I'm saying is, she stopped for a moment, then let out a small sigh. Yriel stuttered as if she was thinking, but eventually, she finished the thought. Let's have a meal together when you visit soon. Ah, turn it off. Turn it off now. I'm going to die. What? I can't turn this off. How do I turn it off? What a sight. I laughed a little and stood. It was time to finally start working. I took the map made by the soldiers. I said, to infer abnormal areas with mana concentration, and they performed their duties perfectly. After verifying 3 or 4 checked places, I used level 2 of Midas Hand. Then, detailed navigation functions such as current location and contours were added to the map. This much should be enough. I put on my coat and went out to the snowmobile that I had placed near the stable on the first floor. Ah, Professor, it's the professor. I was about to leave when the assistants called me. Alan, Eferen, and Drent, each of them held a huge snowball in their hands and wore smiles like they were on vacation. Eferen took a step forward. Do you want to build a snowman? I stepped on the gas. Vroom! The snowmobile dashed off and kicked up a wave of snow, catching the assistants who were making snowmen. Ugh! Ah! Oh my! It wasn't intentional, but I did not look back. I drove to the location marked on the map. At the same time, I activated Man of Great Wealth. This abnormal mana concentration meant there was something noteworthy in the area. Is it a dungeon, as expected? Shortly, I found a glowing crevasse reminiscent of Kreba's. This was commonly referred to as a hidden piece, and there were many such event-type dungeons all over the north. I wasn't sure what I could gain from this, but at the very least, the reward was clear compared to the central and southern regions. But before I rushed in, I confirmed the villain's fate. There wasn't a clear death variable, so there was no reason to hesitate. I squeezed my body through the cracks. The very next moment, a sentence appeared on my retina. Main quest. Time. Why is it the main quest? It was a question that came out very naturally. The main quest wasn't an event that should appear like a mutation, but I didn't have time to think. My body fell to the bottom of the crevasse. The far-off blue sky and the man-made island famous for their beautiful landscape stood out even from a distance. However, the condition of the owner of the island was strange. They were wandering here and there over the island. There was no change to her expression, but she just walked around the east, west, north, and south. If you're that worried, why don't you go and help? Eidnik, who was watching that scene, spoke dumbfounded. Sylvia's pacing stopped, and she turned to stare at Eidnik. What do you mean worried? You just said Deculein went into a dungeon. About 5 minutes ago, Sylvia muttered the words unconsciously. Deculein went inside the dungeon, but the magical protection of the dungeon was hard to slip past even with Sylvia's magic. In other words, observation was impossible. And even if it was Deculein, it was still a dungeon in the north. No matter how strong a wizard was, it was unreasonable to go into a dungeon alone. A wizard's ability to deal with unexpected variables was strikingly lower than a knight's. This was the reason why Sylvia was anxious. When? Sylvia pretended to be innocent. No, she didn't even remember saying it out loud. Look here. Eidnik projected the scene she just saw. Her eyes could show what she had seen at any time. Sylvia was sitting and watching Deculein in the video. Deculein went inside the dungeon. Then, she jumped up and started wandering around. She paced all across the island. She couldn't make an excuse because there was evidence, so Sylvia quickly took a different route. I'm not worried. Then, what's the problem? He might die before I kill him. She muttered like that and sat down calmly, staring far off as her lips twitched. She stared at the vicinity of the entrance, but the dungeon's magic prevented her from entering. Seriously, do you hate him? Or do you like him? Sylvia clenched her fist at Eidnik's murmuring. Deculein wouldn't die in there. Nothing would happen. Waiting impatiently to be killed by Sylvia meant that he wouldn't die until that happened. You just muttered again. Sylvia looked back. No, I didn't. Look. Eidnik showed her the evidence again. You can't die before I kill you. She mumbled to herself unconsciously yet again. Finding it now inevitable, Sylvia made tape to cover her mouth. After Deculein left, Efren returned to the lodge and fixed her soaked clothes. Hee, that was fun, though getting soaked with snow all of a sudden. When she was about to take off her robe and change into woolen clothes to warm up, it's at dawn tomorrow. Gah! She was startled. Looking around, Safian appeared with a grin as Eferen clutched at her chest. Ha ha, your majesty, couldn't you reveal your presence first? You dare to make such an impudent demand to me. Oh no, it's just, is the palace all right? It's fine, you can see it in here. She could use the Imperial Palace cat to issue commands. Even in the far north, the entire continent could be managed. In any case, is it at dawn tomorrow? Yes, there are about 6 hours left. Safian was planning on going to the future along with Epheren. It seemed very interesting, so she prepared properly. Good, then I look forward to it. Epheren Luna, the dropping moon. Did this kid go to the future by the path of the shooting star to follow her name? And what would be waiting for her in the future when she arrived? Safian was very much looking forward to it right now. By the way, don't you need an escort knight? It's fine. Safian took out a snow globe. The most reliable knight is in here. Chapter 160. Time. 1. Main quest. Time. The branches of the main quest varied. An independent quest may lead to the main quest, or the main quest may lead to an independent quest. However, the main quest was related to the central framework of the story at any cost. I looked around. The darkness lay thick as the fog around me, and the road crunched like ice under my feet. I checked my physical condition first. I had suffered quite a couple of injuries since I fell. If it weren't for Iron Man, my body would have been crushed. So annoying. I used duct tape around my injuries to treat them. The bleeding stopped immediately, and the pain in my bones quickly subsided. There was no healing as versatile in use as duct tape. That was satisfying for me, as recovery magic had nearly gone extinct in this era. Next, I took out the map I received from the soldier before coming here. This meant it was originally an ordinary map, and it was modeled after the northern area, not this crevasse. However, my Midas hand granted magical efficiency to the category of the map itself. In addition, in places like this right now, an area surging with mana, my available mana meaningfully increased. If I mobilize my staff's mana to add to that, manifesting Midas hand level 5. The miracle of consuming 5,000 mana with Deculein's body was readily possible. Level 5. That was Midas hand, with 5,000 mana, exerted a wholly different power level from level 4. It was a characteristic of this world. Symbolic numbers in units of 5 such as 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on actually classified stages. Ki sparks splattered from my hand, lighting the dark for a brief moment. The mana's current soon appeared through the map, and the ordinary paper became an artifact flickering blue. With this, it became no different from a minimap in a game. To be completely honest, the next level, level 10, was quite impossible, but 5,000 mana was feasible. I looked at the map. The dark areas were marked in detail, and a red line guided my way. I walked exactly as the map suggested. Rustle, rustle, each step crackled as ice shattered underfoot. Just like that, when I was walking using Iron Man to fend off the cold and the dark, I found a source of light rising ahead of me. It came from blue and radiant crystal water. Is it this one? Suddenly, I recalled a familiar scenario. A memory that had been asleep somewhere in my mind unfolded as I approached. I wasn't sure if the main quest itself, but the progression of the sanctuary story of time played a very important role. First of all, time was the sanctuary created by Archmage Demacan when he left the world. It was a gift that Demacan left for the next generation, created by him, his nephew Merkin, his uncle Rohakan, and his disciple Eidnik. I touched the crystal water. The members of time were recorded on the glimmering blue surface of the tree-like stream. One by one, I looked through the names. Demacan Merkin, Rohakan Eidnik Dzekton, they were all familiar and famous names. But as my eyes went further down, I saw a name that made me flustered. Engraved crookedly, it stood out like a sore thumb. Epheren Luna. Epheren Luna, a name that was hard to understand. Not only was it not productive to dismiss it as someone's prank, but this bad handwriting wasn't easy to copy. But also, the fact that Epheren arrived here before me was, Professor. A voice rippled out. My eyes opened wide for a moment. It was Epheren's voice, but the version of her from the future. Are you the professor? I looked around to find empty air, but Epheren continued to speak. Are you going to answer me? I am. A sincere sigh of relief followed. Hugh, that's good to hear. Seriously, I couldn't see her face, but I could imagine it. Her hands placed on her chest. Going Hugh, phew. Are you curious about what's going on? Yes, as a wizard. He. Yes, ta-da. I planted fragments of the remaining Kaidizite here after breaking up Lakrillin. Her words came in fragments, but I roughly understood what she meant. It would be a scenario where the future Epheren was freed from Lakrillin and the future Deculein, and fortunately returned without sustaining any mental damage. She planted the kydizite in Time's crystal water, and it materialized randomly. But I don't see you. Yes, I couldn't repeat the abuse of Larkrelin, but with the professor, no. But because of my desire to have a conversation with you at least once, I planted the kydizite in this crystal and created this one-dimensional space-time sharing. I think my lifespan has been reduced by 10 years doing this. I shook my head. This kid said it like a joke, but it was probably the truth. Even for an archmage, this kind of magic would cost at least that much. How did you know I was coming? Ephraim answered right away. Because you told me. You, Professor. I stood still and looked over. I waited because the professor told me. In a hollow void that no one could see, her lost voice spoke like a song. That's all. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, at dawn in the north, where there are still stars in the sky, Ephren and Saphian were running. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. No, a horse carrying two people was galloping. The emperor's horse, having been given the wonderful name Terragon in the rune language, moved forward with consideration for the two women on his back. Because of that, Ephren, who normally suffered from severe motion sickness, wasn't nauseous at all. I think it's here. The horse slowed when Ephren pointed out a place. Is this it? I think so. The shooting star would fall around this area according to the document. Good. Yes. Your Majesty, please wait for a while. Ephren made two rocking chairs to see the sky clearly, then a screen fence because she didn't like the cold. I think we can sit down and wait. You can drop the formality. Yes. Your Majesty, Ephren copied a servant's way of speaking that she once saw in a play. Saphian found it cute at first, but now it had become bothersome. Oh, that's right. Saphian sat in the chair as Ephren dug out the ground. Then, she planted a seed in it. It was from a tree that blocked the cold. It's done. Now she could roughly see how much time had passed with this. If they went to the future, this seed would become a tree. That's good thinking. Thank you. Ephren bowed her head and sat next to Saphian. Then she began to count inside her head. 3, 4, 5. She counted slowly until 10. Then a star glistened in the distance. Oh, I think that's it. I can see it. Perfect timing. Overflowing mana swept across the sky, and its ray of light glared in Ephren's eyes. Shwar! Mana from the stars spread all over the world and the sky. Ephren closed her eyes slowly and entrusted herself to the sensation that rose to cover her. Huff! She opened her eyes again. Oh, chirp, 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 the sound of birds chirping, and the sun was blinding her. She arrived in the future. Ephren was sure. It appeared to be that way. That's interesting. There was another voice aside from hers. Ephren looked around to find Saphian, her arms spread wide. How is it I followed you? Wow, I thought only I had gone through. Ha ha ha, Luna. Yes, Saphian laughed loudly and pointed behind her. First of all, look over there. Ephren looked back to see the tree had grown. Wow, the tree. No, not the tree. The object that's been placed beside it. Ephren lowered her gaze, now noticing a wand lay near the roots of the tree. Looking at its magic, she could tell that it used preservation and cleanliness, making it obvious who prepared the object. Heh, that professor. Ephren ran quickly to grab the wand, causing a piece of paper to flutter off. It was a note, maybe a letter from the future Deculein left for her. Ephren, the comet that has sent you back to the past before, is a twin. It will probably come by again on the 9th of January so that you can go back then. Wheeing, a wind blew past. Ephren grabbed at her messy hair and continued reading. Also, you probably won't be able to meet me from now on, so don't try to look for me. It would be nice if you could take my gift and go back. What do you mean go back? I won't go back until I see your face. For the moment, Ephren took a closer look at the wand. What is this? The stick of the wand had some peculiar characters, almost like hieroglyphics. Saphian broke her contemplation. Time is on your side, so always cultivate yourself and be devoted. Yes, she grinned when Ephren turned around to look at her. It's rune language written there. Thanks to that, that wand is now no different than an artifact. Oh, it seems that Deculein has left you with a good gift. Saphian looked at Ephren's wand with her hands clasped behind her back. Ephren almost instinctively hid it. The Emperor burst into laughter again at her innocent reaction. Ha ha ha, of course. Luna, it seems that Deculein isn't here. No, it seems that he won't meet you. Then Epheren's face grew sullen, like she was about to cry at any moment. Should we go on a future tour together? What? You don't want to, is the Emperor's suggestion. Ephraim puffed her cheeks and looked up at Safian. Then, she fiddled with her hands. I want to go and look for the professor. Safian's expression hardened for a moment, but soon she gave Ephraim a small smile. Well, can't help it then. Good, let's go. Terragon, Terragon appeared, surprising Ephraim. Oh, what? He came to the future too. How did he? How? There's no such thing. Don't ask too much. And just get on. We don't have much time if we're going to look for Deculein. Oh, yes. Safian settled on Terragon's back, helping Ephraim up. Terragon, feeling more macho somehow, began galloping. Time's sanctuary. I looked around this mysterious and hollow space before making a table and chair. Gratitude came back from an unexpected place. Oh, thanks, a table and chair appeared suddenly. It was for me to sit down, but anyway, I made another chair and sat in front of it. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her voice. Are you in front of me? That's right. Wow, this is amazing. I'm more amazed at you for creating this space. Hehe, whose disciple do you think I am? I shook my head as I imagined her smiling like a kid. Ephraim, how is it there? It's okay, thanks to you, Professor. It looks like I'm not there. If I were, she wouldn't have said things like, I wanted to have a conversation with you at least once. Yes, that's right, Ephraim sighed. That fact is too hard for me right now. I want to see you one more time. If I am face to face with the professor, is it possible to change the future or the past? No, I cut her off firmly. It was completely impossible and shouldn't even be tried. It was a magical taboo. Even if the future changes, there's no hope that we would meet. Lakrelin was broken after 4 hours, and even if you put in great effort to change it, it wouldn't be your world. To change the future, we have to change the past. But even for a wizard, there is no way to go back to the past and revive someone. I didn't know what kind of bond this kid and the future me had. I didn't know what would happen to me in the future. But the timeline was not correct. Therefore, I didn't know what kind of affection this kid held. And most of all, the future would never change. Whether I died in her future or if I went back to reality, whatever it was, boom, the ground shook. It was probably Ephraim's magic. Ephraim, are you trying to break this place? It's not me. The timing is right, just as the professor said. How could I interfere magically with the past from the distant future? It doesn't make sense. Her voice was slightly angry. Then what? There are probably many enemies near the professor. They're all monsters that the professor has to deal with. Should I say it's an admission test for time? I looked to the right of the crystal. Before I knew it, a handful of monsters had gathered. Growl, gruel. They were very dirty monsters that licked their lips as they watched me. But they didn't dare approach me but watched from afar. Maybe because the magic from the crystal water was blocking them. Okay, really, I was planning on staying here for about a week anyway, calculating the uniqueness of this space, which significantly raised my mana and amplified recovery rate. It was worth staying in for a week. By any chance, is it because of me, Professor? No, not. It was to give the level 5 meters hand to all of my equipment, including my formal attire. You don't speak empty words, as expected. Anyway, I acknowledge that. I took out one wood steel and waited for my mana to rise. The red-eyed monsters were annoying, but they were all going to be dealt with after a week anyway. Ephraim, don't you have anything to do as a wizard? I questioned her while waiting for my mana to recover, but Ephraim was silent. Ephraim, when I asked again, a brusque voice returned. The professor said not to change the future. No, the past. That's why I'm not doing anything. I lost my life goal just now, she grumbled. That's unexpected. What's unexpected? Were you always such a good listener? At that moment, the conversation was cut off. She seemed to be truly speechless. I now had 5,000 mana thanks to the crystal water. Recovery speed plus 300%. I'd never heard of such a crazy performance. Either way, I scraped off all the mana and used Mida's hand on the wood steel. But one condition was added in the process. It was still specialized in offense, but the mana in my blood set fire all over my body, spattering violently and leaving me. The flow of mana permeated the wood steel. It had changed for sure, turning blue. Professor, what did you just do? Right on time. I could hear Ephraim. I spoke as I pulled myself together. I have other things to do, but I have to wait for my mana to recover. During that time, if you have any questions, ask me. Hee. Ephraim laughed, like it was ridiculous. No, like it was adorable. Professor, there's nothing that I don't know. You're arrogant. Ah, no, I take it back. I have one. I fiddled with the wood steel, testing it with psychokinesis. Indeed, it was so sharp I wondered if it could cut through the air. I still don't know the professor. Ephraim's words gave me pause. I looked across to the chair where I believed she sat. Are you bored? No, no. Professor, I am very happy. I'm so happy I could cry right now. You seem bored, so just do this. I made a cube and placed it on the desk. Whatever future she was in, this could be transmitted if I put it here. Did you get it? Yes, I got it. A cube suddenly appeared. Play with it. Play with it. She grumbled, but nothing followed. Ephraim said nothing further, or maybe she couldn't sometimes. I could hear her shaky voice. She might have been crying, but I didn't care. Emotions were something to be dealt with alone. It wasn't like she wouldn't cry if I told her not to or laugh when I told her to. I can hear well. I just focused on restoring mana and using Mida's hand. The enchanting map, information, a map artifact that records the area around the wielder. It has a special effect from Mida's hand. Category, rare magic article, map special effect, automatically draws geographic features with a radius of 500 million. Marks the location of the user and the movements of bodies within a 300 million radius of the user. Tracks the path. Midas Hand, level 5. Main quest. Time joining Sanctuary in time. Store currency +1. Mana +100 abnormal condition. Crystal Waters vital force. A wood steel information. Pure magic made into wood steel. A special item that communes with Deculein. If it isn't Deculein, use it with caution. All performance amplified with Midas Hand. Category, magic item, weapon special effect, penetrates magic, learns autonomously during combat, specialized in destruction. Midas Hand, level 5.